We must make the Waxians pay. Very soon, all of the generals were in accord. In the center screen, the oldest general who had been silent all this while plucked the pipe he had been smoking from where it was perched on the corner of his lips, and finally said, "It's about time for those allies of ours who want to share a piece of the pie to contribute something now. We must give the smug and complacent Huaxia a bloody lesson." According to the latest news from the Intelligence Bureau, a prodigy mecha operator has appeared in Huaxia's first men's military academy. Some time ago, he managed to advance to ace operator status at just 19 years of age. He's lauded as the second coming of Ling Xiao. At this time, a general shared the latest news he had obtained with the others. Ling Xiao. When the present generals heard Ling Xiao's name, their gazes instantly became dark. Several were even gnashing their teeth as they muttered Ling Xiao's name repeatedly. It was clear to see that these generals were extremely fearful of Ling Xiao. "We can't let Huaxia have another Ling Xiao, otherwise our Caesar will truly be down against Huaxia by a head." A general finally voiced the hidden thoughts of all the generals there. Ling Xiao was the youngest operator to ever advance to God class, and then he had also obtained the most well-balanced IN God class mecha, which was considered the most powerful IN mecha by all the nations. From then on, anyone who understood the intricacies of IN God class mecha knew that the strongest person in the human world in future would definitely be Ling Xiao without a doubt. This was also the major reason why they had conspired with other nations 16 years ago to eliminate Ling Xiao. They could not allow Ling Xiao to grow further and become the strongest in the world. Caesar, which considered itself the strongest nation, just could not allow the strongest person to belong to another nation. That would be an absolute disgrace to them. Unfortunately, all the effort and manipulation they invested had still been unable to eliminate Ling Xiao. Now, it would no longer be as easy to harm Ling Xiao as it had been at the start. The day Ling Xiao would become the strongest was within sight. Despite their reluctance, they could only accept this fact. Still, one Ling Xiao was already the limit of their tolerance. The title of Second Ling Xiao had undoubtedly triggered the neuroses of the Caesarians. Since Huaxia has destroyed so many of our high-end talents, we must destroy their future hope. The oldest general in the center screen gripped his pipe, a ruthless smile appearing on his face. The first men's military academy of Huaxia. Humph, did the Waxians really think they could conceal him away so perfectly? The old general's words made the eyes of all the other generals light up. Unified in their decision, the 9 great generals very quickly formulated their revenge plot. They called this action plan, Operation Kill the Fledgling. Right then, the Huaxia Federation was unaware that danger was about to befall the first men's military academy, which they had always taken so much pains to keep concealed and secreted away. Military headquarters knew the Swift Dragon base had been occupied by an unidentified faction, and that there were even many specters there. In order to ensure the stability of the virtual world, Huaxia had dispatched a fleet along with as many as 10 specters, with 3 of those being specters ranked in the top 10. With the commander who had escaped from the Swift Dragon base leading them, they had hurried towards the Swift Dragon base. But during this period of coming and going, the Caesarians lurking in the Swift Dragon base had managed to retreat. Only after finding the surviving adjutant did they learn that this group of people had come from the Caesar Empire. The Huaxia Federation was livid. They raised a serious protest to Caesar, but the Caesar Empire denied all allegations, brushing it all off as slander. They had never sent any hackers or specters to invade the virtual world of the Huaxia Federation. The two nations began to quibble on the diplomatic front, and while the attention of everyone in the Huaxia Federation was focused on the diplomatic byplay between the two nations, several countries had begun to move surreptitiously. All the turmoil occurring on the diplomatic front did not affect the enlistment assessments of the first men's military academy. After a week of tests, the assessment at the military academy was nearing its conclusion. Each of the various great army divisions was making their final candidate choices. The number of people taken in by each division was not much. In order to obtain the best and most suitable talented cadets for their divisions, the assessors had no choice but to consider their options again and again. Ling Xiao's 23rd Division assessment team finally came to a consensus and passed a final shortlist of names to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao browsed through the list casually, and then said, "That'll do. General, don't you want to think on it a little more?" The adjutant by his side finally could not hold back from asking. Ling Xiao cast a puzzled glance at him and then asked with a smile, "Adjutant Xiao, what do you think?" "It's okay, we can study this together." Ling Xiao was not that type of strict general, constantly smiling and affable. His subordinates always felt as if greeted by a spring breeze while with him. Even as they idolized him, they were not afraid to speak their minds. Adjutant Xiao daringly flipped to one of the pages of the list and pointed out several names. He reminded softly, "These few people, not too long ago with young Master Lan." Ling Xiao peered at him with a half-smile, causing Adjutant Xiao to turn red and quickly change his form of address, with Ling Lan. They had gone up against each other in a wagered arena fight. They were defeated by Ling Lan's group. One of the members of their clan had initially applied for enlistment with our division, but ended up missing the assessment this time due to severe bodily injury. According to Major Qin Feng who assessed them, he inadvertently overheard them discussing their intentions to take revenge against Ling Lan. Ever since knowing that young Master Lan was the general's son, these assessment team members who had come here with the general had long taken the effort to learn all they could about everything that had happened since young Master Lan had entered the school. When they found out that the first-year new cadet regiment led by young Master Lan had defeated the higher-grade Leitang Mecha clan, which was also the #1 faction in the military academy, in a wagered fight, they could not help but be proud. As expected of the son of their God-class operator General Ling Xiao, already so strong at such a young age. Ling Lan had been fully accepted by them, this made their hearts lean infinitely towards Ling Lan's side. Even if Hu Zhenyu and his group were indeed some rare talents, the very idea that those boys were planning to retaliate against Ling Lan several years later made the men rather unhappy. If not for their ethics as soldiers preventing them from being biased and abusing their power, they would have long swept those boys out from the list. In the end, they still included them in the final shortlist, but they still felt disgruntled about it. This was also one of the reasons why Adjutant Xiao had brought the issue up with General Ling Xiao. At these words, Ling Xiao could not help but laugh, "Isn't this great?" Ling Xiao's words left Adjutant Xiao speechless, unsure what his general meant by them. "I'm still afraid that when Ling Lan joins my division later on, you uncles will take care of him too much. Without any challenge or competition, he might become slack," mused Ling Xiao, "with these people around, it'll make things a little more difficult for him. A greenhouse cannot foster strong sprouts too." After saying this, Ling Xiao glanced at the adjutant with a half-smile and added, "In our 23rd Division, there is no such thing as privilege or status. No matter who they are, everyone has to start from the beginning and go through all the necessary tests and trials. No one is exempt. If these people truly have the skills, then cultivation should be given as appropriate. Don't manipulate things in any way. If in future, Ling Lan is really bullied by them, that would just prove that he isn't strong enough. What right does he have to say anything if he loses?" Adjutant Xiao was startled by the knowing look in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if he had been seen through. His back was instantly coated in cold sweat, and he could only console himself desperately by telling himself that he was overthinking things. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, he quickly nodded repeatedly in agreement, no longer daring to say more. After obtaining Ling Xiao's final approval, Adjutant Xiao swiftly departed from Ling Xiao's living quarters to hand the list over to the military academy. Tomorrow, this name list would be announced along with the name lists of all the other divisions on the official web page of the 1st Men's Military Academy. This also marked the end of their assessment tasks here. After one rest day, they would leave the 1st Men's Military Academy. Ling Xiao watched indifferently as the adjutant left, a trace of coldness in his eyes. When he turned to return to his room to rest, he found his official bodyguard, Lin Jingnan, staring at him with a serious look on his youthful face. His gaze was filled with rage and disapproval. At the sight of him, Ling Xiao could not help but quirk a brow and ask, Lin, you have something to say?" Adjutant Xiao's behavior earlier was obviously fishy. "Why do you still trust him this much, General?" Being able to become Ling Xiao's personal bodyguard was his luck and fortune. Since he was small, he had always idolized Ling Xiao, wanting to become Ling Xiao's left or right arm, his most trusted subordinate. Many times, Lin Jingnan could tell that Adjutant Xiao's actions were obviously intended to mislead Ling Xiao, trying to get Ling Xiao to do something disreputable, such as abusing his power for personal reasons. Young as he was, he could no longer refrain from speaking up and asking the general he revered like a god about the matter. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh at Lin Jingnan's words. He did not respond until he passed by Lin Jingnan on his way to his room. Reaching out a hand to ruffle the other's hair, his tone was fond but resigned as he said, "Brat, you're oversimplifying the issue." The young were truly hot-blooded and saw things in black and white. But in the field, how could things be that simple? In the past, he too had not wanted to compromise and go with the flow, but the outcome of that was a whole 16-year separation from his family. At this thought, Ling Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but if they still believed he was the same Ling Xiao as before, then they would be mistaken. Behind him, Lin Jingnan touched his own hair in stunned amazement. He never expected his beloved and revered Sir General to actually rub his head so affectionately. Excited, he looked respectfully at the figure of Ling Xiao in the distance. He did not notice that passing cold glint in Ling Xiao's eyes. Outside the room, a hidden guard concealed in the shadows saw the interaction between Ling Xiao and Lin Jingnan, and a trace of envy flashed through his eyes. He too was an admirer of Ling Xiao. As for Lin Jingnan's idiotic behavior, the hidden guard could only sigh internally, though he was also happy for Lin Jingnan. Only General Ling Xiao would have the good temperament needed to accommodate Lin Jingnan's brash and blunt character. If it had been any of the other generals, Lin Jingnan would definitely have been mercilessly kicked aside, because he was sure to cause trouble someday. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao sat alone quietly on his sofa. His mind, however, was busy recalling the things his daughter had told him 2 days ago, as well as that confession document she had secretly sent to him. Every time he thought of these things, his heart would clench with fear. If anything had happened, he would have lost his daughter completely. Back when he had first heard that Ling Lan had received an SSS rank mission, he had only been astonished at his daughter's horrible luck. Unwilling to see the defeated expression of his daughter after failing, and also because he wanted to increase his daughter's chances of success, he had gifted his only transferable Imperial Mecha to Ling Lan, just in case. If he had known earlier that the Swift Dragon base had been successfully infiltrated by people from the Caesar Empire, he would definitely have stopped his daughter from going on that God*MN mission. Fortunately, there had still been an investigation team sent by the Federation military traveling along with them, and the team not only had top-class hackers but also several top-class specters. They succeeded in drawing the attention of the Caesarians, so his daughter had managed to take advantage of that. It had to be said that his daughter's luck at accepting missions was really terrible, but her luck in recruiting talent was off the charts. She had actually managed to recruit a specter hiding in the civilian world and a top-class hacker. Ling Lan had told a small lie here, and on top of that, her entire team was basically made up of advanced mecha warriors, and so possessed decent combat power. Under such dire circumstances, they had still managed to complete the mission successfully. They had obtained detailed information on the enemy, and had even managed to help the Federation investigation team from the shadows to wipe out all the Caesarian specters. After that, they had also successfully snuck into the escaped ship to return with the Federation soldiers. When Ling Lan had told him these things, Ling Xiao was actually extremely proud, but he was also filled with fear. If anything had gone wrong at all, the result would have been utter annihilation. Even Ling Xiao could not help but admire the sheer audacity of his daughter. Still, the outcome of the entire adventure was perfect, and the rewards they received upon its completion was also substantial. For his daughter's battle clan to leap up in one shot from starless to 5-star, it could be said to have ascended the skies with one step. This rank within Mecha World was absolutely enough to place them within the top 100 battle clans. Of course, Ling Lan's battle clan was currently no match for those battle clans at the topmost level. After all, those battle clans were all clans of old beasts that had been established for several decades already. Ling Xiao's battle clan used to be one of them, but now, unfortunately, those clan members of his from back then had all either died in battle or had left the Federation. Ling Xiao's battle clan now merely had the empty title of battle clan. It was no longer a true battle clan. After finding out about all this, Ling Xiao had asked Ling Lan to utterly bury this incident at the bottom of her mind and tell no one. This was not only for Ling Lan's protection but also to protect that civilian hacker and Spectre that had slipped past the military's radar. At the same time, this incident made Ling Xiao realize that his daughter's ability to attract trouble was several magnitudes greater than his own. Back when he had done this clan formation mission, he had at most caused a great furor in an enemy nation's territory, hacking up some ace operators and calling it a day. In contrast, his daughter had actually directly obliterated a whole batch of the Caesar Empire's top-class hackers and Spectres. The Caesar Empire must really be feeling the pain of their losses this time. It looks like he'll have to become even stronger, or else he may really be unable to protect this powerful daughter of his who seems capable of even provoking the heavens. At this thought, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. So this was the duty of being a father. It was troubling but also so sweet and blissful that he welcomed it willingly. Over these past 2 days, Ling Xiao had seemed to be idling about doing nothing, appearing unbelievably casual and at ease, but he had in fact begun secretly investigating the movements of the Caesar Empire with the secret forces of the Ling family. At the same time, he had also ordered the 23rd Division to closely monitor the movements of the various army divisions of Caesar. Unfortunately, nothing useful had come out of all this over the last 2 days. This made Ling Xiao feel rather uneasy. Understanding how the Caesar Empire operated, he knew that the other party absolutely would not take this affront quietly and let it go. They would definitely come for their revenge. Even though Ling Lan had told him that her team's involvement had not been exposed during the fight with Caesar, Ling Xiao was still worried that the powerful intelligence bureau of the Caesar Empire would still be able to dig up information on his daughter. Leaving tomorrow? If only we were staying for a couple more days. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he did not have enough time. If he had a few more days here, he could perhaps be able to create some defenses. At this thought, he could not help but sigh silently. I hope I'm just worrying for nothing. The night passed without a word. Early the next day, all of the students of the military academy were eagerly refreshing the official forums of the First Men's Military Academy. They wanted to get first-hand information on the results of the division assessments. Even the freshmen were included in this frenzy because for the top 3 of each division's recruits, the video of their assessments would be publicized. This could perhaps give them juniors some experience. Though they knew that this was likely just their own wishful thinking, every year's assessment was not the same. The juniors of the lower years still held on to that sense of, what if, and would go watch these assessment videos. Congratulations, Boss Hua. Xiao Ting, who had already managed to get onto the official forums, sent a congratulatory message to Hua Zhenyu at first notice. Although he was rather surprised by the other's choice of enlisting with the 23rd Division and not the 1st Division as the other had. Previously determined, Boss Hua had still become the top recruit of the 23rd Division. As expected of their Leitang's previous regiment commander. Many thanks, Junior Qiao. Hua Zhenyu was also extremely happy with his results. At the same time, he saw that the others of his battle clan had also succeeded in getting into the 23rd Division. This meant that aside from the injured Nie Fengming who was still in recovery, every other member was in. By next year, once Nie Fengming succeeded in enlisting as well, their entire battle clan would be complete. It's just that we've lost the arena fight against the new cadet regiment, so in future, Junior Qiao will have to clean up the mess. After some thought, Hua Zhenyu added, beware of the regiment commander of the new cadet regiment, Ling Lan. He is really very strong. I believe that, when it comes to mecha combat, I will not lose to anyone, responded Xiao Ting solemnly. He knew Boss Hua was speaking out of good intentions, worried about the future clash between Leitang and the new cadet regiment. Therefore, he too answered Boss Hua seriously, telling the other that he had nothing to worry about. Hua Zhenyu was silent for a moment before answering, Junior Qiao, it's good that you are confident. He had no way of telling Xiao Ting that the feeling Ling Lan gave him was one of unfathomable depth. In the end, all he wanted to say was reduced to just this, even as he acknowledged Xiao Ting's statement, he was trying to give himself some confidence. Meanwhile, in Ling Lan's villa, Qi Long and the others were also refreshing the forums. Of course, their attention was focused on the 23rd Division because that was their boss's father's division and was likely their future destination. Iowa, I did not expect Uncle Ling to take in Hua Jianyu's gang. Qi Long was the first to see the results, instantly clicking onto the 23rd Division to see its final acceptance name list. Those few familiar names sent him howling uncontrollably. As Ling Xiao was Boss Lan's father, even though Ling Xiao's actual age was much younger than their own father's, they still chose to respectfully call him Uncle Ling. Lying on the sofa, reading the information on the various open and hidden factions within the Ling family her father had given to her. When Ling Lan heard the address of Uncle Ling, her stony, cold face could not help but spasm. Alright, just imagining it, her father's young face really clashed with this title of Uncle. What's so surprising about that? Other than being no match for our boss Lan, Hua Jianyu's physical skills are the best in the whole military academy. Seeing these results, Han Zhijian was not surprised. I just can't figure out why he chose to enlist with the 23rd Division, said Qi Long as he rubbed his head, baffled. From the gossips Ye had gathered, Hua Jianyu was an admirer of the First Marshal. He had long ago sworn to apply for enlistment with the 1st Division. Perhaps because the commander of the 23rd Division is Uncle Ling Xiao, remarked Luo Lang, face filled with admiration. In future, I too want to apply for the 23rd Division. That said, Luo Lang suddenly realized that his boss had not stated which division he would be applying to yet. So, he quickly asked his boss, "Boss, will you apply to the 23rd Division?" Ling Lan turned off the virtual screen in her hands and said evenly, "Why wouldn't I? It's always good to have someone covering for you." Ling Lan knew well that even if she chose to apply for the other divisions, her father would definitely use his authority to override her choice and bring her to the 23rd Division anyway. As such, why should she go against her dad's wishes and waste the effort? Besides, she was not against going to the 23rd Division. Then it's settled. We'll all apply to the 23rd Division together, said Luo Lang excitedly. His words made all the companions by his side nod emphatically. They had long decided that they would follow Ling Lan. Moreover, Ling Xiao was already their idol to begin with. They were very willing to go to the 23rd Division. Luo Lang's excitement had just peaked when his mood dipped. Frowning in worry, he wondered aloud, who knows how the 3 new members will choose. Li Lanfeng will definitely go to the 23rd Division. I've already spoken with him, answered Ling Lan immediately. As for Li Shiyu, as long as Qi Long's issue isn't resolved, he doesn't have a choice. The others could not help but spare a handful of compassionate tears for Li Shiyu at Ling Lan's words. Thus, the poor Li Shiyu had sold off his entire life to the Ling Tian battle clan. He had no more so-called freedom to speak of. Hiding at one side, Qi Long secretly swiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, self-hypnotizing himself inside, "It's none of my business. All of this is boss's idea." He still remembered that back when he had suffered that relapse, boss had secretly injected him with a shot before it happened. There was absolutely something fishy about that shot. As for Chang Xinyuan, we can just ask him the next time we meet. Even if he is unwilling, there's still a few years' time for us to trick him into following us. Ling Lan stroked her chin, thinking about that mecha modification prodigy. Yup, she absolutely could not allow him to just slip away like that. Trick. The moment Ling Lan said this, all of the other people in the villa acted similarly. They all lifted their heads to look up at the ceiling, pretending they had not heard anything. They were a proper battle clan, definitely not some human trafficking syndicate. Although a few of the clan members were indeed tricked into joining, overall, those were still the minority, right? Everyone was justifying things to themselves, cautioning themselves that they absolutely could not be led astray by their boss. Near the evening, Ling Lan walked out from the villa on her own. Qi Long and the others were still in their classes and had yet to return. Ling Lan had decided to go to the port to send her dad off so that he would not misunderstand things and mope again. Ling Lan knew very well that Ling Xiao had come all this way in disguise to the military academy primarily because he was worried about her and so wanted to come see for himself how she was doing. Although Ling Lan felt that Ling Xiao's actions were unnecessary, she could not deny that she was deeply moved by it. She had profoundly experienced the bottomless love and acceptance Ling Xiao had for his daughter. Even though they had missed spending the first 16 years of her life here together, Ling Xiao was currently investing so much more than Ling Lan in their relationship. It should be said that Ling Xiao was scoring passing marks in taking on his role as a father. Spending these last few days together in the military academy had let Ling Lan gradually integrate her image of the Ling Xiao in the legacy space with this Ling Xiao in the real world. If Ling Lan had not been so used to having her slack face on by now, and if Ling Xiao's face had not looked so ridiculously young, perhaps Ling Lan would have already fulfilled Ling Xiao's wish by calling him Daddy. As for right now, Ling Xiao's assessment team was almost the final team to leave the first men's military academy. There was quite a crowd that had come to send them off. Some were the upper-year cadets who had been enlisted into the 23rd Division, such as Hu Zhenyu and company, while there were also quite a number of lower-year cadets who admired the 23rd Division. These younger students had come over in between classes in hopes of making a stronger impression on the assessors. While they knew that the assessors would be different every year, what if these officers happened to be the assessors again several years later? They were unwilling to back down even just for this minuscule bit of hope. This was still the first time that Hu Zhenyu had seen the leader of the 23 RD Division's team. During the assessment period, this leader had not appeared at any of the assessment fields. Even the inspection tasks had only been handled by him at the end of the day after all the assessments had ended. Since Hu Zhenyu had decided to go to the 23rd Division, he naturally wanted to know more about it. He wanted to know what kind of leader this Major General was. Perhaps he would be able to see some shadow of General Ling Xiao from the other. Hu Zhenyu believed that a leader under General Ling Xiao must have something special about him. The Major General looked very young. Even the large face mask which almost covered his entire face was unable to conceal this fact. He led his team to the special military port for the 23rd Division, but unlike the other assessment teams, he did not walk straight into the military vessel. Instead, he stood to one side, as if waiting for someone. The other assessment team officers did not seem surprised by this. The Major General had barely halted when they all spread out to stand in groups of 2 or 3 around him, where they then began chatting with one another. The mood was extremely casual and light-hearted. Hu Zhenyu did not think much of it at first, but he soon noticed the intricacy behind the men's positions. Those officers may seem as if they were standing around randomly to chat, but that was not true. They had imperceptibly surrounded the Major General, and the direction and angle of each person's position were different. It could be said that everything in the surroundings would fall into the eyes of at least one of the officers. Not a single blind spot existed. Hu Zhenyu was rendered speechless with astonishment. Who would have expected the leader of the 23rd Division to have such strong leadership skills? This scene had not occurred with any of the other assessment teams. Even the leader of the teams might not be able to inspire such obedience from the proud and stubborn officers under their lead. It could not be denied that even as Hu Zhenyu was astounded, he was secretly pleased. It was always better being able to join a united division rather than a divided army division which was prone to infighting. Right at this time, Hu Zhenyu saw a very familiar figure strolling over. It was Ling Lan who had defeated him on the arena stage. Ling Lan bypassed the fence to walk straight towards the men of the 23rd Division. It looked like his target was that Major General. Hu Zhenyu was startled by this and he began to feel nervous for Ling Lan's sake. These officers of the 23rd Division may seem nice and friendly, but they were actually really hard to get along with. He had once tried to build some rapport with them but had failed miserably. The mocking gazes of those men had stopped Hu Zhenyu from seeking them out to talk again. Hu Zhenyu thought that Ling Lan would be stopped by the surrounding officers before he could even get close to the Major General, but unexpectedly, Ling Lan had just approached when the officer closest to him had smiled and given way to him. This scene made Hu Zhenyu's pupils contract. It went without saying that Ling Lan must know that Major General. As Hu Zhenyu had put his full focus on the assessment, he had not paid attention to the other things that had happened within the school. Thus, he was unaware that Ling Lan had led the new cadet regiment to form a welcoming committee for the assessment teams, or that Ling Lan had been singled out for admiration by the head of the 23rd Division during the welcoming ceremony. Hu Zhenyu's gaze dimmed slightly. Would the fact that Ling Lan knew the Major General affect his future retaliation plan? However, Hu Zhenyu soon smiled, fighting spirit ablaze in his eyes. This was even better. If Ling Lan truly enlisted with the 23rd Division because of this, perhaps their revenge plot could be executed several years ahead of schedule. You've finally come. I thought you wouldn't even be willing to come see me off. Even though Ling Xiao's face was completely obscured by the large face mask, the humor in his eyes could not be concealed. It was clear to see that Ling Lan's arrival had pleased Ling Xiao's dragon heart greatly. Well, I forgot to ask you, father, to pass on a message. Tell Mummy to not worry, I'm doing well here. Ling Lan reflexively scratched her nose, ignoring the hope in Ling Xiao's eyes, once again pretending not to see anything like an ostrich. Alright, just let her continue working at it. Ling Xiao seemed to pick up on Ling Lan's embarrassment. He reached out a hand to tap Ling Lan lovingly on the forehead and said with a smile, got it. I'll pass on your message, my son. That said, Ling Xiao turned to leave and board his ship. Frankly, Ling Lan coming to send him off personally was already enough to satisfy him. As for calling him daddy, he was not impatient, there was still time. One day, he would let his daughter call him daddy from the heart. Ling Lan looked at Ling Xiao's stalwart back and then decisively fell into a cadet salute, mouthing silently, daddy, bon voyage. Although that cry of daddy was not voiced, the love and respect she held in her heart for Ling Xiao could not be denied. The assessment team of the 23rd Division very quickly followed their leader onto their ship, and the ship soon took off. Just like that, other than Qi Long and the other few knowing that Ling Xiao had visited the military academy, no one else had a clue that the national idol and god-class operator General Ling Xiao had even graced the first men's military academy with his presence. Only after Ling Lan saw the warship fly away from the port did she put down her hand and turn away from the port. On her way back, she saw Hua Zhenyu standing right across from her, staring at her with a serious expression. Senior Hua, what's up? Asked Ling Lan lightly. Are you going to the 23rd Division in future? Asked Hua Zhenyu. Yes, answered Ling Lan resolutely. Good. For years later, I will wait for you at the 23rd Division. At that time, we shall fight to clear the grudge between us. Hua Zhenyu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he issued his challenge. Sounds good to me. Ling Lan decisively clapped her hand against the other's outstretched palm, indicating that she had accepted Hua Zhenyu's challenge. After striking palms, the two brushed by each other, leaving for their respective destinations without a backward glance. However, they both knew that they needed to begin preparing now for the battle 4 years from now. Very soon, night descended. Ling Lan and the others finished dinner and then after another round of training, they each went off to rest. At this time, the fleet of an unidentified faction had snuck into the skies of the planet they were on and were slowly making their silent way towards the planet. Even more frighteningly, heaven knows what method they used to interrupt the satellite surveillance of this plot of sky. Not a single person nor piece of equipment discovered their presence. A patrol ship was conducting its routine patrol and inspection around this area and found nothing unusual. It was just about to send this news down to the mainframe below when it found that it could not send out any messages. That's strange, why wasn't there any signal 5 times in a row? The operator in charge of message transmission had tried sending a message 5 times consecutively, but the optical supercomputer always ended each attempt with a notification of failure. This surprised the operator, causing him to shout out involuntarily. Although there had been times before when the message transmission would fail due to an unstable signal, it would typically only happen just once or twice and never more than 3 times. For this transmission to fail 5 times in a row was absolutely an abnormal occurrence. The comms leader in charge of this area immediately came over to investigate. Sure enough, as the operator had said, there was no indicator of any signal at all being picked up by the device. He quickly said, "Which satellite are you connected to?" JX-12, responded the operator instantly. "Change to JX-07 for me," ordered the team leader. "Yes, sir." The operator immediately switched to contacting the satellite JX-07 but soon found that JX-07 was equally out of contact. "Sir, we can't connect to JX-07. Try the other satellites." Cold sweat began to beat up on the team leader's forehead. He had sensed that something was up. The operator tried again and again to connect to the other major satellites in this section of space but found all his efforts futile. "Sir, it's still not working." "Could it be that the ship's communicator is broken?" asked the team leader. "No, the results of the device's self-check is normal one," responded the operator immediately. At these words, the team leader suddenly recalled a war of information that had taken place in the Federation 20 years ago. This kind of scenario had occurred then as well. His face changed drastically and he said, "Could this be an enemy invasion?" Just then, the surveillance radar operator announced with a shout, "Unidentified flying objects detected, number, preliminary estimation 19. This announcement caught the captain's attention and he promptly ordered, "Get me visual, maximum magnification." The person manning the scanner screens, upon receiving the coordinates provided by the radar operator, began searching and quickly located the targets, and then began zooming in. Soon, an image appeared on the main screen in the control room. What first appeared as 19 black dots expanded gradually until rough silhouettes could be discerned. Despite the low resolution, everyone could see that the outlines of these unknown flying objects belonged to warship-class vessels. Civilian and military ships were vastly different and could be easily distinguished based on their outlines. At the sight that greeted them, everyone felt alarmed. These mysterious warships, where had they come from and why had they never received any warning of any warships approaching their sector? "Send the signal, request ID," the captain commanded through gritted teeth. He had a bad feeling about this, but hoped against hope that this fleet would turn out to be friendly. "Alert ground control, report status," the captain prepared for the worst, directing communications personnel to brief the ground-level defensive troops on the situation. "Sir, we've lost contact with ground control, the satellites are all dead," the communications team leader paled visibly as he informed his captain of the harsh reality of their situation. Hearing this, the captain stood up fiercely and bellowed, "We must re-establish contact. This is definitely an enemy attack." It was clear as day to the captain that this was undoubtedly an enemy offensive. Their only hope was to report this situation to the ground troops, otherwise. The thought gave the captain chills, and he broke out in cold sweat. If the enemy ambush succeeded, the First Men's Military Academy, situated on planet New Line directly below, would be done for. The signalman, having tried repeatedly to contact the other fleet to no avail, anxiously asked the captain, "Sir, the other side is not responding. Your orders?" Acting on a flash of insight, the captain clenched his jaw and commanded, "Alter course immediately, turn 90 degrees, full speed ahead." On receiving the order, every last technical operator in the main control room leapt to action. The patrol ship executed a flawless 90-degree turn, tracing a beautiful path against the sea of stars, then sped away towards the west. The vice captain, standing beside the captain, could not help but ask softly, "Captain, is this really for the best?" The crime punished most severely by the Federation military was that of fleeing without even putting up a fight. If the military found out, the captain would surely be court-martialed. There are 19 military vessels in the enemy fleet, engaging them head-on is suicidal. I cannot allow my subordinate brothers to die in vain. Besides, we have a more important mission, which is to make contact with the ground troops and warn them of the impending danger. To do all this, we must survive. Even if it means getting court-martialed, I will have no regrets. With determination in his eyes, the captain went on, "Vice Captain, if Planet New Line is ambushed, all the instructors and students at the First Men's Military Academy will be doomed. No matter which faction the enemy is from, I fear their goal is to sever the Federation's production line of future soldiers. The faculty at the First Men's Military Academy is the cream of the Federation's crop, we absolutely cannot allow the enemy to succeed," said the captain in steely tones. By now, the fleet of 19 warships had discovered the fleeing Federation patrol ship. The supercomputer of the leading warship outputted a warning message, "One patrol ship identified ahead, target locked for pursuit. Please issue new order, pursue/ignore." In response to this news, the fleet commander decisively ordered, "Ignore it, proceed according to plan." Did that patrol ship think running westward would ensure their safety? The fleet commander flashed an icy smirk, clearly contemptuous. As if on cue, two more fleets of warships suddenly appeared from either side, one with 9 ships and the other, 13. Despite the emergency change of course, the Federation patrol ship was headed straight for the 13-ship fleet. Curses! Fire the cannons! Realizing they had already fallen into the enemy's trap, the captain knew they had no chance, but a savage fire burned in his eyes. Even if we die, we're taking some of the bastards with us, screamed the captain. The patrol vessel finally fired its main cannon, the missile's brilliant, glimmering tail arcing across the starry skies in an instant, barreling straight towards one of the warships. Faced with the patrol ship's surprise attack, the warship moved to avoid it. Wherever the missile scratched the sides of the warship, the once glowing beam shields suddenly darkened. With just one more shot, perhaps they really could have dealt the enemy a terrifying blow, but the patrol ship never got the opportunity to do so. The enemy fleet never gave them any chance. They were faced with the overwhelming cannon fire of the enemy salvo. With missiles blanketing the sky before them, even though the patrol ship tried desperately to dodge and weave with their beam shields turned up to maximum power, they could not hope to win. Boom! The patrol ship was blasted by multiple missiles. The ship blew apart in an instant, the ship and its crew swallowed by a sky-piercing, fiery explosion, like a fireworks display. The next moment, all that was left were debris in the emptiness of space. Reporting. One patrol ship destroyed in the east, the fleet entering from the east wasted no time in reporting to the main fleet. Following that, the Western Fleet also reported that the patrol ship that had tried to flee had been destroyed by them. All told, they had destroyed 2 patrol ships. The fleet commander received the 2 fleets' reports and nodded in satisfaction. The 3 patrol ships mentioned in our intelligence have all been destroyed, and the signals from the satellites in the area have also been silenced. It's time we made our next move. On my orders, let Operation Kill the Fledgling officially begin. Following the commander's order, the 3 fleets merged into one massive fleet. All the warships positioned themselves in the airspace above the First Men's Military Academy on planet New Line and began opening their launch ports. Soon, innumerable black metallic spheres dropped speedily down towards the planet. This technology granted by the Twilight Empire ain't bad at all. We're undetectable by radar, and on top of that, it's the dead of night. I think by the time the anti-air ground troops realize it, our men will have landed. What happens next will be a test of the strength of our forces, said the commander-in-chief, unable to suppress a gloating smirk as he watched the metallic spheres populate the skies above the First Men's Military Academy like spring rain. Indeed, Commander, this time, we shall teach the Waxians a bloody lesson, haughtily replied the adjutant by the commander's side, his eyes glinting with vengeance and bloodlust. The blood of the Caesar Empire must never be spilled in vain. Boss, wake up. Boss, wake up. Ling Lan woke with a start but kept her eyes closed, maintaining the pretense of being in deep sleep while activating her spiritual power. Quickly probing the state of the room and finding everything normal, no threats present, only then did she ask mentally, Little 4, what is it? I just lost contact with every satellite around the planet all of a sudden. This is highly unusual, Little 4 hurriedly briefed Ling Lan of the situation. Can't you just reconnect? Ling Lan was shocked to hear this. I can't reach them. I've already activated all the radars on the ground and all the monitoring equipment in the academy. I haven't found anything unusual yet, but something just feels off, like something bad is about to happen, Little 4 replied anxiously. I learned about a similar incident recorded in the Academy mainframe's database. This could be an attack on our communication system by an enemy nation, blindfolding us to keep us in the dark about the situation in the outside world. Could they be planning an ambush? Ling Lan furrowed her brow, her mind flashing back to the events at the Swift Dragon base. Could this have something to do with that? Could it be that she had made a mistake somewhere and the enemy had discovered them? On hearing Ling Lan's words, Little 4's eyes lit up and, nodding away, he said, Yup, their objective is most likely to pull off an ambush. Ling Lan made a snap decision and instructed Little 4, immediately report any changes in the situation to me, especially anything transpiring in the skies. You haven't forgotten what happened 6 years ago, right? Ling Lan couldn't help but recall the incident on planet Demon Beast, where the Twilight Empire had managed to pull off an airborne offensive. Ling Lan thought so, because the First Men's Military Academy in its current location was closely monitored by the ground forces, which made it impossible for any enemy nation to successfully invade it with large armies. Instead, they had employed such extravagant tactics as to create a total transmission lockdown, showing that their ambush this time was no petty skirmish. Since a ground invasion was impossible, a direct approach from the air was very likely. This was precisely why Ling Lan had especially notified Little Four to observe the skies. As soon as Ling Lan was done instructing Little Four, her eyes sprang open, and with a shove of her right hand, she leapt down from the bed. She rapidly put on the academy uniform, opened the door to her room, and in a few steps, she arrived at the room closest to hers. Ling Lan did not choose to knock politely, instead kicking the door in with a ferocious stomp. With a violent bang, Ling Lan blew the doorway open, the door itself crashing into the room from the force of the kick. A crack was heard as the door was smashed to smithereens by some force mid-flight, the aftershock sending the splinters exploding outward. The first thing Ling Lan saw was a fist, and then someone on the bed somersaulted to the floor. Qi Long, who was naked above the waist and wearing only a pair of boxers, had one hand against the ground, poised like a cheetah waiting for any opportunity to strike. Ling Lan glanced coolly at the sculpted, powerful body of Qi Long and his rippling muscles, and suppressed her envy. She said emotionlessly, "Enemy invasion, prepare for combat." Such a formidable physique would never be hers in this lifetime, thought Ling Lan regretfully. The tension Qi Long felt upon his rude awakening had abated when he saw that his own boss was the one standing in the doorway, but at his boss's words, his heart started racing again. He stood up quickly and, retrieving the academy uniform hanging by the bed in one fluid motion, dressed rapidly. Before catching up to Ling Lan, asking anxiously, "Boss, what happened?" "I don't know. I'm only guessing that the military academy is probably being targeted for a large-scale enemy attack right now," said Ling Lan as they walked. Very soon they had come to the door of Luo Lang's room, and without even thinking about it, Ling Lan once again whipped out a savage kick to send the door flying open. However, the door opened to an empty room. Just then, a person suddenly leapt out from the side, striking out ferociously at Ling Lan's face. Ling Lan calmly raised her right hand and caught the attacker's powerful fist with a palm. "Boss, it's you." Luo Lang saw that Boss Ling Lan was the one who had seized his fist and instantly let out a sigh of relief, crying out in joy. Apparently, the ruckus from Qi Long's room had startled the sleeping Luo Lang awake. He had thought that something was wrong and so had swiftly put on his clothes and hid behind the wall right by the door. When his door had been kicked open, he had then charged out to punch the intruder. Ling Lan let go of Luo Lang's fist, and casting down a cold glance, she said, "Luo Lang, keep up." Luo Lang retracted his hand. Seeing the grim look on Ling Lan's face, he knew something had happened. Silently, he followed his boss, though he surreptitiously poked Qi Long beside him. Qi Long turned his head and mouthed silently, "Enemy invasion." Luo Lang's gaze turned cold. For his boss to be so concerned, this enemy invasion must be noteworthy. His thoughts ran along the same line Ling Lan's had, thinking of the events that had transpired at the Swift Dragon base. Could it be that the events there had caused them to be discovered? However, looking at his boss's frigid expression, Luo Lang did not dare to ask any questions. Coming to the second floor, Ling Lan gave a signal to Qi Long and Luo Lang, motioning for them to split up and wake up Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, and Xie Yi respectively. Very soon, everyone was awake. Fully dressed in their uniforms, they gathered at the living room downstairs. Ling Lan was seated primly on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing reflexively glanced at one another and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had only been woken up by Luo Lang and Qi Long without being told what was going on. Han Jijian walked down the stairs with a thoughtful expression. Coming to stand before Ling Lan, he waited for his boss to give him a definite answer. "At present, our ground control has lost all contact with all the satellites in the space above this planet. It has been as long as 5 minutes. Ling Lan swept her gaze over everyone present and told them about the present situation. Ling Lan's words gave everyone a shock, particularly Han Jijian and Luo Lang. Aware of the importance of intelligence, they knew very well what this represented. It's an enemy invasion, concluded Han Jijian with conviction. Luo Lang nodded in agreement. He had come to the same conclusion as Han Jijian. In contrast to Ling Lan's uncertain speculation, Han Jijian and Luo Lang were obviously much more certain. My guess is the same. And I think the invasion will be coming from outer space. Ling Lan reflexively looked out at the starry sky outside the window. Wasn't the pitch darkness of the night sky a perfect setting for an air invasion? Ling Lan's words caused everyone's expression to change. If things were really as boss had said, then their first men's military academy was in danger. Boiling over with anxiety, Xie blurted, "Boss, then what should we do? I have already taken control of the ground radar as well as all of the aerial monitoring equipment of the military academy. The moment I notice anything, I will sound the alarm of the entire academy." Ling Lan told her companions of her plans. Why not just sound the alarm now? This will make it easier for the ground forces to have time to put up their guard, asked Han Jijian, puzzled. Unfortunately, there is nothing strange in the radar or the surveillance equipment. Without proof, their first response would be to suspect that the academy mainframe has been hacked. Then, they might put in all their effort to investigate this matter. The potential loss outweighs the potential gains. I don't want to have this backfire on us to the enemy's gain. Ling Lan shared her concerns. If the ground forces turned all their attention internally as a result, Ling Lan would surely regret it endlessly. Initially aiming to disrupt an enemy's invasion but ending up creating an even better opportunity for the invasion instead, Ling Lan would not do such a stupid thing. But losing contact with the satellites is a fact. As long as they learn of this, they should become wary. Han Jijian could not understand why his boss was worrying like this. From his perspective, the matter was simple. As long as the ground forces knew that they had lost contact with the satellites for several minutes, they would certainly think of the possibility of an air invasion. After listening to Han Jijian's words, a bitter smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. What if, the equipment displays of all the ground devices connected to the satellites still show that everything is normal? Only a fearsome existence such as Little Four could experience firsthand the truth that they had lost contact with the satellites. Meanwhile, all the equipment were showing that everything was fine, and even the top-class hackers could sense nothing wrong. This was also why Ling Lan was forced to wait for something concrete to happen. These words of Ling Lan finally caused the complexion of the composed Han Jijian to change. Boss, are you saying that there is no indication on the ground equipment about the loss of connection? But the fact is that we've already lost contact with the satellites. Ling Lan nodded and said, yes. Only hackers who have reached a certain level would be able to notice the problem. If Little Four had not loved to roam and wander about so much, he might have overlooked the problem as well. Han Jijian's entire face turned grim. Who would have expected the enemy to go to such expense to accomplish such a thing? Rumor has it that only Imperial-level hackers and above can do something like this. Although our military academy has cultivated many hackers, it has never once produced an Imperial-level one. Even in the entire Federation, the number of Imperial hackers can be counted on one hand. It is to be expected that the ground forces will never notice that the satellites have been tampered with. Tampered with? Han Jijian's words caused Ling Lan's mind to jolt, an idea appearing in her mind's eye which would resolve their current passive situation. Ling Lan excitedly called out to Little Four, can you fabricate an image of the satellites transmitting? Ling Lan's words made Little Four roll his eyes and he said with a pout, Boss, you're underestimating me too much. This kind of thing, I can do it even with my eyes closed. Was it necessary to ask him about such a simple thing? When would his boss have a little more faith in him? That's good. Little Four's words sent a bolt of glee through Ling Lan's heart. She began instructing Little Four on what he had to do. As Ling Lan elaborated, Little Four's gaze became brighter and brighter. In the end, he patted his chest and told Ling Lan to leave it all to him. After accepting Ling Lan's arrangements, Little Four vanished. As if letting down a great burden, Ling Lan's mood became instantly much more relaxed. She thought about it for a bit and then said to Lin Zhongqing, contact Li Lanfeng, Li Xiyu, and Chang Xinyuan immediately. Let the three of them gather here at our place right away. After that, she told the others, "You all, immediately contact all the team leaders of the new cadet regiment. Tell them about this news." At this point, Ling Lan suddenly got up from the sofa and walked over to the window to stare up at the endless night sky. After several seconds of silent contemplation, she said icily, "Tell them to gather all their team members, be on standby, and be prepared to fight." "Yes, boss." Everyone sprang into motion. About 5 minutes later, the initially still and silent school suddenly rang with the ear-splitting screech of an enemy invasion alarm. When Ling Lan heard the alarm rip through the night air, the corners of her lips tilted up despite herself. If the enemy truly thought they could easily consume this entire school, then just let them try. Qi Long and the others, who had been sitting to one side quietly, leapt up at the cacophony and asked, "Boss, has the enemy been sighted?" Ling Lan composedly sat on the sofa, shook her head and said, "No." Then this alarm. Qi Long was confused now. They had all heard the conversation between Boss and Han Jijian. Boss had clearly said that he would only sound the alarm once the enemy had been sighted. "I was indeed the one who sounded the alarm," replied Ling Lan calmly. "Didn't you say that without any proof, the ground forces will not believe it?" asked Han Jijian, bewildered, unsure why his boss had suddenly changed his mind. "They can tamper with the displays, but we can also tamper with the displays." Ling Lan's lips pulled into a cold curve. Ling Lan's reply made everyone's eyes light up. All of them knew what Ling Lan meant. Indeed, if the other side could make it so the satellite displays registered everything as normal, then they too could make it so that the satellite displays indicated some problem. Most people were just trapped by fixed ideas, believing that attack methods could only be used on an enemy. Sometimes, for the greater picture, these methods could also be applied to one's own side. Han Jijian cast a searching glance at the composed Boss Lan before him, his heart maxed out with admiration. While they were still thinking within the box, Boss Lan had already thrown the box wide open. His every action was already beyond any fixed boundaries of thinking. Whether something was good or bad, he could take and use it, as long as the final outcome was advantageous to their side. Other than that, there was one more thing. Han Jijian had always thought Boss Lan was just a top-class hacker, but now it looked like he should already be at the level of Imperial-class hacker, as expected of their boss, still as unfathomable even when it came to other domains. Enemy invasion, all ground troops are commanded to enter combat mode. All anti-air cannons on the ground to be aimed towards the sky. Prepare to fire. The commander of the ground forces had received the images sent by the satellites and had instantly broken out into cold sweat. He immediately ordered the ground forces to begin moving. The sudden appearance of countless starships in the images as well as those golden metallic eggs spewing from the ships proved that this was a fearsome aerial invasion. Thank God for the timely images sent by the satellites, otherwise they would have been finished over here. Reporting to the chief. There is no sign of any unidentified flying objects in the sky on the radars. Everything is normal. Very soon, all the radar surveillance centers send over the latest updates. They had not discovered anything wrong in the skies above. This situation bewildered the commander. What in the world was going on? Why didn't the ground radars pick up anything as indicated by the images from the satellites? Where exactly was the problem? Chief, do you still remember the Planet Demon Beast invasion incident in that top-secret military report 6 years ago? The adjutant by the commander's side found the situation equally puzzling, but his gaze suddenly lit up at this recollection and he quickly alerted the commander. The commander came to a realization and hurriedly ordered the staff officer beside him, quickly. Get me the information on the invasion of Planet Demon Beast 6 years ago. It took only a few seconds for the information on the Planet Demon Beast invasion to be displayed on the large screen of the command center. When the commander saw that familiar egg-shaped object, he was instantly enlightened. Rage burned brightly in his heart and he cursed out loud, God *mit, it's those King Twilightians again. Chief, according to the data, the metal of the eggs can avoid radar detection. The adjutant managed to find the info he wanted with a quick skim of the data. It looked like he had remembered correctly, radars were useless against these egg-shaped metal objects. So that's how it is. Issue the order, do not trust the radars, use infrared telescopes to search the skies. The commander had also seen that piece of information. Slamming a palm down hard on the surface before him, he commanded angrily. Yes. Chief. The officers below the commander acknowledged his order and passed on his instructions. While the anti-air ground cannoneer troops were watching the skies intently, the team leaders of the new cadet regiment were leading all their team members to gather before Ling Lan's villa. Li Lanfeng, Li Xiu, and Chang Xinyuan were the last to arrive as their accommodations were the furthest away from Ling Lan's villa. When they saw the crowd gathered in the little garden before the villa, even as they were astonished, they could feel the potential power behind Ling Lan. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw 20 people either standing or sitting all around the room. When he saw these people, Li Lanfeng's gaze flickered subtly. He recognized all these people. The Wuji Mecha clan had collected detailed information on the new cadet regiment previously. These people were all the team leaders in the new cadet regiment, and were likely to be the leaders of battle clans in the future. For now, they were all members of Ling Lan's new cadet regiment. Ling Lan was currently seated on the sofa. Seeing Li Lanfeng and the other two arrive, she merely gave them a look signaling them to go find Qi Long. Li Lanfeng and the others knew that Ling Lan was in the middle of a discussion with these people, so they made no sound, silently moving to Qi Long side. Qi Long saw them coming and then told them about the situation. Li Lanfeng was shocked by the news. After receiving the text to come, he had been rushing over when he had suddenly heard the sound of sirens, so he knew something major must have happened, but he had never expected that things would be so serious. However, Li Lanfeng quickly pushed the shock to the back of his mind. He focused his attention on Ling Lan, wanting to know what Ling Lan was discussing with the team leaders. After listening for a while, Li Lanfeng's expression became more and more grim. He did not expect the rabbit to be so daring, actually setting his sights on the mecha storehouse during such a dangerous moment. Clearly, the upcoming battle will be a mecha battlefield. We are personally too weak to stand against mecha. We have no way at all to resist, to protect ourselves. So, we need to obtain weapons equal to the enemy's, stated Ling Lan coldly. Boss Lan, it's not that we don't trust your judgment, but we have never used real mecha before, especially those members of the lower ranks. Some have only begun learning how to operate mecha in Mecha World. They will not be able to put up any fight at all. At this time, one team leader shared the real situation of the members below him. His words received the agreement of quite a number of the team leaders, because they too had a significant number of members like that under them. Is that so? Ling Lan frowned at those words. Because all her team members could operate mecha, she had temporarily forgotten that not every team was as fearsome as her team one. After some thought, Ling Lan said, "It's my mistake, then let's do this instead. We'll split into two groups. Those who have confidence in their skills can come with me, while those who cannot operate mecha yet will form another team." Here, Ling Lan paused. Very soon, she handed out a document to all the team leaders and pointed out a spot marked with a red star. The other team will go to this location. It is the most secure anti-air stronghold of the military academy. Once they are inside, they will not have to worry about their safety any longer. It was naturally Little Four who had found this safe anti-air base as well. Right after they had arrived at the school, Little Four had already mapped out every single nook and cranny of the campus, whether it was open or hidden away. The school had around 30 anti-air facilities, but only 3 were the best in terms of sturdiness and safety. The one Ling Lan had marked out was the one closest to them out of the 3. Seeing this map, Wu Jiom was startled. He lifted his head to stare at Ling Lan, wondering, could it be that Boss Lan's hacker powers were already so strong that there was nowhere in this school which was barred to him? Coming from a military family, he knew very well that this map was definitely a confidential document. For Ling Lan to have gotten his hands on it within such a short time frame, he must have used some extraordinary means. As if noticing the suspicion in Wu Jiong's eyes, Li Lanfeng, who had been closely observing the proceedings all this while, quickly spoke up, "This map was given to Boss Lan by me." Li Lanfeng may have been too concerned about the rabbit and had not taken the time to reflect on the matter. Since these team leaders were all part of the new cadet regiment, they should already know a thing or two about the regiment commander Ling Lan's abilities. When he had spoken up, there had only been one thought in Li Lanfeng's mind, and that was that he must help the rabbit hide his secrets. Li Lanfeng's words made a trace of surprise flash across Ling Lan's eyes, but when she saw the worry contained in Li Lanfeng's eyes, she instantly understood why Li Lanfeng had said what he had said. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked up slightly, her heart suffused with pleasure. So it turned out that it felt pretty good to have someone worry for you. Basking in the enjoyment of this feeling, Ling Lan did not say anything to refute Li Lanfeng's statement. She leaned back on the sofa with a half-smile, waiting to see how Li Lanfeng would flesh out his lie. Li Lanfeng's unexpected interjection made Wu Jiong turn his head to look at him in surprise. When he saw Li Lanfeng, his brow furrowed noticeably. In contrast to Ling Lan and Qi Long, who only focused on their own matters, Wu Jiong was clearly more like a true regiment commander. Over this period of time, he had completely grasped the information of the high-level people associated with the various major factions, and Li Lanfeng was one of them. Wu Jiong remembered very clearly that Li Lanfeng was the primary strategist of the Wuji Mecha clan. Even though the Wuji Mecha clan had taken in a new strategist this year, threatening his position within the faction, it could not be denied that the Wuji Mecha clan's dominance over the Central Academy faction to stay in third place these past few years was definitely due to this person's strategies. As a newborn faction, the other factions of the military academy were all rivals of the new cadet regiment. As such, this person should be someone on the opposing side, so why had he shown up here? With an expression filled with wariness, Wu Jiong asked coldly, as the strategist of the academies. Number 3 faction, the Wuji Mecha clan, I'd like to know why you chose to hand this map to our regiment commander. Wu Jiong had no doubts that this map had been submitted by Li Lanfeng. As the primary strategist of the Wuji Mecha clan and a senior cadet who had hung around the academy for 4 years, it was still very possible for the other to obtain a top-secret map like this one. Li Lanfeng cast his gaze at Ling Lan, a subtle sense of pleading in his eyes, as if hoping for Ling Lan to work with him here. Seeing this, Ling Lan nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it is indeed as he said." As expected of a black-bellied fellow, lies coming so easily to his lips. Ling Lan found that she really did not know Li Lanfeng. Still, Ling Lan believed that Li Lanfeng's sincerity in wanting to join her battle clan was indisputable, even while he remained unaware of her true identity. This was why Ling Lan still chose to believe in Li Lanfeng even after learning of his true identity. Wu Jiong was skeptical over Li Lanfeng's words, because no matter how you looked at it, the bright future of the Wuji Mecha clan as one of the top 3 factions in the school was obviously much more attractive than the uncertain fate of the new cadet regiment. An intelligent person typically would not abandon Wuji and choose the new cadet regiment, and Li Lanfeng was precisely one of those most intelligent people. Wu Jiong was not satisfied with Li Lanfeng's explanation, but seeing how composed Ling Lan was, he put aside the suspicions he harbored in his heart. Wu Jiong believed that since Ling Lan dared to take in Li Lanfeng, he must have some plan in mind. Perhaps there was some deeper meaning behind all this. Wu Jiong did not want to ruin Boss Lan's great plan by doing anything unnecessary. However, Wu Jiong still could not help making a slight threat. "I hope you manage to do what you say, don't disappoint Boss Lan. Strategists or whatever are the worst, they are all a bunch of inscrutable people with bellies full of plots and schemes." Wu Jiong was rather leery of people like that. In response to Wu Jiong's threat, Li Lanfeng retained his usual smile just as if he had heard nothing, as composed as ever. This discouraged Wu Jiong somewhat. As expected, the other was not someone easy to handle. At this point, Ling Lan could tell that this matter had come to a close. Not having to explain the source of the map made things considerably easier for Ling Lan. With a stern expression, she ordered all the team leaders, tally up the numbers immediately. 5 minutes later, I want to know the final name lists for both groups. Yes, Regiment Commander, replied everyone respectfully. 5 minutes went by quickly and the name lists were submitted. At this time, 10 or so kilometers away from the academy, a sudden loud roaring of artillery firing could be heard, the flash from the shots lighting up the initially dark night. Everyone in the living room, other than Ling Lan, instantly leapt towards the windows. Looking up into the sky above, they saw that countless metal eggs had appeared. This scene caused all their faces to change. Although they trusted Boss Lan's judgment, really seeing it was another matter. When the night sky had been cut by the flares of artillery fire, what came into sight was a sky full of metal eggs, shocking them all to the core, or had truly descended upon them. Ling Lan calmly scanned the two lists in her hands and then clapping her hands together, she said loudly, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie had been rendered dumbstruck by the scene in the sky. Suddenly hearing Ling Lan shout out their names, they shivered and quickly replied, Here. You two, immediately lead the second team to the anti-air stronghold. Ling Lan handed the second name list to Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's gaze flickered but he did not reach out to take the list, as if somewhat hesitant to accept Ling Lan's orders. Ling Lan continued to say, You both should know where the mecha storehouse is. We will wait for you two there. I cannot trust anyone else with this second group. When Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie heard this, they were instantly filled with the feeling that it would be worth dying for someone who understood them. Wu Jiong nodded emphatically as he accepted the name list and replied, Boss Lan, Yingjie, and I will definitely make sure to escort them safely to the anti-air shelter. Beside him, Li Yingjie also patted his chest in agreement that they would definitely complete the task given to them successfully. All right. This was the first time Li Yingjie, who liked strutting around causing trouble, had been entrusted with such an important task. In his excitement, his admiration for Boss Lan grew. Sure enough, Boss Lan was still the person who knew him best. It actually felt so amazing to be trusted. Okay, then I'll leave everything to you both, said Ling Lan solemnly before turning to look at Chang Xinyuan to say, Chang Xinyuan, you follow them. Chang Xinyuan's expression changed and he asked, Why, Boss Lan? This is a real battle. Your mecha control skills will not keep you alive on the battlefield. Ling Lan did not care about protecting Chang Xinyuan's feelings, bluntly telling him the reason for her order. This was not Mecha World, where Chang Xinyuan had his own modified mecha. All the mecha in the mecha storehouse would be standard mecha. Like Ling Lan had said, to survive the battlefield, they would need to rely on their own control skills and techniques. Ling Lan's merciless words made Chang Xinyuan lower his head in shame. Ling Lan saw the dejected Chang Xinyuan and gave a mental sigh. It looked like she would not be able to set aside the role of spiritual life coach anytime soon. Thus, she said, there will be many more opportunities to fight. Train your control skills up well after this so that, at that time, you will be able to move alongside us. Ling Lan's words of reassurance did not make Chang Xinyuan feel much better. He clenched his fists tight with his head bowed, an uncontrollable sense of disappointment and rage in his heart. He was disappointed because he was being left behind again. This was already the second time, and the reason for both times was the same. His mecha control skills were not up to par. He knew that the support members of other battle clans typically would not go to the battlefield personally, using their talents to serve their battle clans from the rear instead. However, he did not want to become that type of support member. He wanted to be Lin Zhongqing, or Li Shiyu, or Han Jijian. They were all support members, but their combat prowess was formidable enough that he looked up to them. The more time he spent with them, the more keenly he felt his incompetence. The modification innate talent he was so proud of had no place at all here. Yes, he was angry at his own helplessness. If he had just spent a little more effort in the past to train up his mecha control skills, perhaps he would not have had to be left behind now. However, this was the last time. He absolutely would not allow Boss Lan to leave him behind for the third time. Chang Xinyuan made this solemn vow to himself. Then, he lifted his head decisively to look at his boss and say firmly, I will no longer be the weak link, Boss Lan. I will do what I say. Even Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie standing to one side could feel Chang Xinyuan's determination, and they found their admiration growing even more for Ling Lan's ability to attract talent. Those who Boss Lan took in, no matter how useless they were at first, would soon go through tremendous changes, and this was something they could not replicate. Chang Xinyuan's words made Ling Lan's heart move. She nodded seriously and said, I believe you. Ling Lan was more than glad to see a team member want to become stronger. Right after that, Ling Lan turned to look at Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie and said, take action immediately. If the enemy manages to land successfully and get into the school, you all really won't be able to move anywhere anymore. The dormitory district was equipped with a full defensive beam shield. Once it activated due to artillery fire, those within the district would not be able to get out anymore, unless this defensive shield was broken by external forces. Ling Lan did not think highly of this defensive beam shield. In her eyes, this was a design failure, which forced the students inside to become turtles in a jar. The moment the defensive beam shield was shattered, those cadets made to remain within the dormitory district would be served up to the enemy on a platter. This was also why Ling Lan had asked the students of the new cadet regiment to relocate to the anti-air shelter. Yes, Boss Lan. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjian knew that time was short. Without further delay, they immediately went outside with Chang Xinyuan and led the second group swiftly away from Ling Lan's villa, sprinting towards their destination. Following the departure of Group 2, the new cadet regiment which originally stood at near 300 members suddenly lost about half their number. Only about a little more than 100 members remained, and most of them were ex-students of the Central Scout Academy. They had fought alongside Ling Lan during the Grand Armed Melee, as well as hijacked a spaceship with her. Now, under Ling Lan's lead once more, they were about to break into the military academy's mecha storehouse and engage in real mecha battle much earlier than expected. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, they were not afraid to fight, thoughts of the upcoming battle made them immensely excited instead. It should be known that only cadets with exceptional results would have the chance to board real mecha and battle with them in their third year at the academy. Otherwise, they would only be able to use real mecha in their fourth year. But now, under Ling Lan's lead, this moment was brought forward by 2 to 3 years. They were even heading straight into the actual combat stage. This once again reinforced the notion that if they followed Boss Lan, they would definitely have lots of thrills to sink their teeth into one and would be able to do some things they would never have dared to even dream of on their own. Ling Lan looked around at these unusually excited faces and was secretly rather worried. Being too excited was not a bad thing, but they could not lose their calm. In particular, all these people had followed her since the Central Scout Academy days. Every time she pushed to do something outrageous, these schoolmates would support her without any hesitation or regret. It could be said that without their support, the Grand Armed Melee back then would never have been launched at all. And without their full cooperation, taking control of the spaceship would not have gone so smoothly. This time, she had boldly chosen to break into the mecha storehouse. Although a part of it was indeed a matter of personal safety, in the face of an overwhelming horde of enemy mecha, only mecha could provide Ling Lan with a sense of safety, a larger part was because she truly wanted to give these schoolmates who trusted her an extra measure of protection and the ability to truly decide their own survival. This way, she hoped that after tonight, she would still be able to see these schoolmates tomorrow. Ling Lan's entire aura unfolded as her ice-cold gaze swept dispassionately over the gathered people. Everyone there felt the icy blade of her gaze scrape across their skin, a chill rising from within them, and their initially restless excitement instantly cooled down. Seeing the clarity and level-headedness in everyone's eyes once again, only then did Ling Lan say slowly, "I repeat once more that this is a real battle, not a game. It is not the virtual mecha world where you can revive again after dying. The enemy we are about to face are real enemies. They are experienced battle veterans, they are fearsome executioners. If we die, it will be true death. There is no second chance. Even so, will you all still follow me to the mecha storehouse and operate mecha to fight the enemy to the death? Fight! Fight! Fight!" Ling Lan's words caused everyone's blood to boil. They seemed to have returned back to the time of the Grand Armed Melee. Ling Lan had asked something similar back then. That year, the same words shouted by the 100,000 or so students of the 7th grade at the same time had seemed much more grand and impressive. "Then, I'll set the battle plan. Everyone, listen closely." Ling Lan once again circulated her spiritual power, funneling her words forcefully into the spiritual well of these 100 or so students. "We will move and fight in small units. Remember, do not fight alone. Always keep in mind that while we fight for ourselves, we are also fighting for the comrades beside us. And one last thing. That is, we must come back alive." When Ling Lan roared out that final phrase, she used her strongest burst of spiritual power yet. She was about to lead her schoolmates in breaking into the mecha storehouse to fight with the enemy, all so that the students would live and become stronger. She did not want them to die here. Ling Lan's words rallied the spirits of the cadets. The words, "Come back alive," was imprinted deeply in their minds. At the same time, they glanced in unplanned unison at the companions by their sides, and their initially somewhat uneasy hearts settled. At the sight of their friends, their agitation and uncertainty silently faded away. Boss Lon was right, they still had their comrades beside them, they were not fighting alone. Just like that, Ling Lan led the 100-odd students away from the dormitory district in a rapid sprint towards the mecha storehouse about 10 kilometers away. In the meantime, far away in the opposite direction of their route, the endless roar of artillery fire sounded, accompanied by the occasional burst of fire illuminating the night sky. As the ground forces had been unable to locate their targets with the radars, they could only rely on manual infrared telescopes to search out the enemy. After waiting patiently for more than 10 minutes, those airborne visitors they had waited so long for finally appeared in the sights of their infrared telescopes. "Chief, there's news. Countless unidentified objects have really appeared in the air above." The ground control headquarters, which had been waiting for news all this time, finally obtained the verification they needed. Son of AB*TCH. Those F*Kers have finally come. The commander brusquely tore off his cap and threw it onto the ground. He tugged on his sleeves and then bellowed, "All artillery units, prepare to fire. Once the enemy is within range, shoot without mercy." "Yes, Chief." The commander's words were very quickly transmitted by his subordinate officers. After some thought, the commander added, "Let the ground mecha forces prepare for battle. Those metal eggs must all contain mecha. Any mecha fortunate enough to survive and land are to be swiftly handled by the mecha teams." The commander's orders were quickly passed on to the ground mecha troops. The mecha troops had long made preparations for battle. Receiving this order, they immediately dispersed with a column of troops making up each combat unit. Based on the information they had received from above, the metal eggs were raining down from all over, so no one would be able to tell which nook and cranny might have an enemy mecha which had landed successfully. Therefore, they had no choice but to spread out and search for those enemy mecha that had been lucky enough to evade the artillery fire. Meanwhile, at this time, the starships in the skies had no idea that the secret invasion plan they had believed to be so flawless had been exposed by the presence of a miraculous intelligence entity. It had created some false information, allowing the ground forces to react in time and make the appropriate tactical arrangements. Finally, the metal eggs entered the range of the ground artillery. All of the cannons opened fire simultaneously, and the darkness of the night was suddenly ripped asunder by countless streaks of blazing fire as projectiles struck the first batch of metal eggs closest to the ground. After being struck by artillery fire, the metal eggs abruptly split open, dropping 3 or 4 mecha from within it. Some of the mecha still seemed fairly intact, but some had been instantly destroyed by the force of the artillery fire. Although the metal eggs had the ability to hide from radars, there was a condition. The items loaded inside the eggs could not have any energy responses, otherwise this concealment ability would be disrupted. Thus, all of the mecha contained within the eggs were turned off. The operators inside had planned to only activate their mecha in the final 100 meters before they landed and break out of the egg's shell. Then, mecha which were stripped of their defenses were fragile. If a vital point was hit, it too would not be able to withstand a single attack from a normal cannon. What is going on here? How did the ground forces learn about our sneak attack? The situation below was very quickly grasped by the fleet in space. The commander-in-chief could not help but growl furiously when he saw the tragic scene occurring below. The situation is unclear right now. In any case, it's already been confirmed that the ground forces below are prepared. I'm afraid our ambush plan has been exposed. The adjutant could not help but swipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he said to the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief breathed deeply a few times before quashing the rage beating at the walls of his chest. He knew that anger would not help anything, since it was certain that their sneak attack had failed, then they could only proceed with brute force. Coming to a decision instantly, he ordered, "Notify the men below. Let all mecha activate in advance. Break the shells now and attack." His orders were transmitted to the metal eggs, and those eggs which had yet to enter the range of the cannon suddenly burst open. From within them, activated mecha emerged to descend swiftly, zooming towards the ground. God *mit, these cannons can't penetrate the beam shields of the mecha, said a commanding officer, frustrated. He had observed this scene from a watchtower with an infrared telescope. Initially, he was hoping to destroy a few more of these metal eggs so that there would be fewer enemy mecha landing on the planet's surface. The fewer the better, but now it looked like things would not be that easy. The enemy was very alert. Seeing that their sneak attack had failed, they had immediately switched to a direct attack. Following the appearance of the mecha, the initially silent radars suddenly began screeching. Countless dots representing the enemy's mecha popped up all over the radar display. By this point, everyone now knew that those metal eggs must have some radar shielding functions. It was lucky that the commander had been astute enough to see through the ruse and had told them to give up on the radars in favor of infrared telescopes instead. Although their search range would be limited by 7 to 8 times less, at least they had not been blind anymore and had been able to locate the invading enemy. The first few enemy mecha were already close to the ground. Just as they were rejoicing over their fortune in evading the cannon fire, they were struck in quick succession by several beam shots. A few unprepared enemy mecha died instantly, exploding. It turned out that the mecha columns waiting on the ground had all fired when they saw the enemy land, welcoming these enemy mecha with their beam guns. Soon, the ground mecha forces and the enemy mecha descending from the skies began to fight. The flames of war very rapidly spread to the ground, when an errant missile fired by God knows who shot into the dormitory district of the 1st Men's Military Academy, the already startled awake district was instantly enveloped by a localized beam shield. Those inside could not come out, while those outside could not go in either. Unless the administration of the academy decided to override and get the mainframe to turn it off or an external force destroyed the shield would stand. If the latter happened, it would pretty much spell the loss of the Federation. The final outcome would be the complete annihilation of all the students in the dormitory district. The commander of ground control saw the dazzling beam shield appearing suddenly behind the ground troops, and he could not help but be greatly annoyed. Wasn't this just setting up a clear target for the enemy? Telling them, quick, come attack this spot. Which idiot had designed this procedure? Although it must have been out of good intentions, one, in the darkness of the night, set against such a chaotic and complicated attack situation, this was an absolutely foolish and reckless response. Worried, the commander could not help but growl angrily at the officer beside him. God *mit, let the frontline warriors hold off the offense. We must not let the enemy's attacks reach the dormitory district of the military academy. The future seedlings of hope of the Federation were there. Any students who could enter the 1st Men's Military Academy were sure to be the top talents of the Federation. Every single one was an elite with great potential which they could not afford to lose. Right then, Little Four was still trying to make contact with those out-of-reach satellites, but unfortunately, till now, he had had no luck at all. He could not find any bit of signal from the various major satellites. This made him feel rather discouraged. He understood that the moment he left the virtual world and had his signal jammed by the enemy, he would be worthless. Luckily, he had perfectly completed the task his boss had assigned to him. He had taken the images from the invasion of Planet Demon Beast 6 years ago and modified them to fabricate an image of the attack tonight. Then, faking a satellite transmission, he had sent the images to the Intelligence Department of Ground Control, giving the ground troops enough time to prepare. Watching those enemies descending from the skies being caught off guard by the ground forces, Little Four was pumped up. At the same time, he found his admiration for his boss growing even further, even thinking for a moment that his boss was a god, being able to guess so accurately how the enemy was invading. Frankly, Little Four was overthinking things. Ling Lan had only hoped for the ground forces to be prepared, and the invasion of Planet Demon Beast 6 years ago just so happened to be an air invasion as well, which fit the situation tonight very well. Thus, Ling Lan had made an impromptu decision to borrow the images from them. In fact, Ling Lan had no idea who the invading enemy was tonight or how they were attacking. It should be said that Ling Lan's luck was extraordinary. The images she had asked Little Four to send just so happened to match the truth. This great stroke of luck deftly concealed any sign of her interference. In the post-war analysis later on, both the Federation and Caesar would come to the same conclusion, believing that Caesar's satellite shielding technology was not sufficiently advanced, thus allowing one of the satellites to capture and transmit the images of their sneak attack. The difference, however, was that the Federation would be relieved and gleeful about this point, while Caesar would be frustrated that the flaw in their technology had appeared at such a critical moment. Still, as the battle progressed, the enemy adjusted to the situation and the inherent uncertainty of battle began to reveal itself. The fighting soon spread across the ground, and massive numbers of casualties began to appear among the ground forces. Meanwhile, an endless stream of mecha continued to descend from above. This made Little Four feel somewhat unsettled. At a loss, Little Four could only run back to ask for his boss's opinion, taking the opportunity to update his boss on the current battle situation as well. Frankly, as they were moving, when Ling Lan had seen the dormitory district suddenly become a shining beacon, she had sensed that the situation might soon become unfavorable for the Federation. Now, hearing Little Four's report, she knew that if the satellites continued to be sealed away so reinforcements could not be summoned in time, it would be very difficult for the ground forces to hold out for long on their own. Ling Lan was well aware of the power of a mecha. It was impossible to destroy even just a common lower mecha without suicidal-style attacks from a whole column of warriors too. They needed to send out the news of the attack here as soon as possible. Ling Lan made a split decision to use the emergency helpline her father had given to her before he had left 3. Ling Lan and Ling Xiao were all disciples of the Divine Command sect. As a sect specializing in the cultivation of spiritual power, they naturally possessed a way to request for backup without the need for advanced high-tech signals. Before Ling Xiao had departed from the academy, because he just could not push aside his worry, he had deposited a cord of his spiritual power within Ling Lan's mind. If Ling Lan found herself in any danger, she would only need to shake and detonate Ling Xiao's spiritual power. No matter how far away Ling Xiao was, he would be able to sense a disturbance in his spiritual power. Even though he would not be able to know the specific details, this strange occurrence would be enough to let Ling Xiao know that Ling Lan was in danger. Ling Lan decisively shook and detonated Ling Xiao's cord of spiritual power. Her body jerked and her face turned pale. Detonating spiritual power stored within one's mind would deal a certain amount of damage to the bearer. This was also why Ling Xiao had emphasized that this method should only be used when she felt the situation was extremely dire. The strange shift in Ling Lan's condition drew the attention of her companions. Qi Long asked quietly, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. We should increase our pace." "Time is running out," said Ling Lan calmly, forcibly suppressing the discomfort she felt in her spiritual power. After that, her speed picked up once more. Seeing Ling Lan speed up like nothing was wrong, her companions let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. They sped up after Ling Lan. Only Li Lanfeng frowned as he stared at Ling Lan's still pale complexion, a trace of worry flashing across his eyes. Right then, on the military ship of the 23 RD Division's assessment team, seated on the captain's seat, resting, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly sprang open. He shot up in his seat, his initially mild and gentle aura turning cold in an instant. This caused the nonchalantly chatting officers by his side to fall silent instantly, turning to stare in bewilderment at this usually always mild-mannered Sir General. Ling Xiao had no mind to keep up appearances at this time, because he had sensed a sudden tug on his spiritual self. This meant that the spiritual deposit he had left in Ling Lan's mind had been hit and dispersed by someone. "Contact the First Men's Military Academy immediately. Find out what's going on there," ordered Ling Xiao with an icy expression. Without a smile on his face, Ling Xiao actually looked a lot like Ling Lan, as expected of a father and a daughter. "Contact established. The other party has responded that all is as usual," the operator responsible for external communications quickly replied. Ling Xiao frowned when he heard this. If Ling Lan had detonated the spiritual power he had left in her mind, that must mean that some huge problem she could not handle on her own had cropped up where she was. He immediately tried to connect to Ling Lan's communicator but only received a busy signal in return. A cold glint passed through Ling Xiao's eyes, and he attempted to contact the old principal of the First Men's Military Academy, but still, all he received was just a busy signal. Ling Zhao's gaze had become extremely shadowed by this time. He lifted his head to order once more, submit a request to the other side. Tell them we will be arriving at Planet New Line tomorrow and to please allow us safe passage. The operator was taken aback, but he very quickly transmitted Ling Zhao's words over to the other side. A few seconds later, the other party responded and the operator immediately reported, "General, the other side answered that Planet New Line is currently off-limits to all visitors. The ban will only be lifted 3 days later. They hope we will cooperate and change our flight plan or wait for the ban to lift." Something has really happened. By now, there was no longer any doubt in Ling Zhao's mind. His request had only been a probe. Having just departed from Planet New Line themselves, he naturally knew there was no so-called ban order for Planet New Line. Activate a launch port immediately. I'm going to pilot over to Planet New Line. Ling Zhao leapt to his feet and rushed anxiously toward the hold doors. His daughter's life was in danger. How could he just sit here as a father? He needed to get over there as soon as possible. The speed of a God-class mecha was 4 times faster than a warship, and when pushed to high gear, it could go up to as much as 7 times faster. "General, that's too dangerous." Hearing what Ling Zhao planned to do, Adjutant Qiao became flustered. He quickly rushed over as well to advise Ling Zhao against this plan of action. Ling Zhao snapped his head around to glare fiercely at Adjutant Qiao, causing the other to cower instinctively. "This is an order." Leaving these 4 words behind him, Ling Zhao vanished through the hold doors. Domain. The highest-ranked officer on the ship, a senior colonel, broke the shocked silence of the subdued crowd. Adjutant Qiao looked at the senior colonel and then looked at the rest of the crew, then, with a firm step, he once more chased after the general. As the adjutant to the general, he had to stop the general from taking this personal risk. Adjutant Qiao's departure made a subtle sneer tug at the corners of the senior colonel's lips, a trace of mockery flashing through his eyes. The general had already declared that this was an order, yet this Adjutant Qiao was being so obtuse. It looked like once they returned, Adjutant Qiao would probably be dismissed from service. The senior colonel walked over to the JMC's position and watched as the JMC carried out his guide duties and swiftly launched with the general inside. Drew a trail of stars across the starry skies as it flew off in the direction of Planet New Line. In just a few seconds, they could no longer see any sign of its figure. On the screen, all that remained was the dejected Adjutant Qiao. "Sir, what do we do now?" As the person holding the highest rank after the general, he was originally supposed to be the true leader of the assessment team, so the other officers naturally turned to him for direction. What to do? "Of course we will follow the general to Planet New Line. Also, send a report to the Federation mainframe about Planet New Line being in danger," ordered the senior colonel. They could not let the general fight solo, they needed the mainframe to deploy a strong fleet over to assist as soon as possible. Although the senior colonel had faith in the general, it was always good to play it a little safe. The senior colonel's words were greeted with enthusiastic agreement by the other officers. Thus, the military ship swiftly sent a report off to the Federation mainframe, changing directions at the same time to follow after Ling Zhao's mecha, flying rapidly towards Planet New Line. After rapid marching for more than 10 minutes, Ling Lan and her group of about 100 new cadet regiment members finally arrived at the exclusive mecha storehouse of the 1st Men's Military Academy. The storehouse stored various mecha of different grades, to be used during the practical training of control skills of the cadets. Usually, these mecha would be sealed away in the storehouse and could not be easily accessed by the students. "Boss, the storehouse doors have been broken open already. Someone has entered before us." Moving ahead of the others, Qi Long had led several others from Ling Lan's team to scout ahead. They were the first to make contact with the main doors of the mecha storehouse and had immediately noticed that the doors which should have been shut tight were actually unlatched and remained half-opened. Seeing this, Qi Long quickly ran back to where Ling Lan was to report this situation to her. Ling Lan was taken aback by the news. Frowning, she thought, could it be that someone had decided to do the same thing I was planning to do? This speculation of Ling Lan's was based on the fact that the mecha within the mecha storehouse were all trainee mecha for students and not proper battle mecha. The weapons equipped on these mecha were only the most basic types, which had a much lower damage output than true battle mecha. Generally, soldiers would not choose to use mecha from the academy storehouse to fight. Furthermore, all the academy instructors had their own personal mecha and so would not come to retrieve any mecha from here either. The only possible candidates remaining were the academy cadets. Ling Lan could not help but become curious over the student who had come to the same conclusion she had. Who were they? If she could befriend them, Ling Lan would not mind getting to know the student whose mind had walked the same path as hers. As she was unsure about the situation inside the storehouse and was afraid that their entry would cause the party before them to misunderstand, Ling Lan asked the team leaders to pass on the word. When they entered the storehouse, the team members were to maintain silence and make as little noise as possible. The storehouse doors were shoved wider by a few of them, and then the new cadet regiment began to slip inside in an orderly manner. The moment they entered the storehouse, they saw countless tall and formidable steel mecha standing before them. Everyone felt their heart rate pick up. They would soon be able to touch and use these great combat weapons. Ling Lan glanced at the mecha right at the frontmost end of the storehouse and saw that they were all trainee mecha from the major 3 categories 1. Besides the requisite cold weapon, trainee mecha were not equipped with any long-range firearm. Ling Lan decisively turned away from these mecha. Trainee mecha were just going to be sitting ducks, using them on the battlefield was just asking to die. She motioned for the new cadet regiment members to follow her onwards. Because she had investigated beforehand, Ling Lan was well aware what level the members of the new cadet regiment who followed her were at in terms of control skills in the virtual world. Those trainee mecha operators and lower mecha operators had already been removed by her, all who remained were intermediate mecha operators and above. It wasn't that Ling Lan looked down on those lower-level students, but the combat power of a lower mecha operator was just too weak in a real battle. The death rate for low-level mecha operators was as high as 80%. Even though the 20% who managed to survive were likely to become strong fighters in their own right, the key point was that they needed to survive first. Ling Lan felt that unnecessary death should be avoided. It would be best to wait for these students' skills to advance further before letting them go out and fight. That way, more would survive and the future would be just as lovely. Therefore, in order to ensure their safety, Ling Lan decisively removed those lower-level mecha operators from her group, only keeping those members who were at the level of intermediate mecha operator and above. This was another reason why this new cadet regiment group had suddenly shrunk by over 200 people. Those mecha operators who were able to become intermediate mecha operators in such a short amount of time were all certain to be outstanding in terms of talent and heart. As long as these people were baptized by war, they were sure to grow even faster. The mecha storehouse was pitch dark and silent. They could not see the figures of those who had entered before them. When the first person of their group stepped into the mecha storehouse, the sensor light turned on automatically. The initially dark mecha storehouse was instantly bathed in bright light. Although this situation startled the mentally unprepared students, they remembered Boss Lan's instructions and did not utter any sounds of shock. After that, seeing how steady their schoolmates were, they very quickly regained their composure. In the vast mecha storehouse, only the orderly sound of the new cadet regiment's footsteps could be heard. Ling Lan led the way at a clipped pace for about 3 minutes, skipping past all the lower mecha sections along the way, and soon, they had arrived at the intermediate mecha section. Finally seeing some mecha which had several more types of long-range and close-range weapons, Ling Lan halted in satisfaction. Schoolmates, those who have already achieved intermediate mecha warrior status in Mecha World, please choose a mecha you are familiar with. Glancing at the time on her communicator, she instructed, remember, you all only have 10 minutes to get used to your mecha. Once time is up, you all will be led out by your respective team leaders. Overall, we return to that same idea, keep your calm when you sight an enemy. Be mindful of teamwork, don't rush into the fray on your own. Also, work hard to return and see me again alive. Yes, Regiment Commander. Ling Lan's words reverberated in the silence of the storehouse, stoking the excitement of the near 80 students, causing them to shout loudly in response too. With a wave of Ling Lan's right hand, these people swiftly boarded the mecha they aimed for respectively. Those mecha were the ones they were endlessly familiar with inside Mecha World. Of course, the mecha in Mecha World and the actual machines were sure to have some differences, but it was overall largely the same. Familiarizing themselves with these mecha was not a very difficult thing. This was also why Ling Lan had only allocated them 10 minutes to adjust. Of course, no one was dumb enough to go and select an unfamiliar mecha. Everyone understood that even if there were mecha much better than the one they piloted, they still could not choose it now. They would only be able to bring out the full capabilities of a mecha they were familiar with, and whether they could do so would be the key determining whether they lived or died on the battlefield. Students who could make it into the Central Scout Academy were originally already an outstanding bunch, and among them, those who could even consider going into the First Men's Military Academy were the most exceptional of the group. They did not lack rationality or composure, so they knew what they should do. Watching as these people began busying themselves adjusting to the real-world mecha, Ling Lan nodded silently. She turned her head to look at the remaining students by her side. There were only 35 left. Other than her team's own 7 members, there were 28 other members. 21 of these were the team leaders of the various teams in the new cadet regiment. As expected of those capable of being team leaders, they were all the most exceptional of the lot. Of the 27 teams within the new cadet regiment, only 6 team leaders were not yet at this level. Meanwhile, of the remaining 7 advanced mecha operators, 4 were members of Wu Jiong's team, which included Yi Su, while the other 3 were from Li Yingjia's team. Without question, Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's team members were obviously stronger than those of the other teams. Ling Lan mentally acknowledged the strength of Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's teams, but unbeknownst to her, in the eyes of the members of those 2 teams, Ling Lan's team was strong beyond understanding. When they saw the 7 people following closely behind Ling Lan as they walked over together to the advanced mecha section, their expressions could not help but shift, a trace of shock and awe appearing in their eyes. They were naturally astounded by the fact that all of the members of Ling Lan's team had actually managed to achieve advanced mecha warrior status. At present, they still did not know about the 3 new members of Ling Lan's team, and so thought that Ling Lan's team still only consisted of the original 6-3. At the same time, they were utterly convinced, sure enough, Boss Ling Lan was Boss Ling Lan. Even the members under him were strong beyond reason. It made sense if you think about it. Boss Ling Lan was already so strong, if a team member was too weak, what right did he have to follow Ling Lan? Just like that, Ling Lan led the 35 students into the advanced mecha section. 2 more minutes passed and Ling Lan quickly urged the remaining members to board their selected mecha. The time this group had to adjust to the real mecha was only 8 minutes. As they wanted to meet up again with the members at the intermediate mecha section, they could only take 2 minutes out of their allocated adjustment time. That said, those who had advanced to advanced mecha operator at this age were all the extremely talented prodigies of mecha control. 8 minutes for them to familiarize themselves with real mecha was definitely no problem at all. After settling all of this, Ling Lan ordered Little 4 to contact Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia to tell them which section to come to. He sent the exact coordinates of their location in the storehouse to the 2, preventing them from wasting time. After all, they too needed some time to adjust to the mecha. Each extra second of adjustment time meant an increase in the chances of survival. Fortunately, the direction of the anti-air shelter was roughly the same as the mecha storehouse, just at a slightly different angle. As Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia had left ahead of this party, they were not slowed down by much. Based off their reply, they had just arrived at the storehouse. At their speed, they should catch up within 3 minutes. Ling Lan calculated for a moment, with Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's skills, the remaining 5 minutes time was sufficient for them to adjust to real advanced mecha. At this thought, she relaxed and gave her team a heads up. She was planning to go to a secret room Little 4 had discovered. That room was deeper into the storehouse, in the innermost area of the advanced mecha section. From the outside, it looked like they were already at the end of the section, but in truth, there was a whole new world behind that wall. Ling Lan's curiosity was piqued because, thus far, she had yet to come across a single person, or group, who had hit upon the same idea as she had but acted before she did. She did not notice any human figures within the storehouse, and neither was there any sign of Mecha having been flown out. Thus, Ling Lan concluded that the other party was very likely still inside the secret room. Ling Lan wondered why the other party had disregarded the advanced mecha all around them, instead choosing to enter that secret space. Was it that the secret space had some secret stashed within it? Could it be that it contained a special class mecha or something even superior to that? Even though Ling Lan felt that it was impossible for the military academy to possess combat mecha as terrifying as Ace Mecha, Ling Lan's curiosity could not be satisfied without taking a peek at what could be inside. Since she was alone, Ling Lan unsealed all restrictions on her speed. If anyone had been next to her, they would have sensed that Ling Lan's movements were as fast as the wind. There was no way an average person's vision could keep up with her speed. All they might have sensed would have been a shadow flickering before their eyes, but in the next second, she would have disappeared without a trace. Very soon, Ling Lan arrived at the end of the mecha hold, and the sight that greeted her was that of a broad wall. The average person arriving at this point would conclude that this was the end of the line and turn back. Ling Lan, however, strode forward and put her hands on the wall. Then, she bent her legs into a half-squat and, locking herself firmly into a horse stance while sinking her chi into her core, she forcefully moved both hands towards the right. On the petite forearm that peeked out of her sleeve, there appeared, shockingly, several bulging veins, a testament to the degree of force that Ling Lan was applying. The vga of Gear's locking teeth could be heard as the whole expanse of white wall was unbelievably shifted over a meter by Ling Lan through brute force, revealing a tunnel into which Ling Lan immediately darted. With a clap, the white wall returned to its original position, looking once more like the unremarkable, seamless white wall it had appeared to be at the start. How dare they break the electric motorization systems inside? Ling Lan exhaled as she darted into the tunnel. She only had to exert that much force because whoever had entered before her had dared to sabotage the electric motorization systems, probably to avoid detection. This had left Little Four no opportunity to put his skills to use, so relying on Ling Lan's brute force had been the only way to enter. If not for the fact that she had achieved half-step to domain, attempting to displace this entire stone wall weighing over 100,000 caddies would have really been a tall order. However, after entering the tunnel, Ling Lan's progress was exceptionally smooth, as the sabotage of the electric motorization systems had left the few other traps useless. After a minute and a half of quick running, Ling Lan came to the end of the tunnel where she was greeted by the sight of a tall, wide, thick and heavy steel slab of a door. Just as Ling Lan picked up her pace to get to it. "Regiment Commander, are we really going to activate these mecha? If we're discovered by the military academy surveillance team, we're gonna get severely punished, possibly even expelled from the academy." A shrill, panicky voice coming from the other side of the door was clearly projected into Ling Lan's ears. Owing to the extreme destructive power of mecha, the military academy had always regulated them strictly. Unless a situation called for the need to pilot one, students were normally forbidden from interacting with the mecha freely. Now that the other side obviously intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to take possession of mecha, the timid among them would inevitably be on tenterhooks. Ling Lan instantly stalled her footsteps upon hearing this, her expression becoming wary. It looked like it was not going to be one person or even a few, as she had imagined, but a whole crowd to match her group in numbers. The military academy sounding the emergency alarm signaling an attack with no warning, that's not normal. To get a handle on the situation, I sent Xiao Yan to steal the ground troops' intelligence. You've all seen the information, it's grim out there. It could well be that a huge fight is about to go down. If we can't pilot the strongest mecha here, what's likely is that we will become the enemy's cannon fodder, and I absolutely will not stand for it, said a cold, self-important voice. It was evident from the speaker's steely tone that they felt extremely pessimistic that the outcome of this battle would favor the ground troops. When that happens, let alone the academy surveillance team, not even the military academy is guaranteed to survive, the frigid voice continued to explain. The others fell silent at this speech, neither denying nor affirming it. It seemed like the military academy's strict rules still filled many of them with dread. Just then, a boorish voice complained, "The regiment commander brought us here because he trusted us, and what he's saying is the plain truth. Don't you get it? If things go south, the regiment commander will bear even greater responsibility. If the regiment commander's not even scared, what are you all afraid of? Anyways, I don't want to die, nor do I want to become a captive of the enemy. Regiment commander, I'm right behind you. At the end of these words, many of them cheered loudly, quickly raising the morale and quashing the others' doubts. Ling Lan wondered, was the speaker just a mouthpiece for that regiment commander? Or did they truly put that much faith in their regiment commander? Since no one has any further objections, let's get into the mecha right away. We leave from this launch port in 3 minutes, the cold voice ordered without giving the others another chance to voice their opinions. Yes, regiment commander. They responded in chorus, but then one voice abruptly raised a question. Regiment commander, aren't you going to inform Boss Hua and the others to join us? This gave Ling Lan a surprise. It seemed that these people were very likely of the Lei Tang Mecha clan, which would make their regiment commander none other than the infamous Thunder King. If it turned out to be that Thunder King. Ling Lan's gaze cooled slightly. It looked like she would have to be more cautious when she fought Lei Tang in the future. This Thunder King was an astute judge of circumstances. She had only dared to act because she had confirmation from Little Four. However, the Thunder King could only have acted after the alarm had sounded, boldly ordering his subordinates to steal the ground troops' intelligence, and then using extremely sparse information to determine the possible outcomes and taking the appropriate course of action. Even Ling Lan would hardly dare to be as decisive as the Thunder King without Little Four's help, possibly needing to ponder it a little more first. Ling Lan sensed the difference between herself and the Thunder King in terms of judging circumstances, acknowledging her inexperience. As expected, one who could dominate the first men's military academy was no fool. Ling Lan's gaze took on a somber cast. The Thunder King, whom she had not thought much of previously, was now firmly noted by her. What we're doing now violates school regulations, so naturally the fewer who know about it the better. We're all people most trusted by boss. If anyone else is informed about this, if news of it leaks by accident and the Academy surveillance team finds out, they will come and stop us. When that happens, not a single one of us will get mecha. This answer to the earlier question did not come from the cold voice, but the boorish one which had first supported that leader. The Thunder King did not explain anything, appearing to tacitly agree with what the boorish voice had said. Ling Lan could not help but furrow her brow briefly, disapproving of the Thunder King's response. Ling Lan believed that if a team was unable to endure through thick and thin together, it would only breed distrust and envy amongst themselves. By then there would be no need for such a team. If it couldn't be helped, one could take the blunt approach, and take those who were deemed unfit to be in the team and expel them. A leader allowing such distrust and envy to develop within his team, in Ling Lan's eyes, was a failure. The explanation given by the boorish voice must have been accepted by the rest since no more talk was heard after that. Very soon, Ling Lan heard the sound of several mecha activating. Ling Lan listened closely for a while, then cross-checked Little Four's notes on the mecha and largely concluded that the mecha activated by these people were all special class mecha. Special class mecha, despite being only half a level above advanced mecha in name, were as different as the sky from Earth compared to advanced mecha due to this simple half-level. Operators of special class mecha were already at the level of mecha master, whereas operators of advanced mecha could only be mecha warriors. If they were to enter a squad, an advanced mecha warrior's highest military rank would be senior captain while a special class mecha master's rank would at least be major. The knowledge that there were actually special class mecha behind the metal door made Ling Lan secretly happy. Being able to operate a slightly better mecha would allow her to more fully realize her combat ability, which was undoubtedly the best for her. Even in her delight, Ling Lan did not forget to count the number of mecha that had been activated, eventually discovering that there were, in fact, no small number of men inside, 15 by her estimates. Yet Ling Lan could not be certain if the Thunder King was among them. After all, it was rumored that the Thunder King was already at ace level. Ling Lan was unsure if this military academy's storehouse contained the battlefield's kings of massacre, ace mecha. Just then, a mecha that sounded different from the rest was suddenly activated. Hearing that, Ling Lan's expression was initially of surprise, followed quickly by joy, because she could tell that this new mecha activation sound most likely belonged to an ace mecha. Could it be that, inside this military academy's storehouse, there really were ace mecha, the battlefield's kings of massacre? At this thought, Ling Lan's heart surged. Even Ling Lan could not resist the temptation of a chance to operate the battlefield's kings of massacre. Ling Lan's flare of excitement lasted for only a moment. She quickly calmed down and began withdrawing her presence, even activating her innate talent to cause her body to become as cold as ice, practically wiping out her original body heat. Ling Lan had not forgotten that there were many kinds of automatic scanning features equipped on an ace mecha, one of which was thermal scanning. Once anything was discovered by the mecha, it would proactively warn the operator. This was also one of the reasons why ace mecha could become the kings of the battlefield. Of course, the various fittings on Imperial mecha and God-class mecha were definitely more powerful than those on an ace mecha, but it was precisely because they were too powerful, their destructive power too terrifying. It was said that even one attack by an Imperial mecha would be able to turn an area several hundred li in circumference into a wasteland, not to mention the capabilities of God-class mecha which represented the ultimate might of a nation, that unless it was a matter that shook the very foundations of the country, they could only be used as a force for deterrence and would not really be deployed as the main force in a battle. All this was because even though humans had built weapons with such terrifying destructive power, they were also frightened of the weapon's might at the same time. In order to restrict other nations from deploying these terrifying weapons, all galactic nations in the human world entered into an agreement that, on the battlefield, it was absolutely forbidden to allow those ultimate weapons above the level of ace mecha to show up. This was why ace mecha were known as the kings of massacre. They were the most powerful weapons allowed on the battlefield. It could be said that the number of ace operators and the extent of their abilities would determine the final victor or loser in a war. Ling Lan carefully controlled her body temperature. At this time, she was quite grateful that her innate talent was ice affinity, allowing her to make her body temperature match the temperature of the surroundings or even lower. If she had not had this ability, her only option right now would have been to retreat out of the tunnel immediately. A surprised cry suddenly rang out from behind the metal door. This gave Ling Lan a fright as she thought she had been discovered. This surprised cry was even louder than the voices of conversation prior to this. Ling Lan knew that the other must have been using the speakers of the mecha so that all the other mecha masters could hear him. This was the reality without the presence of cheat code Little 4, members from different battle clans could not use the clan-specific comms channel to communicate. This proved that these people were not all from the same battle clan. Regiment Commander, what's wrong? Hearing this startled cry, everyone inside the room reflexively paused, and someone soon spoke up to ask. I found that there is quite a crowd now in the advanced mecha section at the front of the storehouse. Quite a few mecha have already been activated, their regiment commander replied. It looked like after he successfully activated the ace mecha, he had discovered the situation in the mecha storehouse under the sensor prompting of the mecha AI. Actually having the same idea as us. Looks like quite a few people have come to the same conclusion as you, Regiment Commander, not optimistic about the outcome of this battle, someone suddenly exclaimed. The military academy is a lair of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. For someone to think the same as me is not unusual, responded the regiment commander dispassionately. This injected explanation from the side dampened his curiosity quite a bit. Moreover, those others were only within the mecha storehouse area and had only gotten as far as the advanced mecha section at most. It could be imagined that these people were not very high level in terms of mecha operation. If they were already at the level of special class operator, they should have managed to make their way to this area. With this thought, the regiment commander tossed his discovery of these people to the back of his mind. He paused and then asked those present, "Are you all ready? If everything is ready, I'll activate the launch port tunnel now." Regiment Commander, I'm okay. Regiment Commander, I'm ready. Regiment Commander, everything is good to go. Soon, there was a messy chorus of responses. Seeing everyone give the okay, the regiment commander activated the launch port. Ling Lan sensed that the regiment commander's attention was no longer on the outside, so she silently asked Little Four whether he could project the situation inside to her. Little Four told her it was no problem. Ling Lan's current level of spiritual power was enough to support this distance of long-range infiltration. Not long after, a video feed of the situation inside was displayed in Ling Lan's mind space. Inside the metal doors, it was still an extremely vast mecha storehouse. To both sides of the doors were many neat rows of black mecha. Although there were some minor alterations in particular spots on these mecha, overall, they were largely the same. Each mecha gave off a strong sense of fearsome power. Ling Lan did a rough count. Each side had about 80 mecha, so there were about 160 mecha total. It could be guaranteed that in the entire academy, there were actually not that many students who had already achieved special class operator status. Based on a distribution of one person per mecha, there would at most be 160 people or so. Besides, the military academy would of course prepare a few extra just in case. Otherwise, if someone suddenly advanced to special class operator status, without a special class mecha to match, the title of First Men's Military Academy would truly become a joke. Ling Lan was now well aware that this type of black mecha that differed from the standard Federation mecha was actually the Federation Special Class mecha. At Special Class, mecha would begin to display signs of personalization. This was because at this stage, the skills and techniques of operators would shift from the original regulated movements into their own personalized style of operation. However, at this point, their style would not be properly developed yet. As regular advanced mecha could only accept standard commands, they could not satisfy the demands of an operator's personalized operation style. Yet an ace mecha provided too much freedom in its controls that a special class operator who had just stepped into the world of personalized operation would not be able to handle it well. Under these circumstances, in order for these exceptional control seedlings to smoothly break through and advance to ace mecha master status, after much dedicated research and design by several generations of mecha engineers, the Federation finally created this sort of special class mecha to bridge the gap between advanced mecha and ace mecha. Thus, special class mecha were not completely outside the scope of standardized mecha, but at the same time, they also possessed some individualistic characteristics like ace mecha. Back during the assassination attempt on Ling Lan when she was 6, that team of black mecha which had appeared to help her was in fact a Federation mecha battle clan of special class operators. However, up till now, Ling Lan still had not been able to find out who it was exactly who had helped her. Ling Lan saw these tall and mighty mecha, and she understood why this secret storehouse needed to be installed with a launch tunnel of its own. The passage she had entered to get here did not have enough height or room to let these mecha walk out. Of course, what made Ling Lan drool with want was not these mecha. Right across from the metal doors stood a row of just 5 mecha. Each of these mecha looked different, possessing clearly unique characteristics of its own. One of these mecha had already been activated at present and had been piloted out of its original fixed secured dock. Ling Lan saw a long-range laser gun, which was about 2/3 the mecha's height, slung across the mecha's back, as well as a standard beam gun equipped on the mecha, and she knew that this mecha was primarily a long-range attack type. That aside, the launch port the other had mentioned was to the right-hand side of the metal doors. There was a circular tunnel there with enough space inside to accommodate 4 mecha. Right now, the access door to the tunnel had been opened. A special class mecha at the forefront walked through it and the access door was quickly shut. When the 3 warning lights over the door all turned green, a deep, dull sound could be heard. Boom! Ling Lan felt a strong shockwave rush over her where she stood. Immediately afterwards, the mecha inside the launch port was launched high up into the air by a large force, springing up several dozens of meters in one shot. In the instant it was launched into the air, the mecha's engines began to roar. Borrowing the force from the launch and the power of its thrusters, the mecha instantly shot out from the launch port tunnel to fly above the military academy. It looked like the people of Leytang were already familiar with this type of launch system. They walked into the port one by one to be launched into the skies. The final one to enter the port was the regiment commander controlling the ace mecha. Recalling the rumors she had heard a while back, Ling Lan could already confirm that this regiment commander must be the Thunder King Qiao Ting who had successfully advanced to become an ace operator. For some reason, after Qiao Ting had entered the tunnel, right when the automatic doors were about to close, the head of his mecha abruptly turned to look in the direction of the metal doors. This unexpected action startled Ling Lan, had the other sensed her. Very soon, the automatic doors slid shut and she could no longer see the silhouette of the mecha. As expected, a few seconds later, Xiao Ting was launched out of the port like the other special class operators. Only then did Ling Lan relax. Still, just to be sure, Ling Lan quietly waited for about a minute before approaching the metal door. Little Four checked and found that the electrical systems of this metal door had not been tampered with. Perhaps after reaching this point, the other party had been afraid that the launch port inside the room would be affected if they destroyed the systems here. Thus, they had chosen to enter normally without applying brute force. As long as the systems were working normally, Ling Lan could just walk in easy as a breeze with the help of the cheat code Little Four. As she passed by the special class mecha, she found herself feeling somewhat regretful that none of the new cadet regiment members had reached the level of special class operator. She suddenly thought of that special class operator friend of the leopard. If he joined her team, then he would have been able to come operate these mecha. Ling Lan's aim right now was naturally not the special class mecha, her objective was those few ace mecha. Being able to operate an ace mecha in real life was something Ling Lan had been dreaming of. Back then on planet Demon Beast, the mecha Ling Lan had been operating was actually not an ace mecha, but a special class mecha. In the military, special class mecha were lumped together under the term ace mecha, with only the words secondary or substitute added to the title. Those three ace mecha she had finished off then had also only been special class operators of Twilight. After a period of baptism in war, special class operators would gradually form and perfect their individual operation style and techniques, which would allow them to officially ascend to ace operator status. This was why they were called substitute aces by the ground forces. It should be said that Ling Lan was very lucky that she had not truly encountered true ace operators back then. Otherwise, with her barely formed operation style, even if she had only been up against one battle-experienced ace operator, she would have been hard-pressed to win, not to mention that she had been up against 3 mecha operators back then. Since Xiao Ting had taken one of the ace mecha, there were only 4 mecha remaining. Still, Ling Lan was transfixed by them, staring at them with abnormal excitement. Aside from appearing humanoid like the other mecha, the leftmost mecha had 2 wings sprouting from its back at a diagonal angle. Based on Ling Lan's knowledge, this should be a transformer-type mecha. In other words, it would become a humanoid mecha at close range, and transform into a flying mecha when attacking at long range. It could be considered one of the more balanced mecha. This mecha's specialty was speed. None of the other ace mecha here would be able to match it in terms of speed, even its close-range combat maneuvers would be based on speed. However, what would showcase its speed best was when it transformed into its aviation mode. At that time, putting its entire power into it, at top speed, it would be able to draw away or pull in close in an instant. This would guarantee that an enemy would be unable to ditch it regardless if they were close-range mecha or long-range mecha. At the same time, this speed was also a means of protection. Whenever its operator found themselves on the losing end, they would be able to pull away swiftly and escape from the opponent's attack range. If a common mecha were to meet this type of mecha in battle, it would be destroyed by it without having any chance to counterattack at all. As for its long-range capabilities, other than that long-range humanoid mecha Xiao Ting had piloted away, only the bestial mecha known as the might have some advantage against it. This kind of mecha displayed the characteristics of its bestial form, possessing 4 thick and strong limbs. The power these limbs could produce were explosively strong. In close-range combat, its power would completely overwhelm humanoid mecha. As for what kind of bestial form it would take, that depended on the operator's preference. This mecha before Ling Lan was in the form of a kingly lion. The only shortcoming of this bestial mecha was that it could not enter high altitudes or outer space. The thrust force of its engines would only allow it to fight at a maximum altitude of 50 meters. However, by abandoning high-altitude flight, its ground attack capabilities were greatly increased. It had powerful strength at its disposal in close-range combat. A humanoid mecha would have no way of standing up against the impact of its charges. The only thing capable of putting up some resistance were humanoid ace mecha which specialized in close-range combat. With regards to long-range attack capability, 2 long-range laser cannons hung on the bestial mecha's back. The range of these long-range laser cannons far exceeded that of ordinary beam guns and long-range laser guns. Thus, when it came to long-range attack distance, before a humanoid mecha could attack it, this mecha would already be able to attack first. Nowadays, a majority of battles were conducted in outer space or high up in the air. On these two fronts, this bestial mecha was significantly limited. The moment it entered those types of battlefields, it was certain to be crushed by humanoid mecha. The third mecha in the line had been the long-range attack mecha that Xiaoting had taken. Although its shooting range was less than bestial mechas, it was greater than other types of ace mecha. Especially in a space battle, no mecha could compete with its long-range attacks, and at the same time. It was also second in terms of speed, only slightly weaker than the Transformer mecha. No other mecha could compare. This type of mecha boasted the second best survival rate, the first being Transformer mecha, and it was also the second best at accomplishing tasks. In terms of overall strength, this mecha ranked first. The fourth mecha had obviously thicker limbs than other humanoid mecha. There were two swords attached to its back. One was a heat-based weapon, a beam saber with powerful energy, while the other was a cold weapon, a broadsword which could deal the strongest physical damage. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this was a mecha specializing in close-range combat, otherwise it would not have been equipped with two melee weapons. Let's leave the beam saber aside for the moment and just look at that broadsword. With a blade width of about a meter and a center thickness of about 50 centimeters, it was clear to see that this was definitely an extremely heavyweight cold weapon, unparalleled in its dominance. One swing of this sword would be able to break the outer shell of a mecha, as long as enough force was put behind it. Because the equipped defense for mecha in general were beam shields, the defense threshold of mecha against firearms was the highest, while their defense threshold against cold weapons was the weakest. This was also why cold weapons had not been eliminated from the arsenal of mecha. The close-range mecha was the strongest when it came to close-range combat. On the ground, the difference between its strength and bestial mecha was pretty much negligible. It only lacked long-range attack capabilities, but if it managed to get close in the skies or in space, victory was basically determined. Thus, a close-range mecha on the battlefield would oftentimes receive the most battle accolades. However, its survival ratings were also the lowest compared to other ace mecha. Still, as long as its operator lived, this type of mecha was also usually the main mecha type to advance to. Ling Lan fell deeply in love with this mecha at first sight, her eyes shone with an intense need to possess it. She desperately wanted to board this mecha. This was closely related to how much Ling Lan loved close-range combat. Even in mecha, Ling Lan still preferred fighting at close range. However, Ling Lan suppressed her bucking enthusiasm to look over at the fifth mecha. The fifth mecha was very strange. Mecha usually sported a suspension system on their backs for the purpose of hanging various long-range or close-range weapons. But this mecha did not have that. Its back was directly affixed with a thick and sturdy round metal object, somewhat reminiscent of a turtle's shell. However, this turtle shell had several additional pipes running across it horizontally and vertically, spread out across the shell like green veins. Ling Lan counted closely and found that there were 3 on each side, 6 pipes in total, while 2 more ran across the top, bringing the grand total of pipes to 8. At first, Ling Lan was rather bewildered, unsure what kind of ace mecha this was. Luckily, Little Four swept in to help once more, instantly searching out a similar mecha type from his databases. Only then did they learn that this type of mecha was called an artillery-type mecha. It could be said that this type of mecha was equivalent to a small mobile attack bastion. Its firepower was the most powerful among all the ace mecha. The 8 artillery barrels could automatically adjust themselves to lock on to a target and shoot. Manage the feat, its end would pretty much be decided. Thus, once it moved, it needed another ace mecha or 8 special class mecha to accompany it and protect it. That is, those escort mecha would need to step in at critical moments to intercept other ace mecha from getting close. Ling Lan decisively cast aside the 5th mecha from consideration. Ling Lan was not at all interested in this type of mecha which relied on its configuration and build to win. Only those mecha that required control skill would make her feel challenged. Ling Lan decisively returned to stand below the 4th mecha. Leaping upwards, she used both her hands and legs together to climb swiftly up the mecha and pulled the lever to open the cockpit. A click rang out as the cockpit was opened, and an opening that would allow easy access to an adult was revealed. Ling Lan bent over to take a quick look inside before jumping in, where she then immediately sat down. Ling Lan closed the cockpit doors and the lights dimmed. Immediately after that, Ling Lan pressed on the activation button of the mecha. The cockpit lit up once more, and at the same time, in the control seat, a safety belt popped up automatically to bind Ling Lan's body securely. This was to prevent the intense vibrations from piloting the mecha from harming the operator. AI activated. Checking in progress. Please wait. The estimated time for this check is 2 minutes. If emergency activation is necessary, please press the emergency activation button. The mecha AI followed its procedural settings, voicing out the notifications to alert the operator. This was the first time Ling Lan was using this mecha, and the situation was not urgent, so she naturally chose regular activation. This time, she was going forth into a treacherous battlefield where the chances of survival were slim, so it was necessary to guarantee as much safety as possible. If she missed out on discovering any hidden problems on the mecha just because she wanted to save these 2 minutes, it would be too late for Ling Lan to cry later if anything happened. Ling Lan was a calm and rational person, she naturally would not allow herself to be put into such a dangerous position. She patiently waited for the 2-minute activation check to run its course, and only after confirming that everything was normal with the mecha did she begin operating it. Little 4, from now on, begin taking over for the AI. We must not let the computer retain any battle data of me in the following battle. Mecha possessed autosaving functions. For 1, its recordings were used as proof of an operator's battle merits, and 2, it was also useful in helping. Mecha mechanics adjust and modify mecha based on an operator's habits to make a mecha more in line with the needs of its operator. Of course, the recording function of the Military Academy mecha was to facilitate the instructors of the academy in checking the control skills of the cadets. If there were any flaws or weaknesses captured in the video, the instructors would be able to immediately correct the students and fix those issues. Ling Lan knew very well that when the fighting ended and the Military Academy's monitoring systems came back online, it would definitely investigate these mecha which had been used in the battle. And these saved recordings of the fight would be the evidence they would pore over. Ling Lan did not wish to expose herself to the administrators of the academy. Even if it was just as Ling Xiao's son, she did not want that to happen. Just imagine, even someone as powerful as her dad Ling Xiao had been unable to resist the schemes and backstabbing from within the military itself. If the military found out that Ling Xiao's son was also a mecha piloting prodigy like him, Ling Lan did not believe that those people who had set up Ling Xiao would be content to sit back. If by any chance they felt that they could not allow Ling Xiao and his child to continue growing, not only would she be in danger, Ling Xiao's safety may also be put at risk. Ling Lan naturally knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but she did not believe that Ling Xiao had enough power to fend against treachery from those who may be friends. This recent period together had let Ling Lan know that Ling Xiao was someone who treasured emotions deeply. Unless he was absolutely certain that the other had truly betrayed him, Ling Xiao would not actively suspect his friends. This was a strength of Ling Xiao but also a weakness. Even as Ling Lan respected Ling Xiao for it, she could not help but worry for him. Thus, till now, she still did not dare to let Ling Xiao know of her true strength and abilities. She was worried that in his joy, Ling Xiao would run and tell his so-called friends about it. At the heart of it all, Ling Lan was still concerned about the high-ranking person hidden within the depth of the military who had almost killed Ling Xiao. Being able to arrange all of that so naturally, without flaws, Ling Lan believed that only the few great marshals or the great generals would be able to do so. It may even be the result of several people working together, so, even if Ling Xiao was extremely trusting of the first marshal, Ling Lan was actually very suspicious of the other deep inside. Got it, boss. Little Four responded excitedly when he heard Ling Lan's instructions, as she had always restricted Little Four from interfering with matters of mecha. Now, she was finally letting him help. This made Little Four feel that he was truly able to help boss now. Did this mean that he was well deserving of his position as #1 follower now? Little Four carried this smug happiness and excitement with him as he took over the administrative rights of the mecha's AI. The first step would be to screen the recording function of the mecha. Little Four understood that his boss did not intend to turn off the recording system completely, otherwise Ling Lan could just have turned off the system herself without needing him to step in. Ling Lan had ordered him to get involved because she wanted to utilize Little Four's ability to create false images, to let the mecha indicate that no one had piloted the mecha. In other words, no one would be able to discover from the recording system that this mecha had ever been used in this battle. Having resolved this concern, Ling Lan decided that she would let loose in this battle. She sent out a mass text to all her team members, telling them that she was going to act alone from this point on. She tasked Qi Long with the responsibility of leading the team members into battle, and specially pointed out to him that if he were to encounter any issues he could not resolve on his own, he could look for Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian for advice. The partnership of Qi Long's brawn and Han Jijian's brain had been intentionally cultivated by Ling Lan. However, when Ling Lan was sending off the text to Qi Long, she suddenly thought of Li Lanfeng. Over this period of interaction, Ling Lan had a good look at Li Lanfeng's abilities, and she found that he had some strengths Han Jijian did not. If Han Jijian could be said to be a wise man on the path of righteousness, then Li Lanfeng was the mastermind on the path of gray areas and side channels. Li Lanfeng would often think of some plans that Han Jijian would never have considered. On the battlefield, there was no doubt that Li Lanfeng was more likely to keep the team alive. At this thought, Ling Lan had decisively added Li Lanfeng's name to her instructions. Ling Lan believed that with both Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian helping Qi Long to strategize, there would be no problem at all for the team members to survive this battle. Li Lanfeng had only needed 2 to 3 minutes time to familiarize himself with the advanced mecha he had chosen. This was because he had already used real mecha before, a year ago. Thus, he was not troubled by the difficulties of adjusting from virtual mecha to real mecha like the other new cadet regiment members. This was likewise for Li Shiyu. The difference between those with experience and those without was clearly evident at this moment. However, because the two of them were there, whenever Qi Long and the others had anything they did not understand, they could quickly receive an answer. This cut short the time they needed to figure things out by trial and error, allowing them to grasp the controls of their mecha faster than other people. The team members received Ling Lan's message at almost the same time. Seeing that Ling Lan wanted to act alone, though Qi Long and the others had been mentally prepared for this, they still could not help but feel somewhat dejected. After all, with boss around, they would feel that much more reassured. Right after that, Qi Long conveyed Ling Lan's decision to Li Lanfeng, telling him that he was to work with Han Jijian to help him arrange the team's battle strategy. When Li Lanfeng heard this, he was very moved but also felt deeply downhearted. Ling Lan's decision let Li Lanfeng feel how much Ling Lan trusted him, letting him know that his rabbit sincerely cherished him. But he still felt crestfallen, because when it came time to truly go onto the battlefield, he still was not qualified enough to stand by Ling Lan's side. Obviously, this arrangement of Ling Lan's was in large part due to the fact that they were currently unable to keep up with him. Perhaps, the rabbit's control technique was already at the level of special class operator. Li Lanfeng recalled his good friend Zhao Jun telling him that in a hidden room deep within the storehouse, there was a space dedicated for the storage of special class mecha. Perhaps the rabbit had gone there. He felt a little regretful. If he had known in advance, he would not have been so stubborn about sticking with his foundational controls, refusing to advance to special class together with Zhao Jun. If he had given up on his principles then and advanced to special class operator, perhaps he would have had the chance to fight by the rabbit's side in the present situation. Inexplicably, every time Li Lanfeng was by the rabbit's side, he would feel very relaxed. The looming destiny of his that was pressing down and suffocating him felt less heavy in the other's presence. He even got the feeling that changing his fate was not as hopeless as it seemed. Having borne the burden of his fate alone for 20 years, he too had moments when he felt tired, unable to cope and desirous of rest, so he especially treasured and yearned for this feeling. Li Lanfeng did not want to take even a half step away from the rabbit. He felt that if he let the rabbit leave his life once again, he would really be crushed by this fate of his. I must completely master these basic controls as soon as possible. Li Lanfeng's low spirits only lasted for a brief instant. He had very quickly remembered that the rabbit was very particular about the basic controls. Looking at Qi Long's and the others' controls, it was clear that their foundations were all very solid. If he had chosen to take the shortcut back then, the rabbit definitely would not have reacted favorably. Li Lanfeng secretly tamped down on his insecurities and silently warned himself to never ever cross over into the forbidden territory of the rabbit. However, in order to make up the gap between himself and the rabbit, Li Lanfeng decided to double the practice load of his already doubled practice load on the basics. While Li Lanfeng was tangled up in his own thoughts, the time limit Ling Lan had set for them to adjust to the real mecha crept up upon them. Wu Qiong and Li Yingjie, who had arrived a few minutes later than Qi Long and the others, also seized this last bit of time to activate their selected advanced mecha and tested them out to adjust properly. Seeing that the time limit had elapsed, Wu Qiong controlled his mecha to make a hand motion at Qi Long's and Li Yingjie's mecha, asking whether they were to go out now. Qi Long and Li Yingjie both responded with affirmative gestures. Just like that, the three of them led the 30 or so advanced mecha to head out of the mecha storehouse. When the mecha in the intermediate mecha section saw the regiment commanders and team leaders walking out in their advanced mecha, without needing any orders, they fell into line behind their respective team leaders to move forwards in an orderly manner. Perhaps because 100 or so mecha were walking out of the warehouse at the same time, a minor quake actually ran through the ground as they moved. However, the fighting had not spread to this area yet, so there were no enemies around to notice and discover this batch of mecha walking out from the storehouse. All the team leaders did not say much, only reminding their team members to choose their preset frequencies as their team comms channel to communicate. Before they had come here, they had already discussed what they should do. Very soon, all of the mecha had arrived at the open grounds outside. Qi Long issued a command, and the various teams dispersed swiftly, each moving in a different direction. As the only non-X Central Scout Academy team there, it was clear to see that Gao Jinyun's team was rather strong since they were able to keep a full team together. However, Gao Jinyun looked over at the 30 or so advanced mecha in the distance and then looked back at the intermediate mecha he was piloting, and he could not help but feel rather disheartened. Gao Jinyun had been convinced to submit by Ling Lan's unfathomable strength and daring strategy during the operation to take over the ship of the military academy. After entering the academy, he was even more set in his determination to follow Ling Lan and had joined the new cadet regiment. Of course, part of the reason he had first joined was out of some minor intention to lean back against a big tree and enjoy its shade. However, following the results of the wagered fight with Lei Tang, Gao Jinyun had thoroughly thrown aside that little bit of selfish motive, deciding to follow Ling Lan with his full heart and soul. Gao Jinyun was a proud person. Originally from Doha as well, although he had not been able to get into the Central Scout Academy, he had still been one of the strongest in his own Scout Academy. He thought that even if he could not compare to those few regiment commanders of the new cadet regiment, he should at least not be that much weaker than the other team leaders. But today, he was once again dealt a mental blow. Who would have expected those team leaders from the same Scout Academy as Ling Lan to be so strong? In such a short amount of time, they were now able to operate advanced mecha. Gao Jinyun did not expect the other side to have broken past the barrier at 13 years old to enter the virtual world and begin learning mecha controls early too. This was definitely a beautiful misunderstanding. Sure enough, there will always be a mountain higher 3. I was still overconfident before. Gao Jinyun chuckled bitterly inside his heart. This experience had smacked him awake, clearing his mind, even though he had been the strongest in his own Scout Academy previously, here at the First Men's Military Academy which gathered all the best and brightest, he was still greatly lacking. However, Gao Jinyun would not just admit defeat like this. He decided that he would work harder to train up his mecha controls and chase up to those team leaders as soon as possible. Losing to Boss Lan, Gao Jinyun was resigned to it. Losing to those other regiment commanders, he could still justify to himself that those were after all the regiment commanders. But losing to those other people who were team leaders like him, Gao Jinyun could not pardon himself. He still remembered the grand ambitions he had back when he had managed to enroll into the First Men's Military Academy. He had been determined to become part of the most outstanding batch of people within the military academy. Just as Gao Jinyun was brimming with fighting spirit, a sound startled him out of his thoughts. "Third elder brother, are we really going to operate mecha into battle?" One of the members of his team asked with a dreamy expression on his face. God *mit, don't use the external speakers, use the team comms. Gao Jinyun could not help but scold when he saw his team member making a mistake. Luckily, this was not yet at the war zone, otherwise this behavior of his team member would absolutely have been akin to asking for death. As they still were not a battle clan, they did not have an exclusive private battle clan comms channel protected by a password. Their so-called team comms was just them choosing to communicate on the same radio frequency without any security measures, so it would be very easily cracked by hackers. Still, the situation was urgent, so they could only make do for now. Amidst the panicked noises of the team member in question, he finally switched his voice output over into the team comms channel. Only then did Gao Jinyun breathe a sigh of relief, but his brow soon scrunched up in worry again. His team member's immature performance made him concerned. At this moment, he felt a little regretful for not removing one member whose control skills were still not very well developed just so he could keep his team in formation. Mind you, Ling Lan's original requirement was for team members proficient in controlling intermediate mecha and above. Only such members were qualified to follow him onto the battlefield and engage in mecha combat. Xiao Jiang, you aren't fully proficient in your control skills yet. Once we start fighting, first protect yourself well. Only attack from long range when you find appropriate timings. After some thought, Gao Jinyun came up with this arrangement. Since he had already led his member here, he needed to take responsibility for him. Okay, third elder brother. Xiao Jiang heard Gao Jinyun's arrangements and his nervousness abated. Honestly speaking, he really wasn't confident at all in piloting a mecha into close-range combat. Gao Jinyun set up every member's position and then led his members in a sprint towards the battlefield. Knowing his own team was relatively weaker, Gao Jinyun did not bring his team to the dormitory district, which was a chaotic mess, swarming with enemies. Instead, he led them in the opposite direction. It should be said that there was nothing wrong with Gao Jinyun's decision. After all, the more chaotic an area was, the easier it was for accidents to happen. However, he just did not consider that those enemy mecha who appeared to be fighting alone were often those formidable combat experts filled with confidence in their own skills, which was why they dared to go off on their own to begin with. Third elder brother, there is an enemy mecha ahead. Our scanner feedback indicates that it's an advanced mecha. The team member in the lead who was responsible for scouting ahead suddenly warned the team. Gao Jinyun had only received the news and had yet to make a decision when the enemy mecha noticed them and came charging over ferociously. Gao Jinyun knew that in terms of speed, intermediate mecha were no match for advanced mecha. If they chose to run, they were likely to be taken down one by the opponent. As such, they might as well fight with their lives on the line. Perhaps by relying on teamwork, they might be able to bring down this enemy mecha. These thoughts went by in a flash through Gao Jinyun's mind. He firmly declared, prepare to fight. With tacit understanding and rapport, the team members got into their positions. With Gao Jinyun as point, they formed a diamond array, the beam guns in their right hands raised in unplanned synchronicity. In Mecha World, every time they fought, they had always worked together this way. Habit became nature. In the real world, in this first real battle, all of them chose to fight using this formation they were most familiar with. Fire, shouted Gao Jinyun, taking the lead and pulling the trigger of his beam gun. 6 beams were fired altogether at the enemy mecha. If this were Mecha World, up against the mecha in the game system, at least 1 or 2 of their beams would have hit their target. But right now, the opponent they were up against was an advanced mecha warrior with a wealth of battle experience. Facing off against this type of straightforward beam shots, the veteran enemy mecha operator could dodge all 6 shots easily. The opponent executed some graceful Z-shaped footwork, evading 5 of the shots in an instant. The only one he could not dodge was the shot by Gao Jinyun, because Gao Jinyun had fired his shot based on predictive movement trajectory. This was considered one of the more advanced techniques of intermediate mecha operators. He had calculated the reactions the enemy might make and then fired at a position the enemy was likely to move into to evade. Thus, the enemy mecha did not manage to evade Gao Jinyun's shot. After evading 5 of the shots, the enemy mecha found that one beam was bloody irritatingly shooting at the position he had evaded into. As dodging required some adjustments, it was impossible to dodge once more, so the enemy mecha instantly activated its beam shield to bear the brunt of Gao Jinyan's beam attack. After that, it leapt aggressively at them, prepared to finish off these small fries at close range. Seeing their first attack dodged so easily by the enemy, some of the team members could not help but become flustered. Gao Jinyan yelled, "Continue shooting." This cry calmed the team members down instantly. They listened to their leader and pressed down forcefully on the firing button in their hands. Beams poured in a torrent from the muzzles of their guns, hurtling towards the enemy mecha. This round of frenzied attacks was effective, causing the enemy mecha to become wary and choose to dodge, stopping his frontal attack. He could see that although this group of intermediate mechas' behavior seemed rather green, their teamwork and rapport were unusually good. This frustrated him, and in the end, he could only choose to dodge. Gao Jinyan's team witnessed as the enemy mecha took several back leaps while evading, swiftly pulling away from them. In the blink of an eye, the enemy mecha had been swallowed by the night, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Gao Jinyan lowered his beam gun in confusion. Based on the opponent's abilities, no matter how fiercely they attacked, they would have been merely delaying the inevitable. If the opponent had wanted to push forwards anyway, he would have been able to, although that would have damaged the other's mecha somewhat. Could it be that the enemy was afraid of his mecha being damaged without there being anywhere to conduct repairs? Thus, worried that this would then affect him in combat later on, he had chosen to retreat. Gao Jinyan felt that this was a likely possibility. After all, this was their home territory. Third elder brother, I can't believe we actually sent him running. So that's all there is to an advanced mecha, commented one of the clueless team members. How could that be? If he really wanted to finish us off, he would have been able to achieve it with just some minor price. The opponent decided to avoid the confrontation probably because he did not want to pay anything. Rebuked Gao Jinyan. When he mentioned not wanting to pay any price, a flash of insight passed through his brain and his initial confusion was suddenly given an answer. He shouted anxiously, "Everyone turn on your radar. The enemy could still be here." He had barely finished speaking when Gao Jinyan sensed a strong force rushing at them from his right side. His mecha was blaring an alarm as soon as it picked up the attack. Even as Gao Jinyan yelled for his team members to run, he quickly operated his mecha to shove and kick aside 2 of his team members with a hand and a leg respectively. A tremendous boom rang out and the beam that had appeared so suddenly struck the activated beam shield of Gao Jinyan's mecha. Gao Jinyan saw his mecha's energy block exhaust half of its power to resist this attack and found himself both shocked and distressed. It looked like the power of the advanced mecha's beam gun was significantly higher than theirs as intermediate mecha. If an intermediate mecha's beam gun struck another intermediate mecha's beam shield, it would at most take off 20% power from the energy block of the shielding mecha. There was no way so much power would be drained by just one shot like this. Gao Jinyan knew that if he was hit once more, his mecha's power would bottom out. If that happened, he would only be able to helplessly await death. Gao Jinyan had yet to get over his fright when the enemy attacked once more. However, this time, because the companions by his side had already dodged clear, Gao Jinyan no longer needed to just take the enemy's attack by force as before to protect them. Although Gao Jinyan was only an intermediate mecha warrior, his control skills were still very solid and the best in his team. He operated his mecha to execute a figure 8 dodge, and the beam shot by just like that. However, this was just an attack the opponent was using to fool Gao Jinyan. Just as Gao Jinyan evaded the beam, he heard his team members cry out in horror in the team comms, "Leader, watch out." Some of the team members with faster reflexes were pulling on the triggers of their beam guns rapidly, shooting desperately at the skies above him, as if attempting to prevent something. Gao Jinyan felt a sense of alarm. Right then, he could finally feel the threat coming down on him from above his head. He rapidly turned his mecha's vision to look up and saw that the enemy who had vanished earlier was now right above his head, swinging a gleaming cold weapon down on him mercilessly. If he had not moved from his current position, it would not have been impossible to avoid this attack, but his mecha was already in motion from trying to evade that second beam attack. Due to the problem of inertia forcing the completion of the motion, Gao Jinyun was unable to instantly stop his mecha to make an emergency change in direction and execute a new evasion maneuver. In other words, the present Gao Jinyun could only helplessly watch his mecha get cut down by the enemy. Right at this critical moment, Gao Jinyun clenched his teeth and resolutely turned the defensive value of his beam shield up to its maximum. Even though beam shields had terrible defense against cold weapons, at this moment, Gao Jinyun could only gamble on this. The cold weapon was about to strike Gao Jinyun's mecha when a loud clang rang out. Gao Jinyun reflexively closed his eyes, waiting for the intense pain of severe injury to register with his body, but he soon found that he was feeling nothing at all. With lightning speed, Gao Jinyun opened his eyes, only to see that the advanced mecha bearing down on him earlier was now already 10 or so meters away from him. Right then, the opponent had his head lifted slightly and was looking up at the air to the right of Gao Jinyun. The cold weapon in his hands that had almost slashed Gao Jinyun had been broken into 2 pieces. The break in the weapon was flat and even, as if having been sliced clean through by some overpoweringly sharp weapon. In the next second, Gao Jinyun found the answer. 20 meters or so on his left side, a giant steel sword about 10 meters tall and 1 meter wide was planted diagonally into the ground. It looked like the opponent's cold weapon had been sliced in half by the flying interception of this big sword. Seeing this, what else was there for Gao Jinyun to learn? He was sure that he had been saved by the owner of the giant steel sword. Not too far away from the giant steel sword, Gao Jinyun also saw his 3 team members reacting just like the enemy mecha, staring dumbly at the sky above him to his right. Realization settled in and Gao Jinyun quickly turned his view to that spot in the air to his right and saw a mecha hovering there. At a glance, Gao Jinyun could recognize that this was definitely a Federation Ace mecha. As a mecha operator whose ambition was to become an Ace mecha master, Gao Jinyun was naturally familiar with all the various types of Ace mecha available within the Federation. And how could he not recognize this he was so obsessed over? In his joy and surprise, Gao Jinyun could not help but be a little puzzled as well. As part of the Ace mecha troops, the strongest force on planet New Line, why weren't they protecting the students at the most critical area at the dormitory district? Why would this Ace mecha be here at such a non-central fighting area? Ace operator. From the military? No, there is no military marking on your mecha, only the emblem of Huaxia's first academy. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a cadet. That enemy advanced mecha operator suddenly turned on its voice speakers and began speaking to the Ace mecha in the air. His Chinese sounded extremely awkward to the ear, his tone strange and stiff. It was clear to see that he was not a Huaxian. The Ace mecha in the air did not say anything to enlighten the enemy mecha, he only stared stonily at the other. The enemy mecha did not care that the Ace operator had not replied. He was only excited at his unexpected great luck in locating the mission target so quickly. If he could eliminate the other, when he returned, he would become a national hero. Perhaps emboldened by the honor and glory within his grasp, the enemy mecha became very talkative. He continued to say, as far as we know, in your Huaxia First Men's Military Academy, the only one who has advanced to Ace mecha status recently is someone called Xiao Ting, alias Thunder King. He's another aberrant prodigy after Ling Xiao and could be said to hold the hopes of the masses. This person should be you. At this point in his speech, the enemy mecha clicked his tongue regretfully. Tisk, TSK, what a shame. There cannot be the emergence of another Ling Xiao in Huaxia. Gao Jinyun's gaze flickered. Was the Ace operator who saved him truly the Thunder King? If so, he would truly be put in a tough spot. Gao Jinyun knew very well that when he had made the decision to follow Boss Lan, he would eventually go up against the Thunder King one day. Are you finished? The Ace mecha in the air finally spoke. His icy voice was so cold that it almost seemed like it could freeze everything in its surroundings. When Gao Jinyun heard this voice, his irises contracted and his face was filled with disbelief, but soon, his expression turned ecstatic and his mouth involuntarily split open in a very wide grin. By the time Gao Jinyun managed to rein in his emotions to look up once more at the Ace mecha in the sky, his eyes were filled with worship, respect, and admiration, along with joy and happiness that just could not be concealed. If I say that I'm finished, what are you going to do? The enemy mecha's tone was mocking. An ace operator who had advanced within a military academy, who had never seen real battle nor shed any blood, was, in his eyes, just like a newborn chick, nothing to be afraid of. He believed that, with his decade of battle experience, finishing off such a rookie would be a breeze. Moreover, while they had been speaking earlier, he had already sent news to his team that the Thunder King Xiao Ting had been sighted here. Thus, his team members should be rushing here soon as well. It turned out that his talkativeness had just been a cover for him to find a chance to send his teammates a message. At the same time, it also worked to buy time so that his teammates could hurry over. Since you're finished, then let me send you to the afterlife one. As the ace operator said this in an icy tone, his mecha suddenly moved, his left hand drawing the beam saber from its back as he leapt towards the enemy mecha, blade slashing. The enemy mecha quickly operated his mecha to take several steps back, dodging the saber. Attacking from a higher vantage point, thus adding the force of gravity to its own strength, the ace mecha's power right then was not something an ordinary advanced mecha could withstand. Even though the enemy mecha had some contempt for his opponent, he still did not dare to be too careless. An ace mecha was an ace mecha after all, the superiority of its mecha level was still something he needed to take into consideration. However, the subsequent scene almost caused the enemy mecha to explode from anger. The other had charged down so rapidly from the sky, appearing as if about to attack, but the intended target had not been him at all. Instead, the other had been aiming for that giant steel sword planted in the ground behind him. The ace mecha swooped down fast and low when it was about 3 meters from the ground, and then it was back in the sky in an instant. At this time, that giant sword had been added to the ace mecha's right hand. The ace mecha's right hand gently tilted the giant sword around, checking it, and seeming extremely pleased, he slung the beam saber in his left hand back onto his back and said, "Against you, just this weapon is enough." These words almost made the advanced mecha operator blow his top. To rely on this type of strength-based cold weapon as his weapon, it basically meant that, in the other's eyes, he was not at all worthy of being called an opponent. It was implied that he was just cannon fodder that could be simply kicked around. On the battlefield, strength-based giant weapons were convenient weapons that could help mecha save power and at the same time be used to clear rabble soldiers swiftly and efficiently. You're seeking death. The advanced mecha only had time to say this much before he was interrupted by the other's high-speed attack. Perhaps because the ace mecha's attack speed was too fast, or perhaps the advanced mecha was so angry that his reflexes were slowed, whichever the case, by the time the advanced mecha could react, the ace mecha's giant sword was already right before his face. Without any time to evade, he had no choice but to raise both hands and forcibly push them out towards the incoming blade. Following this push, the advanced mecha was sent stumbling a step back. Screech! Where the two clashed, dazzling sparks were unleashed, almost blinding the spectating Gao Jinyun and his team. By the time their vision recovered, the two fighters had already swept by each other. The ace mecha was currently gripping the giant sword with both hands in a reverse grip, the tip of its sword seemingly pointed steadily at the advanced mecha's back. Meanwhile, the advanced mecha appeared unusually battered, its beam shield which had initially been glowing with a pearly white sheen was now dull and dim. Both the mecha's arms had been chopped off, revealing stumps at its elbows. The exposed circuitry was still crackling with sparks, proving that this amputation had just occurred. How can this be possible? The advanced mecha warrior forced these words out, tone laced with agony and disbelief. Even for an experienced ace mecha, to finish him off should take up a little more time than this. You talk too much. The ace mecha's tone was as cold and indifferent as ever. With this comment, the ace mecha suddenly pulled back the giant sword whose point had been resting on the advanced mecha's back. While the ace mecha had stayed in position, Gao Jinyun and company had not been able to see clearly what was going on. But once the ace mecha pulled back its sword, everyone understood why the advanced mecha had reacted the way he did. After the giant sword was drawn back, the advanced mecha which had seemed to only have had its arms chopped off suddenly had two strong jets of blood spurt out from both the front and back of its cockpit. Only now could Gao Jinyun and the others clearly see that the giant sword had not just been held at the advanced mecha's back as they had thought but had already pierced through the advanced mecha warrior's cockpit. Just looking at the width of that giant sword, they knew that the advanced mecha warrior inside the cockpit must have already been cut into two by the giant sword. There was definitely no chance of survival. Luck is too bad. The advanced mecha warrior used up the last of his life to squeeze out these final 4 words. His luck was indeed too bad, because the one he had bumped into was not that Thunder King Xiao Ting who did not have any true battle experience. Instead, his opponent was Ling Lan, who had been whipped and tormented into shape by the learning space for a whole 16 years, who had grown up tested by countless experiences of dire life-or-death situations. Seeing the ace mecha efficiently finish off that advanced mecha, a complicated expression passed over Gao Jinyan's face. However, he was soon overtaken by happiness, but just as he was about to say something, the ace mecha addressed him first. Gao Jinyan, your team is not suited for independent action. Quickly bring your team about 2 kilometers ahead to the right. Coordinates XX, YY2. We have other teams there. Go join them and then move together. At these words, Gao Jinyan's expression turned serious and he replied, yes, Regiment Commander. Also, after meeting up with that team there, leave this area quickly, the further the better. Don't come back for any reason. The initially calm tone of the ace mecha suddenly became stern, his tone carrying steel that could not be disobeyed. Gao Jinyan was taken aback by these words and did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked seriously, why, Regiment Commander? The enemy is about to come here soon. That enemy mecha earlier has most likely sent out news to his comrades that the Thunder King Xiao Ting is here. The ace mecha told Gao Jinyan about his speculations. Gao Jinyan was also an intelligent person. The moment he heard this, he immediately understood what the ace mecha was planning to do. His expression changed drastically and he said, Regiment Commander, for you to remain here and deal with them alone is much too dangerous. Fighting here all by himself against so many enemies drawn here by the news was truly too reckless. For the sake of the new cadet regiment, he needed to stop the regiment commander. This is some rare practical battle experience, how can I miss it? Besides, as long as there are none of our people around, I won't have any worries holding me back. Even if I can't beat the enemy, with this mecha, running away will be an easy matter. You don't have to worry, answered the ace mecha. Gao Jinyan's bellyful of protests was instantly left stoppered at his throat. He found that the other was speaking the truth, without them holding him back, it would be a piece of cake for his amazing regiment commander to escape from the attacks of a bunch of advanced mecha by relying on this ace mecha. Right then, Gao Jinyan had not considered the possibility that the enemies who would come might be ace mecha instead. If that was the case, even if his regiment commander was controlling an ace mecha, escape would be very difficult. Gao Jinyan, who did not have much battle experience, did not think of this possibility at all. He felt that what his regiment commander had said made sense, and so agreed and quickly led his team members away from the area, heading swiftly towards the destination his regiment commander had given. While Gao Jinyan had been speaking with the ace mecha, Gao Jinyan's team members were actually left utterly confused by the conversation. They all thought that the ace mecha was the regiment commander of the Leitang mecha clan, Thunder King Xiao Ting, and so found it rather strange that their team leader was calling the other regiment commander. Still, the Thunder King was the regiment commander of the Leitang mecha clan, so it was not actually wrong to address him as such. They just wondered when their team leader had built such a relationship with the Thunder King, actually getting the Thunder King to step up and save them, who even went so far as asking them to join up and cooperate with a team under him. Could it be that their boss had secretly betrayed Boss Lan to follow the Thunder King instead? More than one team member thought of this possibility, and even as they were overwhelmed with shock, they also felt rather indignant. This was because they still admired Boss Lan greatly. That regiment commander of theirs who was so powerful he could defeat a senior cadet from Leitang, the #1 physical skills expert in the academy. They believed that as long as Boss Lan was given enough time to grow, he would definitely become the second Thunder King. Third elder brother, how did you come to know the Thunder King? Finally, one of the youngest team members could not hold back any longer, asking the question on all their minds. Gao Jinyan was stunned. Thunder King. I've heard of him but I don't know him. Then why are you following his orders to meet up with his people and work together? That team member felt even more dissatisfied at this response. Was he still planning to deny it even now? Did their third elder brother actually consider them as his brothers or not? Follow his orders. As Gao Jinyan was still worrying about whether Boss Lan would remain safe in the ensuing battle, he was not fully paying attention, so his responses and reaction to his team members' questions were obviously a little offbeat and slow. Only when he heard this question did he finally sense something wrong about the scenario. It seemed like his team members had misunderstood. Concentrating, he immediately understood the root of the misunderstanding. Gao Jinyan instantly smiled wryly and said, "You all think that ace operator just now was the Thunder King Xiaoting? Wasn't it? The only one who has advanced to ace operator in the academy, who else could it be but the Thunder King?" asked another team member, confused. "Yeah, didn't that enemy advanced mecha also say that he was the Thunder King?" someone else brought up more evidence. Gao Jinyan heard what his team members had to say and sighed, saying, "Yes, everyone thinks that in the first academy, only the Thunder King has advanced to ace. So no one would imagine that some people are born aberrant, as existences that you can never comprehend. I can only say that we are very lucky to have followed the right boss. The new cadet regiment will definitely become one of the strongest factions in the military academy." Gao Jinyan's words caused some of the team members to be completely bewildered, unsure what their team leader was trying to say. Those who were more quick-witted, however, immediately realized the meaning behind Gao Jinyan's words. One of the ones who had figured things out blurted out in shock, "Third elder brother, are you saying that ace operator is our regiment commander Boss Lan?" This question rendered all the team members speechless. The team, which had been moving along quickly yet in an orderly manner, suddenly began to display some signs of disarray as some team members forgot about the controls in their hands. 2 or 3 of the mecha bumped into each other, almost causing some of them to fall over. However, though Gao Jinyan's team only consisted of intermediate mecha, the team members' control skills were still very solid. It did not take the team long to restore order and pick up their speed again as they continued to move closer to the coordinates they had been given. After marching in silence for 10 seconds or so, a team member finally began howling with pride and excitement in the team comms channel. "Aiwa, our regiment commander is actually an ace operator too. He's only a first year. A first year. Aiwa." The loudness of his voice almost broke the eardrums of the other members, yet no one said anything to rebuke him, because what he was saying was exactly what they wanted to say too. Hells, their regiment commander was just too awesome. It's just like their team leader had said, they had followed the right boss. It should be said that Gao Jinyan's team was truly very fortunate. In their critical moment of danger, Ling Lan had arrived in the nick of time. Speaking of which, how had Ling Lan known to come here? When Ling Lan had completed her preparations in the hidden room, she had entered the launch port tunnel, and then, using the ejection force of the launch port, she had activated her engines to fly out of the storehouse into the air outside. That moment was also coincidentally when Qi Long and the others of her team were leading the 100-odd mecha operators of the new cadet regiment out of the mecha storehouse. Ling Lan looked out at the entire military academy from her bird's-eye vantage point and, using Little Four's ability, she opened up multiple channels showing different viewing angles in an attempt to get a comprehensive grasp of the entire battlefield. Before determining for sure whether the people of the new cadet regiment could handle this battlefield, Ling Lan was not going to participate in the fighting directly. Her first responsibility in this battlefield was to ensure the survival of as many members as possible. Ling Lan was well aware that the mortality rate was most often the highest at the start of a battle. Once a fighter had adapted to the battlefield, they would not die so easily. Ling Lan knew that if she wanted her party members to grow up and increase their strength, they would need to rely on their own strength to fight. Thus, Ling Lan would not act like an old mother hen and watch over her faction members till the end. Once they had safely gotten through this most dangerous period of adjustment, Ling Lan would let go completely and let her faction members fight to secure their own survival. The existence of 2 Ling Lans, from her life experience of 2 worlds, had caused Ling Lan's personality to become very complicated and filled with contradictions. She had the gentle compassion and considerate heart of her previous world within her, but she also possessed the cold-blooded ruthlessness and resolve forced upon her by the learning space of this world. She could not bear for the innocent companions by her side to be sacrificed pointlessly, but she was also ruthless enough to leave her companions in a desperate situation so they would have an opportunity to break past their limits and find their own path to survival. At this time, the fighting was already in full swing in the entire campus area on Planet New Line. The battlefield, which had initially started more than 10 kilometers away from the school, had now spread all the way inside the military academy. The flames of war had been kindled at every corner of the military academy, with the dormitory district being the area which saw the most fighting. Almost half of the ground forces were tied up there, with an equally large number of enemy mecha attacking, almost more than half of the total invading mecha force. Seeing this, Ling Lan's brow furrowed slightly. This situation proved that the objective of these mysterious enemies was indeed like she had deduced, they were aiming for them cadets. The only thing she could not be sure of was whether this sudden and unexpected attack was specifically targeting her team. A cold gleam appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. If her team had truly been exposed, then she would have no choice but to let her dad step in. The 23rd Division would be the best protective umbrella for her team. Ling Lan believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to protect them till they grew up enough. At that time, they would no longer be helpless targets for the enemies to slaughter as they liked. If any enemies wanted to deal with them, then they would have to stop and consider whether they could afford to pay the price. Ling Lan had just thought of a response plan if things really ended up developing into a worst-case scenario when, before she could breathe out, her attention was drawn by one of the panels on her mecha screen. It was the team led by Gao Jinyun. They were in danger. As expected, it was not that easy for a team made up of only intermediate mecha to survive the battlefield. If they had had an advanced mecha to lead them, then this kind of situation where they were rendered helpless would never have happened. Ling Lan decisively pushed all of her thrusters to send her mecha flying like a streak of light towards Gao Jinyun's team. Although the mecha Ling Lan was currently piloting was not the fastest among all of the ace mecha, its speed was not just 1 or 2 times faster than an advanced mecha's but was in fact up to 5 or 6 times faster. Of course, Ling Lan could also push the speed to the maximum because her body was currently extremely tough, completely able to withstand the feedback force brought on by the movement of the mecha. If this had been her body from 3 years ago, things would probably not have been as easy. And the results were just as we all were witness to. At that most critical moment, Ling Lan managed to rescue Gao Jinyun in the nick of time, and then finished off the enemy advanced mecha in one move. After sending Gao Jinyun and company off, Ling Lan switched her mecha's battle mode from close-range combat mode to Nightcloak assassination mode. This was directly reflected in the mecha's appearance. The energy beam shield of the mecha, which had initially been glowing softly, instantly turned dark as pitch. The entire mecha no longer emitted any bit of light, merging as one with the darkness of the night. The ace mecha, which had been hovering in the air all this while, vanished just like that. Ling Lan was not at all arrogant. Not knowing what level of enemies would be coming here, she would not stand here blatantly and be a convenient target for the enemies to attack. A minute later, in the distant night sky, framed by the flames of war, the indistinct silhouettes of 5 mecha appeared. This should be the place. The coordinates M03 gave us is right around here. The 5 mecha seemed to be unrelated, but they were in fact communicating with one another in their team comlink. 3 minutes ago, M03 fell out of contact. I'm afraid something has happened to him. Everyone, be careful. Yes, M01, responded the other mecha in unison. M01 was likely to be the leader of this team. Very soon, they discovered mecha M03 on the ground. They immediately flew over and landed. 3 of the mecha stood guard as one of the remaining 2 mecha rushed over to M03's side and squatted down beside the prostrate mecha to check on its condition. Meanwhile, the last mecha looked as if he were just standing around, at ease with his hands hanging loosely by his sides, not at all on guard, but an experienced mecha operator would be able to tell that the mecha's current stance was actually the best stance for counterattacking. This was because 2 extremely short long-range power beam guns were strapped to the outsides of the mecha's thighs. Mecha equipped with this kind of weapon suspension system were known as sharpshooters. Just when you believed that the other had no weapons in their hands and let down your guard, the other could give you a fatal shot. Within 0. 0.01 seconds, the other could draw the long-range beam guns from their thighs and strike your mecha's vital points. This type of mecha had one other name, and that was Ambusher. M01, M03's mecha has been pierced through the cockpit by someone with one blow. M03 died instantly from the resulting injury. Based off the extent of damage on the mecha, they might have fought for quite a while before it happened. Otherwise, the arms of M03's mecha would not have been chopped off. Preliminary speculation is that after M03 had his arms chopped off, he was then stabbed through the cockpit without being able to put up any resistance. The mecha examining M03's mecha quickly reported his analysis to M01. M05, do you know what weapon the opponent used? The one operating the sharpshooter was the team's leader, M01. After listening to M05's report, he immediately followed up with this question. Based on the marks left on the cockpit, it's an overbearing cold weapon. It gives off a very similar feel to the giant sword of the Among the Ace mecha. M05 carefully examined the brakes at the front and back of the cockpit. Those huge diamond-shaped holes inevitably brought to mind that giant and domineering weapon. Didn't the intelligence report say that the mecha the Thunder King was proficient at was the long-range King of Star Space 2? M01 could not help but frown when he heard M05's report. Although the two were both ace mecha, the control style of these two mecha belonged to completely opposite ends of a spectrum, with there being a great distance between the two mechas' techniques. Typically, mecha operators who were proficient on one front were very unlikely to be able to operate mecha with a completely different and opposing style. The long range and the close range fell precisely into this scenario of diametrically opposed control styles. Could it be that there is another ace mecha operator? M01's question caused M05 to jolt, and this question slipped out from his lips. We do not know what exactly happened here 3 minutes ago, so anything is possible, replied M01 calmly. At the same time, he turned his radar scanner on to its maximum setting. Regardless of whether it was the long range or the close range, if they were ambushed by the opponent, things would not go well for their team. Compared to M03's arrogance, M01 was obviously much more cool-headed and self-aware. Facing an unseen enemy, he brought all of his focus to the fore, fearing an ambush by the opponent. Suddenly, his radar picked something up. He instantly drew the two guns by his thighs to shoot frenziedly at a particular corner. Meanwhile, the three mecha standing watch at the edges of the scene reacted swiftly as well. They followed M01's lead to aim at that spot and began to shoot their beam guns just as wildly. After a round of attacks, the grass in that area had been completely destroyed by the powerful beam energy to turn into a pile of ashes. Within the ashes, the hilt of a burnt beam saber 3 could be seen. It turned out that the energy reaction on the radar previously had actually been emitted by the beam saber. That beam saber is M03's. M05's vision was sharp. Although the beam saber's hilt had already been struck so much that it had been deformed, its original form almost indiscernible, M05 had still noticed the remains of the owner's label on it. That's strange. Why would the beam saber suddenly give off an energy reaction? Could it be that someone activated it just now? Asked M01 with a frown. A beam saber needed a person to activate it. It should be said that a beam saber hilt lying on the ground would never give off any energy waves without it being used by someone. But then, if someone had activated it, M01 did not believe that there was anyone fast enough to dodge his sharpshooting and escape his attack range in that brief instant. M05 also could not figure out this issue that had stumped M01. He could not help but shudder and ask timidly, could it be a ghost? How could that be possible? Barked M01 angrily in return. Several millenniums of scientific research had proven that ghosts were merely figments of the Waxian's imagination, they did not exist. M05 too felt that he was being ridiculous, and so he did not dare to say anything more. Perhaps the beam saber's switch had been defective and had let some energy leak out. Right at this time, M01 sensed the radar responding again, highlighting the spot right behind M05. M01 shouted, M05, move. M05's reaction was swift, he immediately threw himself to one side, and M01 timed things masterfully. M05 had barely moved aside to reveal an opening when the beam gun in M01's hand let loose a deluge of shots. This time, the three other team members behind M01 did not manage to keep up. Only after M05 had dodged aside completely did they follow up with their own attacks, shooting at the same area M01 was shooting at. Very soon, this round of attacks ended. This time, there was a beam gun lying there in the aftermath, a blackened lump already completely deformed from the barrage of attacks. M01's expression shifted at the sight, because he realized that this beam gun was also a weapon of M03's. Could it be that M03 could not rest in peace and so was trying to give them some hint? Or perhaps someone was using M03's things to cause mischief. Bastard, don't try to use these kinds of tricks to scare us. Bloody come out and face us if you have any god *MN balls. M01 suddenly switched comms channels to connect to his external speakers and shouted. However, all that answered M01 was silence. Although M01 did not believe in ghosts, this situation before him now which could not be explained by logical reasoning and common sense was making him feel rather unsettled and creeped out. Ah! A horrified cry suddenly rang out in the team's comlink. M01's heart clenched and he whipped his head around. However, all he saw was one of the three guarding members pointing at M05 lying on the ground. Even without seeing the other member's facial expression, M01 could feel the fright and panic of the other. M01 felt that something was not right, because M05 still had not gotten up from the ground after this much time. This was definitely not normal. He stepped forward and squatted down, flipping M05's mecha around. Only then did he discover that the seemingly perfectly intact mecha had actually had its cockpit pierced by a short and sturdy high-frequency blade right through a vital point on the mecha's front. Meanwhile, a pool of blood had begun to spread out on the ground the mecha had been lying on. That team member who had screamed must have seen the spreading pool of blood. Bastard, come out. At this point, what else was there for M01 to figure out? He abruptly stood up and began shouting out at the still silence around them. There was definitely no such thing as ghosts, all of this was just a deliberate ploy of the enemy. Using those things to draw their attention, the enemy had then taken advantage of their distraction to kill the unprepared M05. And all of this had happened right under their noses. It had to be said that the enemy's ploy was extremely clever. Even now, M01 still could not figure out what method the enemy had used to set it so that the beam saber and beam gun would release some energy response at those specific moments. M01 knew well that it was impossible for someone to activate the power switches at those two locations without being seen, yet at the same time, there was no other setup to show any hidden manipulations. This kind of arrangement that could not be unraveled by common logic had successfully captured their attention, causing them to neglect the unprepared M05. This had given the enemy the opportunity to kill M05 without any sign. Undoubtedly, their enemy was an experienced assassin. M01 was instantly suspicious, wondering whether this person was not that Thunder King Xiao Ting like M03 had reported. Xiao Ting's talent and potential may be extremely aberrant, otherwise he would not have been able to advance to ace operator. But this kind of rich combat experience was not something a cadet could have. We've been duped. Looks like the opponent used the Thunder King as bait to draw us here to kill us one by one, said M01 through gritted teeth. However, he then instantly backtracked and denied his own words. No, they do not know our target is the Thunder King Xiao Ting, so they could not have made this sort of arrangement. Unless our plans have been leaked, also, if this was really a trap, they could not have just arranged for one person to lie here in ambush. Although M01 had been thrown off a little by the situation before his eyes, he still managed to retain enough of his composure to think things through. He was able to tell that there should only be one enemy hiding here in ambush, but this enemy was very strong and very dangerous. This should be a coincidence. Suddenly, M01 thought of Thunder King Xiao Ting's mentor, Tang Yu, that prodigious talent who was known as the versatile ace master. Could it be him? At this thought, M01 could not help but shudder. An experienced ace mecha master like Tang Yu was completely incomparable with a newbie like Xiao Ting, for them alone to go up against an experienced ace mecha master like that was an absolutely suicidal endeavor. He knew he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately transmitted the news that Tang Yu could be here to Central Command, hoping to receive backup as soon as possible. "Boss, I've obtained their signal source." Ling Lan, who had been hiding in the shadows, still and quiet like a ferocious beast on the hunt, preparing to deal death with one blow, stared coldly at the roaring M01 not too far from her. When she registered the excited yells of Little Four in her mind space, she could not help but clench her fists. She knew that the wait was over, it was now time to kill her prey. It turned out that all of this was part of Ling Lan's and Little Four's meticulous plan to obtain the enemy's signal source. Little Four and Ling Lan did not believe the enemy was like them, completely unable to contact the outside world. Sure enough, all of this had pushed M01 in his panic to directly make contact with the enemy's central command on a starship in space, letting Little Four obtain the other side's signal source. Having obtained the signal source, Little Four was no longer contained on the ground. He had been completely unleashed to become a free-flying king of virtual signals. After M01 had successfully sent out his message, he had just relaxed a little when he saw a familiar thermal reaction appear once more at one point on his radar. M01's hand paused, a tendril of doubt coursing through his mind. Could it be that the enemy was trying to trick him again and assassinate another one of his team members when he turned to deal with the source of the thermal reaction? Doubt rose in M01's heart, causing his movements to slow, so he did not attack the thermal reaction point as swiftly as he had the previous 2 times. Right at that moment, from the spot where the heat had been picked up, which was on the left side of the dense forest behind them, a mecha shot out. Coming to the area behind M01 in the blink of an eye, yes, the enemy's target was not M01 but the 3 members guarding 3 different directions at his back. Without M01's guidance, the 3 members were not at all on guard against that particular spot. When they noticed the mecha leaping at them ferociously, their only response was to pull the triggers of their beam guns desperately, trying to use overwhelming firepower to force the opponent back. But, all of this was in vain. The mecha's figure shimmered, and the entire mecha drew a streak of shadow through the air. Their seemingly dense and concentrated firepower merely struck virtual impressions the opponent left behind. Between blinks, that enemy mecha was already before them. Bang bang bang. 3 loud collisions caused M01's heart to jerk. This was followed by 3 terrible screams in M01's team comlink. These 3 almost simultaneous screams caused M01's gun hand, which was aimed at the opponent, about to shoot, to tremble. He who had never missed before, perhaps due to this tremble, actually shot wide. After that mecha achieved his objective with 1 strike, he suddenly leapt backwards, retreating back into that dense forest, disappearing completely from M01's radar once more. M01 looked out at the surroundings before him. There was nothing but the sound of the wind and the distant sounds of cannon fire. There was no other sound in this patch of dense forest. His entire body felt cold, a chill penetrating deep into his heart. Here at this place, with M03 as the first to go down, for more of his team members were now lying on the ground. Of the initially rather complete 6-man team, he was now the only one left. He involuntarily turned his gaze to those 3 team members of his who had just lost their lives, and his irises contracted. Those 3 team members had truly died in such a pitiful way. They had had no so-called chance at all of fighting back before they had been crushed alive by the opponents. Sheer brute strength. The cockpits of those 3 mecha were now deeply caved in. M01 did not have to look closer to know that the men inside were now probably ground meat by now. Even if the damage was not to that extent, there was still absolutely no chance of survival. The way they died proved the enemy had killed them without having to use any advanced combat techniques. By relying only on his mecha's inherent superiority and his horrifying giant sword, he had easily killed those 3 team members. By this time, M01 had confirmed that that mecha was indeed an ace mecha. Although it was not one with the military's powerful configurations, being merely a trainee mecha of the academy, due to the sheer prowess of its operator, this mecha with its basic configuration had still displayed formidable combat power, though was truly strong and terrifying, striking fear into his heart. The gap between their strength and that of this ace mecha master was really too wide. A surge of bitterness rose in M01's heart. He knew well that if the enemy wanted to kill him, just another 2 forceful attacks would be enough to finish him off. The moment the enemy managed to get close, he was sure to have no hope of survival. M01 stared at the unresponsive radar and a futile hope actually fluttered in his heart. He hoped that the ace operator had already left. For the first time, this kind of cowardly notion entered his mind on the battlefield. Before this, no matter how perilous the situation, he had never ever feared for his life like this. M01 knew that he had already lost. Facing that ace operator once more, he most probably did not even have the courage to stake his life in battle anymore. Even now, he had the urge to run away. It was only the pride of a warrior which kept him in place to await his final outcome. "Have you cracked the other's signal?" Once again concealed, Ling Lan calmly observed her prey who had lost his calm as she questioned Little Four within the mind space. "Already cracked." Little Four raised both his arms to express his excitement. He actually thought that, "Boss, you are the ace mecha instructor Tang Yu." Believing that Xiao Ting is somewhere here as well, he has already requested reinforcements from their central command. Hearing the name Tang Yu, an image of the referee instructor who had been vaguely biased towards her side on that arena stage emerged uncalled in Ling Lan's mind's eye. He had not favored the Lei Tang Mecha clan just because he was Thunder King Xiao Ting's instructor. It should be said that the new cadet regiment's triumph in that battle was in large part also due to his consideration for them. Does this mean that the other side will also be sending masters here as well? Ling Lan's expression turned grim. She naturally wanted to fight against skilled masters, but if a group of masters came, she would not be able to continue with her original plan of waiting here for rabbits to fall into. Her snare too. It must be, but I've already obtained the signal source of their communications. I'll keep an eye on them and will definitely figure out how many people the other side has sent here, responded Little Four confidently. He would not let his boss fall into danger. That's good. Since everything is settled, it's about time for me to finish off this fellow. Little Four's reply caused Ling Lan to relax. Since she had already received the answer she wanted, then there was no longer any need to keep this enemy before her alive. Ling Lan decisively brought out her giant sword and pointed it straight at the enemy who was still trying to locate her. M01 stared at his radar with mixed feelings, unsure whether he wanted there to be a response on the radar. Right at this moment, several energy responses appeared on the radar at the same time. These few points were all close to him, and there were even 3 points that were right by his side. This sudden situation made him raise both his guns in a flailing panic. Aiming for those few spots, he began shooting with both hands, madly sending a flood of beam energy pouring out from the guns in his hands. The beam shots hit the ground surfaces of those areas which had registered a response on the radar, sending clumps of dirt and clouds of dust into the air. It had to be said that M01's reaction speed was extremely fast. Even though he had lost his calm, his solid foundational skills still let him strike out at those energy response spots in the blink of an eye. After one round of attacks, there was still no sign of the ace mecha. Before M01 could let out a sigh of relief, a strong gust of wind came up from behind him. His heart skipped a beat, and before he could operate his mecha to dodge, he felt his back being struck by a heavy force and he could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. M01 clenched his teeth against the pain. He urgently controlled the mecha to roll forwards with the momentum of the blow, and at the same time, he drew out a tube of medicinal agent from a slot inside the cockpit. Flicking the cap of the tube open with his right thumb, he poured the agent down his throat. Even if he had not seen any sign of the opponent, this tremendous force alone let him know that the one who attacked him was most certainly that unseen ace mecha. As expected, the other was not planning to let him go. M01 knew that he most likely would not be able to leave Planet New Line alive as that last strike had dealt severe damage to his internal organs. Unless he immediately escaped from here to find an army doctor, then maybe he would still have some hope of survival. However, M01 knew that the powerful ace mecha would never let him escape. Since death was certain, M01's initial fear was swept away as he prepared himself for one last desperate gamble. This was why he had used the powerful painkiller formulated by the military. This would guarantee that he would not be paralyzed by pain, allowing him to execute the following controls before his life was exhausted. This analgesic agent was a type of medical agent their country had concocted to bring out one's life energy in one final burst. It was meant to let warriors with no chance of survival to go out in a blaze of glory, burning up the last of their life to kill off more enemies. Every warrior who was sent out to battle would have a tube of this agent with them. "If you want to kill me, you'll need to pay the proper price," roared M01 in his cockpit. He flipped his mecha around and rose to a half kneel, then raising both his hands, he aimed for the ace mecha. Eyes red, M01 pulled the triggers of both his laser beam handguns. The speed at which he pulled the triggers was 3 times faster than usual. It looked like under the lash of both the medical agent and his despair, his latent potential had all been unleashed. M01 naturally did not dare dream that these attacks would destroy the enemy mecha. An ace mecha was not something their energy weapons could destroy. He only wished to leave some damage on the enemy mecha before he died. That way, it would help the comrades from their reinforcements take down this despicable enemy. Yes, M01 had pinned his hopes on his comrades. Thus, he wanted to help his comrades relieve as much pressure as possible before he died. But how could things turn out as M01 wished? That ace mecha's response instantly crushed M01's barely regained confidence. That ace mecha did not care at all about M01's resistance. Facing the 2 laser beam guns about to fire, the opponent simply swung the great sword in his hands. The giant sword flew out of the other's hands and hurtled through the air. Just as M01 pulled on the triggers, the sword had already arrived before him to slice at his 2 arms wielding the laser beam handguns. There was a loud snap, and M01 did not see beams pouring out from the handguns in his mecha's hands as he expected. Instead, he saw 2 arms suddenly fly into the air. He stared wide-eyed at that pair of arms, which held his 2 laser beam handguns. They drew a graceful arc through the air before landing heavily onto the ground. Before he could shake himself from his confused shock, his mecha's screen was abruptly covered by a dark shadow. His vision in the cockpit was entirely blocked off, and soon after, he sensed a tremendous force slamming into his cockpit once more. This time, he was not as lucky as before to retain his awareness despite his injuries. He was instantly struck unconscious by this force, his entire being plunged into darkness. Even if M01 was still alive after this attack, having lost consciousness meant that he would no longer have the chance to wake up ever again. Watching the final enemy mecha collapsing heavily to the ground, Ling Lan smoothly pulled up the giant sword planted in the ground beside her. Without any hesitation, she instantly stabbed the sword through the other's cockpit. The sword slid in, and then Ling Lan could clearly see blood spurt out from the cracks in the cockpit. The glow of the enemy mecha's defensive beam shield gradually disappeared, dimming into darkness, and Ling Lan knew that both the man and machine of this enemy mecha before her eyes was gone. Opponent's death verified. As expected, the AI of the ace mecha coldly announced the death of the enemy. Only then did Ling Lan pull out her sword from the cockpit. Reflexively, she lifted her head to look towards the battle-lit night skies. A cold smirk appeared on her lips, and with a flicker, her figure disappeared within the dense forest. Little Four had just alerted Ling Lan to the approach of 3 mecha from 3 kilometers away. The group consisted of 1 ace mecha and 2 special class mecha. This was very likely an ace mecha squadron led by an ace main and 2 special class secondaries. Meanwhile, at this moment, Xiao Ting's group who had moved off ahead of Ling Lan did not linger in the skies above the mecha storehouse to protect their team members as Ling Lan had done. With a clear focus, they moved west, preparing to join the fight in the most battle-intense dormitory district. Of course, Xiao Ting's group did not choose to enter the front lines, aiming to land instead at the rear end of the ground forces. This was because they knew that on a merciless battlefield, unidentified mecha would be considered by both sides as part of the enemy forces by default. They were not arrogant enough to believe that they would be able to survive the combined attack of both sides. Sure enough, Xiao Ting's group had just begun their descent when they received a warning from a mecha column that had temporarily stopped for adjustments. Xiao Ting responded quickly, immediately reporting their status as cadets. As they were indeed piloting trainee mecha of the academy, they were finally allowed to land under the close supervision of the ground mecha team. Just as Xiao Ting's team was feeling restless and uneasy, Xiao Ting received a video call request. He immediately accepted the call, and a person instantly appeared on his mecha screen. It was his instructor, Tang Yu. When Tang Yu saw Xiao Ting, he let out a quiet sigh and said, "Xiao Ting, so it is you. Why have you brought your people here in Mecha?" Xiao Ting primly gave a cadet salute to Tang Yu and then said respectfully, "Although we're only cadets, we too can fight. So we've come, prepared to raise weapons and protect our academy." Xiao Ting's reply made Tang Yu's eyes flash with a trace of approval. Able to keep calm in moments of crisis and choosing to go to the mecha storehouse to obtain trainee mecha, this action was undoubtedly correct. Leaving aside whether their combat skills would be at all effective in this cruel battle, their choice at least gave them some means of protecting themselves. Compared to those students trapped in the dormitory district now, reliant on the forces outside to protect them, Xiao Ting's team was perhaps much more likely to survive this battle. At this thought, Tang Yu looked back at the dormitory district behind him with concern. Although both sides were still stuck in a stalemate at present, their side was already stretched to their limits. Not only had the ground forces been dispatched, even all the instructors of the military academy had stepped up to fight. In other words, they had nothing left in reserve, but they had no idea whether the enemy had any reinforcements left. Tang Yu could not help but look up at the endless starry sky above. If the enemy still had any fighting strength left in reserve, the outcome of this battle would undoubtedly be their defeat. Perhaps the instructors would still be able to rely on the superiority of their mecha and temporarily escape with their lives, but the students in the dormitory district behind them would definitely be destined to die. Seeing how the enemy was throwing their full force at the dormitory district, even the stupidest person could tell that the enemy's objective was precisely the students behind them. Would the Federation truly lose several generations worth of capable fighters because of this? Tang Yu was extremely anxious, but he still appeared as calm as usual on the outside. Before things became truly dire, he absolutely would not reveal his anxiety and affect the confidence of these excellent children before him. Thus, he ordered, "Xiao Ting, lead your team members to move alongside us. After this, follow our orders." Even if they did not manage to protect all the cadets in the end, he still wanted to safeguard these excellent seeds before him now. Tang Yu vowed in his heart. This was why he had asked Xiao Ting's team to move with them. If things really took a turn for the worse as he imagined, he and the other instructors would do their utmost to protect Xiao Ting and these other excellent talents, giving these excellent seeds a better chance at survival. "Yes, sir." Xiao Ting immediately agreed to Tang Yu's orders. Xiao Ting was well aware that, lacking experience, they were indeed in need of experienced instructors to provide practical guidance. This would make it easier for them to adapt to the cruel realities of battle. Just like that, Xiao Ting's team followed Tang Yu and the other instructors into battle. The instructors were primarily special class operators with a small portion being ace operators. Some, like instructor Tang Yu, were top-class ace operators. On the battlefield, Tang Yu could fight on even ground with 2 to 3 regular ace operators. In the past, before the number 1 ace operator Senior Colonel Chi had advanced to imperial status, he had even been able to handle 4 to 5 ace operators simultaneously on his own. Though they were all ace operators, there was still distinction within the ranks. Of course, this distinction was due to the accumulation of battle experience and had very little relation to control techniques. This was also why ace operators who had gained their advancement inside a military academy like Xiao Ting would be looked down upon by those battle-experienced advanced mecha warriors. Although many of the ace mecha operators who had advanced by this route had very high-level control skills and techniques, due to a lack of true battle experience, there had been numerous cases where battle-experienced advanced mecha warriors had set up traps and successfully turned the tables on these ace operators and killed them. Thus, levels were actually not that important. The most important thing on the battlefield was whether you could grasp every opportunity available to kill your opponent and survive. In the meantime, Gao Jinyun had led his team swiftly towards the spot Ling Lan had pointed out to him and met up with another team from the new cadet regiment making their final adjustments before battle. The two teams combined, and when the team leader of the other team heard that Ling Lan had instructed them to leave this area quickly, he did not dare to tarry. The two teams swiftly packed up and sprinted off in the opposite direction of where Ling Lan had been. The two team leaders knew very well that their regiment commander's fight was not something they could get involved with. In order to not create trouble for their regiment commander, it was better for them to stay farther away. Of course, they were also afraid that they might bump into some formidable foe who had gotten slightly lost if they stayed too close to their regiment commander's location. That would be a terrible tragedy. Just like that, the two teams rushed away, pulling a greater distance away from Ling Lan. Only when they felt a little safer did they slow their steps and prepare to take a breather and gather themselves. Just then, they noticed altogether at the same time that there was an energy reaction marking unidentified mecha on the radar. The two teams immediately shifted into battle mode, prepared to fight tenaciously against this unidentified mecha squad when they found that it was a false alarm. Apparently, this mecha team that had shown up out of the blue was Qi Long's group. They had just finished fighting with two advanced mecha that had gotten stranded off on their own and were cleaning up when they had abruptly stumbled upon more than 10 mecha behind them. They too had received a bit of a fright, thinking that they had been surrounded by the enemy. When the two sides discovered that it was just others from their own faction, they relaxed. Gao Jinyun saw that Qi Long's team consisted entirely of advanced mecha, and he also saw how they had swiftly and efficiently defeated two enemy advanced mecha. This sparked an idea in his mind. Gao Jinyun thought, though their team's levels were overall too low to be of any help to Boss Lan, Qi Long's team was a completely different matter. A team of advanced mecha warriors should be able to help Boss Lan out. Thus, Gao Jinyun quickly relayed Boss Lan's situation to Qi Long's team, pointing out as well that Boss Lan could be in danger and may have been surrounded by the enemy. This news shocked Qi Long's team and they unanimously decided to rush over to their boss's location. All the members believed that since they were members of Ling Lan's battle clan, of course they had to brave danger and death alongside their clan leader. Just like that, Qi Long's team hurriedly bid farewell to the two teams there and began rushing towards Ling Lan's location. Right at that moment, the Ace Mecha squad that had charged over after receiving their orders finally arrived at the coordinates Team M had reported. This should be the spot. 3 mecha came to an abrupt stop in the air above the given coordinates. One of the special class mecha in the group commented as he scanned the still and silent circular area below. It looks like Team M has been completely wiped out. We've come too late. The other special class mecha quickly zoomed in on the empty area below. On his mecha's screen, the condition of the ground below was now clearly displayed. There were several dull-colored mecha down on the ground, as well as cockpits spattered with blood, a sign that these mecha had all met a bad end. The moment their squad had received their orders from Central Command, they had immediately altered their route to head here instead of towards the dormitory district. It had only taken them a short 2 minutes or so, but they were still too late. Could it be that the enemy has already run away? The special class mecha who had first spoken looked at his unresponsive radar and suggested this possibility. No, the enemy should still be nearby, said the thus far silent Ace Mecha right at the front. Sir, how can you tell? The special class mecha who was wondering whether the enemy had run away could not help but ask curiously in response to his team leader's statement. Because all the way here, I had opened my mecha's radar scanner to its maximum range. During this time, there has been no sign of any energy leaving the area. So the only remaining possibility is that the opponent is still here, the ace operator analyzed calmly. For the enemy to be bold enough to stay back, he must have something up his sleeve. Be on your guard. The ace operator's words caused his 2 secondaries to become wary, and they quickly replied, "Understood, sir." This present situation confirms that the other is skilled in concealment and assassination. He probably intends to separate us and kill us off one by one. The ace operator added after a brief pause. That being the case, you two remain in the air and maintain full scene comprehensive monitoring. I'll go down on my own to check things out. Yes, sir. The 2 secondary mecha operators knew that they had no place to intervene in a battle between battle-experienced ace operators. Therefore, rather than getting in the way down below, they might as well stay up here to monitor the situation. If anything unexpected happened, they would be able to alert their team leader in time. After arranging all this, the ace operator piloted his mecha to descend slowly onto the circular open space below. As soon as he landed, the ace operator understood why Team M had been completely wiped out in such a short duration of time. This terrain was just too suitable for concealed attacks. The surrounding circle of tall and dense forestry allowed Mecha to lurk among the trees easily. As long as the enemy turned off their mecha, another mecha's radar would not be able to pick up its energy output. On top of that, Team M's combat power was just too weak compared to that of the opponents. For an enemy familiar with this terrain, capitalizing on it to conduct ambushes and finish off Team M would be way too easy. At this observation, the ace operator could not help but sigh under his breath. If he had been Team M's leader, he would never have landed straight away. Instead, he would have hovered in the air and destroyed the dense forest in the surroundings first. No matter what, it was necessary to ruin this disadvantageous terrain. Having looked over the terrain, the ace operator roughly knew how Team M had been killed, but he still did not jump to any conclusions, carefully checking the conditions of all the mecha remnants of Team M. When he saw that all signs of severe damage were on the mecha cockpits, his heart clenched. It looked like the enemy was an extremely level-headed person and was ruthless in his attacks. Almost every mecha he examined had been killed in one hit. Also, the weapon the enemy used was a giant cold weapon. This type of weapon was extremely overbearing. Ace operators generally could not use this type of weapon with ease, but this person obviously could. The other's attacks had been extremely precise, clean and efficient. He was certain to be someone who had mastered this type of weapon. The ace operator began to rifle through his mind, searching through all the information he had on the Huasyan ace operator staying on planet New Line. However, he could not find any ace operator that truly fit these conditions. After turning it over in his mind, only the elite ace Tang Yu, known as the versatile ace master, could possibly do such a thing. It looked like the intelligence Team M had obtained right before they perished had been accurate. Other than Tang Yu, there really was no one else here who could utilize a giant cold weapon with such proficiency. Sir, mecha energy detected about 10 kilometers away. Numbers at 1, 2, 3. 7. There are 7 mecha in total. Right then, one of the secondary mecha responsible for wide-range scanning reported loudly in the team comlink. Enemy mecha. Allied mecha. In order to prevent an ambush from the lurking enemy mecha here, the ace operator had narrowed his radar's range to its smallest and most accurate range. Hence, he had not noticed this situation which had popped up 10 kilometers away. At his subordinate's words, his brow furrowed. Could it be that Central Command had sent another squad here to investigate? This displeased him. Did Central Command think he alone was no match for Tang Yu? As an ace operator, he had his pride. He did not want other people to interfere when he fought with an opponent of equal strength. Their enemy mecha coming from within the military academy. At his leader's question, the secondary knew he had not explained clearly enough. They had not received any news that any of their comrades had gone that deep into the enemy territory in that direction, so for so many mecha to appear all at once from that end, it was very unlikely that they were allied mecha. Prepare for battle. Receiving this answer, the ace mecha commanded with a sneer. With that many mecha coming over, it was almost certain that it would be a team of small fry. They definitely could not be an ace mecha squad, because ace mecha squads were always set with an ace mecha as primary and 2 special class mecha as secondaries. Of course, every army had its own trump card. The strongest ace mecha squad would have ace mecha as both its main and secondaries. Whenever this type of squad was dispatched, it would mean the battle had reached the most critical point, where victory and defeat were about to be determined. Moreover, from the intelligence reports he had received, there was no such ace mecha squad on planet New Line, whether it was in the ground forces or within the school's ranks. Therefore, for so many mecha to come at once, it was likely that these were all advanced mecha, or perhaps mostly advanced mecha with a few special class operators among them. This was the situation at best. With regards to this kind of enemy, no matter how many came, he was not at all concerned. On the battlefield, an ace mecha was definitely a top-level existence which could stand a head above the crowd. Boss, Qi Long and the rest of the team are coming. Little Four had also picked up the voices of Qi Long and the other team members. He could not help but holler in excitement in Ling Lan's mind space, but then, his face fell and his little brow scrunched up in a frown. These underlings were disobeying orders to come here. Wasn't this just ruining his and the boss's plans? This was so unreasonable. Little Four puffed up his cheeks in exasperation. Little Four's alert made Ling Lan rub her forehead in consternation. It went without saying that Qi Long and the team must have met up with Gao Jinyun and found out about her situation here. Although she felt that she would not be able to fight as freely as she would have liked with Qi Long and the others here, it could not be denied that she was actually quite happy deep inside. The actions of her team meant that they really valued her. Regardless of the danger, they wanted to fight by her side. Having such loyal and steadfast companions willing to brave thick and thin, life and death, together, what did she have to complain about? Boss, what now? Should I send them a text telling them to turn back? Little Four was actually very glad that Qi Long and the others were coming, but thinking that this development could spoil his boss's plans, he could not help but feel a little down. No need. Let them come. They can help me handle those two troublesome special-class mecha in the air. Ling Lan quickly made her decision. Perhaps, this was a chance for Qi Long and the others to grow. Mind you, fighting against special-class mecha would not give Ling Lan much experience, but it would be a rare opportunity for Qi Long and the others to gain practical experience. Although it would be a little risky, danger often went hand in hand with opportunity as it was able to force out the latent potential hiding within a person. Besides, Ling Lan was extremely confident that Qi Long and the others would grasp this opportunity well. Little Four, pay attention to Qi Long and the others' location. When they are 3 kilometers from us, let me know. After coming to a decision, Ling Lan began to arrange things. Also, listen for my commands after this. Understood, boss. Emergency activation, right? Little Four will make sure to activate it successfully in the shortest time possible. Little Four accepted her orders. Destroying Team M and instant activation of mecha. All of this was possible due to Little Four's optimization of the mecha's systems. Under emergency activation, the mecha practically booted up in less than a second. If the Federation mecha researchers ever found out about this, they would be absolutely gobsmacked. They had already been researching this issue for several generations, but still they had not found a way to push an ace mecha's emergency activation period below 3 seconds. The anxious team of Qi Longs moved quickly. Under the full speed of the mecha, 10 kilometers were swiftly covered within 3 minutes. 3 unidentified mecha discovered. 2 in the air, 1 on the ground. Qi Long's team, which had just entered the 3-kilometer boundary, heard the warning from their mecha's AI. Due to the power difference between the mecha, only now did they learn of the enemy mecha's presence. Zoom in. At first notice, they all chose to first identify whether those mecha were friend or foe. When they zoomed in to see the outer appearance of those 3 mecha, they all became tense. Sure enough, those mecha were enemies, and the one on the ground was actually an ace mecha. Even the 2 mecha in the sky were 1 level above their own mecha, both being special class mecha. Qi Long, what do we do now? Han Jijian's expression turned grim at the sight of those 3 mecha. He was the first to speak up and prompt Qi Long. At critical moments, Han Jijian habitually defaulted to letting Qi Long decide. I want to continue pushing forwards. Since we already know boss is ahead, no matter how dangerous it is, I still want to go over there and see what's going on, Qi Long said as he looked at those 3 mecha. Despite knowing that he would most likely meet a bad end if he continued pushing forwards, he could not allow himself to retreat since he knew boss was there. You all can do as you like. Qi Long had decided to take the risk, but he would not drag his companions together unwillingly. He would let them make their own decisions. I will go with you, said Li Lanfeng without hesitation. He had already vowed that he would never abandon the rabbit ever again, no matter how dangerous it became, even if he had to pay with his life, he would not go back on his promise. Li Lanfeng's words had barely faded when all of the others spoke up to say that they would come along as well. They were not timid people, many years of friendship had prepared them to share one fate with their comrades. However, Li Shiyu, who had been swindled and pressured into joining the clan, remained silent. When everyone turned to look at him, he only replied evenly, I need to take responsibility for my patient. Wherever Qi Long goes, I go. Good brother. Qi Long said gratefully to Li Shiyu. Just as he was about to lead the way forwards, a message suddenly appeared on the team's mecha screens. "It's boss!" Qi Long shouted in excitement. The message was sent by Ling Lan via Little Four's abilities. Ling Lan instructed Qi Long and the rest to attack the two special class mecha in the sky, while she very explicitly labeled the ace mecha as her prey. "Boss has given us our assignment. We must complete it," said Qi Long in high spirits with a swing of his fist. Up against two special class mecha, perhaps they might have a chance. Yes. Ling Lan's appearance instantly gave the clan members great mental support. With different voices but one mind, they replied confidently. Their initial hesitance and uncertainty were swept away, and even as their gazes became steady, a measure of ruthlessness appeared within them. They drew the weapons from their mechas' backs, a beam saber and a beam gun. Their initially slowed step sped up once more, and very soon they had emerged in front of those three enemy mecha. It's a group of advanced mecha, an academy training mecha at that. After taking a closer look at Qi Long's team's mecha, one of the secondary mecha in the sky could not help but spit. The ace operator responded calmly. "That's fine. Our mission is to eliminate Xiao Ting, along with all of the cadets here. Since we haven't found Xiao Ting yet, then let's just kill these cadets first. It's all the same." Students in the military academy who could achieve advanced mecha warrior status must also be extremely talented in terms of mecha piloting. The ace operator knew that if these students were allowed to grow unchecked, as long as they did not die, they would one day become ace operators themselves. So, the ace operator was very happy to eliminate these cadets who might become their future opponents. As Qi Long's group of 7 was charging straight at him, the ace operator thought they would be attacking him directly. However, around the 1,000-meter mark 1, those mechas suddenly revved their thrusters to sweep up from the ground into the air, leaping towards his two wingmen instead. Was it because they had discovered he was an ace operator and so did not dare to attack him? Still, even if they decided to change targets, did they think he would just sit still and not follow them to attack? As expected of a group of academy cadets without any battle experience, actually leaving their backs exposed to an enemy, the ace operator sneered as he unhurriedly removed the high-precision laser sniper rifle from his back. That's right, he was an excellent sniper, he specialized in killing from a distance. The ace operator quickly raised his sniper rifle to aim at the cockpits of one of the mecha. Right then, the AI of Lin Zhongqing's mecha suddenly blared a warning alarm. "Danger! Mecha has been targeted. Please evade immediately." If this were any other time, Lin Zhongqing would definitely have begun evasion procedures immediately, but recalling that Boss Lan had said to leave the ace operator below to him, Lin Zhongqing gritted his teeth and ignored the AI's warning. He continued to use his fastest speed to fly in a straight line towards his target. It wasn't that Lin Zhongqing did not want to evade, nor did he trust Ling Lan blindly, but the moment he moved to avoid being targeted, Luo Lang, who was before him, would definitely become the enemy's target instead. It had to be said that the sniping trajectory chosen by the ace operator was just too precise. With one attack, he was aiming for two people at one time too. Whether to protect himself or to protect a teammate, it was all up to the target. No matter which choice his target made, the ace operator would not miss. Seeing the cadet show no signs of evasion, the ace operator's eyes held a trace of pity as he said, "You've got guts. Shame." Just as he was about to pull his trigger, a long, giant object came hurtling at him from the side, ramming into the sniper rifle in his right hand. With a loud bang, the powerful blow jostled the grip of the mecha's right hand, causing the sniper rifle to fall to the ground. The ace operator reacted quickly. With a twist of his body, he instantly moved over 10 meters away from his original spot. At this moment, he was already facing the direction the attack had come from. A military academy trainee ace mecha had appeared where he had been standing, casually catching the giant sword which had yet to fully hit the ground. "So you are here." The ace operator stared at his opponent and said through the external speakers, "Lieutenant Colonel Tang Yu?" The ace mecha's question confirmed Ling Lan's suspicion that the enemy had mistaken her for Tang Yu. Ling Lan naturally would not take the effort to correct this misunderstanding. She would be able to gain practical experience and there would be someone else to take the heat for her. What else could she ask for? And so, Ling Lan remained silent. Whether or not the opponent was certain in his assumptions, she herself would not expose her identity. Who'd have guessed that the elite ace of Huaxia would be stuck here in this small little military academy to be an instructor? You Huaxians really know how to waste talent. Ling Lan's silence did not dampen the interest of the ace operator, who once again spoke up to mock his opponent. Ling Lan's lips thinned in displeasure. Why did the enemies in this air invasion have so much to say? The first advanced mecha warrior she had encountered had been a chatterbox, and this ace operator now was not much better. Ling Lan did not want to waste any time, because she knew her team members were engaged in a tough fight right now. She needed to swiftly finish off this ace operator so she could go assist her team members. With that, Ling Lan accelerated, leaping forwards in an oblique arc. She was before the ace operator in the blink of an eye, and the giant sword in her hand swung in a narrow trajectory, aiming straight for the opponent's waist. Against another ace operator, she could not use the giant sword the same way she had with the advanced mecha, brainlessly plying brute force. The defense threshold of an ace mecha's outer shell itself, as well as the anti-shock systems inside, would reduce the giant sword's blunt force as much as it could, so she could not achieve a one-hit kill. Therefore, Ling Lan did not expect to defeat the other in one blow. Her aim was to throw the enemy's mecha off balance so that she would have the opportunity to execute some combo attacks after this. However, Ling Lan's plans fell through. An ace operator was an ace operator after all. Right at the moment the giant sword was about to hit, the opponent smacked the flat of the blade with his palms. Pushing back from this smack, and engaging his thrusters, the mecha slid back several meters. Meanwhile, the giant sword was forced to pause for a brief moment due to the force of the smack. Although it continued to swing forwards the very next second, this brief pause was enough for the opponent to find time to evade the strike. When this attack of Ling Lan struck air, with a swift shake of the right wrist of her mecha, Ling Lan pulled back the giant sword once more. By this time, the opponent had already drawn a beam saber from his back, which was now emitting powerful waves of energy. Seeing this, Ling Lan decisively hung her giant sword back on her back and switched to a beam saber as well. The giant steel sword was indeed overbearing and powerful during attacks. It did not fear clashing against other steel weapons or mecha. However, it was useless against these energy-based swords, because the high electrical charge emitted by the energy swords would easily erode the internal structure of the giant steel sword. Once the energy absorption became too much, causing the inside of the sword to overheat, the steel sword would definitely lose its initial hardness and perhaps even be melted down by the energy sword. This was why Ling Lan had switched to a beam saber. She could not bear to see such a powerful cold weapon go to waste like this. Bam! 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 Consecutive sounds rang out as the two mecha clashed. The beam sabers met again and again, violently, each collision sending countless electric sparks flying. It looked like the two were fighting evenly, none able to get one up over the other. Meanwhile, in the air, the two secondaries of the ace operator had already been separated from each other by Qi Long's team of 7. Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi were surrounding one special class mecha, while Li Lanfeng and the other 3 were attacking the other mecha. Qi Long's team distributed themselves this way because Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi already had great rapport in their attacks. Although Li Lanfeng's combat ability seemed better than Xie Yi's, in this kind of fight where teamwork was crucial, he might not work as well as Xie Yi with Qi Long and Luo Lang. Another point was that although there was only one other mecha remaining for the rest of their team to attack, the combat ability of the other members was considerably lower than Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi. Thus, the other group of 4 needed a powerful lead attacker to fend off the opponent. As a senior cadet with obviously much more mecha piloting experience than the others, Li Lanfeng was undoubtedly the best candidate. In comparison, even though Li Shiyu was also a senior, as he had specialized in military medicine, he only merited a passing grade in terms of mecha piloting. Thus, he was not suited to take up the responsibility of being the lead attacker. Due to those various reasons, the 7 people very naturally split into these 2 teams. Qi Long's group kept their opponent busy with their teamwork, while Li Lanfeng's group relied primarily on Li Lanfeng to hold off the enemy as the other 3 members coordinated themselves to attack. In terms of danger, Li Lanfeng's group was without a doubt in more danger despite having an extra member. Not yet used to working with one another, every time they made a mistake, it was all thanks to Li Lanfeng's desperate efforts that they managed to salvage the situation. As a result, it was not long since the battle started when Li Lanfeng's mecha was scored with 2 deep gouges from a beam saber. As the battle dragged on, due to their great rapport, Qi Long's group of 3 were acting as one, so their opponent was unable to find any openings anytime soon and could only continue to struggle with the 3. However, on Li Lanfeng's side, their opponent had managed to find a weakness in their teamwork. Jijian, dodge quickly. Suddenly, Lin Zhongqing's shocked voice rang out in Ling Lan's team's comlink. Qi Long's hands could not help but slow for a brief moment. If Luo Lang and Xie Yi had not moved in time to cover for him, a flaw might have opened up in their teamwork. Ling Lan was currently exchanging blows with her opponent. She had just dashed backwards in preparation for her next attack when she heard this horrified shout. She quickly lifted her head to look over and saw Li Lanfeng pilot his mecha to slam Han Jijian's mecha out of the way in mid-air as he forcibly received the opponent's beam saber attack. Zing! The beam saber struck the mecha and countless sparks were sent flying. The power behind a special class operator's beam saber was not something an advanced mecha's beam shield could completely deflect. The beam shield's power suddenly dimmed. Li Lanfeng was just about to use his own beam saber to parry the other's beam saber away when, taking advantage of Li Lanfeng's attention being turned to his weapon, the enemy lifted his leg and kicked down savagely. With a loud boom, the special class mecha's right leg struck the chest of Li Lanfeng's mecha with great force, instantly sending Li Lanfeng crashing towards the ground. Perhaps due to the tremendous force behind the blow, Li Lanfeng temporarily lost the ability to control his mecha. Li Lanfeng's mecha completely lost balance as he plummeted towards the ground. Within the blink of an eye, he had crashed into the ground with a loud boom, sending up a blanket of dirt and dust into the air at the same time. Ling Lan's heart clenched at the sight. Could the leopard have come to harm? After that special class mecha kicked Li Lanfeng to the ground, he did not stop his attack there. He coldly lifted the beam saber in his mecha's left arm and aimed it at the mecha lying on the ground, ready to send the other to hell. Realizing what was going to happen, Li Shiyu and Lin Zhongqing pounced frenziedly towards the special class mecha from both sides. Meanwhile, Han Jijian, who had been thrown quite a distance away from the push earlier, clenched his teeth and pulled the trigger on his beam gun desperately, trying to use his attacks to hinder the other from attacking. Seeing how critical the situation was, Ling Lan quickly shifted on the balls of her feet and controlled her mecha to retreat rapidly, preparing herself to rush to Li Lanfeng's aid. But how could her opponent just let Ling Lan do as she wished? Moreover, he had the upper hand right now, so of course he had to stop Ling Lan from heading over to assist. Rather speedily, he flew over and blocked Ling Lan and said in a cold tone, "Don't forget, I am your opponent." Ling Lan looked at the enemy blocking her way and her expression turned cold. The killing intent in her eyes shone clearly for the first time since the fight began. No one could see, but within her cockpit, Ling Lan's body was now enveloped by a thick miasma of blood-red killing intent. The killing intent spread rapidly and had soon even leaked out to the outside. The ace operator across from her suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Before he could figure out the reason behind it, Ling Lan's attack was already at his face. This time, Ling Lan's attack was even fiercer and even more domineering. In the fight before this, Ling Lan had only been using 60 to 70% of her power to attack. In other words, she had held back at least 30% of her strength as a reserve for defense. But now, in order to finish off the opponent quickly, Ling Lan no longer held anything back and was attacking with her full strength. Either the opponent died or she died. This was a path of no return. Sensing the clear difference in his opponent, the ace operator's bearing turned grim and serious as well. He did not dare to spare any mind on anything else now, putting his entire focus into countering Ling Lan's attack. Still, a question flashed across his mind: for Tang Yu to be so concerned over that mecha, could it be that the one piloting it was his student Xiaoting? At the thought of this possibility, the ace operator was moved. After fending off one of Ling Lan's attacks, riding the momentum, he moved back several steps to pull a distance away from Ling Lan. He then swiftly connected to his team's comlink and said to his two secondaries, "Do your utmost to destroy that mecha on the ground. That is very likely to be Xiao Ting." There was no rule that the ace-level Xiao Ting had to operate an ace mecha, they might have been limited by this fixed mentality. At their superior's words, the two secondaries were taken aback, but they trusted their team leader very much. If their team leader believed this was so, then that mecha could truly be Xiao Ting. Once again evading those annoying advanced mecha, the two special-class mecha raised the beam guns in their hands almost simultaneously to aim at the mecha on the ground and pulled the trigger. Two beams rent the air as they shot downwards, flying right at the mecha lying on the ground. Leopard. Dodge quickly. Ling Lan, who was once again clashing with the ace operator, had still been keeping an eye on Li Lanfeng's situation. When she saw the two beams flying at Li Lanfeng, her eyes were wide in anger and concern as she yelled loudly. Pew pew. The two beams hit the ground, once again sending up countless amounts of dust and dirt. For some time, all the mecha's screens were obscured, preventing them from seeing the situation on the ground clearly. No one could tell whether those two beams had actually struck Li Lanfeng. The ace operator's heart was filled with joy at the sight. He felt that the other most definitely did not have any chance to avoid the blasts. Besides, he also had faith in the shooting skills of his team members, they definitely would have shot accurately at the other's cockpit. The cockpit was the most defensively weak area on a Mecha 1, and there was just no way a mecha without the protection of a beam shield would have been able to withstand two beam shots. The ace operator stayed back, waiting for the dust to settle so that he could enjoy the fruits of victory, when he abruptly found that the enemy before him had not become at all flustered by this turn of events. In fact, the other had even become even more focused and centered. The opponent had controlled his mecha to retreat swiftly, pulling about 10 meters away from the ace operator. The ace operator thought that the opponent was planning to run over to the advanced mecha's side to attempt a rescue, but just as he was about to charge over to intercept the opponent, he found that the other was merely pausing for a moment before leaping back at him at high speed. The ace mecha's gaze narrowed. This kind of nearly delayless operation not only had high requirements in terms of control skills but also placed a great burden on the operator's body. This type of maneuver pushed great feedback force on the operator, thus, in order to protect themselves, if the situation was not critical, most people would not resort to this. Before the ace operator could do anything, he was rendered dumbstruck once more because the other's silhouette had disappeared from his mecha's screens. No, it could not be said that he had lost sight of the other, rather, the other had suddenly split into two shadowy figures which were now gliding towards him from both sides. Briefly stunned, the ace operator's expression changed rapidly immediately afterwards. He had realized that what the other was displaying was a top-level technique of ace operators. It was the shadow clone technique which even he was not sure he could pull off. Of these two shadowy figures, one was real while the other was fake. He needed to determine which was which in an instant. If he judged wrongly, he was sure to receive a serious hit. The ace operator gritted his teeth. He did not choose any one side to attack, instead controlling his mecha to retreat swiftly. He did not like to gamble, especially this sort of gamble which relied solely on luck. Hence, he chose to retreat. The ace operator thought that as long as he backed off quick and far enough, he would definitely be able to crack the opponent's move. Unexpectedly, after retreating as far as 20 meters, the two shadows were still trailing him without any sign of dissipating, he was still stuck in the same predicament as before. "This is impossible," exclaimed the ace operator. No matter how skilled an ace operator was, they would still only be able to maintain a shadow clone for up to 10 meters or so. However, the opponent had managed to double the distance. This made it impossible for the ace operator to keep his composure any longer. Just then, he heard a great force slam into his mecha's right-hand side. His mecha, which had still been moving backwards swiftly, was completely thrown off balance by this sudden impact, causing it to tumble out towards the left side. The ace operator knew he had been struck by the enemy. He was silently grateful that he had increased his mecha's beam shield to its maximum defense value right before the attack had hit when he had felt something off about the situation. This meant that even though his mecha had been forced to take a blow from the other's beam saber, the defensive power of his beam shield had been able to completely neutralize the energy attack, ensuring that his mecha remained undamaged. As long as he could stabilize his mecha quickly, he would still be able to regain control of the situation. However, before the ace operator could fully appreciate his relief, his mecha's AI began to blare a loud warning. Warning, mecha's right side severely damaged. Right side mobility reduced by 40%. Defense of damaged area reduced by 80%. Warning, damaged area cannot withstand a second attack. What in the world is going on? As the mobility of his mecha had been damaged on the right side, the ace operator was unable to take control of his mecha and stabilize himself as easily as he had imagined. Instead, he continued to tilt and fall towards the ground. In the next second, he might just crash. The ace operator was still an ace operator after all. Even in this unexpected situation, he still managed to calmly change his control method. He shifted so that his left arm would hit the ground palm first, then pushed off it to send his falling mecha springing up into the air once more. If his opponent had been a mecha operator with normal control skills, or perhaps just an inexperienced ace operator, perhaps the ace operator would have been able to salvage the situation. However, his opponent was neither. Skills. Ling Lan had that in spades. Experience. After many years of torment by the learning space, even the greenest of newbies would have become a veteran mecha operator. Just as the ace operator bounced his mecha back into the air, his back was struck heavily once again. This time, the blow was even heavier than the one before, instantly knocking his mecha down hard onto the ground, giving him no more chances to get up again. Boom! The large body of the mecha crashed into the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. This loud noise drew the attention of the mecha fighting in the sky. Looking down, the two special class mecha were instantly dumbfounded. They could not help but cry out, "Leader!" And their movements inevitably slowed down. Leaving aside Li Xiu, Huan Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing for the moment, along with the special class mecha they were fighting, Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xia Yi with their great rapport saw their opponent's movements slow down and almost simultaneously realized that their chance had come. Qi Long was the one who reacted the quickest. Possessing animal instinct, this fellow noticed the opponent's opening almost immediately. He was the first to pounce, his beam saber striking out fiercely at the other's slowed beam saber. Due to being distracted, the special class mecha's beam saber was directly pushed aside by Qi Long's forceful blade. Before the other could regain his bearings, Qi Long's beam saber was already slashing out viciously at the other's wide-open chest area. Zing! The piercing sound of a beam saber clashing against a mecha's beam shield rang out. Sparks flew where the two met. That special class mecha's expression changed the instant he was hit. He was a little panicked, but when he saw his mecha's beam shield holding out in defense, he instantly calmed down. He saw his opponent desperately steadying his beam saber, holding it by force against his beam shield to try and exhaust his mecha's power. He knew this was his chance to counterattack. A ruthless light appeared in his eyes. He controlled his mecha's right hand to swing his beam saber savagely at his opponent. There was a boom. The beam saber was intercepted before it could hit. Another mecha had charged over as well to use his beam saber to block his own beam saber. Not only that, the other also raised his other hand to aim right at his cockpit. The beam gun in his opponent's hand, which he had thought nothing of previously, now loomed large in his vision, a sight to inspire terror. The muzzle of the gun flashed with a white light, and his mecha was struck heavily. Although a special class mecha's beam shield was stronger than an advanced mecha's, one beam shot would not do any damage to his mecha, but the opponent obviously would not just shoot once. If he could not find a way to break free from these two enemies, the final outcome would certainly be his beam shield running out of energy, resulting in his death. No one wanted to die, and he was no exception. He knew that only by accelerating to retreat and breaking free of their hold on him now could he have any chance of surviving. Thus, he engaged all his thrusters, pushing his speed to the maximum. He just needed 1 second to completely escape from their attacks. Right as the mecha's speed indicator showed a shift to overdrive, his mecha hurtled backwards abruptly. He saw his mecha escaping the other's beam saber, even if the opponents pushed their engines to pursue him, the difference between their mecha levels made it impossible for them to match his speed. The special class operator finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew the danger had almost passed. As long as he could avoid this crisis, he would definitely kill these few bastards. Right then, the back of his mecha was suddenly struck by a great force, stopping the mecha retreating in overdrive in its tracks. At this moment, the beam saber he had just pulled away from once again struck his mecha, while the other opponent's beam gun was triggered one more without mercy. Awesome, Xie! Qi Long could not help but shout. It turned out that Xie had been piloting his mecha to attack from behind when he suddenly saw the opponent retreating in overdrive. He immediately changed his movements to use his side to ram into the opponent, stopping the special class mecha from retreating any further. Trapped in a pincer attack, no matter how much power the special class mecha's beam shield had, it could not hold up against the frenzied attacks from the beam sabers and beam guns of the group of three. In the end, the mecha's beam shield dimmed and then disappeared completely. Qi Long decisively cast aside his own darkened beam saber, his hands swiping down to grip the two high-frequency blades that had sprung out from the sides of his mecha's thighs. Then, he fiercely plunged the two high-frequency blades into the opponent's cockpit. No longer defended by a beam shield, even the cockpit of a special class mecha was unable to prevent a high-frequency blade from stabbing through. Ah! Screamed the special class operator. Qi Long's attack was very accurate, directly piercing through a vital point. The special class operator knew he was unlikely to escape death. With a savage grin, he ruthlessly pulled up the self-destruct system of his mecha. Qi Long's animal instinct was very sensitive. As soon as the opponent pulled up the self-destruct system, he sensed danger and quickly shouted, "Run!" The three boys scattered in three different directions. They had just flown away when that special class mecha exploded. The explosion created by the self-destruct sequence of a special class mecha was unlike that of a normal mecha, although the three boys had instantly dialed their beam shields. To their maximum defense value, the shields were still unable to fully neutralize the force of the explosion. The three mecha were instantly thrown off balance, spinning out of control to crash into the ground below. Xie took the worst hit. Because he had been immobilizing the opponent, he had had the least time to dodge and run. As such, he had been exposed to more of the blast force than the others, instantly being thrown by the explosion into the forest. Only after crashing into and snapping several large trees did he fall to the ground. Even though their method had been mutually damaging, Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie had still finished off their opponent in the end. Without Li Lanfeng, the remaining three in the other group, Li Xiu, Lin Zhongqing, and Han Jijian, attacked the other special class mecha from two sides. Their situation was tough, perhaps even somewhat perilous, if Ling Lan had not managed to strike down the ace operator, causing their opponent to pause in his attack out of shock, they would not have been able to stop to catch their breath. This fight had shown them that there was still a huge gap between them and an experienced special class operator. If not for Li Lanfeng's efforts to protect them from the start, perhaps the three of them would have already had to withdraw from the battle. Even so, their primary attacker Li Lanfeng had still been struck down. Li Xiu looked at the special class mecha before his eyes and mentally cursed his own helplessness. He could not save his eldest cousin brother, and now he also could not save another Li family member, Li Lanfeng one. If only his mecha control skills were stronger, then Li Lanfeng would not have been. Li Xiu's only wish now was that the two beam shots had not struck Li Lanfeng, even though the chances of this wish coming true were minuscule. Similarly, Han Jijian, who was panting heavily in his cockpit, was currently cursing himself during this short period of rest they had gained. At the heart of it, Li Lanfeng had fallen to save him. The one who should have been thrown to the ground was actually him, those last two beam shots should also have been his to bear. However, Li Lanfeng had taken his place to suffer all this. If Han Jijian could be said to have harbored some doubt still about Li Lanfeng's motives for joining the new cadet regiment, he no longer felt the same way about it now. Which idiot would be so stupid as to manipulate his way into an opponent's faction and then selflessly sacrifice himself for the sake of his opponent? He had truly misunderstood Li Lanfeng, thought Han Jijian with regret. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongqing kept a watchful eye on the special class mecha. Even as he was recovering his strength, he asked himself silently, if he was faced with the same situation, would he have been able to make the same choice as Li Lanfeng? Lin Zhongqing found that he could not answer yes without hesitation. This made him feel somewhat ashamed. Li Lanfeng had just joined the team, but he was already able to treat the other team members as his own brothers, willing to sacrifice himself to protect them. In comparison, he had followed Boss Lan for so long in this team, but he still could not be sure whether he could do the same. Was this the difference between him and Li Lanfeng? The other was truly a selfless and sincere person, just as sunny and warm as his smile. He was kind and friendly, definitely not at all a person like himself, who had come out from a black-hearted, scheming, dark and sinister laboratory, could hope to compare to. How enviable! Lin Zhongqing thought with a bitter smile. The feeling Li Lanfeng gave off was completely different from Boss Lan. Without having to say a word, Boss Lan already would have an overbearing aura just sitting in silence. One gaze from Boss Lan was enough to make others cower. His dominance was unparalleled. He gave courage to those who followed him, secure in his strength. His followers would not cower, retreat, or hesitate, and of course, they never felt lost. He was like a steady rock in a roiling sea. By his side, there was nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. As long as they followed him loyally, Boss Lan would lead them to a grand new world. This was the power of a hegemon, causing others to inevitably believe in him, entrust their dreams to him, and follow in his footsteps. In contrast, at first sight, Li Lanfeng already came off as the older brother living next door. It was impossible to reject his warmth and friendliness. His ever-smiling face made others inevitably think fondly of him. Unconsciously, he would have silently obtained your trust, gaining the status of an important friend or relative in your mind. Like now, even though he had not had much interaction with Li Lanfeng thus far, he had already fully accepted the other as a friend. Of course, the other's actions had indeed left him with no objections. Some people were heaven-blessed to be liked by others, such as this Li Lanfeng. These thoughts went by in a flash across Lin Zhongqing's mind, and the temporary break was quickly over. Just when Qilong's team of 3 had begun their fierce attack on their special class operator opponent, the special class operator fighting Li Shiyu's team saw that his teammate was in a tight spot and wanted to go and help. However, how could Li Shiyu and the others allow the other to do so? Without even having to think about it, they charged over to block the special class mecha. Li Shiyu and the other 2 did all they could and finally managed to delay the special class mecha for about 10 seconds. And these 10 seconds were enough to pronounce the end of the other special class mecha. Witnessing his teammate die via self-destruction, the remaining special class mecha finally went berserk. His eyes turned crimson as he stared at the 3 advanced mecha in front of him who had prevented him from going to the aid of his friend. The killing intent in his heart rose to an apex. He must definitely kill this rabble and avenge his comrade. Anger could produce 2 different effects in humans. One was the loss of rationality due to extreme rage, causing an inability to fully utilize one's true combat power. This type of rage effect was a negative influence and was something mecha operators should strive to avoid. Meanwhile, the other effect was a manifold increase in one's combat power, and this type of effect was called outburst. When a mecha operator achieved special class operator status, they would definitely go through the cultivation of this type of outburst. Thus, this special class operator's combat power grew exponentially under the force of his rage. This caused the already struggling Li Shiyu, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing to be dragged into an even more dangerous situation. Be careful, Li Shiyu. Seeing Han Jijian get thrown aside by the opponent's attack, Li Shiyu was just about to step in when he heard Lin Zhongqing yell from one side. Only then did Li Shiyu notice that the special class mecha had at some time, somehow, appeared right before his face. Perhaps his attention had been on Han Jijian, distracting him from noticing the opponent's movements in time. In spite of Lin Zhongqing's loud warning, he found that he already had no time to evade. Li Shiyu gritted his teeth and turned his beam shield's defense to its maximum value, preparing himself to take the opponent's attack by force. With a bang, Li Shiyu felt his mecha being struck by a tremendous force. His entire person was sent flying out to the side, the juddering mecha which had completely lost its balance due to the collision made Li Shiyu's vision black out for a brief moment. However, Li Shiyu had been secretly injecting himself with modified gene agent these past few years, so though his physical constitution was still incomparable to the odd child Qilong's, it was still better than average. He recovered after just half a second. Off balance, Li Shiyu did not panic. He calmly moved his fingers, operating his mecha, attempting to regain control of his mecha as fast as possible. Li Shiyu knew well that only if he managed to regain control of his mecha would he have any chance of counterattacking. As Li Shiyu calmly focused on his controls, he did not forget to glance every so often at the situation outside of his mecha. He needed to know what was going on. Was the enemy planning to follow up with more attacks? During one glance, his hand abruptly stuttered. His initially calm eyes turned red in an instant, and he actually felt his eyes grow wet. A mecha was fending off the special class mecha with a beam saber. Li Lanfeng. He was still alive. This was great. For the first time, Li Shiyu felt that happiness was such a simple thing. Right then, on the ground, the ace operator who had received a heavy blow to his back heard his mecha's AI emit another loud warning. Warning. Damage to mecha's main drive systems at 60%. Danger, danger. Please retreat immediately, please retreat immediately. When the ace operator heard the AI's warning, he pounded the control panel before him in frustration. Just then, his heart clenched violently as an unprecedented sense of danger settled over him. Cold sweat poured from his forehead instantly. Perhaps due to the pressure of this life-or-death situation, the rate of his fingers dancing over the controls exceeded his initial limits in that instant. The ace mecha lying on the ground suddenly rolled away, causing Ling Lan's forceful stab with her giant sword to miss. The giant sword easily pierced up to 2 meters deep into the ground. And this was still after Ling Lan had pulled back her strength, otherwise the sword might have gone in all the way to the hilt. Having narrowly escaped, the ace operator looked up at the only special class mecha remaining in the sky and knew that the other mecha had most likely met an unfortunate end. He smiled wryly and said, "You've long known that those 2 shots did not hit your student. Otherwise, the opponent could not have been so calm and collected." In contrast, he had relaxed too soon at that moment. This was one of the reasons behind his failure. At the thought, the ace operator's heart was filled with regret. If only he had been able to keep calm and focused back then well, the outcome might have been very different. Right up till this point, the ace operator still believed that his opponent was the Federation's elite ace Tang Yu, while the one piloting that advanced mecha which had fallen was Qiao Ting. Ling Lan did not reply, merely pulling the giant sword out from the ground. As she did this, her icy gaze did not shift at all from the ace mecha lying on the ground. Before utterly destroying the other, Ling Lan would not let down her guard. Ling Lan would not commit such a rookie mistake. Your students are really good. Who'd have guessed that the 3 of them could work so well together that they managed to take down one of my men? That's a special class operator, you know, a whole level higher than your students, and I too have lost at your hands. You are truly an elite ace of your Federation. I have lost. The ace operator was not at all bothered by Ling Lan's cold indifference. He continued to blather on, appearing as if he had already given up and was planning to surrender without putting up a fight. Seeing this, a thought flashed through Ling Lan's mind. She rested the giant sword in her right hand on the ground and put her left hand on the hilt as well, as if using it as a crutch, seemingly announcing that she no longer planned to fight. The initially tense atmosphere disappeared all at once due to Ling Lan's actions. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that the ace mecha suddenly leapt up to lunge fiercely at Ling Lan. It turned out that everything he had just said and his entire demeanor had all been an act to get Ling Lan to lower her guard. Since they had come to participate in the invasion of planet New Line, they had already been prepared to sacrifice their lives in service of their country. Even if he failed, he would aim for mutual destruction instead of just surrendering meekly. Faced with the enemy's sudden attack, Ling Lan was not at all flustered or taken by surprise. Her seemingly relaxed actions were actually just to play along with the opponent's act. From the very beginning, she had never intended to let any of these enemies go. She would never show mercy to anyone who tried to harm her companions. Already gripping the hilt of her giant sword, her two hands abruptly lifted and the giant sword sprang up to clash violently with the opponent mecha once more. After staying locked together for several seconds, the two fighters sprang apart again. No, it should be said that the opponent mecha was flung back by the giant sword. Meanwhile, Ling Lan's mecha backed off rapidly under the force of her thrusters, pulling over 10 meters away from the enemy in an instant. Boom! A massive blast rang out. The ace mecha Ling Lan had flung away from her exploded, breaking into countless pieces flying through the air. It turned out that the opponent knew very well that he no longer had any chance of victory. However, he also did not want to simply be killed by the opponent, so he had chosen to self-destruct, intending to take Ling Lan along with him. Fortunately, Ling Lan had sensed the danger right away, and even as she flung the opponent away from her, she had engaged her thrusters to send her mecha flying back swiftly, thus evading this crisis. Still, the concussive force of an ace mecha's self-destruct was incomparable to that of a normal mecha. Despite retreating swiftly to pull a distance away at first notice, escaping the most dangerous blast zone, Ling Lan still had not been able to completely escape the explosion. The blast had still injured Ling Lan. She felt as if her chest had been struck by a heavy boulder, the coppery taste of blood rising up at the back of her throat. Involuntarily, Ling Lan opened her mouth and blood spurted out, staining the bright screen before her red. "Boss, are you alright?" Seeing Ling Lan injured, Little Four cried out in panic. Ling Lan immediately circulated her chi and ran through the chi exercises, and soon, the heavy feeling in her chest and sense of nausea faded. Her whole body relaxed and she could tell that it had only been a minor internal injury, nothing serious, so she reassured Little Four by saying, "I'm fine. It was just some residual blast force. I actually feel much better after throwing up some blood." Little Four instantly calmed down after hearing Ling Lan's answer. Having caught her breath, Ling Lan looked up into the sky once more. "Are Qi Long and the others all right?" Ling Lan naturally knew that Qi Long's group of 3 had been sent flying by the blast of the special class mecha's self-destruct. Although Little Four had already reported back then that Qi Long and the others were fine, Ling Lan was still rather worried. However, back then she had been in the midst of fighting with the ace operator and had not had the time to ask Little Four for details. Now, she finally had the time to spare. "They're fine. They've only been dazed by the blast." Little Four had already entered their mecha's systems to examine the condition of Qi Long's group. Xie was in the worst condition, but it was all just external injuries, so there was no risk of death. As such, Little Four did not pay any more mind to the 3 boys. Instead, what Little Four was more interested in now was Li Lanfeng, who was currently fighting in the air. "Boss, your leopard seems to have advanced a level." "What is this, your leopard?" Ling Lan threw a cool glance over at Little Four, warning him to watch his words, but unfortunately Little Four could be rather slow on the uptake sometimes. He did not notice Ling Lan's cold and cutting gaze at all, still continuing to say with a dumb and innocent expression, "His control skills are now much more impressive than before. Looks like the life or death situation earlier has triggered his latent potential, spurring an advancement. As expected, he is just like you, boss, a freak. If he weren't family, he wouldn't have entered through the same door mused Little Four. Those people who could successfully bring out their latent potential and advance in a life-or-death situation would undoubtedly all become aberrant talents. This kind of advancement was much rarer than normal advancement. The insight Li Lanfeng would gain from this experience would be much greater. And much deeper than if he had advanced normally. It could be said that for anyone who advanced from insights gained during a life-or-death situation, advancing to the next level after this was pretty much guaranteed. In other words, as long as he gained enough experience, Li Lanfeng was sure to at least become an ace mecha master in future. Oh, how much envy did this bring to those mecha operators who found themselves stuck all their lives at special class. Originally, when Ling Lan heard that Li Lanfeng had advanced, she was very happy, but that final phrase of Little Four's made her somewhat annoyed. Ling Lan unceremoniously flicked a forceful finger at Little Four's forehead and said scornfully, "Where did you learn such inappropriate words? Did this little fellow not know that that saying originally referred to husband and wife?" Being flicked out of the blue, Little Four guilelessly rubbed his forehead. He blinked his big eyes mournfully, unsure why his boss was abusing him again now. This pitiful appearance of little Fours made Ling Lan rather speechless. Fine, getting angry at this fellow was a waste of energy. He must have just picked up the phrase from some random ancient text and started using it without fully understanding it. Ling Lan decided not to argue any further with little Four. She peered intently at the mecha's screen, which was focused on Li Lanfeng and the special class mecha's fight. After observing several exchanges between the fighters, she said approvingly, "You're right, little Four. In that life-or-death situation earlier, he really managed to advance. Perhaps this was why he managed to escape those 2 shots. What a shame that he's piloting an advanced mecha. If he were piloting a special class mecha now, this would not be the current situation." Although Li Lanfeng was keeping up with the special class mecha's attacks, the gap between the 2 mecha had still put Li Lanfeng at a disadvantage, so he could only defend passively. Even so, it's not easy for the opponent to kill him. Your leopard can still hold out for quite a while. Moreover, there are no other enemies around. This is a good opportunity to let your leopard fight a bit more. Perhaps this will make it easier for him to find his own control style. Since there were no other enemies nearby, little Four also became relaxed. Holding a lollipop he had whisked out from God knows where, he licked it as he gave his opinion. Little Four, who had constantly been exchanging ideas with Instructor Number 3, seemed to have the flair of a mecha instructor about him at the moment. Of course, one would first have to overlook the lollipop in his hand and that stumpy body and immature face. Ling Lan fully agreed with little Four's suggestion. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the leopard to once again raise his abilities. She decided to stand by and watch for the moment, and so instructed little Four, monitor our surroundings closely. If any enemies approach, notify me immediately. That said, Ling Lan clenched her fist around the giant sword in her hand. If any enemies really approached, she would have to attack to guarantee her companion's safety. In response, little Four patted his chest and promised to take care of everything. Ling Lan thought about how little Four would make some careless mistakes from time to time, but he had never disappointed her when it came to the big things. So, she relaxed and left him to it. She piloted her mecha to execute a swift flash move, and her mecha disappeared on the spot. In the next second, she had appeared next to Luo Lang, who had been the closest to her previous location. Although little Four had repeated once more that Qi Long's team of 3 was fine, having only been knocked out by the blast, Ling Lan was still concerned and wanted to check on them personally. Meanwhile, at this moment, the 5 mecha fight in the skies had in fact already become a showdown between Li Lanfeng and the special class mecha. Li Xiu, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing could do nothing to interfere in the fight. They could at most look on from afar and find some opportunities to shoot their beam guns to assist Li Lanfeng. This development was partly because the opponent's strength had multiplied due to his rage-induced outburst, so the boys could not go up and block as they had before. If they tried to block or intercept the enemy, they would definitely be shaken off by a forceful blade. In terms of power, they were already unable to fight against the special class mecha now. Another reason for this development was that the returned Li Lanfeng had similarly gone through a vertical increase in combat power. Even though he was piloting an advanced mecha, he was not losing to the other by much in terms of strength and technique. Many times, when the other boys had accidentally stumbled into danger, it was all thanks to Li Lanfeng that they managed to escape unscathed. These occurrences let them know that they should no longer get involved in this fight. After fighting with the other for about 2 minutes, Li Lanfeng finally got used to the opponent's attack power and tempo, and the situation began to take a turn for the better for him. This caused the 3 boys observing from the sidelines to feel some relief. They had been very afraid that Li Lanfeng would end up in a perilous situation at any moment while fighting solo against the special class operator, so their hearts had been lodged in their throats all this while. The moment Ling Lan came up to Luo Lang's mecha, she saw that its beam shield had buffered the blast of the special class mecha's self-destruct, so much so that its glow was almost imperceptible, making the entire mecha look dull. The outer shell of the mecha was covered in countless scars, some shallow, some deep. Some of the scars had even gone so deep that she could almost see the intricate gears and circuits peeking out. However, most fortunately, there was no fatal damage around the most defensively weak cockpit area. Ling Lan's tense emotions eased. she knew Luo Lang was in no big trouble. Just then, Little Four, who had been monitoring the aerial fight all this while, turned with bright eyes to Ling Lan to report that Luo Lang was stirring within the cockpit. Ling Lan immediately connected to Luo Lang's comm link and shouted, "Luo Lang, it's me, Ling Lan. Please respond. Boss." After calling out several times, Luo Lang's feeble voice finally responded from the other end of the line. "Are you injured? Do you need Li Shiyu to treat you?" asked Ling Lan worriedly. "It's fine, boss. Before we left, Senior Shiyu had already given us several emergency healing agents just in case. I've just taken some, and I feel much better now." Luo Lang's voice was much stronger than before, proving that his condition was indeed improving. Receiving confirmation that Luo Lang was fine, Ling Lan was just about to go check on Qi Long, who was about 50 meters away when she saw Qi Long's mecha sit up abruptly. A frisson of happiness passed through Ling Lan's heart and she was by Qi Long's side in the very next second. "Qi Long, how do you feel?" Little Four had said Qi Long's injuries were roughly the same as Luo Lang's. Now, from the looks of it, the aberrant physical constitution of Qi Long's was no joke. Luo Lang's injuries had to be treated slowly by the emergency healing agents, while Qi Long's condition was obviously much better even without taking them. Sure enough, Qi Long's reply proved this point. "I'm fine, boss. I was just dazed for a bit. My body isn't injured at all." Qi Long's loud and powerful voice proved that he was still hale and hearty. "Since you're fine, let's go check on Xie together. I think that Xie is injured pretty badly this time," said Ling Lan to Qi Long. She was much more worried about Xie. The two of them quickly entered the forest and found Xie, who had been blasted through several towering trees by the blast. As it turned out, Ling Lan's prediction was not wrong. Xie was truly the one in the worst condition. Having been the closest to the self-destructing mecha, he had received the most blast force from the explosion. Right after that, his mecha had gone through several consecutive collisions with the trees, causing it to be extremely battered. The entire mecha no longer sported any bit of the glow from its beam shield. The mecha's whole body was a dull sheet of gray. Besides that, there was no way the mecha itself could have remained intact. Its left arm was completely broken at the shoulder, revealing various broken wires underneath, sparking in the air, while its right leg had been pulverized into dust by the explosion. Meanwhile, the cockpit was already pitted with dents, and there was a deep gouge starting from its edge moving up diagonally. Following the path of that frightening gouge on the cockpit, Qi Long's face paled drastically and he immediately controlled his mecha to squat and then swiftly opened his mecha's cockpit door. He could not wait for the landing platform to descend. Qi Long chose to leap down directly from the cockpit. Landing on the ground, Qi Long rolled with the momentum to release the residual force safely. Then, he sprang up from the ground and using all of his limbs, he climbed up to Xie's cockpit. The cockpit passcode for all members of a team was the same. The reason for that was precisely just in case this kind of situation occurred where a teammate needed help. Qi Long clamped his fingers down on an area to the left of the cockpit, and then pulled with force, prying a small metal cover loose to reveal a numerical keypad. He swiftly keyed in a string of numbers and then with a click, the internal lock of the cockpit opened. The cockpit hatch automatically sprang open soon after, revealing an opening wide enough for an adult to enter. Qi Long immediately ducked inside and not long after, he had brought Xie out in his arms. Xie was currently unconscious, traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, a sign that he had thrown up blood from his injuries. It looked like he had sustained some pretty serious internal injuries. "What's Xie's condition?" asked Ling Lan worriedly at the sight. "Not too bad. He has just suffered some internal injury. I've already fed him Senior Shiyu's emergency healing agents. He should be fine." Qi Long's complexion had regained some color. When he had first entered the cockpit and saw Xie pale and barely breathing, he had almost been scared out of his wits. He had truly been afraid that this cheerful punk who had been with them for over 3 years would leave them just like that. However, Senior Shiyu's emergency healing agents were really amazing. Only a few seconds after pouring them down Xia Yi's throat, Xia Yi's complexion had improved considerably and his breathing had also stabilized. It looked like they needed to have a good, long talk with Senior Shiyu in the future, thought Qi Long as he glanced at Li Shiyu in the air, who was still trying to find some opportunity to shoot. Knowing that Xia Yi was fine now, Ling Lan relaxed and gave Qi Long instructions to take care of Xia Yi. "Got it, boss," answered Qi Long gravely. He walked back to his own mecha and boarded the elevation platform. He carefully carried Xia Yi into his own mecha and buckled him in securely in the auxiliary seat. After settling all of this, only then did Qi Long close his cockpit and activate his mecha to rise up into the air again. Qi Long was well aware that from this point onwards, he was not only fighting for himself anymore, he was also fighting to protect Xia Yi. He needed to ensure that his mecha was not taken down because other than himself, Xia Yi was inside his mecha as well. "Xia Yi, we must survive," said Qi Long under his breath, a savage light in his eyes. Rather than speaking to Xia Yi, he was saying this more for his own benefit. Focused on his own controls, Qi Long did not notice the unconscious Xia Yi emit an almost inaudible sound of agreement in response, "HN." After Xia Yi was transferred to Qi Long's mecha, Ling Lan felt much more reassured. Having handled the matter of Qi Long's team of 3, Ling Lan finally turned her full attention to the still fighting Li Lanfeng. Actually fighting evenly with the other now? Ling Lan was rather stunned. When she had gone to check on Luo Lang, Li Lanfeng was still at a disadvantage, only able to defend without being able to counterattack. "Yeah, boss, your leopard is truly very talented in mecha piloting. He has adapted very quickly to his new abilities after advancing and has forced out the full potential of the advanced mecha," explained Little Four upon seeing his boss's surprise at the scene. He had been keeping an eye on Li Lanfeng's fight all this while. "HN, the leopard's mecha control talent is indeed excellent." From the start, Ling Lan had already known this. When the two of them had practiced their basic controls together, she had obtained so much extra practice time due to the cheating device, the learning space, but in the end, her results had only been that little bit better than the leopard's. If she had not had the extra buff of this cheat, perhaps she would have already lost to the leopard back then. Little Four heard Ling Lan echo his words and instantly smiled widely. However, he soon scrunched up his little dumpling face again. Eyebrows knitted in puzzlement, he said, "However, your leopard seems to have some problems with his physical constitution." Ling Lan quirked a brow. "What do you mean?" "Your leopard's stamina seems like it'll be depleted soon, he can at most fight for another 2 minutes." Having monitored him all this while, Little Four was very clear about Li Lanfeng's current condition. Little Four's words made Ling Lan frown. Indeed, in the virtual world, when they had been doing the clan formation mission, she had also noticed this weakness of the leopard's. The leopard's physical constitution seemed to be even weaker than the average person's. What exactly was the reason for this? It should be known that in the current federation, even for those with the most average constitution, if they receive Gene Agent of grade C and above, they would be able to fight for at worst half an hour using normal standard mecha in an intense battle. However, from start till now, the leopard had only been fighting for at most 10 minutes or so. Furthermore, the leopard was only piloting an advanced mecha at present. The feedback force of standard mecha of advanced level and below, this included advanced mecha, had very little impact on a trained operator's body. It was not like with a mecha of special class and above, because of the introduction of an operator's unique combat style, the feedback force would fluctuate depending on the power of the combat mode. This was why the higher the level of a mecha operator, the greater the demand upon the operator's physical constitution. If they did not resolve this issue, even if the leopard possessed the control prowess of an ace operator, he would still be unable to pilot an ace mecha. Considering this possibility, the furrow in Ling Lan's brow deepened. Right then, in his cockpit, Li Lanfeng was already drenched in sweat. His body was soaked as if he had just stepped out of a bath. As the cockpit had the function of automatically regulating the humidity and temperature within the cockpit, even as Li Lanfeng sweated, his sweat was evaporating, causing the entire cockpit to become muggy with steam. He was panting heavily, his mind and spirit beginning to tire. Not just that, even his body was becoming weak and fatigued. The last few minutes of high-intensity operation and combat had drained his stamina rapidly, even exceeding his initial expectations. Damn *T. Li Lanfeng could not help but curse. Having fought till this extent, he really did not want to lose now due to a lack of stamina. He was never more resentful of this broken body of his. If he had the choice, he definitely would not have chosen to be a specter. He would rather have possessed a healthy body and become an exceptional mecha operator. That way, he could have become a free warrior, forever standing by the rabbit's side to follow him and protect him. Is this the end? Li Lanfeng began to feel his hands losing control. There were several moves he tried to execute, but his fingers just would not listen to him any longer and had gone on strike. He reflexively looked towards the bottom of his screen. In a window there, a mecha was silently watching his fight right now. Li Lanfeng knew that that was the mecha being piloted by the rabbit. The outer appearance of the mecha was so familiar that he could recite all its inner components and equipment and all the applicable accessories for it. This was because that mecha was one of the ace mecha types he desired the most, Who would have expected his rabbit to already be at this level? A trace of bitterness coursed through Li Lanfeng's heart. It made sense when he thought about it though. 7 years' time, with the rabbit's unique heaven-given talent in mecha piloting, how could the other just be as he appeared in Mecha World, just a low-level intermediate mecha warrior? The rabbit is getting further and further away from me. Li Lanfeng was suddenly and fiercely crestfallen. Did he really have the right to stand by the rabbit's side? Perhaps this was all just a fanciful fantasy of his, perhaps he was just indulging in daydreams, when in fact, he was not at all worthy. Just as Li Lanfeng was about to despair and give up, the rabbit's cool voice suddenly rang out from his mecha's comlink. Don't lose to yourself. Don't lose to yourself. This phrase reverberated like thunder in Li Lanfeng's ears. He was transported back to when he and the rabbit had first met. Back then, they had been training every day in their dry and boring basic control drills, forever running, dodging, flying. Even the most tenacious person would have times when they would falter and become frustrated. Even someone as calm as the rabbit had at times descended into an irritable funk, and at those times, the rabbit would let out a great roar, damn *T, don't lose to yourself, you weakling. After that, the rabbit would train even harder to carry out those basic drills, and he in turn would be inspired by the rabbit's actions to persevere, continuing to train alongside the rabbit. Perhaps that phrase was what the rabbit used to motivate himself, but Li Lanfeng took those words as a warning from the rabbit for him. Over these past few years, whenever he found himself restless and impatient and about to give up, this phrase would naturally come to the forefront of his mind. This phrase spurred him to continue pushing forwards, causing him to never dare give up no matter how difficult the situation was. 7 years later, hearing this phrase straight from the rabbit's mouth once again, Li Lanfeng's heart pounded violently. Warmth surged across his body, and he felt the fatigue he had been shoving aside being chased away by this wave of warmth, his entire body filling up with energy. Yes, how can I lose to myself? If I myself admit defeat, what right do I have to speak of changing my destiny to stand proudly by the rabbit's side? Li Lanfeng spurned his own weakness. His initially dazed eyes instantly became focused once more, and his slowed fingers picked up their pace once again, becoming even faster than before. In the end, they moved so quickly that they could not be seen clearly, only layer after layer of afterimages could be seen, like illusionary flowers slowly blooming. The two mecha had been fighting on even ground, but from the moment Li Lanfeng considered giving up, Li Lanfeng's mecha had become passive in comparison, no longer putting up a good fight. Instead, he had slowly been pushed to a disadvantage, soon only able to defend on all sides without being able to return any attacks of his own. Although Li Xiu, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing did not know why Li Lanfeng had flagged all of a sudden, becoming so flustered in battle, they could tell from the situation that Li Lanfeng was probably in trouble. Their hearts sank, and their initially rather ordered shooting also started to become rushed and disorganized. The special class mecha fighting against Li Lanfeng was an experienced mecha master. When he saw his opponent suddenly stop attacking, he quickly realized that the other might be running low on stamina. Although this situation was rather abrupt, so he was somewhat unprepared, he trusted in his own judgment. He did not lose this chance to intensify his attacks. Despite going fully on the defensive, after resisting against the special class operator's frenzied attacks for over 10 seconds, Li Lanfeng's mecha finally could not hold out any longer. His entire mecha was shuddering from the opponent's attacks, looking as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Soon, Li Shiyu and the other two watching from the sidelines were anxious but could not think of any way to help Li Lanfeng in his predicament. They could only shoot desperately in an attempt to pull Li Lanfeng back from the brink of defeat. This ends here. Under the opponent's frenzied attacks, Li Lanfeng's mecha finally exposed a fatal opening under duress. The special class operator had been waiting for this moment. Seeing the opening, a cruel sneer appeared on his lips. He raised his beam saber mercilessly and slashed down viciously at Li Lanfeng's mecha. "Watch out!" The other team members could only cry out in warning. Meanwhile, Li Shiyu was so horrified that he could not help but close his eyes. He could not bear to see Li Lanfeng, a teammate, his friend, also a descendant from the same Li family, die here in front of his eyes. Bang! Two beam sabers collided forcefully, sending countless sparks into the air. The initially flagging advanced mecha had managed to react swiftly in this most critical juncture. His speed had certainly exceeded his previous top speed by at least twofold. It was due to this that Li Lanfeng had managed to block that dangerous blow to save himself. "That's amazing, Senior Lanfeng." Qi Long and the others watching the fight instantly cheered in excitement at the sight. Hearing everyone's cheers, Li Shiyu quickly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Lanfeng unharmed, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. For that split second earlier, Li Shiyu had truly been overcome by despair. "Even if I run out of stamina and become unable to continue fighting, I must defeat the opponent. I will use facts to tell the rabbit that I, Li Lanfeng, am no weakling." Boundless fighting spirit blazed in Li Lanfeng's eyes. The hesitation and discouraged emotions he felt previously had disappeared. With a loud shout, he pushed his engines to their maximum power and charged right at the opponent with the intent to ram into the other. Goddamn *T, the opponent could not help but curse, seeing this reckless attack of Li Lanfeng's. At the same time, he controlled his mecha to dodge. He had no intentions of dying along with the enemy while he still held the upper hand. If possible, he hoped to swiftly escape after successfully killing the other. He had not forgotten that there was still an ace mecha watching hungrily below. His team leader had died at the other's hand. Now, he only hoped that that close combat ace mecha did not have enough power to fly into the sky. The special class mecha's ideas were solid. He planned to evade Li Lanfeng's reckless charge and then counterattack, but he did not expect that after he chose to evade, all the advantage he held previously was gone in a flash. Li Lanfeng watched as his opponent dodged and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. He revved his engines and changed directions abruptly, sticking close to the opponent mecha like a shadow. There was no sign of his previous stiff and mindless charge. With that, the special class operator realized that he had been tricked. The other's fierce and seemingly mindless attack was just a feint. The other's true goal was to use it to regain the initiative in this battle. In this manner, Li Lanfeng successfully stuck close to the special class mecha and began to rain down blows with his beam saber on his opponent. Perhaps it was because his hand speed had increased via a breakthrough, pushing his mecha's attack pace much higher than his previous top speed, right? Then, the special class mecha was taken off guard, flustered at the sudden change. All the special class operator could see at that moment were the shadows of beam sabers, and he could only block and defend with all his might. Although the special class mecha was in a tough spot right then, he had a wealth of battle experience to fall back on. He knew that he was in great danger at the moment, so even as he dealt with the rain of attacks, he turned the power on his mecha's beam shield to the maximum setting. That way, even if he missed any of the opponent's attacks, the heightened defense value of the beam shield would still be able to easily withstand the attack. With a loud bang, the special class operator felt a tremendous force strike his cockpit. The resulting violent vibrations felt like a boulder crushing his chest, and the operator's vision turned black as a surge of blood rose from the back of his throat. With an audible cry, the special class operator threw up the blood in his mouth forcefully, staining the control panel before him red. But it was precisely because he threw up this mouthful of blood that the special class operator's mind began to clear. When he was fully aware again, his first response was to retreat swiftly in an attempt to escape the other's attack range. Until now, he had not figured out how that attack had come about. This was definitely not something a regular beam saber attack could do. The special class operator was truly blind because he was in the thick of it all. In contrast, the members of Ling Lan's team who were watching from the sidelines could see clearly. While the special class operator had had his full attention on defending against Li Lanfeng's beam saber, Li Lanfeng had surprised the other by executing a knee strike with his mecha. The knee had struck the special class mecha's cockpit with the powerful force of a mecha behind it. If not for the gap in the mecha levels, as well as for the special class mecha's beam shield neutralizing a large part of the force, the special class operator would not have just ended up throwing up a mouthful of blood. He would probably have been gravely injured already. However, the attack had landed on a vital point of the mecha, with the cockpit directly receiving the brunt of the attack. Even though a special class mecha's defenses were several times stronger than that of a regular mecha, this great force and the resulting intense vibrations had still inflicted some internal injury on that special class operator. The special class operator desperately wanted to pull away and recover from his current passive situation, but having gained the advantage, how could Li Lanfeng let the other side succeed? With rekindled confidence, Li Lanfeng went all out into the fight. Even if this advanced mecha he was piloting broke down due to overload, he would still make sure that this special class mecha before him was struck down. In order to accomplish this objective, when Li Lanfeng saw the opponent retreat quickly, he too pushed all his engines to their maximum capacity to keep up with the opponent. With regards to mecha piloting, this type of behavior was absolutely forbidden. Pushing the engines to maximum power meant that the mecha was being overburdened. Running on overcapacity, even the most advanced mecha would only be able to sustain itself for a short 3 to 4 minutes. Once its limits were exceeded, the mecha would inevitably be damaged. The longer the mecha operated on overload, the greater the extent of the damage, until the point where the mecha might break down completely during combat. However, to pilot a mecha till it was overloaded was not such a simple thing. If one's hand speed could not keep up, even if an operator wanted to operate on overcapacity, it would merely be wishful thinking. In the past, Li Lanfeng could barely raise all the power aspects of his mecha to their full 100% value. But this time, due to the life-or-death situation, he had broken through his own limits, which included the limits on his hand speed. Therefore, at this moment, he had truly unleashed 120% of the mecha's capacity, which was theoretically the greatest overload value achievable. Sure enough, under Li Lanfeng's full-force operation, despite the level gap between the two mecha, Li Lanfeng managed to compensate for it by running his mecha in overcapacity. And so, two mecha could be seen to fly at extreme speeds in the air, not much distance at all between them. One mecha was desperately backing away, while the other was hot on its tail. Not only that, even while he pursued the opponent, Li Lanfeng did not forget to swing his beam saber wildly to attack. Li Lanfeng did not know how long this sudden surge of energy would last, but he knew that once it ran out, he would no longer have any more stamina to continue operating the mecha. To fight. Your leopard is an absolute maniac. Little Four finally could not help but exclaim. The other was already obviously out of strength, but relying purely on willpower and an unwillingness to lose, he was holding out, and his offensive power seemed even stronger than before. I never expected that he would actually have the same berserk air like Qi Long. Qi Long was a battle maniac. As soon as he entered combat, he was very easily stoked into a manic state of excitement. Endless energy would surge up from within his body in that mode. Even Ling Lan would have to expend a great deal of stamina to defeat Qi Long. She had initially thought that Qi Long was the only oddball in this regard, but now, seeing Li Lanfeng's unstoppable courage in pushing forwards, that dogged desire to finish things, he really seemed to display some signs of Qi Long in his berserk mode. Ling Lan could not help but shake her head in silence. What was up with these people she had taken in? The leopard had clearly looked like a gentle and graceful, mild-mannered and cultured person, who would have guessed that he would have a crazed zeal for battle no weaker than Qi Long's. Just imagining the future when she might end up leading a group who would turn into battle-crazed maniacs the moment they began fighting, Ling Lan felt her temples twitch violently. Ling Lan very quickly threw this image aside, let her cross that bridge when she came to it. It had to be said that, at times, Ling Lan truly embodied the AQ mentality. However, Ling Lan soon thought of the leopard's physique, which was weaker than the average person's, and her joyful spirits sank. If she could not solve this problem, no matter how good the leopard's control skills were, he would still be unable to operate an ace mecha. Ling Lan was well aware that the feedback force an ace mecha applied upon an operator's body was absolutely not something the leopard could withstand in his current state. Perhaps Little Four had used the term, your leopard, too many times. Under the subtle influence of repetition, Ling Lan had unconsciously begun calling Li Lanfeng her leopard as well, completely forgetting to correct Little Four's wrong phrasing. It had to be said that habit was a scary thing. It could make others accept things naturally, without questioning it. By the time one noticed, the habit would have already been ingrained, and there would no longer be any way to resist or discard it. While Ling Lan was worrying about Li Lanfeng's physical constitution, in the aerial battlefield, the special class operator had already pushed his mecha's engines to their maximum value, but he was still unable to get away from the other's pursuit. Moreover, as he was fully focused on trying to get away, in a moment of distraction, the special class operator was actually struck forcefully several times by Li Lanfeng's wild attacks. The power of the mecha's beam shield was being drained at a rapid rate as it fought off the opponent's attacks. When it looked like the mecha's remaining power would not be sufficient to maintain the maximum defense value of the beam shield any longer, the special class operator knew that he had been forced into a corner and had no choice but to fight back soon. Otherwise, he would end up crashing when the opponent's attacks whittled away all of his mecha's power. At that time, his only outcome would be death. Arg! The special class operator unleashed an angry roar. This dire situation gave him no choice but to fight for his life. He decisively stopped trying to escape, gripping his beam saber tightly with both hands. He aimed accurately for the opponent's incoming beam saber and swung his own blade out to meet it. The two beam sabers met with a loud bang. Perhaps both parties had used the full force of their mecha behind their blows, for the massive force of the collision caused the two beam sabers to present signs of distortion in that instant, and energy sparks were sent flying in all directions. In this patch of night sky, those sparks were like radiant fireworks, lighting up the night sky instantly. Before the flares could dissipate, another loud bang rang out once more. This sound was several times louder and crisper than the sound of the beam sabers clashing previously. The two mecha had slammed into each other at this time. Even Li Shiyu's group of three who had been chasing after the two fighting mecha could feel the violent shockwaves from the collision of the two mecha. It was clear to see how strong the impact of the collision was. The two fighting mecha were locked for several seconds and then they leapt back to instantly pull more than 30 meters apart. This was the inevitable outcome of inertia from the collision. The special class mecha, which already had a great deal of its power exhausted by its beam shield, had become entirely dull after this collision. However, the condition of Li Lanfeng's mecha was not much better. His beam shield had been amped up to its maximum defense value as well during the collision. And even though the defense value of his beam shield had not been drained before the impact, due to the gap between their mecha levels, this one violent collision had been enough to completely exhaust the power of Li Lanfeng's mecha's beam shield. Li Lanfeng's mecha was similarly dark and dull. Having been flung back, the special class operator relied on his solid control skills to stabilize his mecha. When he saw the opponent's mecha also lose the protection of its beam shield, he was ecstatic. He knew that this was his chance. So, he decisively raised the beam saber in his hands and piloted his mecha to charge manically at the off-balance advanced mecha, shouting, "Go to hell." Seeing this, Ling Lan's expression shifted. She decisively drew a beam handgun from the back of her waist and aimed right for that special class mecha leaping at Li Lanfeng. Although Ling Lan was piloting a close combat ace mecha, this did not mean that her mecha was not equipped with any long-range weapons. That said, the long-range weapons of a close combat mecha were neither those specialized long beam guns nor the even longer range beam sniper rifles long-range. Attack mecha had, rather, close combat mecha were equipped with beam handguns which had relatively shorter range. Still, a short-range beam handgun was enough to cover the distance between her and that special class mecha right now. Although Ling Lan could be said to favor close combat, her long-range shooting skills were equally good. She might not match up to the level of those aberrant marksmanship prodigies who were masters of long-range attacks, but Ling Lan was still a shade better than the average shooter. However, right when Ling Lan was about to shoot, her gaze flashed and her trigger finger froze. Highly familiar with close combat techniques, she had noticed that Li Lanfeng's seemingly off-balance mecha had actually shifted into a very familiar motion. His mecha's left hand was reaching slightly forward while the entire mecha seemed to be leaning to one side. Empty-handed weapon grab 1. Of course, the stance Li Lanfeng was using was a modified version, but the discerning eyes of Ling Lan could still see the underlying true form. No matter how much he had changed the stance, its origins were unchanged. It looked like Li Lanfeng was prepared to make his final move. At this sight, Ling Lan actually had two options. One was to proceed and shoot anyway. A mecha without the protection of a beam shield would require only 3 consecutive beam shots to eliminate. If those 3 shots hit, she would certainly be able to penetrate the special class mecha's cockpit and end this fight instantly. The other option was to trust that the leopard would be able to finish his final attack, though in Ling Lan's opinion, the probability of the leopard succeeding was at most only 60%. If this were still the Ling Lan of the previous world, she would definitely have chosen to proceed and shoot. She definitely would not have taken the gamble. Her mother hen personality made it a habit for her to gather up the people she treasured under her wings for protection. But in this new life, having gone through the various insane torments and trials of the learning space, Ling Lan had learned to be cold and ruthless, unfeeling and decisive. These two conflicting notions spun through Ling Lan's mind, and then she decisively chose the second option. As long as there was more than half the probability, Ling Lan would dare to take the risk. She believed that if the leopard succeeded, he would once again grow even stronger and get even closer to becoming an ace operator. Even though Li Lanfeng's life would be threatened, cold rationality told Ling Lan that, for the sake of the other's future, this bit of risk was still worth it. Ling Lan's decision was made in a split second, and then the special class mecha's beam saber was striking out in a savage stab at Li Lanfeng's cockpit. Every mecha operator knew that once an opponent's cockpit was destroyed, it would mean the end of a battle and the clinching of victory. Dodge! Watch out! Danger! Observing the fight, the other members of Ling Lan's team could only yell helplessly in fright. Qi Long and Luo Lang were not good at long-range attacks, so they could only stare helplessly from the ground below, unable to do anything to help. As they both favored close combat, their skills and techniques were largely intended for close combat. They had not paid much attention to long-range attack skills. Right now, they finally regretted their decision. They finally understood why Boss Lan had casually reminded them every so often not to neglect their long-range attack skills even if they wanted to focus on close combat. It turned out that when a companion's life was in danger, every extra skill or technique might be the key to turning things around to save that companion. Like now, if only they had some long-range attacks to rely on, they would have long started shooting frenziedly to help Li Lanfeng against the enemy. Li Shiyu, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing too felt their helplessness keenly at this time. If only their mecha control skills were slightly better, they would not have been left so far behind. Furthermore, they also felt that there was something wrong with their teamwork. For example, when they had begun chasing after Li Lanfeng, they had not thought to spread themselves out. Now, all bunched up together, they found that their shooting trajectories were blocked by Li Lanfeng. In other words, even though they had the ability to shoot, they still did not dare to shoot now. This was because they just could not guarantee that they would not hit Li Lanfeng, who was closer to them, first before they could even hit the special class mecha. Everyone could only stare with wide eyes as the enemy's beam saber pierced towards Li Lanfeng's cockpit. Swoosh! This was the sound of a beam saber piercing through a mecha. Li Shiyu's group of 3 following behind Li Lanfeng saw a beam saber suddenly appearing at his back through his body. They all felt despair creep over them. Had that mild-mannered, forever smiling nice guy lost his wings here? Only Ling Lan, who had been observing the fight from the ground below, calmly lowered the raised right hand of her mecha, unhurriedly controlling the mecha to holster her beam handgun back at her waist. Ling Lan had just finished this motion when the 2 stationary mecha in the air suddenly moved. Li Lanfeng's mecha abruptly raised a leg and slammed a powerful kick at the special class mecha sticking closely to him. The special class mecha was sent flying backwards by Li Lanfeng's kick, back arching to face the skies, but it still made no motion to resist. Those with sharp eyes could see that a sword hilt-like object was protruding from his cockpit, and at the back of the mecha's waist, an indistinct light was flickering. The special class mecha soaring through the air was not moving. Under the influence of Planet New Line's gravity, the entire mecha began to plunge towards the ground. Right at that moment, that hilt-like protrusion on his cockpit suddenly dropped off, and the flickering light at the back of his waist was snuffed out at the same time. Without the hilt-like object in the way, a dark round hole was revealed in the mecha's cockpit, tunneling right through to the other side. A loud boom rang out as the special class mecha crashed heavily into the ground, sending clouds of dust and dirt into the air. Perhaps because the special class mecha's construction was extremely solid, it still remained in one piece after the impact. At this time, the watching crowd finally realized that the winner of this fight was actually their companion Li Lanfeng and not the enemy special class mecha as they had thought. Li Shiyu's group of three, which had been hurrying desperately after Li Lanfeng, unwilling to give up hope, were instantly overwhelmed with joy at the outcome. They were just about to fly over to congratulate Li Lanfeng, the clear victor of the battle, when Li Lanfeng, who had been proudly hovering in the air, suddenly lost control of his mecha, which immediately began to plummet. This unexpected development took the ecstatic team members by surprise. Their expressions changed drastically once more as they leapt forwards in unplanned unison. The ones in the air hoped to halt the falling mecha, while the ones on the ground hoped to catch the mecha before it could hit the ground. Still, it was undeniable that, being so far away, it was almost impossible for them to accomplish their objectives. Even so, they did not give up, still pushing their engines to their limits. Mentally prepared, Ling Lan's mecha had flickered right at the moment Li Lanfeng had lost control of his mecha, disappearing from its original position. The next second, she had appeared right below Li Lanfeng. With a great leap, her mecha flew over 10 meters into the air, just in time to catch Li Lanfeng's mecha by the waist. When the other members of Ling Lan's team saw this scene, their hearts relaxed. They had actually forgotten that there was still Boss Lan standing guard below. Everyone slowed their mecha to a stop. Only Little Four was driven up the wall by the sight. What the hell was this? A hero rescuing a damsel in distress. A damsel rescuing a hero in distress. Or was it a hero saving another hero in distress? Or should it be a damsel rescuing another damsel? His core chip was quickly being overloaded by this incomputable question. Little Four suddenly froze, internal systems hanging, his entire body going slack, gaze blank. However, he reflexively saved a copy of this image, storing it directly in his databank. When his core chip resumed normal functioning later, he would continue processing this question. Leopard, how do you feel? Ling Lan efficiently hugged Li Lanfeng's mecha close as she controlled her mecha into landing softly with almost no tremors at all. Feet securely on the ground, she quickly connected to Li Lanfeng's comlink and asked worriedly. Even though Ling Lan's tone of voice was as icy as ever, Li Lanfeng could still hear the deep well of concern concealed within it. Li Lanfeng could not help but smile happily, warmth spreading through his heart. His rabbit truly cared a lot for him, otherwise he would not have rushed so quickly over to save him before he could hit the ground. Due to the fierce battle, the metal half-mask concealing Li Lanfeng's upper face all this time had already slipped off. If someone had been able to see the radiant, heartfelt smile on his face right now, and if their resistance was a little low, they would have found their hearts captivated. Regardless of whether they were male or female. "I'm fine," replied Li Lanfeng, smiling. His eyes felt a little hot, and he raised his hands to wipe away the sweat flowing down into his eyes. Even such a simple movement was very difficult for Li Lanfeng right now. He felt as if his two arms no longer belonged to him. "Your mecha has no more power to fight." Ling Lan swiftly examined Li Lanfeng's mecha. The gray and dull outer shell of the mecha made her frown. In this kind of dangerous battlefield, it was very dangerous without the protection of a mecha. Ling Lan instantly made her decision. "Later, come sit inside my mecha." Okay. Ling Lan's words startled Li Lanfeng, but he quickly caught himself and answered ecstatically. Did this prove that his performance this time had gained the rabbit's approval? At this thought, Li Lanfeng's entire being thrummed with excitement. His body, initially so tired that he could not even lift a finger, seemed to be infused with a second wind. He picked up the metal mask and placed it back on his face. When Ling Lan placed his mecha onto the ground, he opened the hatch of the cockpit and climbed out laboriously. Of course, his movements now were not as neat as usual, perhaps even appearing rather awkward, because he had half-crawled. Half-stumbled out of his cockpit. He then climbed up from the ground and inched step by step to the feet of Ling Lan's mecha. This would have been an extremely simple set of movements under usual circumstances, but now, Li Lanfeng only managed it via a Herculean effort. Li Lanfeng had just arrived at the feet of Ling Lan's mecha when the boarding platform of the mecha settled onto the ground almost at the same time. Li Lanfeng smiled wryly. It looked like the rabbit was well aware of his current condition, able to estimate his arrival time so precisely. Although Li Lanfeng was somewhat frustrated and embarrassed by this, his joy and gratefulness quickly chased those complicated emotions away. He took in a deep breath and then stepped firmly onto the platform. The platform rose slowly, and before it even arrived at the cockpit, Li Lanfeng could already see Ling Lan standing outside the cockpit, stretching a hand out towards him. The corners of Li Lanfeng's lips quirked and he placed his hand firmly into Ling Lan's hand. Ling Lan's fingers were rather cold, but his palm was very warm. This warmth made Li Lanfeng's heart thump and settle, so, it felt this safe being held tightly by someone one trusted. Just as Li Lanfeng was wrestling with his emotions, a powerful tug came from Ling Lan's hand. The next second, his entire body had been pulled by the other into the cockpit and thrown into the auxiliary seat. "Sit tight," ordered Ling Lan. Her cool gaze swept over Li Lanfeng, as if displeased at Li Lanfeng's dilly-dallying. This gaze made Li Lanfeng shiver, his mind jolting to clarity in an instant. Those pointless musings in his heart were completely swept away. He did not dare to delay any further, hurriedly buckling himself into the auxiliary seat with the seatbelt. Boo-hoo-hoo, he really did not want the rabbit to think of him as a burden. One somewhat jittery, Li Lanfeng could feel none of his body's pain or discomfort. He was obviously much more agile when buckling himself in. Sure enough, when one's attention was diverted, there would be a pain-killing effect. Seeing Li Lanfeng's quickened motions, Ling Lan closed the cockpit, satisfied, and activated her mecha. She had really been rather annoyed looking at the leopard's slow movements earlier. She truly was an impatient person. It looked like she really needed to think of a plan to help the leopard solve the problem of his physical constitution completely soon, thought Ling Lan. As there were no other enemies around, Ling Lan did not ask Little Four to employ emergency activation, choosing to activate the mecha normally. 2 minutes later, the mecha's regular activation was completed. This was already Little Four delaying things as much as he could bear. Otherwise, for the AI that had been optimized by Little Four, even regular activation would definitely be completed within 1 minute. However, this speed would have been much too shocking and suspicious. Even an Imperial mecha could not complete regular activation within 1 minute. Although Ling Lan trusted the leopard, the existence of Little Four was just too bizarre to explain. So, in order to avoid trouble and also to protect Little Four, Ling Lan still chose to cover things up a little. Having activated her mecha, Ling Lan very quickly contacted the rest of the team and made the subsequent arrangements. Ling Lan felt that continuing to remain here was much too dangerous. After all, 2 batches of enemies had fallen here. If another batch of enemies came, they definitely would not be just one lone ace mecha squad anymore. It was very likely that 2, or even 3 or more, ace mecha squads would arrive. Ling Lan had the confidence to go up against one ace operator, but Ling Lan was unsure whether she could take an additional ace. Moreover, she was also not the only one here now, there were still the other members of her team to account for. Ling Lan needed to take responsibility for her team members' safety. After careful consideration, Ling Lan decided to retreat with her team and avoid the keenest edge of danger for the moment. Meanwhile, at that moment, in the central command center of the Starship fleet in space, 2 battlefield reports had been delivered to the commander. "You're saying that there have been reports from both locations that Xiao Ting has appeared?" The commander looked at the 2 locations on the map which were over 10 kilometers apart and could not help but frown. Yes, Commander. On one end is news sent by Team M. Preliminary estimation is that the elite ace Tang Yu is bringing Xiao Ting along with him. It's only the two of them, and at present, it has been confirmed that one of the mecha is an ace trainee mecha of the military academy. Meanwhile, the other report came from the dormitory district. Our mecha troops there have discovered a batch of military academy trainee mecha among the ground forces. A majority of those trainee mecha are special class mecha, with just one of them being an ace mecha. The adjutant had pored over the information in detail the moment he had received the reports. Upon the commander's questioning, he quickly spoke up to explain. Actually, having two ace trainee mecha appear at the same time, could it be that two ace operators have emerged within the First Men's Military Academy? The commander-in-chief stared at the two reports, his forehead scrunched up even tighter. Unclear. The Waxians have always been wily. This could just be a smokescreen, a ploy by the instructors, or there really could be two students who have managed to advance and the school had intentionally suppressed this information. The adjutant shared his speculations with the commander. It looks like we can't pass on either of these 2 points. Regardless whether it is true or false, these trainee mecha need to be completely wiped out. A cold glint flashed through the commander's eyes. He had not forgotten the ultimate goal of this operation. That location of Team M, since there are 2 people, send 2 ace mecha squads over. The commander first gave this order. Thinking of something, the adjutant quickly notified Commander, "Sir, before I reported to you, I had already sent an ace mecha team over." "So what's the current situation?" asked the commander with a raised brow. The adjutant's expression was unsightly. "We still have not received any confirmed updates." "How long has it been since the team was deployed?" The commander's face turned grim. "It's already been 10 minutes. The adjutant too felt that things were not looking good for there to be no news after so long. "It looks like they've probably met a bad end at that spot." The commander's eyes flashed. "It is very likely to be a trap, but even if it's a trap, I still want this trap to become a conquest of ours. Send 2 more ace mecha squads to that location. We must completely eradicate the people lying in ambush there." "Yes, Commander," the adjutant replied immediately. After issuing this order, the commander walked over to the battle map display, and the adjutant quickly hurried after him. The commander peered intently at those spots marking the areas where the battle was most intense, and after a thoughtful pause he said, "The dormitory district is the area with the greatest resistance. The bulk of our forces as well as the forces of our allies are caught up here." "Adjutant Gare, is the battle still deadlocked?" "Yes, Commander. The defending troops of Planet New Line have already figured out our objective. They have placed all their martial forces at the dormitory district. Our previous few batches of mecha warriors suffered major casualties because the other side was ready for us. We've lost many people and are currently disadvantaged in terms of numbers. Although we've tried forcing our way through many times, the other side has been able to resist tenaciously." The adjutant reported the situation at the dormitory district to the commander. The commander-in-chief once again picked up the reports the staff officer had brought him earlier and his brow scrunched up once more. "The ground artillery is too dense and our landing points are too concentrated. Can't we disperse our landing points further away?" The adjutant chuckled wryly and said, "The only safe landing point on Planet New Line is this spot at the First Men's Military Academy. The other undeveloped primal areas are all classified as treacherous terrain. This was specially highlighted during our briefing with the Intelligence Bureau. Our landing points must not exceed the range of the First Men's Military Academy at all costs. Otherwise, the lives of our warriors will be in danger." Before the commander could say anything, the adjutant added, "The facts prove that the information given to us by the Intelligence Bureau is accurate. One of our allied mecha squads made an impromptu alteration to their landing point to avoid the dense cannon fire, going beyond the safe areas we had. Marked out, those people are still MIA-1 now." After repeated consideration and deduction, the final conclusion we arrived at is that the entire team was annihilated. The adjutant's words made the commander's facial expression change. The adjutant's expression had twisted as well as he said all this. He paused for a beat and then continued, "Just now, I have carefully studied the briefing files sent by the Intelligence Bureau again and found that those areas are All forbidden grounds. They are left there by the Waxians for operators of ace level and above to attempt a breakthrough. The Commander-in-Chief's gaze narrowed in interest. So the Waxians have found such a great spot. No wonder they would often produce top-class operators after a stretch of time. Moreover, with these forbidden grounds protecting the planet, with only the first men's military academy situated here. This is a great way of saving labor and resources while providing peace of mind. With regards to the Waxians' great luck, the Commander-in-Chief was truly filled with envy, jealousy, hate. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, he finally made a decision. Adjutant Gare, notify those below. Mobilize the ultimate tool. The adjutant raised his head, gaping with disbelief. The ultimate tool was something that was only allowed to be mobilized when the fleet was facing total annihilation. He did not expect the Commander-in-Chief to violate this principle, actually ordering its mobilization while they were still attacking. If news of this ever leaked to the outside world, the Commander-in-Chief would definitely receive censure from all sides, and may even be court-martialed. Time is of the essence. Do not forget what our primary objective is. The Commander-in-Chief was not at all surprised by his adjutant's reaction. If possible, he too did not want to mobilize this ultimate plan. However, the best-laid plans of mice and men often go awry too. The sneak attack they had thought foolproof ended up being discovered by the ground forces of the enemy, resulting in mass casualties on their end, pushing the entire battle into a deadlock. The Commander-in-Chief knew very well that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. At present, their satellite signal jamming technology could only hold out for 4 hours. As soon as the interference ended, they would be facing enemy reinforcements on all sides. In the surrounding star space, the Commander-in-Chief knew that there were 4 large Huasyan fleets prowling about. They were only able to cause trouble here for so long because the fleets did not know that planet New Line had been invaded. Once the interference time ended, the ground forces would be able to connect to their satellites again and transmit a distress signal. Those 4 fleets would definitely rush here at top speed to provide assistance. At that time, they would have to pay a heavy toll to escape, having no choice but to cut a bloody path through the enemies. And this was something the commander did not wish to see. Also, I found out that those allied forces outside have already begun to distrust us. A trace of frustration flashed through the Commander-in-Chief's eyes. In order to salvage the situation and appease them, we need to do something impactful to let them know that everything is still within our control. Besides, he was not at all planning to return fruitless. He was a staunch champion of the hegemony of the Empire. Even if he would be court-martialed, he still wanted to complete this mission for the Empire. The adjutant became very serious in reaction to the Commander-in-Chief's words. He too knew that those words spoken by the Allied forces outside were indeed not very pleasing to the ear, some seeming to even suspect that the Empire was purposefully using the Allied troops as sacrificial pawns. The Commander-in-Chief had chosen this drastic step in large part to shake off this bad name. Coming to terms with the commander's decision, the adjutant quickly stood to attention and accepted the order. Yes, sir. I'll immediately notify those below. The Commander-in-Chief waved a hand, gaze shadowed as he looked down at the verdant planet below. He had already revealed all his cards. He hoped that this time things would turn out to his satisfaction. Subsequently, order after order was sent out from the command center. Countless starships once again deployed countless mecha troops. Among them was the secret weapon which the Commander-in-Chief had called the ultimate tool. In the command center of the ground forces, when the commander there received reports of more enemy mecha descending from space, his expression changed drastically. Issue the command. Hold on no matter what. He tore his army cap from his head in a peak. The back of his crisp-pressed military uniform was already soaked with sweat. It was clear to see that the strategic planning over this period of time had already wrung him out mentally. Are we still unable to contact the fleets at the other sectors? Watching his orders being conveyed one by one down the line by the adjutant staff officer by his side, he could not help but look towards the soldier in charge of communications who had not stopped trying to establish contact with the other fleets. We can't send any signals out. We can only passively receive signals from the satellite. The calm soldier was in a similar state as the commander. The anxiety and stress over this period of time had also caused his uniform to be soaked through with sweat. It looks like the other is using a signal jammer. The only lucky thing is that they only managed to jam outgoing signals and not shut us down completely. The commander had actually come to this conclusion a long time ago, but he had just been holding on to that last bit of hope, unwilling to resign himself to the situation. At the thought of the opponent's jamming technology being just that bit stronger, the already sweat-soaked military uniform was saturated even more with a new torrent of sweat from the resulting fear. The commander was well aware that if that had been the case, they would certainly be deader than dead right now, to say nothing of putting up any resistance and counterattacking. Commander, the latest news from the front lines say that this batch of mecha are mostly ace mecha and special class mecha. Without waiting for the commander to finish being thankful, the news his subordinate brought made the commander's heart sink. The commander knew very well that they had only been able to hold out for so long because the first few batches of enemy mecha invading from the skies were largely intermediate mecha and advanced mecha, with only the rare few ace mecha scattered among them. It looks like the enemy has pulled out all the stops now. The commander clenched his teeth and ordered, "Let the special class mecha task force holding the fort, all the mecha of special class and above, engage the enemy in battle." He had way too few ace operators on hand. Now, he could only rely on special class operators to use their lives to fend off the enemy. Hopefully, they would not have to wait till all their forces were wiped out for the reinforcements to arrive. A glimmer of pain passed through the commander's eyes. In order to protect those students behind them, he had no choice but to make this painful decision. As Tang Yu's group, which had been providing support to the front lines from the back via long-range attacks all this while, consisted of either ace or special class mecha, they received news of a new batch of incoming enemy mecha a step earlier than the other regular mecha. Tang Yu swiftly locked onto an enemy mecha and zoomed in onto its image on his screens. When he saw the familiar outer forms of the mecha, Tang Yu's face paled involuntarily. He then quickly chose another few mecha from the incoming enemy team at random, zooming in on them in succession, and found that a majority of these enemy mecha were ace mecha and special class mecha, at a ratio of 1 ace to 4 special class mecha. Their numbers were as high as 500 mecha. Tang Yu knew that this was likely the enemy's last resort, a signal that the final showdown of this battle was about to begin. Instructors of the academy at special class operator status and above, draw in towards my location immediately. As the instructor with the highest military rank, Tang Yu was decisive, instantly connecting to the internal comm link of the military academy instructors to issue this order. The instructors, who had initially been scattered around the campus, heard Tang Yu's command and quickly stopped shooting, operating their mecha in Tang Yu's direction. In less than a minute, these experienced instructors had all assembled by Tang Yu's side. Tang Yu shared the news he had received with all the instructors, splitting the instructors into several teams at the same time. He also told them that as soon as these enemy mecha entered the lower air range of Planet New Line, they needed to surge forth and meet the enemy. On the ground, the ones defending the dormitory district were all the armored ground forces of the Federation. As soon as the flames of battle spread out to scorch the ground, the first ones to suffer would be these warriors. This was why Tang Yu had decided to bring the battlefield into the air. Moreover, the dormitory district was right behind the armored forces. Inside were all those defenseless academy cadets. For the sake of the students' safety, Tang Yu would not allow a mecha fight to break out there. All the instructors knew that this was an extremely unfavorable battle for them, because the number of ace operators among the ground forces defending Planet New Line was just too low. Even if they counted themselves in as well, their numbers were still a tad weaker than that of the invading enemy. Right at this moment, Xiao Ting, who had also rushed over and was now aware of the situation, asked anxiously, "Instructor Tang Yu, what should we do?" "Continue to work with the ground forces and provide long-range assistance." Tang Yu did not dare to let Xiao Ting fight with them. Once they went up against the enemy crowd of ace mecha, even he would not be able to guarantee his own safety, much less Xiao Ting's. For the students' safety, he felt that it would be better to keep them behind the lines of the ground forces. Tang Yu's order was not received well by Xiao Ting. He was an ace operator himself. He should be a bit stronger than the instructors who were still special class operators, right? If they could fight, then why couldn't he go too? He was about to argue his case when Tang Yu barked, "Xiao Ting, obey my orders." Familiar with Tang Yu's character, Xiao Ting knew that Tang Yu had already made up his mind not to let him onto the battlefield. Continuing to plead was pointless, so he gritted his teeth and said sulkily, "Roger that, Instructor Tang Yu." The enemy's descent was not fast, but it was not slow either. 5 minutes later, the first of the enemies officially entered the lower airspace of the planet. Seeing this, Tang Yu ordered, "Attack." Command issued. Tang Yu was the first to charge into the fray. He revved his main engine and piloted his mecha to soar into the sky. Behind him, the instructors all swooped towards the descending enemies under his lead. 2 batches of mecha, one from above, one from below, finally met in the air, 100 meters off the ground, and began their fight. "Regiment Commander, what should we do now?" Seeing that Xiao Ting had not followed his instructor's orders to retreat to the back line of the ground forces, still standing rooted in place, a member by his side could not help but ask. "At this kind of dangerous moment, how can we hide behind our instructors?" said Xiao Ting, pumped up. "I want to fight. I want to protect our academy. Those who want to fight, follow me. Those who want to obey the instructors and stay here can stay. I will not force anyone." Xiao Ting's words caused his team members around him to fall silent. At this time, Xiao Ting's most loyal defender stood out once more in support to say, "The regiment commander is right. Now is the most critical moment for our military academy. How can we be cowards and hide behind the instructors? I will go with the regiment commander." Seeing the other members continue to remain silent, his tone was scornful as he said, "Have you all forgotten the oath you swore before the military flag when you first entered the military academy? Those who don't even have the guts to protect their own academy are not worthy of piloting mecha." Many of the members were unable to accept this accusation. Provoked, they all spoke up, "I'll go." "Me too." "And me." 11 members shouted in near unison. In the end, there were only 3 left who still remained silent. Xiao Ting asked them coldly, "You all plan to stay behind?" After another beat of silence, one of the 3 finally opened his mouth. "Instructor Tang Yu told us to stay here. I think we should listen to the instructor. The first lesson we learned was to obey orders from our superiors and not to act on our own impulses." Xiao Ting's gaze narrowed at these words, his entire aura turning frigid. The other regiment members sensed something strange in the air. Just as one of the other members were about to try and counsel those 3, Xiao Ting said, "In that case, you 3 can stay here." That said, he turned and said to the 12 members who wanted to go with him and said, "The rest of you, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ting was the first to pilot his mecha in a sprint towards the inner regions of the military academy. The 12 members dared not say anything, immediately controlling their mecha in pursuit. Very soon, Xiao Ting's group of 13 had been swallowed by the night, leaving the range of the dormitory district. The 3 people left behind watched as Xiao Ting's figure disappeared. The mecha who had responded to Xiao Ting suddenly slumped as tension bled out of its frame, almost losing his footing. The other 2 reflexively tugged on his arms to support him, thus preventing the other from falling down. "Just now, I really thought the regiment commander would fly off the handle," said the unsteady member with a wry smile. "Me too." The 2 mecha supporting him had felt the same. "I'm worried whether the regiment commander is just biding his time to deal with us later asked one of the mecha worriedly. "If we are all still alive then, definitely. The regiment commander will never let us go for defying him. However, if we are lucky enough to survive, I plan to quit Lei Ting." That member who had spoken up against Xiao Ting said determinedly. His words shocked the other 2 mecha beside him. Mind you, once someone quit from Lei Ting, they would be viewed by the whole Lei Ting mecha clan as deserters. They would definitely find their every step constricted within the military academy. The exams that need to be taken have all been taken anyhow. At that time, I'll just request to be sent to some unexplored territory for practical training. By the time I return, it would already be time to enlist. That person was not making this decision blindly. He had long prepared for this eventuality. This was also what had given him the courage to defy Xiao Ting's order. The regiment commander will go to the 3rd division. This is already something that has been finalized. He's entering directly, exempt from being assessed. I heard this was approved personally by the 3rd Marshal, exclaimed another regiment member enviously. This was definitely a glorious matter. It was said that only General Ling Xiao had ever enjoyed such a distinction back in the past. Back then, it had been the second marshal, now the first marshal, who had taken a shine to General Ling Xiao and personally appointed and approved his enlistment into his own army division without going through the regular assessments. You can't enlist with the 3rd Division anymore. You might not even be able to enlist with any of the divisions on friendly terms with the 3rd. Even as cadets, they knew that the army divisions had their respective factions. Once Qiao Ting established himself in the 3rd Division, if they enlisted with any other divisions within the same faction, their lives would not be easy. I will enlist with the 23rd Division, declared that person with conviction. I'm uncertain about the other divisions, but the 23rd Division, General Ling Xiao's division, will definitely have nothing to do with the 3rd Division. Besides, Boss Hua and his gang are also at the 23rd Division. Perhaps the regiment commander might become the 2nd General Ling Xiao in future, a true elite among elites, but I still think following Boss Hua is a much more reassuring and secure decision. Regiment Commander Qiao Ting was just too proud. Once he had made a decision, he was not able to accept any advice or dissent from others. Even though this could be taken as the confidence a successful person needed to have, he felt that Qiao Ting was overconfident. This meant nothing good for the future development of the regiment commander, and this was also why he had used Instructor Tang Yu's orders as a legitimate excuse to refuse to follow Qiao Ting. His words made the other two fall into silent contemplation. A few seconds later, one of them said with a wry smile, "Let me see for a while longer. After all, that's all things that haven't happened yet. Let's just focus on how to survive right now." His words were extremely reasonable. The three of them no longer had any mood to chat. If they did not manage to survive this battle, all talk of the future was moot. Very soon, they had piloted their mecha back to the rear of the ground forces. They began to carry out their previous duty, shooting their beam guns from far away, helping to keep the enemies attacking the forces at the front at bay. As they fought, the other member who had not uttered a peep, all this while secretly connected to the comlink of the member who had said he wanted to enlist with the 23rd Division and said, "When you apply for enlistment with the 23rd Division, let me know." Hearing this, the member who had argued back against Qiao Ting smiled. It looked like he was not the only one who saw the problem with Qiao Ting. Right then, on Qiao Ting's end, he was swiftly leading his 12 members in a sprint away from the dormitory district. Qiao Ting was confident, but he also knew that they were surrounded by enemy mecha. For them inexperienced cadets to find a lucky break in the chaos was impossible. If they wanted to make any impact with their combat power and have a fighting chance as cadets, they would need to get further away from the main battlefield. Qiao Ting believed that there were sure to be scattered enemy mecha at the other areas of the military academy. And Qiao Ting's target was precisely these isolated enemy mecha. This was also why he wanted to bring his 12 members away for a change of battlefield. Unknowingly, the mecha team Qiao Ting was leading and the mecha team Ling Lan was leading in retreat right at that moment were actually traveling on the same route. However, one was moving closer to the dormitory district in order to ensure their safety, while the other had chosen to distance themselves from the dormitory district in order to gain battle merits. The battle continued to rage on, and seemed to be intensifying as the fighting progressed. Both the warriors of the Federation and the instructors of the Academy were completely embroiled in the whirlwind of battle. Other than fighting, they could only fight and fight and fight some more. As long as they did not die, they continued to fight without stopping. No one could tell when this battle would end. From the time they had discovered the aerial invasion till now, 2 hours had elapsed unknowingly. The night was still very dark, and the enemy still had not been able to break through the defensive line of the ground forces. Meanwhile, the enemies who had just appeared had not made much impact due to the desperate resistance from all the special class mecha of the Federation forces. The battle was once again mired in a deadlock. The commander of the ground forces had grown numb in the face of wave after wave of casualty reports. He went from deep heartache to unfeeling numbness, because he himself had no idea whether he would share the same fate as many of these warriors, sacrificed in a battle on this planet. "Look, what's that up above?" A staff officer suddenly cried out in surprise. He was the one tasked with monitoring the battlefield, and right now, his eyes were riveted on the large screen on the wall of the command center. At this cry, the commander quickly raised his head from the mass of reports before him, and his eyes immediately noticed two radiant mecha almost bright enough to dazzle his eyes in the air above the dormitory district. That familiar form caused him to lose control and shout, "God **** mit. They actually dare to violate the terms of the joint declaration." Right then, on the battlefield, almost everyone had noticed the two mecha hovering in the air. The mecha's outer forms were just too large and bright, it was practically impossible to miss them. It was like someone had hit the pause button on the initially fierce battlefield. Both sides stopped, fighting in unplanned unison. Imperial mecha were forbidden from appearing in regular battlefields, but now two had inexplicably appeared in the airspace above Planet New Line. They stood tall and proud as they looked down on the battlefield below. When the enemy fighters saw the emblem on the chests of the two Imperial mecha, they instantly emitted an earth-shattering cheer. In contrast, the defensive troops of Planet New Line, all of the Federation warriors including the Academy instructors, were swamped by an emotion that felt a lot like despair. Tang Yu had just destroyed an ace mecha when he heard the horrified gasps of the other instructors around him. And right after that, the entire battlefield descended into a kind of cold stillness. Bewildered, he lifted his head, and when he saw the two mecha hovering in the air, his pupils contracted, and his hands which had been busy operating his mecha stiffened. Tang Yu reflexively shot a glance at the dormitory district. He could almost see what the final fate of the people remaining here would be already. He suddenly thought of something and swiftly checked the location of his pet disciple Qiao Ting. Unexpectedly, he found that the other had already departed the range of the dormitory district and was heading into the depths of the military academy. Tang Yu could not help but feel both shocked and delighted. Shocked that Qiao Ting had not obeyed his orders, acting on his own to leave the protected area. If anything had happened, he would not have been able to rush over in time to help. Delighted because, even though Qiao Ting had disobeyed him, he had made a fortuitous mistake in leaving the dormitory district. Perhaps this way, he may have a chance of surviving. Yes, Tang Yu did not believe that they would be able to survive the attacks of an Imperial operator. It was foreseeable that anyone who remained in the dormitory district, whether it were soldiers or instructors, or even those students under the protection of the beam shield, would be unable to escape death in the end. Having no other recourse, Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as he made an instant decision. He would lead all the instructors here and try their best to hold these two Imperial mecha here as long as possible, giving Qiao Ting's group more time to run away. The two Imperial mecha saw that the entire battlefield had frozen for several seconds at their emergence, becoming deathly silent, and their hearts were filled with pride and satisfaction. They stared with cool disinterest down at the people below, the Huasyan ground forces and the ace operators. In their ranks were like nothing more than ants in the Imperial mecha's eyes. At this moment, one of the Imperial mecha asked the other tonelessly, "What have you found?" "I see two batches of baby catfish, one trying to meet up, hee." The other Imperial mecha suddenly cackled. "Is it the target?" The Imperial mecha who had first spoken could not help but raise an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He did not expect to be so lucky, discovering their target right from the get-go. Most probably two. Those baby catfish are all trainee mecha of the academy. Two of them are even ace trainee mecha. They should be the two targets Central Command has assigned to us. Parker, I'll leave this end to you. I'll go handle those little catfish, and once I'm done, we can return. The other Imperial mecha could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Compared to being a humanoid cannon without any need for skill or technique, he still much preferred teasing baby catfish and having some fun. Don't go overboard. The Imperial mecha which had first spoken could not help but warn the other. It seemed like the two Imperial mecha had a good relationship. Chill. When have I not completed a mission, replied the other Imperial mecha. Immediately after, he had operated his mecha to disappear into the night sky. Tang Yu, who had been closely observing the two Imperial mecha all this time, saw one of them abruptly disappear and his heart clenched. Where did he go? Before he could search for the other's tracks, the remaining Imperial mecha suddenly drew a giant cylindrical weapon almost as tall as the mecha itself from behind it. Tang Yu's face changed drastically at the sight and he shouted, dodge. As an elite ace, Tang Yu had very comprehensive knowledge of the Imperial mecha he would be using once he advanced. The weapon the opponent had brought out was precisely the most powerful and horrifying beam energy weapon Imperial mecha had, Line of Oblivion. As long as one was hit by the weapon, even an Imperial mecha of the same level would only be able to survive by exhausting all of its power on its King Shield. Any mecha below Imperial mecha absolutely could not survive a blow from this weapon. The only way to escape was to leave the attack range of the Line of Oblivion, which was why Tang Yu had immediately yelled out for his side to run. Boom! The round cylinder in the Imperial mecha's hand suddenly shot out a violet-black beam. At the moment it discharged, even a mecha as powerful as the Imperial mecha could not keep its balance. The entire mecha was sent flying backwards. It was clear to see how powerful the kickback of this cannon was. Thanks to Tang Yu's warning, all the Federation mecha in the air swiftly flew out of the trajectory of the beam. Still, even so, several mecha who did not react fast enough were grazed by the violet-black beam. Even this tiny bit of contact was enough for the power contained by the beam to blow these mecha apart, turning them into hunks of debris before being vaporized to disappear without a trace into the air. This one shot of the Imperial mecha's cannon had been targeting the armored ground forces fighting against the enemy mecha. Just one shot, and a circular black space appeared right in the center of the neat rectangular formation of the armored troops. Those troops standing within the circle had been swallowed by a wave of black, similarly disappearing without a trace. This is too horrific. We have no way of resisting this. At the sight, one of the staff officers in ground command was unable to take the pressure and collapsed to his knees, wailing. Although Imperial mecha were unable to determine the outcome of a battlefield outright like God-class mecha, the ground forces of the Federation, which were already at a disadvantage, just had no spare energy to resist against the enemy mecha anymore after receiving this devastating blow. This spineless behavior of the staff officer would normally have drawn the scorn and rebuke of others, but everyone in the command center had been shocked dumb by this strike. The command center was extraordinarily silent, desperation and despair spreading out like a shroud. The Imperial mecha saw that he had managed to wipe out almost 1/6 of the armored ground forces with just one shot and nodded in satisfaction. Truly impressive. This is the true value of us Imperial operators. After saying that, the Imperial operator stabilized his mecha and raised the cylinder once more. This time, he was aiming for the area several li behind the armored troops, the radiantly shining dormitory district. What a great target! The Imperial operator licked in his lips excitedly. As long as he utterly destroyed that area, their mission would be half completed. How funny that these Waxians, thinking they were so smart, had created such a district-wide beam shield. This saved him a lot of effort, allowing him to find the target he wanted to hit so easily. It was just so bloody convenient. Tang Yu, who had just led the instructors to evade the trajectory of the beam, saw where the cylinder was aimed at and could not help but cry, "Stop! Bastard!" He operated his mecha over in an attempt to prevent the attack, but it was already too late. The opponent pulled the trigger and another violet-black beam shot out from the cylinder. Boom! The violet-black beam struck the beam shield of the dormitory district without mercy. The beam shield shattered instantly, but the beam was not weakened significantly. In the next moment, it blasted its way into the dormitory district. Many buildings were immediately consumed by the violet-black beam, and 1/10 of the initially lovely and tranquil dormitory district was gone. Witnessing this, tears formed in Tang Yu's fierce gaze. Right when the beam struck its target, he could almost see the cadets inside being vaporized in the spray of dust and ash, and his heart twisted with anguish. Ain't this place big? The Imperial mecha grumbled, before once again lifting its cylinder to aim at the dormitory district, preparing to fire the second round of the Line of Oblivion. Stop, God *mit. Tang Yu became frenzied. Without hesitation, he made his mecha leap towards the Imperial mecha. Even though he knew this was suicidal, he just could not stand idly by and watch as the children died here. How impudent! The Imperial mecha saw an ace mecha charging like a reckless fool at him, trying to stop him from firing the Line of Oblivion. Sneering, he pulled the trigger, sending another violet-black beam shooting out of the cannon to barrel towards Tang Yu's mecha. Major Tang Yu, the instructors all shouted in horror. Everyone there knew that as soon as the line of oblivion hit, Tang Yu was very unlikely to survive. Just as the violet-black beam was about to consume Tang Yu's mecha whole. With a loud boom, the violet-black beam was abruptly stopped in its tracks by a powerful wave of energy. The beam then quickly dissipated, and amazingly, Tang Yu's mecha reappeared completely undamaged. What in the world had happened? Even Tang Yu himself was equally stunned and confused. He had charged forwards, ready to sacrifice himself, hoping that he could exhaust as much of the power behind the line of Oblivion's attack as possible so that the dormitory district below would receive less damage. Unexpectedly, in that split second before he would have been struck by the attack, a pale blue beam had suddenly come from a distance to intercept the line of Oblivion, saving him. He instinctively looked in the direction where the pale blue beam had come from. In the night sky above, a mecha was flying here at high speed. A few seconds later, the mecha appeared before everyone's eyes. Tang Yu teared up when he saw this mecha. Like a bullied child who had finally caught sight of a dependable adult, he could not help but cry out, "General Ling." Tang Yu had shouted this through his mecha's loudspeakers, so everyone on the battlefield heard this cry loud and clear. The words, "General Ling," reverberated like thunder across the entire battlefield, jolting everyone's hearts. The two sides which had been at each other's throats abruptly stopped fighting, looking up at the mecha which had appeared so unexpectedly. This mecha was much bigger and grander than the Imperial mecha. The Imperial mecha, which was already one size bigger than regular mecha, was just like a petite maiden, appearing extremely feeble in comparison. It possessed a classic and simple outer form unlike other mecha. The blazing phoenix totem on its chest and the 5 stars symbolizing its nationality emblazoned on its right arm could be clearly seen by everyone present. All of this stirred up everyone on the battlefield. The warriors of the Huaxia Federation were shouting in excitement, uncoordinated chants of "General Ling," slowly merging into a unified chorus. They were suffused with joy, and there were even many warriors who had tears streaming down their faces as they cheered. In contrast, the flames of arrogance stoked by the reinforcement of the Imperial operator were instantly dampened. Some mecha operators were even so terrified that they began to retreat. It was clear to see how nerve-wracking the emergence of this mecha was to them. If it could be said that the battlefield had previously been plunged into silence by the appearance of the two Imperial mecha, then the appearance of this mecha had caused the entire battle to freeze. The enemies, in particular, were scared stiff. This was because everyone knew the identity behind this mecha who had suddenly descended upon the battlefield to block the Imperial mecha's horrific attack. He was one of the 12 God-class operators of the Federation, the God-class operator termed to be the strongest in the future. He was 1 inch. Of the 10 great generals of the Huaxia Federation, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's reputation did not only echo throughout Huaxia, he was an awe-inspiring existence across the whole world. The enemies knew very well that the moment they made any wrong move, Ling Xiao would definitely eliminate them in a heartbeat. Against such an ultimate weapon, they had no chance of victory. In the ground command center, the commander there gave himself a hard slap as soon as he saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear. The sharp pain woke him up, and he began laughing wildly even as his eyes began to redden. Mumbling to himself, he said, "General Ling has really come. He's here, he's here. Victory will inevitably be ours, the Huaxia Federation's." That final phrase was shouted at top volume. It was clear to see how much he had struggled and suffered in the battle thus far. And now, he could finally let it all out. This cry of his jolted all the other staff in the command center out of their stunned stupor. They immediately began to dance and cheer. Within the span of a few short minutes, they had risen from the pits of despair to having hope again. Several officers with weaker hearts even slumped to the ground, unable to get up in the interim as they both cried and laughed in relief. Rushing onto the scene, Ling Xiao's gaze had turned instantly to where Ling Lan lived on campus. When he saw thick clouds of smoke billowing from the dormitory district and the chaos and destruction within it, his gaze turned cold as he realized he had still been a step too late. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with frustration and anxiety. He did not know whether his daughter was all right. Though typically calm, he finally could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. Without hesitation, he raised the gun in his hands and aimed it at the Imperial mecha who had caused This terrible scene. He absolutely would not allow this Imperial mecha who may have harmed his precious daughter to escape his grasp. He would make the other pay the price in blood. Ling Xiao, you cannot do this. The Imperial operator sensed a great threat. He knew that the other's killing intent had been invoked. Once one entered the Imperial realm, they would be able to sense an opponent's killing intent. The Imperial operator knew very well that he was no match for a God-class operator. Against a God-class operator, other than rivals of the same rank, the only other way to deal with them was to rely on a considerable number of fearless Imperial operators to employ mutual destruction methods. Perhaps then there would still be some chance of injuring the other. Take a good look, that's only to injure, not destroy. At their level, no miraculous cross-level upset was possible. If you kill me, you'll violate the International Joint Declaration, barked the Imperial operator. Since the moment you first chose to open fire and shoot, you have already lost the right to say that to me, replied Ling Xiao coldly. Anyone who dared touch his daughter should be prepared to die. Ling Xiao pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a pale blue beam shot out from the muzzle of the gun, heading straight for the opponent's mecha. The Imperial operator instantly kicked his mecha into flash evasion. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial mecha had already dashed several hundred meters from his original location. Everyone on the ground saw the Imperial mecha evade the beam Ling Xiao had shot. However, just as the Federation warriors were about to sigh and the enemy cheer, the very next second, everything changed. Everyone stared in silent stupefaction at the Imperial mecha, unable to make any sound. The right arm of the Imperial mecha, which had already flashed 100 or so meters away, had actually been destroyed. That massive line of oblivion which had been hoisted on his right shoulder slipped due to the loss of support to crash heavily into the ground, making a loud crash. What in the world had happened? Very soon, some of the mecha operators with quick minds quickly realized that the Imperial mecha's right arm must have been destroyed by that beam Ling Xiao had shot. But, how had the beam which had already been evaded still managed to strike the Imperial mecha's arm? Almost everyone was unable to figure it out, completely baffled, because they did not believe that their eyes could have been mistaken. Only Tang Yu's gaze flashed, a trace of confusion on his brow despite having some vague flash of comprehension that he just could not put words to. Only the Imperial operator who had been shot knew exactly how he had been hit. When the opponent had fired, he had used the highest form of shooting skill, Temporal Shadow. Temporal Shadow was actually a form of illusion, that is, the speed and the beam of light seen by the attacker were in fact all fake. In other words, when Ling Xiao had shot, the opponent had already fallen victim to a kind of misperception. This was an ability that only God-class operators could possess. The Imperial operator only understood because he had once received some guidance from a God-class operator in his own country. The Imperial operator felt that he might have already been hit even before he evaded, it's just that he had only noticed it after he evaded. This was a God-class operator, he had no way to resist. The Imperial operator finally experienced the same helplessness ace operators felt when they faced him. Before he could regain his mental balance, a dark shadow had already appeared in front of him. Pow 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 pow. Four beams of cold light flashed by and in the next second, the Imperial mecha's sole remaining left arm had been sliced cleanly off. The final blow of the sword pierced mercilessly through the Imperial mecha's cockpit. With Ling Xiao's capabilities, he could certainly have finished off the opponent in one blow. However, it would be hard to quell Ling Xiao's rage with just one blow. The Imperial mecha, who had strutted around proudly, terrorizing the entire battlefield, was eliminated so efficiently, everyone present at the scene was gobsmacked. Although they had always known that God-class mecha were ultimate weapons of the human world, that was after all just a legend. Many warriors would never witness a God-class mecha operator in battle all their lives, and so they would never truly comprehend what that description truly meant. Right then, after truly seeing a God-class operator in action, they finally understood why only God-class mecha were called the ultimate weapons of the human world. The Imperial mecha which had so frightened them was nothing before the God-class mecha. Like any other mecha before a God-class mecha, its existence was at the level of an ant. Ling Xiao's rage was not appeased by destroying one Imperial mecha. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the air above the armored troops. Activate Divine Punishment System. His own daughter's life hung in the balance because of these intruders. Ling Xiao's heart was surging with killing intent. Without hesitation, he unleashed the God-class mecha's most fearsome weapon, the Divine Punishment System. Command received by, Divine Punishment activated. In less than a second, 12 beautiful wings unfurled from God-class mecha's back. The wings absorbed energy rapidly, reaching its peak level in the blink of an eye. Fire! Ling Xiao said icily as he pressed the trigger in his hands without mercy. 12 beams of light swept towards the enemy formations held off by the armored troops, leaving white spots in everyone's vision for several seconds. When the light faded and everyone's vision returned to normal, 12 lanes of white space had been carved into the ground. In the spaces, there was no longer any sign of mecha, not even debris. It was as if the mecha had been instantly vaporized. This devastating firepower once again drove the point home on why God-class mecha were called the ultimate weapons of the human world. Nothing could stand in the way of this power. One round of divine punishment had almost wiped out half of the enemy mecha. The entire enemy camp suddenly appeared so empty and insubstantial. Ling Xiao's rage was only slightly alleviated. Ending his attack, he once more teleported to hover in the air and decisively took charge of the general. Military-wide comlink and ordered, all forces, attack. Clear the battlefield. Since they dared to invade, then they should be prepared to die. Ling Xiao had never intended for any of these enemies to leave the planet alive. Yes, sir. At Ling Xiao's command, all of the Huasyan soldiers responded spiritedly. They had been lifted from despair to hope over the course of a few minutes, and had now seen the budding fruit of victory from the heights of hope. Right then, they were fully motivated. The frustration from fighting at a disadvantage, completely overpowered, had finally disappeared. All of the warriors were bursting with energy, leaping towards those remaining enemy mecha like a pack of hungry wolves. While everyone charged at the remaining enemies, only Tang Yu flew towards Ling Xiao, shouting, "General Ling, there is still one more Imperial mecha. He has already infiltrated the military academy." Ling Xiao had already been planning to go check on Ling Lan in the dormitory district. Hearing what Tang Yu said, his heart clenched. For the other Imperial mecha to let go of the obvious battle merits here to secretly infiltrate the school, what exactly was the other after? Ling Xiao had the same thought as Ling Lan. The very first thing that came to mind was, could it be that his daughter's actions at the Swift Dragon base had been exposed? However, Ling Xiao very quickly eliminated this possibility. Although he had been staying at the military academy for the past period of time, he had still remained well informed of the situation on the outside. There had been no sign at all that the Caesar Empire had sensed anything new. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face shifted subtly, and in the very next second, he had vanished from Tang Yu's sight. Only his words echoed in the air, "Leave it to me." Ling Xiao unstintingly expended his mecha's power to utilize the divine wind system. Just a moment before, he had received a message from his daughter. The message consisted of only a set of coordinates, along with one word, help. Ling Xiao was consumed with worry and rage. He could almost guarantee that that last bloody Imperial mecha must be at those coordinates. Lanner, hold on for another 5 seconds. Daddy will be there soon. Ling Xiao was very confident that he would definitely be able to rush to the scene within 5 seconds using the divine wind system. However, he also knew that, up against an Imperial mecha, 5 seconds could very well already decide whether his daughter would live or die. After the other Imperial mecha abruptly left the dormitory district, it arrived at an area several kilometers away several seconds later, where it then intercepted the Thunder King's gang which had been sneaking away from the dormitory district. Seeing this enemy Imperial mecha which had suddenly appeared before them, even the confident Thunder King Xiaoting instantly lost his composure. His first reaction was to lead his team members to run in a desperate bid for escape. "What a bunch of limp eggs," said the Imperial operator scornfully. He looked towards the distance. On the escape path this group had chosen, a team of 8 mecha was heading right towards them in this direction. "Perhaps, I can play a fun game." A creepy smile emerged on the Imperial operator's lips. This was his favorite game. Having come to some decision, the Imperial operator did not choose to destroy the Thunder King's group directly. Instead, he tailed them like an unshakable shadow, slowly yet surely. At the same time, he enforced signal interference onto this sector, making it impossible for the two mecha teams to discover each other's presence beforehand with their radars. The Imperial operator suddenly cried out in surprise. He had noticed the 8 mecha rushing here suddenly stop. Could it be that they had sensed something? The Imperial operator immediately denied this possibility, because the interference function of an Imperial mecha was unable to be cracked by mecha other than God-class mecha. How troublesome. The other party's subsequent actions puzzled the Imperial mecha and soured his mood. He could not help but curse and mutter under his breath before disappearing in a flash. Running for their lives, at the brink of despair, the Thunder King's group suddenly found that the Imperial mecha chasing after them all this while had suddenly vanished. Unable to help themselves, all of the mecha fell to their knees. The only one who managed to stay on his feet was the Thunder King. He's letting us go? Xiao Ting asked disbelievingly. Had that butcher's knife hanging high above their heads truly just gone away? The Thunder King really wondered if he was dreaming. That person is gone. He must have decided to let us go, answered one of his team members, panting. He was very grateful to keep his life. When they had been running earlier with the Imperial mecha hot on their tail, he had really thought that they were all done for. Boss, while that person is away, let us quickly leave this place. Another member was still extremely frightened. Even though his stamina was almost depleted by their desperate dash for survival earlier, he still felt that it was better to leave this dangerous location as soon as they could. Then, where should we go? We have no idea where the enemy has gone. What if we just happen to choose the same direction that person is heading towards? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yet another member glanced at his radar and saw that everything was empty on it. This meant that there were no other mecha within a 10-kilometer radius of them, making it seem as if this spot was very safe. However, the more things appeared this way, the harder it felt for him to make a decision. Let's just go back to the dormitory district. There are Federation troops there, and Instructor Tang Yu is there too. Someone suggested that they head back from whence they came. In their minds, Instructor Tang Yu was the strongest, perhaps he could protect them. Besides, there was both power and safety in numbers. No, I believe that it would be even more dangerous there. Didn't you see how all the enemies focused their attacks there? I'm wondering whether that Imperial mecha has gone over to reinforce the forces at the dormitory district. If he has really gone there, even if Instructor Tang Yu is there, he won't be able to handle it, said Xiao Ting with a bitter smile. Even though Instructor Tang Yu was a king of aces, against an Imperial operator, he was equally vulnerable. Of course, although Xiao Ting did not want to go back for the reason he had mentioned, there was still another reason for his resistance. He had domineeringly led his group of 12 away earlier because he had wanted to earn battle merits and establish himself. If he ran back now with his tail between his legs, Xiao Ting felt that it would be just too great a loss of face. He did not want to go back and become the butt of jokes for those 3 members who had refused to come with him. Yes, the regiment commander is right. The member most supportive of Xiao Ting once again jumped out to back Xiao Ting's decision. It's better for us to continue moving forwards in this direction. If the Imperial operator was planning to head this way anyway, I really can't figure out why he would choose to disappear on his own. Wouldn't it have made more sense to keep following us? Xiao Ting bit out, then finally chose to continue with his previous course. Xiao Ting's words were undoubtedly logical. Moreover, he was also the regiment commander, so even if some of the members had some reservations, they could only tag along since the majority agreed with their leader. Meanwhile, on Ling Lan's end, her team had been charging at high speed towards the dormitory district when she suddenly stopped. As soon as Ling Lan stopped, without her having to say a word, the rest of her team members tacitly stopped moving as well. They silently spread out around Ling Lan, highly used to working together, they knew what to do. They believed that their team leader would not have stopped for no reason, he must have noticed something. Ling Lan had stopped because, inside her mind space, Little Four had suddenly shouted a warning that there was an enemy ahead and that this enemy was actually an Imperial mecha. This news stunned Ling Lan. She immediately chose to stop her mecha, turning in her mind to ask Little Four what exactly was going on. Little Four was also very distressed. Hands wrapped around his head, he said in disbelief, I also can't figure it out. Doesn't this world have a joint declaration that mecha above ace level are not allowed to appear on a battlefield? Boss, we better change directions and run. The other has most likely already noticed us. Little Four had some shielding ability, but he was not confident that his shielding would work as flawlessly against an Imperial mecha. He immediately suggested that his boss temporarily run away to avoid the enemy. Okay, replied Ling Lan decisively. She signaled for her team members to follow her, turning 90 degrees left in a swift escape. Backtracking along their original route, they would certainly bump into the unidentified enemy. Ling Lan naturally did not want to take the risk. Also, if they turned right instead, they would indirectly shorten the distance between them and the Imperial mecha. Ling Lan did not want to chance it. Only by turning left and heading up could they put as much distance as they could between them and the Imperial mecha. However, Ling Lan's team had not even flown this way for 10 seconds when Little Four yelled out, he's found us. He has given up on his original prey and is rushing towards us, estimated time of arrival, 10 seconds. This final phrase was said with a whine, because Little Four really could not think of any way for them to escape from the demonic clutches of the Imperial operator. Ling Lan gritted her teeth at those words, once again putting the brakes on her rapid sprint. She abruptly turned her head around to shout, prepare to fight. This cry of Ling Lan's instantly caused her well-trained team to stop and turn around like Ling Lan to get ready to face the enemy. At the same time, they took the weapons hanging on their backs into their hands. Just when they had finished doing all this, in the night sky above them, a huge mecha appeared out of thin air. Its glorious and lovely chassis made everyone's face change. Familiar with mecha of every level, they naturally recognized that this was an Imperial mecha. At the same time, they also understood now why Boss Lan had asked them to prepare for battle. Before an Imperial operator, it was utterly impossible to escape by running. As such, they might as well choose to fight. Even if they died, they would at least die with some dignity. How interesting, actually able to choose death so calmly. Seeing how this group made a completely different decision from the previous group, the Imperial mecha was exhilarated. The more he saw how brave and upstanding they were, the more he felt like abusing them. He wanted to see what these people would choose to do in the face of death. Would they heroically leap to their death, or would they betray their principles to live? I will give you all one chance to live. Go back to the path you all were using previously, and you will encounter a group of people with 13 mecha. As long as you all kill everyone in the other group, I'll let you all go. The Imperial mecha suddenly turned on its external speakers to tell Ling Lan's team. Ling Lan's gaze narrowed. If I'm not mistaken, that group must be from our side. You want to see us fight amongst ourselves? Applause rang out from the other speakers, and the Imperial operator's sinister voice quickly followed, you're very smart. Yes, indeed, I really want to see you all fighting and killing each other. And this just so happens to be your only chance to survive. Refuse, and the outcome for both your teams is death, though you will all just die at my hands. Of course, you can also choose to sacrifice yourself. Lead your team to meet the other group and commit suicide, and I can also let those people go, suggested the Imperial operator with a smile. He was just like Satan, spreading the seeds of temptation which you could not refuse. Ling Lan fell silent. All of a sudden, she did not know how to choose. The opponent had given her a reason she could not refuse. Just as Ling Lan hesitated, Little Four's despairing face was suddenly painted with pleasant surprise. He shouted loudly, Boss, Daddy's here. I agree. Ling Lan's heart surged with joy as she replied decisively. Ling Lan was neither planning to kill the other team to survive, nor was she planning to lead her team to kill themselves. She was only trying her best to drag things out. Since she knew a savior had come, it would really be too stupid to die here out of carelessness. As Ling Lan replied, she did not forget to command Little Four inside the mind space, Little Four, quickly think of a way to send Dad a message so he can come save us. The other team is heading here right now. I'll give you all 10 seconds. If you all still have not met up with them after 10 seconds, I will destroy all of you, because you are all trash unworthy of playing this game. The Imperial operator did not do as Ling Lan wished and give her more time. Instead, He gave Ling Lan's team yet another rule to follow, giving them no choice but to work hard. I'll begin the count now. 1. The Imperial Operator did not give Ling Lan's team any more time to prepare, beginning to count the moment he finished issuing his newest rule. When Ling Lan heard 1, she was the first to turn her mecha and rush back in their original direction. No matter what the situation would be like 10 seconds later, she needed to make full use of these 10 seconds to do as the other had said. Her only hope was that little 4 could make contact with her father as soon as possible. Seeing their boss charging out like a ferocious tiger, Ling Lan's team responded swiftly. All of them also operated their mecha to follow after their boss. What a bunch of obedient children. Things are gonna be fun now. The Imperial Operator licked his lips in excitement at the sight, cackling maliciously. A second later, that grand and lovely Imperial mecha once again vanished from the sky, leaving no trace behind. Movement. Xiao Ting's group, which was rushing towards Ling Lan's group, suddenly felt vibrations coming from below their feet. Everyone became nervous, because their radars were still blank, they had no idea what exactly was behind these vibrations. The vibrations were gentle at the start, but several seconds later, they became more and more intense. Xiao Ting's group knew that something was about to appear before them soon. God *mit, our radar scanning functions have all stopped working. Only now did Xiao Ting's team realize this fact. However, they did not know that this was a result of the Imperial Operator blocking all the signals within this sector. If Ling Lan had not possessed the oddball little 4, she too would have been just like Xiao Ting's team, completely oblivious to the others' presence till they actually bumped into them. Prepare to fight. Xiao Ting instantly gave his orders. No matter what appeared, preparing to fight would never be wrong. Of course, Xiao Ting could be certain that it definitely was not that Imperial Operator who was creating such an intense vibration. Ruling out the threat of that Imperial Operator, Xiao Ting behaved calmly and rationally. Yes, Regiment Commander. Xiao Ting's composure calmed the rest of his team down as well. They all drew the weapons from their backs, preparing to meet these unexpected enemies. Of course, it was also possible that the comers were friendlies, but having been frightened by the Imperial Operator. Previously, their nerves were taut and they did not dare to take things lightly. As the point man of the team, the mecha standing right at the front was the first to see the outer forms of the newcomers. Pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes and he hurriedly reported on his team comlink, the outer form of the mecha has been confirmed to be trainee mecha from the Academy. Level, Advanced, 5 mecha. Oh, another has appeared, and that mecha is, an ace mecha. When the other team members heard that the other party was operating advanced trainee mecha of the Academy, their hearts settled. However, when the point man added that last bit in a tone a whole octave higher, everyone was stupefied. This was because everyone knew that, in the entire military academy, only their regiment commander, Thunder King Xiao Ting of Leiting, was qualified to operate ace mecha. They had not heard of any other person in the academy capable of piloting ace mecha so far. Could it be that the one piloting it was an instructor? That was their first thought, but this notion was quickly overturned. All of the ace-level instructors in the academy had their own personal ace mecha, they would never choose to pilot this type of ace trainee mecha which was obviously weaker than military-use ace mecha on all fronts. Could it be that the person inside was operating it beyond their true level? Excluding operation by an instructor, this was the only other possibility they could think of. However, after observing that ace mecha's movements, they once again ruled out this speculation. That ace mecha's movements were natural, without any sense of stiffness or choppiness. This meant that the operator inside was operating it with ease, and this was absolutely not something someone operating across levels could do. Cross-level operation was very taxing and difficult, every step would drain a tremendous amount of the operator's mental strength and physical stamina. As such, it would be impossible for the mecha's movements to seem so smooth and natural. Before Xiao Ting's team could come up with a reasonable explanation, the two sides were finally facing each other in the blink of an eye. About 100 meters or so away, the other party suddenly stopped, and the 6 mecha faced them from that distance without approaching any closer. Just as Xiao Ting was about to initiate conversation and ask the other group some questions, a ripple appeared in the air above them, and that missing Imperial mecha once again appeared before Xiao Ting's group. Seeing this familiar Imperial mecha, the faces of Xiao Ting's group instantly turned pale. Even Xiao Ting could not help but feel his heart drop, yelling internally that they were all done for. Who could have guessed that they were still unable to escape from the enemy's demonic clutches in the end? Could it be that they were really about to die here today? As Xiao Ting and the others could not help but be swamped with despair, the Imperial operator hovering in the air suddenly spoke, "Both teams, listen well. As long as you can kill everyone in the other team, then you will have earned the right to continue living. Otherwise, I will personally take action, and at that time, no one from either team will be spared." Xiao Ting's pupils contracted at these words. He had not expected the Imperial mecha to have brought the other team over here because he wanted to see them fight among themselves. Although he was unsure who exactly was piloting the other ace trainee mecha, there was no doubt that the members of that team were cadets just like them. The two teams were originally trustworthy comrades from the same side who could entrust their backs to each other, but now they were being forced to fight each other to the death. Did he really have to kill them? Xiao Ting's heart was conflicted. If there was any hope of surviving, of course he did not want to die. He believed that his team of 13 would definitely be able to obtain victory against the other's group of 6, because aside from the one ace mecha, the other 5 in the other group were only advanced mecha. Meanwhile, on Lei Tang's side, other than his own ace mecha, the others were all special class mecha. Whether it was in terms of numbers or level of mecha, his team had the absolute upper hand. But for the sake of survival, were they really going to kill their own schoolmates, their future comrades? Xiao Ting shivered violently. He could not imagine staining his hands with the blood of companions. If he truly did so, how would he be any different from an inhuman beast? There are things a person must do, and there are things a person must never do. Since you've already decided to be a mecha operator, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourself. Instructor Tang Yu's austere voice rang out suddenly in his mind's ear, and Xiao Ting jolted to awareness. Yes, if they really did as the Imperial operator said and chose to fight to the death among themselves just to survive, even if they were fortunate enough to survive in the end, their beliefs and principles would have been ruthlessly crushed in the process. Xiao Ting's gaze turned from confusion to clarity, from hesitation to determination. Finally, after several seconds of silence, Xiao Ting spoke up to say, "I refuse." Although Xiao Ting was extremely proud and self-assured, and loved to be in control, a genius who could stoop to some dirty means in order to achieve his objectives, he would never trade a comrade's life in order to ensure his own survival. Xiao Ting's resolute refusal made a trace of admiration flash across Ling Lan's eyes. His refusal was equivalent to giving up on his own life. No matter how one looked at the situation, Xiao Ting's side was sure to win if the two teams fought. Xiao Ting's words made the members of his team cry out in shock, but they very quickly settled down again. Perhaps the Imperial operator's suggestion had indeed caused the hearts of some of Xiao Ting's members to waver, but when Xiao Ting firmly refused, though they felt a little disappointed, they were mostly more relieved. If Xiao Ting had chosen to kill the other team, it might really have been possible for all of them to survive, but they would certainly have been mentally and spiritually tormented after the fact. They may even have had to worry whether, one day in the future, Xiao Ting might also sell them out for his own benefit. Xiao Ting's words caused the Imperial operator's eyes to turn cold. Furious, he raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Xiao Ting, sneering as he said, "You actually dare to refuse me? I am very angry. In that case, let me start with you." That said, he pulled the trigger and a powerful beam was fired from the muzzle. Seeing this, Xiao Ting quickly operated his mecha to evade, but the speed of the other's attack was extremely fast. This speed greatly exceeded the shooting speed of an ace mecha's beam gun, taking Xiao Ting slightly off guard. Despite trying his best to dodge, he still only managed to move the vital points of his mecha out of the danger zone. Just as the shot looked like it would hit Xiao Ting's left leg, a whirling giant metal sword suddenly appeared before him, perfectly placed to block that beam attack. There was a loud boom, and the giant sword clattered to the ground. At this time, the giant sword no longer looked anything like a giant sword. Though the giant sword, which was several times sturdier than the outer shell of a mecha, had managed to block that beam, the immense power behind it had still melted the giant sword down into a large metal block. Some tiny holes could even be seen in the metal block. The power of the beam finally dissipated, and Xiao Ting looked down fearfully at the giant metal sword which had fallen at his feet. Oh, no, now, it could only be called a large metal block, only the two ends retained some impression of being a sword. He knew that if not for the abrupt appearance of this giant sword, that attack just now would definitely have damaged his mecha. If he was truly unlucky, the attack may even have endangered his life. Xiao Ting could not help but look towards the other trainee ace mecha with gratitude in his eyes. The other's actions had also made his stance clear. He too did not want to fight and kill schoolmates and companions. Sure enough, Xiao Ting received a communications request from the other immediately after. Although Xiao Ting did not know how the other managed to connect to his team's comlink, it was all unimportant as long as they could communicate and confirm their partnership in fighting against the enemy. Ling Lan briefly explained the situation to Xiao Ting, and after confirming their partnership, she turned anxiously to ask Little Four whether he had managed to contact her father. In the mind space, Little Four was similarly anxious, his back drenched with sweat. Knowing that his and Boss Lan's life were at stake, Little Four, who should not have known what nervousness was, actually could not control his own emotions. The core chip which gave him life once again entered a high-temperature state. Boss, I'm still unsuccessful. The security procedures of the God-class mecha are too powerful, I cannot infiltrate the other's mainframe anytime soon, replied Little Four quickly, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. All you have to do is send a distress message to Dad. When Ling Lan heard what he said, her initially sweaty forehead instantly beaded up with even more sweat. Who knew that Little Four would make such a mistake at this critical moment, actually choosing such a difficult path? Just think, the mecha her dad was operating was a God-class mecha. If the mainframe procedures of a God-class mecha were so easy to crack, would it still be a God-class mecha? Ling Lan's words caused Little Four to freeze, abruptly realizing what a stupid thing he had been trying to do. Yes, didn't he just have to send their coordinates and the news that they were in danger over to Daddy? There really was no need to actually talk to the other. Little Four had tried to hack into and take over the other mecha out of habit to connect to the other's comlink and communicate directly. He had completely overlooked the fact that he could have just sent a message over to Ling Xiao to ask for help. Boss, I'll send the message immediately. Little Four did not dare to meet Ling Lan's eyes in his shame and frustration. Boss must definitely be annoyed with him now, why had he been so stupid? Little Four's heart was a plain of darkness, the initially bright and lovely future looked so dark and lifeless all of a sudden. He might be kicked off his #1 follower's throne by Boss because of this. Even though Little Four was in low spirits, he still sent their coordinates and the word, help over to Ling Xiao. Then, he notified Ling Lan before he fell silent. Little Four was self-reflecting, ever since he had experienced so-called human emotions, he had no longer acted like before under his initial settings and procedures, where he served the host he was contracted to according to the rules set by the learning space. Many times, even though he was meant to obtain his host's agreement before acting, he had still chosen to decide things on his own. In the past, it was fortunate that there had been no great problems, but this most recent mistake, just because he skipped asking his boss first, he ended up doing a stupid thing, delaying any rescue they could receive, could have ended up killing his boss. Little Four was truly racked with guilt. He decided that from now on, he would check in with his boss more often, he could not continue acting recklessly anymore. As Ling Lan wrapped up her conversation with Little Four, the Imperial operator, having seen his attack interrupted by Ling Lan's giant sword, was instantly in a horrible mood. Damn, actually daring to fight back. Die. Enraged, the Imperial operator once again raised the gun in his hands, but this time, he was aiming at Ling Lan. Compared to Xiao Ting, he now hated this person who had ruined his attack even more. He felt as if his pride as an Imperial operator had been violated, he needed to kill the other to let everyone know that the pride of an Imperial operator should never be violated. Attack together. Ling Lan naturally would not just wait around to be killed, she chose to defend by attacking. Among everyone on the field, only she and Xiao Ting could perhaps offer some resistance, sending anyone else would be a death sentence. Thus, this cry of hers was directed at Xiao Ting. When he was up against a terrifying Imperial operator on his own, Xiao Ting was perhaps at a loss due to the power gap, becoming a sitting duck due to overwhelming fear and despair. But now, with an allied peer beside him to fight alongside him, the proud Xiao Ting would never allow himself to lose against the other. After calling out to Xiao Ting, Ling Lan instantly charged over. Her speed was very fast, she was almost by the Imperial mecha's side in the blink of an eye. Even though her giant sword was gone, she still had a beam saber, which she swung viciously at the other. On the other side, Xiao Ting leapt up at almost the same time, revving his engines to shoot up into the sky. The two beam guns on his back suddenly appeared in his mecha's hands, and Xiao Ting pulled on the triggers in a frenzy. Countless beams poured out of the two guns in an instant, raining down like a meteor shower at the Imperial operator. Facing the foolish resistance of the two, the Imperial operator started laughing at the apex of his rage. Petty tricks. You're just asking for death. The initially hovering mecha suddenly disappeared only to appear again 30 meters away in the next second, easily resolving Ling Lan's and Xiao Ting's combined attack. Not only that, his disappearance caused all of Xiao Ting's beam attacks to fly towards Ling Lan. Seeing his own attacks about to hit a companion by mistake, in his great horror, Xiao Ting cried out hoarsely, "Dodge! What a dumb pig of a teammate!" Li Lanfeng, who was seated beside Ling Lan, could not help but grouch. Firing long-range attacks against an Imperial operator specializing in long-range attacks, Xiao Ting's brain must definitely have become scrambled from being shot at. Ling Lan said nothing, seeing the rain of beams heading for them, she did not panic. Calmly, she operated her mecha into some quick evasion maneuvers, at the same time turning the power on her mecha's beam shield up to its maximum setting. As long as the same weak spot was not hit again, being at the same level, her ace mecha's beam shield would still be able to block these beam attacks. Of course, Ling Lan did not plan on getting hit if she could help it. If she were hit, even if her mecha would be fine, its power would be greatly drained. And because Ling Lan had been continuously battling, her ace mecha's power was already running low. Therefore, she had no choice but to be careful and use the remaining power sparingly. Ling Lan's mecha actually left a trail of shadow in the air from moving so quickly, the beams hurtling at her passed through the afterimages to fall to the ground, blasting dust and dirt into the air. Just as Ling Lan evaded the shots, Xiao Ting did not even have the time to breathe a sigh of relief before the Imperial operator's attacks had come swiftly and silently. It turned out that after the Imperial operator had shifted 30 meters away, both Ling Lan and Xiao Ting was now within his shooting range. Seeing those two small fishes occupied with each other, the Imperial operator slyly raised the beam gun in his hands and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. He wanted to finish off these two small fishes in one go. He, who was an expert in long-range attacks to begin with, was a master at changing the direction of his shots without having to pause. Ling Lan and Xiao Ting suddenly felt a deep chill penetrate their very bones. This was a danger alarm that only ace operators possessed. The both of them knew that the most dangerous moment was upon them. Ling Lan quickly located where the danger was coming from, perhaps spurred by the life-or-death situation. The speed of Ling Lan's fingers once again exploded forth, becoming so quick that her fingers were no longer visible. Li Lanfeng felt as if even his eyes could no longer keep up. Ling Lan's mecha began to spin. Due to the extreme speed, many layers of afterimages of the mecha appeared. This scene flabbergasted the 12 Leitang mecha, because they knew this was the most advanced of ace mecha evasion techniques, shadow slip. Even Xiao Ting could not pull off this technique perfectly, unable to execute it with such precision and accuracy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ting swiftly moved his mecha back, raising the two guns in his hands to shoot frenziedly at that beam heading straight for him. Here, Xiao Ting's long-range accuracy was on full display. Even though his mecha was retreating at high speed, every shot from both his left and right hand struck true. When the beam was only 10 meters or so from him, it was finally completely neutralized by the beam attacks of his two guns. Ling Lan's evasion was effective as well. The beam heading for her brushed through one of the afterimages of her mecha to hit the ground, instantly blasting a 10-meter-wide ditch into the ground. It was clear to see how powerful the beam had been. Even an ace mecha would not have had fared well against it. Looking at the responses of the two, although Ling Lan's method seemed to be more dangerous, in truth, Xiao Ting had had a harder time of it than Ling Lan. Because in that instant, to ensure that every single shot of his guns would strike the enemy's beam, Xiao Ting's mental and physical focus had been raised to their limits. Thus, as soon as he cancelled out the enemy's beam attack with the power of his own attacks, his entire body was already drenched with sweat, and he could feel that his two arms were stiff and numb. Seeing how both his attacks had been successfully evaded by these two insignificant small fries before him, the Imperial operator was almost dizzy with anger. He felt that this was a disgrace. Thus, he drew another gun from behind him. This gun's muzzle was wider than his first gun, and its rear end where the energy block should be inserted was also 2 to 3 times thicker. When Ling Lan and Xiao Ting saw this gun, their faces changed drastically. They knew what it was the most powerful long-range weapon with the largest attack scope Imperial mecha possessed. When it was fired, its beams would present in the shape of a fan. Against this weapon, neither Ling Lan's evasion technique, shadow slip, nor Xiao Ting's power neutralization approach would work. That was because those two methods were ineffective against this type of area of effect weapons. What worried Ling Lan even more was that no one knew exactly where the beams fired by this gun would go. The unknown and uncertain quality of this weapon not only put Ling Lan and Xiao Ting in great danger, it also drew the spectating members of their two teams into danger as well. After the Imperial operator brought out this weapon, a cruel smile bloomed on his lips. Right now, he no longer had any mind to play around, he only wanted to annihilate all of these cadets, only then would his bellyful of rage be appeased. Go to hell. The Imperial operator pulled on his trigger forcefully, firing not just once but many times. Due to the high speed, those beams actually merged into a semicircle, which charged relentlessly towards Ling Lan and Xiao Ting, as well as the other team members below them. Dodge! Ling Lan and Xiao Ting shouted almost simultaneously. Compared to Xiao Ting, Ling Lan was even more anxious. After all, Qi Long and the others of her team were only piloting advanced mecha. Even if they were merely brushed by these power beams, they would certainly lose their lives in the destruction of their mecha. The power behind this Imperial mecha's weapon was just too strong. Even an ace mecha, using all of the power at its disposal, would probably only be able to withstand one of its beam attacks, not to mention advanced mecha which were considerably weaker than ace mecha. Everyone was evading as best as they could, but the level gap of the mecha still put quite a number of the boys into a desperate situation. Ling Lan flew with all her might towards the advanced mecha closest to her. She could not save everyone, so she could only focus on saving the member closest to her. It could not be denied that Ling Lan's heart was tinged with regret right now. If she had known that the enemy this time was so formidable, perhaps she should have just made everyone hide within the air raid shelter. There was a loud boom as a pale blue beam abruptly intervened, striking those scattered beams and causing them to dissipate instantly. Not only that, the power behind the pale blue beam was not whittled much by the exchange, continuing to fly through the air to hit the ground, where it then carved out a ditch of about 50 meters. Several team members close to that spot, whether it was from Ling Lan's team or the Leitang Mecha clan, were sent tumbling by the violent tremors caused by the beam striking the ground. Those whose control skills were a little weaker were even sent flying by the aftershock. Seeing his sure-kill attack being ruined by a measly little beam, the Imperial operator's face changed. He turned to seek the source of the attack and saw a ripple appear in an initially empty bit of space in the air, and then, a large and simplistic mecha was revealed. Behind its back, 12 majestic wings were spread out gloriously, beautiful and dazzling. A fiery red phoenix was dancing in flames on its chest, marking the operator's identity, and the golden 5-star emblem on its right arm declared which nation he hailed from. This unbelievably familiar mecha caused the Imperial operator's heart to turn cold. All top-class operators had a dossier with detailed information on all of the God-class operators of every nation. The outer appearance of this mecha and the totem on its chest, he would never mistake it. From the country designated as the Huaxia Federation, the presumed strongest God-class operator for the next 100 years, the immortal bird Ling Xiao. The Imperial operator was petrified, and other than Ling Lan, everyone else in Ling Lan's team and all of Xiao Ting's group were similarly stunned. Li Lanfeng, who was sitting beside Ling Lan, looked at that magnificent giant mecha in the night sky in dazed shock, unable to react for a long moment. Reflexively, he clutched Ling Lan's arm and stammered, Ling. Ling. General Ling Xiao. Seeing her father appear like a deity before her at this most critical moment to rescue everyone, Ling Lan was similarly overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. At the same time, she was also extremely proud. See, this was her father. In every child's heart, their father should be the greatest. Despite having lived 2 lives, Ling Lan was no exception to this young daughter mentality. However, when Li Lanfeng clutched her arm, all of Ling Lan's excitement and proud happiness fled. She frowned slightly, glancing at the large hand on her arm. She really did not like others touching her body. Ling Lan's cold gaze swept harshly over Li Lanfeng, rife with warning, hoping that Li Lanfeng would move away his disturbing hand. Li Lanfeng may have been too overwhelmed with emotion, typically extremely observant, he was now unbelievably dense and slow. He did not notice the great distaste in Ling Lan's eyes and continued to grip Ling Lan's arm as he gushed, that's General Ling Xiao. He's one of our Federation's 12 God-class operators, and also the publicly acknowledged strongest God-class operator in the world. He's the mecha operator I idolize the most. Who could have guessed that General Ling Xiao would actually show up here to save us? I must be dreaming. Rabbit, I'm too excited. Li Lanfeng could only repeat how excited he was non-stop to the rabbit. This moronic behavior left Ling Lan speechless. She once again peered at that large hand on her arm and then looked at the dreamy expression on Li Lanfeng's face and his obviously fanatic behavior. Alright, in view of how much the other adored her father, she would tolerate this. While Ling Lan was bitterly enduring Li Lanfeng's endless fanboy chatter about General Ling Xiao's greatness, on the outside, Ling Lan's team and the Leitain group were all watching that majestic mecha hovering in the air with emotional faces. Some of them were so moved that they made mistakes in their control, causing their mecha to lose balance and stumble and fall. However, all this were just trivial things. Everyone knew that the arrival of the God-class operator General Ling Xiao meant that they were all safe now. Well, with the exception of that grandstanding Imperial mecha who had been trying to toy with them. The Imperial operator was currently staring in panic at Ling Xiao's mecha. He knew he was in danger now. An Imperial mecha was indeed much stronger than an Ace mecha, able to bully and kill an Ace mecha without too much trouble, but this only applied to Ace mecha. Against a God-class mecha, his fate was exactly like if an Ace mecha was up against him, there was no room at all for resistance. When he saw Ling Xiao's mecha once again raise the beam gun in his hands emotionlessly, his expression changed drastically and he immediately activated his external speakers to shout, Immortal Bird Ling Xiao, please do not take action. As long as you let me go, I will immediately retreat from this battle. Let you go? When you were fighting against these cadets, did you ever think of letting them go? Replied Ling Xiao icily. Even though Ling Xiao's reply sounded even and impassive, Ling Lan could still hear the deep rage embedded within it. That mild-mannered and kind father of hers who did not seem to understand the meaning of anger could actually lose his temper like this. Ling Lan was very intelligent, she quickly figured out why Ling Xiao had become so angry. It was all because of her. Everyone had their own personal buttons which should never be pressed, and one of Ling Xiao's buttons was her, Ling Lan. What a fearsome daughter Khan. Even as Ling Lan sighed at the realization, a warm current flowed gently through her heart. The corners of her lips suddenly quirked upwards, cracking her typically frozen and emotionless face, and this curve was spreading wider and wider. Li Lanfeng's full attention had been on Ling Xiao, but when he felt the cold aura by his side suddenly turn warm, he turned around in confusion. Thus, he happened to see that once in a blue moon warm smile of Ling Lan's, and the sight was like an arrow to his heart. Thump. 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 Li Lanfeng's heart pounded heavily within his ribcage. He reflexively pressed a hand to his chest. Could it be that his illness was acting up again? Ever since he had listened to the rabbit 7 years ago and begun working hard on his basics, his body had been gradually getting better. The intense pain where he felt as if his heart was about to burst had also slowly lessened until it no longer acted up at all from 4 years ago. But today, why did he once again have that same sort of feeling? Could it be that this was an underlying problem that would flare up when his stamina was depleted? After thinking it over long and hard, Li Lanfeng could only come up with this possibility. He hurriedly closed his eyes, no longer daring to look, repeatedly telling himself that he needed to be calm and not get too worked up. Li Lanfeng still remembered that every time his illness flared up, he would always rely on self-abuse to distract himself from the pain coming from deep within him. However, he did not want the rabbit to see this side of him. Although he knew that the rabbit would not look down on him for it, he still did not want to appear weak before the rabbit. Very soon, his heart stopped its wild and fierce beating, slowly calming back down. Only when his emotions had settled completely did Li Lanfeng open his eyes. His forehead was already coated in sweat, just that brief occurrence had been enough to scare Li Lanfeng greatly. By now, Ling Lan had returned to her usual demeanor. When a change had come over Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan had immediately sensed it. She had instantly turned to retrieve a restorative agent, but when she saw that Li Lanfeng seemed to have it under control, she decided to wait and observe a little longer. No matter how good a medicinal agent was, ingesting too much of it would result in a certain degree of drug tolerance. Ling Lan did not wish for her companions to overuse medicinal agents and meet a tragic end because they were unable to achieve adequate recovery during critical moments. Later on, when she saw that Li Lanfeng's condition was slowly recovering, Ling Lan relaxed. However, she was once again reminded of Li Lanfeng's fragile physical constitution. She made up her mind that, once the battle on planet New Line was over, the first thing she needed to do was to improve Li Lanfeng's physique. She could not allow her team to have a member with a frail and sickly body. While Li Lanfeng had almost gotten himself into trouble on their end, on the outside the Imperial Mecha had been rendered speechless by Ling Xiao's question. Ling Xiao had never considered letting this executioner who had almost harmed his daughter go, and so was not planning to hear any explanations the other could provide. He had barely finished stated his question when he pulled the trigger in his hands without any hesitation. A powerful beam of pale blue light was fired from the muzzle of the beam gun, shooting straight for the Imperial operator. The Imperial operator was startled and quickly operated his mecha to evade. At the same time, he turned on his communicator to try and contact his companion, wanting to call the other over to help. However, when his mecha's computer provided feedback that the other party was unreachable, the Imperial operator knew that he was in deep trouble. Ling Xiao was not at all surprised that this attack of his was successfully evaded by the enemy. He had not intended for this shot to kill the enemy to begin with, instead, he had been trying to get the opponent to move further away from his darling daughter's mecha. Although there were two ace trainee mecha below, knowing his daughter well, Ling Xiao naturally knew that his daughter was most definitely piloting that close combat mecha. And that mecha just so happened to be within the attack range of that Imperial mecha. Even as confident as he was, in this kind of scenario, Ling Xiao's first decision was to first save his daughter from any danger. Killing the enemy could wait one. At this thought, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head in silence. If he could help it, he would have wanted his precious daughter to choose a safer long-range attack mecha. With the addition of their Divine Command Sect's spiritual power control, that mecha could definitely become a horrifying mobile attack bastion. Its formidable firepower would guarantee that other mecha would not be able to get close to it, ensuring its survival ability on the battlefield. Although this choice was off the track of becoming a God-class operator, Ling Xiao had never intended for Ling Lan to become a God-class operator anyway. This was not only because Ling Lan was a girl. Physical constitution pretty much made it impossible for a girl to become a God-class operator, but more because Ling Xiao knew very well just how much pain and suffering was involved in ascending to God-class status. He could not bear for his daughter to experience it. This shot of Ling Xiao's had indeed achieved his objective. The Imperial operator had no clue that the Federation's strongest God-class operator would value an ace mecha below them so highly. If he had known of Ling Lan's identity, he would definitely have risked great injury to obtain Ling Lan as a hostage no matter what. However, other than Ling Lan's original team members who already knew of Ling Lan's and Ling Xiao's relationship, most outsiders did not know anything about this. This once again let Ling Lan sail through a crisis safely. The Imperial operator's retreat put more distance between him and Ling Lan, and Ling Xiao's mecha once again disappeared, only to immediately appear before Ling Lan's mecha's large body completely obscured Ling Lan's mecha behind it, and only at this moment did Ling Xiao's heart finally settle. "You can still move, right?" asked Ling Xiao all of a sudden. Of course, even another fight would be fine, as long as no such monster like an Imperial mecha appears. Ling Lan knew that this question was directed at her, so she instantly replied. Ling Lan's answer obviously did not hold much awe or deference, which caused Li Lanfeng in the same mecha to be stunned once more. He stared blankly at Ling Lan, wondering how Ling Lan could use this type of attitude in responding to General Ling Xiao. Monster. To use this term on an Imperial mecha, you think too highly of him. It was unexpected for the generally mild-mannered Ling Xiao to spout this kind of sharp and mocking words. Let me show you how, before a god-class mecha, all other mecha are ants. His words had barely faded when Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared from before Ling Lan and he reappeared almost instantaneously beside the Imperial mecha. This was the god-class mecha's divine wind system in action, truly achieving theoretical instant teleportation. The god-class mecha was a multifaceted mecha. In other words, it was a legendary mecha whose long-range ability and close-range ability were equally optimized. Compared to the other god-class mecha which were geared more towards close combat, was more balanced on all fronts. This was also why was renowned to be the strongest god-class mecha. Thus, Ling Xiao not only had great long-range attack capabilities, he was equally formidable in close-range combat. There was a gleam of cold light, and one of the Imperial mecha's arms was sliced right off. It fell to the ground heavily, creating a shallow ditch with its impact. Your evasion technique is not bad. Ling Xiao was rather surprised. He had originally intended for this sword to directly pierce the other's cockpit. He was well aware that it was completely impossible for a normal Imperial mecha to escape his attack with his speed. Unexpectedly, the opponent's evasive maneuvers had exceeded the theoretical limits of Imperial mecha. Although the Imperial operator had managed to pull a distance away from Ling Xiao and evaded Ling Xiao's sure-kill hit, he was still so nervous that his head was covered in sweat. Earlier, he had thought he was going to die for sure. Ling Xiao's speed had just been too fast, he could not keep up with the other's pace at all. But right at that border of life or death, his anchored spiritual power had miraculously loosened and he had undergone a breakthrough. At the moment when the sword would hit him, he had managed to increase his mecha's speed by several times, dodging that sure-kill hit with the barest of margins. However, he was still a little too late. Even though he had avoided his vital points from being hit, he was unable to avoid the attack completely. In the end, he lost the left arm of his mecha, but the Imperial operator was already very satisfied with this outcome. After all, he had still managed to survive the attack of a god-class operator. Still, the Imperial operator was not foolish enough to believe that he could fight toe-to-toe with a god-class operator just because he had achieved a breakthrough in his spiritual power. Even though this breakthrough had elevated his mecha control skills by another level, making it so that he could wield all aspects of his Imperial mecha even better than before, at the heart of it, he was still just an Imperial operator. He had not advanced to God class, and no matter how strong an Imperial operator became, he would still be no match for a God class operator. Thus, there was only one word in his mind: run. Only by successfully escaping from this God class operator's hands would he have any future to speak of. This unforeseen improvement in his abilities made him even more eager to find a way to save himself. Of course, these notions merely passed through the Imperial operator's mind in a split second. In the eyes of the spectators, as soon as the Imperial mecha's arm had been efficiently chopped off by Ling Xiao, the Imperial mecha had instantly chosen to turn and run, flying off at top speed in an attempt to escape. The Imperial mecha seemed to be desperate to run away. He pulled out all the stops on his engines, and his mecha actually shot away like a beam of light, instantly escaping over a kilometer away. The Imperial mecha's flustered demeanor as he escaped shocked Ling Lan's and Xiaoting's teams greatly. Just think, not too long ago, before Ling Xiao had arrived, how arrogant and haughty the Imperial operator had been towards them, treating them as if they were merely a group of ants whose lives were his to snuff out as he wished. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Mecha who had frightened them so much was actually so pathetic once he was up against General Ling Xiao, only managing to resist for one round before turning tail to run. Everyone stared fervently at the grand and mighty mecha of Ling Xiao's hovering in the air. When would they be able to reach the level of General Ling Xiao, able to scare the wits out of the enemy just by showing his face? Xiao Ting's emotions were running high, he could not help but clench his fists. Having been called the second Ling Xiao all this while, would he be as great as General Ling Xiao in the future and become the 13th God-class operator of the Federation? I will definitely succeed. Xiao Ting vowed to himself in silence, a glimmer of ambition passing through his eyes. Seeing the Imperial Mecha choose to run away in the end, Ling Xiao could not help but snort, his eyes brimming with cold intention. If anyone could see Ling Xiao's expression now, they would certainly be shocked that the always gentle and mild-mannered General Ling Xiao could have such fearsome killing intent. Ling Xiao was not a saint. The moment the opponent's butcher knife had ever threatened the life of his darling daughter, Ling Xiao had never even considered letting him leave with his life. The air beside Ling Xiao's mecha twisted once more and the massive mecha actually disappeared mysteriously right before the crowd's eyes. In the midst of everyone's bewilderment, Ling Xiao's mecha had already appeared a kilometer or so away to block off the Imperial mecha's escape route. With all of its engines engaged at maximum power, the Imperial mecha's speed was already at the limits of an Imperial mecha. 3 seconds later, the mecha had already gotten several kilometers away from where Ling Xiao was. On his mecha's screens, there was no sign of Ling Xiao's massive mecha in pursuit. The Imperial operator's anxious heart finally settled somewhat. Did this mean that he had already managed to escape? However, before he left Planet New Line for good, the Imperial operator would not believe he was truly safe yet. The Divine Wind system of God-class mecha was a heaven-defying existence. If he did not run far enough, he would be easily caught up to by the God-class mecha using its Divine Wind system. The Imperial operator did not slow down his speed, instead pushing his mecha's engines desperately to continue powering forwards. At the same time, he did not forget to send an emergency alert to his companion, the other Imperial operator remaining at the dormitory district, to tell him that Ling Xiao was here and to retreat quickly and stop bothering with those Federation troops. The Imperial operator knew well that the appearance of a God-class operator meant that they had no chance of winning this battle anymore. He believed that the Empire's commander-in-chief would also agree with their decision. Several thousand ace operators were not as important as one Imperial operator. Right then, this Imperial operator did not know that his companion had already died by Ling Xiao's hand, that this alert he just sent would never ever be received by the other. Just then, directly ahead of the Imperial mecha, the air suddenly warped to suddenly reveal a large mecha in his path. The other's appearance was too sudden, and the Imperial mecha was traveling at its top speed. The 10 or so meters between them was not enough for the Imperial operator to make any adjustments to his controls to alter his flight path. He could only watch helplessly as his mecha barreled straight towards Ling Xiao's mecha. Bastard! The Imperial mecha knew that a collision was inevitable. A ruthless light appeared in his eyes, and he quickly turned his mecha's beam shield up to its maximum defense setting. Instead of decreasing the power of his engines, he revved them even higher, pushing his mecha's speed another notch higher to send his mecha hurtling towards Ling Xiao like a terrible metal missile. At the last moment, the dire situation made the Imperial mecha decide on an internecine outcome. Even if he died, he would bring Ling Xiao along with him. The opponent's decision merely caused a trace of derision to appear in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not dodge, only stating calmly, "Divine Shield System." Received his command and instantly activated the Divine Shield System. The already radiant and beautiful mecha was suddenly covered by a pale blue light all over its body, instantly illuminating the darkness of the night even further. A tremendous boom rang out as the two mecha collided head-on. The intense shockwaves caused by the collision could even be felt by Ling Lan and the other cadets several kilometers away. On the screens of their mecha, the image of the two mecha colliding was played faithfully. Even though their speed was incomparable to that of a God-class mecha, the capture function of their cameras was still extremely powerful, recording this thrilling scene with great precision. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Despite knowing in their hearts that General Ling Xiao was sure to be fine, they could not help but worry whether General Ling Xiao would sustain some injuries due to this devastating collision. Perhaps the heavens wanted to test the hearts of these cadets even further, for before their initial worry could subside, the Imperial Mecha abruptly exploded. Boom boom boom. Consecutive explosions rang out and the entire night sky was instantly a blanket of smoke. Ling Lan and the rest could only see several fireballs continuing to burn within the thick smoke, which then swiftly plummeted from the skies to crash heavily into the ground. Some of the fireballs crashed on dry grass, and very soon, the ground was aflame. From a tiny ember, the flames grew till it was a roaring blaze wreathed in thick smoke, where it then finally began to spread rapidly across the ground. However, right then, no one was paying any attention to the situation on the ground. Ling Lan and the rest were staring anxiously out into the air, waiting for the smoke of that Imperial Mecha's self-destruction to dissipate. Finally, General Ling Xiao's once again emerged before the group. The mecha hovered in the air, steady and immovable. The bright blue glow surrounding its outer shell was completely unchanged, and the 12 wings behind it were just as radiant and eye-catching as they were at the start. All this proved that the impact of an Imperial Mecha's intentional collision and the force from its self-destruction was not enough to cause any damage to a God-class mecha. Everyone present could not help but be astounded at the sight, as expected of the acknowledged strongest ultimate weapon of the human world. Imperial Mecha one level lower than it was nothing before it. So this is God-class mecha. They all looked at the God-class mecha with impassioned eyes. All their awe and exclamations were finally condensed into this one sentence: S monstrous power had been deeply reflected in their hearts. It became their lifelong goal from this point onwards. Very soon, Ling Xiao operated his mecha to return to Ling Lan. He slowly descended to the ground, looking down at the mecha his daughter was piloting as he did so, and his heart twinged in pain. The outer shell of the ace mecha Ling Lan was piloting was currently covered in scars. These battle scars proved that his baby daughter had experienced several battles already within this period of time. His precious daughter, who should have grown up willfully beneath his wings, had to act like a man because of him and rely on her own skills to seek survival on the cruel battlefield. This was all because of his incompetence as a father. If only he had not fallen for that trap 16 years ago, then his precious daughter would not have had to live such a hard life. For the first time, Ling Xiao registered deeply that he had done something wrong. He even imagined what if he had rushed here only to find that his daughter had already met some great misfortune. Ling Xiao could not help but shudder. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen, or else he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. General Ling Xiao, so glad to meet you. Ling Xiao's silence made Ling Lan feel rather awkward, and she also did not want to have an emotional father-daughter reunion right here on this brutal battlefield, so she took the initiative to set the scene. General Ling Xiao. The way Ling Lan had addressed him caused all of the self-remonstration deep in Ling Xiao's heart to scatter. He felt his teeth and gums aching, wishing dearly that he could grind them against something. Was he only going to hear his daughter call him General Ling Xiao, after rushing here over several 100,000 li? This unfilial daughter. Is it so difficult to call me daddy just once? Ling Xiao forcibly suppressed the urge to blurt out this question with much effort, stiffly turning it into a different question. "HN, can you still continue to fight?" He could not bear to push his daughter. After all, he was the one who owed his daughter, having been absent for 16 years of her life. The time before them was still long. One day, he would have his baby daughter willingly call him daddy. Ling Xiao vowed silently to himself. Of course. Ling Xiao's question made Ling Lan sigh in relief. She had really been worried that Ling Xiao would be displeased with her form of address and expose their relationship. All right, Ling Lan was still somewhat unaccustomed to having such an awesome and impressive dad. Sometimes, when a father was too outstanding, it was a lot of pressure on the child. Ling Lan's team members who knew about General Ling Xiao's relationship with their boss also knew that this father-son pair was rather strange in their interactions. They definitely did not give off the typical intimate feeling other father-son pairs did. Therefore, the members were not too surprised by their boss's impassive reaction. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu had no clue about Ling Lan and Ling Xiao's relationship. Even though they were rather surprised at how Ling Lan could keep so calm in the presence of the military's idol General Ling Xiao, when they considered how Ling Lan was perpetually cold and unemotional. They no longer thought anything of it. They just took it as a personality issue of Ling Lan and did not suspect anything else. Ling Lan's calm and toneless response was followed by a beat of silence. Ling Xiao suddenly did not know what kind of attitude he should use when treating his baby daughter now. If he used the tone of a superior speaking to a subordinate, even if he could bear to do so, if his wife Lan Luofeng found out, he would definitely meet no good end. If he acted a little more intimate, he wondered whether this would irritate his daughter, because his daughter's behavior indicated that she did not want to reveal their relationship and expose her identity. Ling Xiao once again felt it profoundly. It was truly very difficult to be a satisfactory father for a daughter one. Right at that moment, Xiao Ting on the other end had also operated his mecha over, bringing his faction members in tow. He came up to stand beside Ling Lan and said excitedly, "General Ling Xiao, hello. I am a fourth-year cadet of the 1st Men's Military Academy, Xiao Ting. It's nice to meet you." His words were similar in meaning to Ling Lan's greeting at the start, but compared to Ling Lan's cold indifference, Xiao Ting's tone of voice was obviously much warmer and more excited. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at this ace trainee mecha who had come forwards uninvited. He knew that this must be one of the outstanding students of the military academy. Mind you, for a fourth-year cadet to have already advanced to ace operator status was extremely rare as Phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. And so, he operated his mecha to give Xiao Ting a nod in response. This attitude of Ling Xiao's was exceedingly normal. Even though Xiao Ting was an outstanding cadet, Ling Xiao had seen more than his fair share of this type of talent. At his current level, Xiao Ting was not yet able to gain Ling Xiao's acknowledgement. As one of the 12 God-class operators of the Federation, one of the 10 great generals, Ling Xiao's standards were undoubtedly very high. However, having a comparison, Xiao Ting did not think so. They were both cadets piloting trainee mecha, but Ling Xiao's attitude when treating the other ace operator was obviously warmer. This made Xiao Ting feel a little unhappy. He felt he was being treated coldly. In the military academy, the instructors had high hopes for him and the other students gathered around him like stars around the moon. Thus, he naturally felt that he had the right to garner the same treatment as the other ace operator. Ling Xiao naturally knew nothing of these little thoughts running through Xiao Ting's mind. Right then, his daughter was the only thing he could see. If not for the strangers around, Ling Xiao would have directly pried Ling Lan's mecha open so that he could see for himself that his daughter was truly safe and unharmed. However, Ling Xiao was after all Ling Xiao. He knew that in this situation, he could not do as he wished. In order to find out his daughter's true condition, Ling Xiao decided to put a swift end to the battle. Thus, he said, after regrouping, head for the dormitory district immediately. That said, Ling Xiao's giant mecha once again disappeared from the group site, leaving no trace behind. If not for the roaring flames left behind by the fall of the Imperial mecha, everyone could have imagined that General Ling Xiao's presence here had merely been a wishful dream. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, Ling Lan let out a mental sigh of relief. At this time, Little Four finally leapt out from the little black room he had been confined to and shouted indignantly, "Boss, you're a coward. Not even daring to call out, Daddy. I look down on you." It turned out that Ling Lan was afraid that Little Four would be too excited at seeing Ling Xiao and affect her emotional balance, and so had shut Little Four up in that little black room when Ling Xiao had approached her. Ling Lan said helplessly, "This is a battlefield. It's not appropriate for me to call him that here. I'm not listening, not listening. You're just afraid and cowardly. Are you ashamed of having Ling Xiao as your daddy?" Little Four covered his ears, showing that he would not accept any of Ling Lan's explanations. Instead, he continued to question Ling Lan with an even angrier tone. "How could I be ashamed of that? I'm very proud to be Ling Xiao's daughter. I'm just more afraid that I'll disgrace Ling Xiao," Ling Lan told Little Four bitterly, her expression a little lost. The reason why she could accept the virtual world Ling Xiao was that she understood that Ling Xiao was fake, it was only a remnant spiritual imprint. Thus, she could let her emotions run free and call the other Daddy without reservations, and the other's reaction was just as she had expected, immensely happy and content. And that was all, things ended there, and there was no future to worry about. But now things were different. The present Ling Xiao was a real person. He had feelings, he possessed all 7 emotions and 6 desires, he might accept her now with his selfless fatherly love, but he could also become disappointed in the future, and become angry and hate her. Ling Lan was afraid that once she accepted Ling Xiao, she would become weak and start hoping for even more. Over these past 16 years, in order to support the burden of the entire Ling family on her shoulders, Ling Lan had already learned how to be strong and independent, accustomed to handling everything on her own. Ling Xiao's return changed everything she had already gotten used to, and this made Ling Lan somewhat panicked. What flustered Ling Lan even more was Ling Xiao's full birth of fatherly love. He displayed it so obviously, and the enthusiasm and intensity of it were so distinctly different from her father's demeanor in her previous life. Her past father's eyes had always been full of fatigue and weariness. This was another reason why Ling Lan had been avoiding the issue, unable to examine her true emotions too closely. Yes, it wasn't that Ling Lan did not want to accept Ling Xiao, she was just afraid that one day in the future, those love-filled eyes of Ling Xiao would also end up filled with distaste and weariness. Ling Lan did not want to experience that kind of hurt ever again. It was just as Little Four had said, weak, she pushed away Ling Xiao's overflowing fatherly love again and again, even though she knew that her response would hurt Ling Xiao a little. Like this, can I become a daughter Ling Xiao would be satisfied with? Ling Lan asked Little Four with a sad smile. Already trained to be a cold-blooded and ruthless killer by the learning space, she could no longer be that soft and gentle, sweet and adorable little girl in Ling Xiao's mind's eye. Little Four was taken aback by Ling Lan's question, and then his entire face collapsed into a deep frown. He found that what his boss had said was not wrong. Already used to seeing his boss's cold, fierce, and domineering demeanor, Little Four really could not imagine her acting like a petite and sweet young miss instead. Thus, Little Four consoled her with a face full of regret, "Boss, my condolences." Ling Lan wordlessly flicked Little Four's forehead and then ignored Little Four's woeful eyes of condemnation. Somewhat dejectedly, she said, "I can only take things one step at a time." If she did not finish her sentence. One day, if she managed to overcome the barriers in her heart, perhaps she would be able to call Ling Xiao, Daddy. Ling Lan very quickly gathered her emotions. Turning to check on her team, after she found that they were all unharmed, she moved to lead her team back to the dormitory district. Ling Lan knew well that her father must have already gone ahead to wrap things up there. Just then, Xiao Ting, who had similarly finished settling matters with his team, called out to her, "Please wait." "Something the matter?" Ling Lan paused and turned her head to ask. At the critical moment, Xiao Ting did not choose to abandon his companions and subordinates. This had turned Ling Lan's impression of Xiao Ting favorable. "May I ask, which year and specialization you are from?" Xiao Ting really wanted to know who this other ace operator was. Who exactly was this person who had also managed to advance to ace operator like him? Xiao Ting's question caused Ling Lan to quirk a brow, but she did not answer. Ling Lan's silence made Xiao Ting even more unhappy. His frustration and disappointment at being treated coldly by Ling Xiao rushed to his head and he found himself blurting out, "Do you know General Ling Xiao? Or else why would General Ling Xiao treat you so warmly yet treat me with such cold indifference?" This was the only reason Xiao Ting could come up with during this short period of time. Ling Lan could not help but laugh at his question. No matter how cool she had tried to play it, Ling Xiao's behavior had still raised some flags. For some reason, Ling Lan suddenly felt really happy, though initially she had not planned on answering. Her good mood prompted her to ask in return. "Could it be that you don't know General Ling Xiao?" Ling Lan's question rendered Xiao Ting instantly speechless. Mind you, in the Federation, aside from those newborn children who knew nothing, as long as one was a mentally aware Huasian, there was no way one did not know General Ling Xiao. As such, Xiao Ting's previous question was a rather silly one. Xiao Ting was just about to change the phrasing of his question when he heard Ling Lan say evenly, "General Ling Xiao ordered us to head to the dormitory district immediately. I think that, General Ling Xiao probably would not want us to dawdle." Ling Lan's words caused Xiao Ting's heart to clench in fright. He swallowed his questions and looked searchingly at the ace trainee mecha before him for a moment before turning to order his faction members to head swiftly for the dormitory district. Watching the disappearing figures of Xiao Ting's group, Li Lanfeng, who had been silent all this while, asked, "Rabbit, are we leaving it like this?" Xiao Ting's previous overbearing and impolite behavior had seriously ruffled Li Lanfeng's feathers, though of course this was also because Li Lanfeng already had some negative bias against Xiao Ting to begin with, so all of Xiao Ting's improper behavior was magnified endlessly in his eyes. "We'll clash again in the future. Lei Tang will not forget the grudge established this year. In at most 2 years' time, they will challenge us again." A smirk appeared on Ling Lan's lips. Xiao Ting's refusal to act against his companions had indeed improved Ling Lan's opinion of him, but she also deeply disliked the inherently overbearing and haughty side of him. It should be said that Ling Lan had also cultivated a robust air of dominance from her training in the learning space. However, her dominance was deeply embedded in her bones and was not waved about on the outside. As such, regarding Xiao Ting, who was equally dominant, she naturally felt slightly repelled. This was perhaps the logic behind the theory of keeping kings away from each other too. Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng recall that time a while back when the new cadet regiment had gone up against Lei Tang in an arena battle. He knew that Lei Tang would definitely enact their plan for revenge when the time was right, and so he said, "When it's time for the mecha fight, count me in." Ling Lan was surprised. "Aren't you part of Wuji?" Li Lanfeng chuckled and said, "We're just collaborators. Wuji will not be comfortable letting us external allies join them." Just like Zhao Jun, who was also excluded from the group. Li Lanfeng rubbed his jaw as he suddenly thought, perhaps next year, he could also lure Zhao Jun over. 3. Zhao Jun, who was currently hiding in the dormitory district, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He anxiously checked his surroundings, but other than cadets, he could only see more cadets. There was no sign of any danger at all. He scratched his head in confusion, unsure where that sense of danger had come from. By the time Ling Lan and the others arrived at the dormitory district, the entire battlefield had already entered the end stages of cleanup. Ling Xiao, hovering in the air, was like a large mountain to the invaders, pressing down on them till they could not even breathe. On top of that, if anyone tried anything, a beam from Ling Xiao would strike them down mercilessly, killing them instantly. This type of combat power had sapped away all the fight in the intruders. The only reason why they had not put down their weapons and surrendered yet was that they still held on to that last thread of hope in their hearts. They were praying that their fleet in space would descend on planet New Line to shoot Ling Xiao down and rescue them. Of course, they were disappointed in the end, because the ground forces sent them the images captured by their satellite after their signal communications were restored. These images showed them that their last hope was currently under attack on all sides, surrounded by the 4 Federation fleets, which had come to provide reinforcements, unable to even protect itself. Thus, they stopped hoping for a miracle, put down their weapons, and surrendered to become prisoners of the Huaxia Federation. Without the help of a starship, mecha of imperial level and below had no way of breaking free of gravity by themselves to return to space. Therefore, if they did not surrender, their final outcome would be to die here on the battlefield. Not everyone could view death with equanimity. Thus, when the first person laid down his weapon, everyone else followed suit, which finally marked the end of this battle sparked by an air invasion. The ground forces very quickly took the prisoners who had surrendered into custody, and then they began clearing up the battlefield as they searched for any survivors. Meanwhile, after a brief period of panic and chaos, the dormitory district also began their own rescue efforts under the lead of the instructors. That shot by the Imperial operator had caused a great number of casualties among the cadets. For a time, the entire military academy was plunged into a sad and depressing atmosphere. The fighting on the ground had come to an end, but the fighting in space was still in full swing. The 4 fleets had arrived so quickly at planet New Line, all because of Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao had piloted to rush towards planet New Line, he had also sent out a request for assistance to the 4 large fleets. Although Ling Xiao had not known for sure back then what exactly was going on planet New Line, with how Ling Lan had notified him, Ling Xiao believed that the situation on planet New Line must already be very bad. At first, Ling Xiao had suspected that the horrifying demon beasts around planet New Line had begun to rampage, so he had wanted to let the 4 large fleets help evacuate the cadets from the planet to ensure their safety. This was truly a stroke of luck. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived in the space of planet New Line, he noticed countless unidentified starships and immediately knew that this must be an invasion. Ling Xiao thought of the 4 fleets on their way, and since he was also very worried about his daughter's safety, he decided to ignore these starships, sneaking by right under their noses to fly into planet New Line. It had to be said that God-class mecha were indeed truly frightening. They were able to completely conceal their own signals and images, preventing them from being picked up by the radars of many starships. Thus, he was able to sneak into planet New Line completely undetected. The final outcome was that the enemy starship fleet was totally annihilated under the combined attack of the 4 Federation fleets. Even though some of the starships managed to escape from the blockade to run from the planet New Line sector, they were chased down in a frenzy by the 4 large fleets. It had to be said that the invasion of planet New Line, which was an attempt to kill off the Federation's future seeds of hope, had utterly crossed the line of all of the upper echelons of the Federation. Whether it be the government or the military, no matter which faction they were from, they all issued the kill order. Even though the factions harbored all sorts of conflicts of interests, they still shared the common goal of protecting the future of the Federation. Therefore, everyone chose the same way of handling things, and that was to use bloody means to keep the surrounding countries in line via fear, telling them that the Huaxia Federation was not as easy to provoke as they thought. In the end, this invasion ended with the complete annihilation of the intruders. However, the casualties of planet New Line were severe enough to shock the Federation government and the military. Over half of the ground forces were sacrificed in the battle, and almost all of the various mecha squads were crippled by their losses as well. What saddened them even more was that out of 100,000 cadets, 8,000 had died in this battle. These cadets had all been excellent seedlings for the various military positions in the future, but before they could even debut on the battlefield, they had already lost their wings here in the military academy. This was their fault as the older generation. For such a large fleet to have infiltrated the Federation deep enough to seek out and come to planet New Line, there was no doubt that something must have gone wrong with some departments within the Federation. The price paid in blood spurred the government and the military to no longer take things easy. The President and the 3 Grand Marshals of the military signed a joint order to clean out the spies and secret agents hiding within the ranks. Even some parasites who had disregarded national interests for their own personal gain were also cleared out in the process. This operation was called Operation Bloodstain. The severity of the methods employed left those spies and secret agents fortunate enough to escape discovery frightened and jumping at shadows, not daring to act any further in the interim. This allowed the Federation to have unusual smooth sailing in the subsequent battles for revenge, and the Federation quickly harvested the fruits of triumph in battle. Of course, regarding Ling Xiao's appearance at planet New Line, military headquarters had many questions. After all, Ling Xiao should have been busy establishing the 23rd Division several thousand light-years away. Why had he appeared at planet New Line at that time? However, Ling Xiao's appearance had been extremely timely, and his command to gather the 4 large fleets had also been extremely accurate. This had salvaged the situation, preventing the Federation from a loss of at least 5 generations of potential talent. This result was a great relief and comfort to the President and the 3 Grand Marshals of the Federation. As such, the feat certainly qualified as extraordinary merit. However, they still summoned Ling Xiao back for an inquiry. When they found out that Ling Xiao had snuck into the military academy undercover out of worry for how his son was getting along in the school, they all burst out into laughter. They laughed at Ling Xiao for being overly attached to his son, but were also very glad that Ling Xiao had rushed over to planet New Line because of that. The President and the 3 Great Marshals were well aware that if Ling Xiao had not been there, this invasion would definitely have ended up in favor of the enemy. At that time, what they would have received would have been news of the complete annihilation of the First Men's Military Academy. And the result of this outcome would inevitably have been their resignation, for only that would be able to extinguish the rage of the people. Still, even with Ling Xiao's involvement, the casualties among the cadets had reached as high as 8,000. Luckily, the government's crisis unit was very efficient, adeptly turning the public's focus onto the enemy, with a special emphasis on the several thousand prisoners they had captured. When they found out that many nations had participated in this air invasion, there was an immediate public outcry. The voices of anti-war sentiment instantly vanished without a trace, and the public enlistment rate, which had been steadily declining by the year, increased by leaps and bounds within that month. The president and the military were instantly relieved. Subsequently, in order to pacify the angry public, the president and the three great marshals finally came to a consensus. They gave the order to launch a full offensive on the Duolon alliance, which was the weakest nation among the members of the invading enemy alliance the Federation had been able to identify through their investigation. Perhaps afraid that the Federation would expose their doings and affect their grand image of being a supreme nation, the Dosa Empire too unexpectedly kept their silence in the face of the Huaxia Federation's attack on Duolon. Meanwhile, though the Huaxia Federation clearly knew that the primary culprit was the Dosa Empire, out of fear that the entire human world would be once again dragged into a world war as soon as their 2-inch nations clashed, the Huaxia Federation chose once more to endure this slight, determined to extract their pound of flesh from Dosa's accomplices instead. Just when the Federation retaliated against Duolon, Tranquil Night, a requiem for the innocent cadets who had died in the battle, spread rapidly from within the virtual world. Perhaps because the lyrics resonated with the sorrow in the hearts of the cadets and those family members who had lost someone in the battle, and also due to its sad melody which carried undertones of strength and resilience, the singer of said song instantly became the favorite singer of the Academy cadets. Without support from the Dosa Empire, and without internal spies to leak the military tactics of the Federation's attack on Duolon proceeded smoothly. 1 month later, the Duolon alliance was utterly razed and Duolon was officially claimed as Federation territory. This victory caused the Federation to descend into wild celebration, and the lingering grief from the air invasion was significantly eased. In the meantime, after a month's time, not only was the rage of the military and the public slowly subsiding, within the restored First Men's Military Academy, the initial grief and rage suffusing the campus were slowly fading back to calm. The anger, fright, and worry in every student's eyes were also gradually settling into calm as well, and smiles began to appear on the cadets' faces again. "Boss, great news! Great news!" Early in the morning, Xie flew down the stairs with a face full of excitement. He should have just gotten up and must not have taken the time to wash up, for his entire appearance was extremely disheveled. Xie did not notice Ling Lan scrunch up her brow slightly at his appearance as he shouted at her loudly in excitement over the breakfast table. Ling Lan was unimpressed by his fervor. She lifted the white napkin by her side to dab at her lips before setting it down on the table. Only then did she look up to glance sharply at him. At his boss's cold and fierce gaze and expression, Xie instantly woke up from his buzzing excitement. He swiftly lowered his head, no longer daring to make such a fuss. Witnessing Xie being shut down, Qi Long, who was sitting at one side, began to snicker. Han Jijian wordlessly nudged him, reminding him to leave Xie some face, while Luo Lang threw a cold glance over at Xie like Ling Lan had. Whatever boss disliked, he disliked as well. As for Lin Zhongqing, he did not raise his head but continued to focus on his breakfast. It had nothing to do with him after all, Xie had brought this all on himself. Fine, when it was just them on their own, Ling Lan's team was not as united and loving as they appeared outside. Whenever there was a chance, the members would absolutely step on each other while they were down. "Tell me then, what exactly is this great news that has gotten you so excited?" said Ling Lan calmly when she saw that Xie had been sufficiently cowed. Hearing this, Xie knew that his boss was not truly angry, and his interrupted enthusiasm reared up once again. "Boss, Li Yinfei is coming to our school." Li Yinfei? Ling Lan's brow furrowed. Who was this again? What? Li Yinfei is coming? Is that for real? Before Ling Lan could recall who this person was, Qi Long had already exclaimed in excitement, "Xie, how did you find out about this?" "Just now I went onto the Academy forums, and the moment I logged on, I saw this news. Everyone is excited by it right now." Sensing a fellow fan, Xie's excitement was further amplified. Han Jijian and Luo Lang shared a look, also unable to recall at that moment who this Li Yinfei was that had Qilong and Xie Yi so excited. Beside them, Lin Zhongqing set down his chopsticks and said softly, "Tranquil night." "Ah, it's her." Luo Lang cried out instantly. Just recently, he had also been very obsessed with this song. Han Jijian also came to a realization. It had to be said that Tranquil Night was indeed a divine song. Its singer, Li Yinfei, had instantly ascended from being an unknown singer to soulful diva. Her rise had truly been meteoric. Even more admirable was the fact that she had purely intended to sing a requiem to comfort the souls of the fallen, and thus had never revealed her true face to the public. She was only known by her voice for now. Why did she suddenly choose to come to our school? Han Jijian was also extremely curious about Li Yinfei. Xie Yi replied, "A while back, wasn't the Federation citizens clamoring for Li Yinfei to show her face? Due to public pressure, Li Yinfei's management company finally chose the first men's military academy as the performance venue for the debut of Li Yinfei's true appearance. That's why, the 9th day of the next month is the time when Li Yinfei will take the stage in person at the military academy. We'll be the first men to ever see her true face." Xie Yi could not hold back his excitement at this point and began to howl like a wolf. His words received Qilong's hearty agreement. So, in no mood to continue eating, Qilong left his half-eaten breakfast to run upstairs to log into the virtual world and started looking up any news he could on Li Yinfei. Qilong and the others' conversation enlightened the initially befuddled Ling Lan. She had heard Tranquil Night before, and it was indeed an excellent song. Little Four had once analyzed it before, and had come to the conclusion that the singer must be someone with an awakened innate talent. The talent she had awakened should be decadent voice. It could make it much easier for her to bring the audience into the emotional realm of any song she sang, so Li Yinfei's success was to be expected. Of course, both the melody and lyrics of the song were equally worthy of being considered classic. The combination of these multiple factors culminated in the legend of Li Yinfei. What a bunch of green youths, sighed Ling Lan mentally. Although Tranquil Night was indeed extremely mellifluous and touching under the accentuation of Li Yinfei's decadent voice, as Ling Lan's spiritual power was extremely strong, she was not as affected and was not as crazy and obsessed with. The song is Qilong and the rest. Very soon, under Qilong, Xie Yi, and the others' eager anticipation, Li Yinfei's first live concert officially opened at the Academy Stadium. Qilong and Xie Yi made an executive decision. Without notifying their boss, they bought tickets for the entire team. It should be known that Ling Lan had no interest at all in going to the concert with a bunch of men to idolize a female singer. Of course, after Qilong and Xie Yi did such a stupid thing, they were also afraid that their boss would settle the score with them later. Thus, they cunningly argued that this was a team activity for Ling Lan's team, and that the both of them would sponsor the funds for it. As the boss, Ling Lan needed to take the lead and participate as well so that she did not hurt the team members' fragile little hearts. Ling Lan thought about it and found that she had nothing much to do on that day. Furthermore, she had yet to see what a live concert in this world was like. Out of curiosity, she agreed to lead the team to experience the concert in person. It had to be said that Qilong and Xie Yi had carried out their plan well. Heaven knows what methods they used, but they had actually managed to obtain great seats in the 5th row right in front of the stage. Meanwhile, the few rows before them were taken up by the top-ranking people of the various major factions in the academy. Thunder King Qiao Ting of the Leitang Mecha clan had also shown up and was seated in the 2nd row. As for the 1st row, it was of course filled up by the top brass of the academy along with the instructors. Li Yinfei's decision to hold her first live concert at the military academy was extremely welcomed by the administrators. After all, everyone knew that the song, Tranquil Night, had been specially produced for the innocent cadets who had died in the invasion. Li Yinfei's choice to hold the concert here showed her respect for the first men's military academy. Ling Lan had just taken a seat when Li Lanfeng, who had been following right behind her all this while, reacted the swiftest, immediately snatching one of the seats beside Ling Lan. Luo Lang was not to be outdone. Although he was a step slower, he still managed to snatch the other seat beside Ling Lan. Thus, the two of them were like the door gods Heng and Ha Wan, securely framing Ling Lan on the left and right. Although Qilong and the rest also wanted to sit beside Ling Lan, being a beat slower than Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang, they could only rub their noses in resignation at this result and sulkily choose some other place to sit. Only Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan were trailing behind the team with morose faces. The both of them were obsessed with research and had no interest in whatever so-called singer. They felt that, instead of being so idle as to come here and waste time, they might as well have stayed in their own labs and continue to work on their own topics of research. However, Ling Lan had said that this was a clan event and no one was allowed to be absent. Hence, the two of them had no choice but to compromise and pry themselves out of their labs for this excursion. Still, even so, brimming with reluctance, they had naturally dragged their feet till they were at the very rear of the team. Only after everyone had taken a seat did they settle down in the two outermost empty seats. However, they were soon engrossed in their own research again. Even though they had left their labs and the environment here was indeed rather terrible, this would not affect their calculations of certain formulae. The whole audience waited eagerly for Li Yinfei to take the stage. Finally, the time came and all the lights turned dim. Everyone involuntarily began to scream and cheer in loud fervor, because they all knew that the concert was about to officially begin. On one particular tranquil night, a clear voice softly crooned in the large stadium. With no lights, in a shroud of darkness, this voice sank even more deeply into everyone's souls. The initially passionate cheers began to decrease in volume, until the scene was finally completely silent. Led by the singing, all of the cadets were brought back to that night once more, that intense and violent battle, and the helplessness they had felt at the time once again descended upon them. The entire venue became still and silent, everyone was silently mourning their innocent schoolmates and companions who had died that night. Listening to Li Yinfei sing live, it's even clearer how powerful the other's decadent voice is. Little Four finally could not help but emerge to say. He had never seen such a powerful manifestation of innate talent powers before, it was actually able to control the emotions of the entire audience of 40 to 50,000 people. It is indeed very powerful. There's really no way to defend against this decadent voice. Although Ling Lan knew the other was using an innate talent, she still felt that Li Yinfei's singing was very beautiful, making her unwilling to resist. This feeling made Ling Lan frown silently. If someone used this type of ability to try and influence her decisions, would she fall for it? Because decadent voice is not an attack type ability, she belongs to the natural series of power users. As long as the user has no evil intentions, no one would bother defending against it. Little Four was pulling up all the relevant information in his databases as he explained, just like your leopard. He also has a similar type of innate talent, which will cause others to unconsciously think well of him. As long as he doesn't have any evil intentions against you, everything's fine. Little Four's words made Ling Lan turn reflexively to look at Li Lanfeng, only for her to find that Li Lanfeng's brow was tightly furrowed, as if he didn't really like Li Yinfei's singing. What was up with that? Ling Lan was extremely puzzled. Mind you, even Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan who had been mired in their research at the start had been involuntarily pulled out of their research the moment Li Yinfei had started to sing. They were now just as enraptured by the singer's decadent voice as the others. Ling Lan's puzzlement was immediately picked up by Little Four. He too felt it was rather strange, so he began searching manically through his databases again. 3 seconds later, he finally found a so-called research hypothesis. Boss, according to the databases, similar innate talents might repel each other. Li Yinfei's decadent voice and your leopard's innate talent might be somewhat different, but their final manifestations are extremely similar. Could it be that their innate talents have this sort of mutually repelling nature? Highly probable. Well, that's fine. At least if we ever meet this kind of person again, there will be someone on the team who can keep a clear mind. Ling Lan believed this was a good thing. She did not want to have her emotions affected without clear reason, to the extent that she might even change her decisions unwisely. At this point, Ling Lan suddenly recalled when her dad had first laid eyes on the leopard. The corners of her lips curved involuntarily, and there was a trace of laughter in her eyes. No matter how powerful one's innate talent was, there would always be someone who would not be taken in by it. Li Lanfeng's innate talent made others relax their guard unconsciously around him and feel like getting closer to him, but this innate talent was utterly useless against her dad Ling Xiao. And even had a reverse effect. Compared to the others, like Li Xiyu and the rest of her team, her dad was able to treat them kindly and agreeably. However, when it came to Li Lanfeng, her dad's face had been an icy tundra, and he had completely ignored Li Lanfeng. This hurt Li Lanfeng considerably, unsure what he had done to displease General Ling Xiao. Could it be that her dad also had a similar awakened innate talent as the leopard? So the two of them sensed some mutual rejection. Considering the fact that her dad was a national idol, Ling Lan felt that this hypothesis was very likely to be true. Right then, Ling Lan could not know that Ling Xiao did not like Li Lanfeng purely because Li Lanfeng had crawled out from Ling Lan's Mecca at the time they had first met. No father would not react well to a boy who had randomly appeared by his daughter's side and seemed intimate with her. Actually, this type of ability only carries a hint of suggestion. It won't really cause any dramatic influential effect. Otherwise, the Federation government would not just let these singers and performers with these innate talents move around freely. It's clear to see that the government considers these people safe too. Little Four used the facts to inform his boss that the powers of these individuals were not as formidable as she thought they were. War will always bring great harm, and these innate talent users can help console the sorrow of the masses. The Federation needs them. Little Four's explanation let Ling Lan come to an understanding immediately. She knew why the government would promote these singers and performers. They could skillfully dampen the public's anti-war sentiments. It should be said that the methods of the Federation government in this time was already very sophisticated. It made full use of every person in its reach, making it so that everyone served the machinations of war. At the end of the lovely yet mournful, tranquil night, the cadets were still immersed in their emotions when, suddenly, a lamp lit up in the center of the stage, and a graceful silhouette slowly rose from a platform in the center. It went without saying that this was the singer everyone had been waiting for, Li Yinfei. Everyone was instantly shaken out of their stupor and began to scream and shout uncontrollably. The initially calm cadets reverted to their original age at this time, becoming wild and fanatical. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to see my concert. I'm very happy. I had originally only wanted to give the souls of those innocent cadets who had died some peace and comfort, which is why I composed this song, Tranquil Night. I never expected this song to be so loved by you all. I'm grateful for the support and attention. Next, I would like to dedicate a new song of mine to all of you, Never Give In." Li Yinfei's voice was extremely lovely, soft and gentle with a trace of warmth running through it. Even a sad song like Tranquil Night still held that share of irrepressible warmth despite its deep sorrow. Of course, right then, without the sad tone from the first song in her voice, the warmth in Li Yinfei's voice was all the more apparent. Accompanying Li Yinfei's voice, all the stage lights turned to focus on her body, allowing everyone to see Li Yinfei's figure clearly. However, this was soon followed by deep sighs from the entire venue. It turned out that Li Yinfei's face was currently covered by a thin veil through which only a pair of exquisitely charming slanted almond-shaped eyes could be seen. The play of lights and shifting of emotion in those eyes actually conveyed an erotic allure, even without having seen her face. Everyone could tell that this Li Yinfei was most certainly a stunning enchantress. When the song, Never Give In, began to play, Li Yinfei once again touched the hearts of the cadets. This song was extremely powerful and Li Yinfei sang it with passion, as if telling the cadets that the enemy's invasion would never break the Waxian's iron bones one. Stirred up by the singing, everyone present rose to their feet. All the cadets clenched their fists emotionally, loudly joining in when the line, Never Give In, appeared in the chorus segments. By this point, no matter how thick Ling Lan was, she knew that this Li Yinfei was bound to be part of the military. Otherwise, it was unlikely that both her songs would cater so closely to this battle of the military academy. The military had truly planned this well. Li Yinfei's arrival and these two songs would inevitably fan the cadets' hatred towards the intruders to an extreme. It could be conceived that all the cadets here would become the central supporters in fighting back against these intruders in the future. Right at that final moment, at the crescendo of the song, Li Yinfei ripped off the veil on her face, revealing her peerless face. All of the cadets who had been loudly singing Never Give In earlier abruptly fell silent. In that instant, they had truly been shocked silent by Li Yinfei's peerless beauty. This was Li Yinfei. Leaving aside her enthralling voice, she also possessed a peerless face capable of bewitching the masses. Li Yinfei's true appearance stunned everyone present. In the second row, Xiao Ting, whose face was initially composed, felt his heartbeat speed up when he saw Li Yinfei's true face. He could not suppress a surge of desire in his heart, thinking, this is a woman worthy of me. I must get her. Li Yinfei's peerless beauty similarly startled Ling Lan. As another girl, Ling Lan had actually been attracted for a moment by Li Yinfei's face as well. However, Ling Lan was a girl after all, and combined with all the insane torments of instructor number 5 in the learning space, Ling Lan's heart had been trained to be extremely tough and cold. She would not be easily bewitched. After calming down, when Ling Lan once again gazed at Li Yinfei's face, which was beautiful enough to topple cities, she noticed that that face made her feel somewhat ill at ease. Even though it was exquisitely beautiful, exquisitely alluring, even worthy of being called peerless and unmatched, for some reason, Ling Lan just felt that there was something off about it. There was just some natural grace missing. What exactly was this about? Ling Lan's brow was lightly furrowed. Just as she was mulling over the issue, Li Lanfeng by her side suddenly began trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, his two hands, which he had placed on top of his knees, also began to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Lan's heart clenched. She could not help but recall the air invasion when Li Lanfeng had been sitting in the auxiliary seat of her mecha and what had happened then. Could it be that some issue had cropped up again with the leopard's worrying physical condition? Concerned, Ling Lan could not help but extend her right hand to hold Li Lanfeng's trembling hands. This move made Li Lanfeng jerk in surprise. He whipped back his head to look at Ling Lan, his red eyes actually filled with despair, pain, and even a trace of insanity. That look was as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. "Leopard, are you all right?" asked Ling Lan with a serious expression, having sensed something wrong with Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan's question seemed to have rescued Li Lanfeng from being drowned in his own world. His gaze quickly cleared up. Regaining his composure, Li Lanfeng flipped his hands to grasp Ling Lan's right hand. He clasped it tightly, as if holding on to a life-saving piece of straw, unwilling to let go. The force of his grip actually made Ling Lan feel a hint of pain. Ling Lan had always hated skin contact with others. She was just considering whether to fling off Li Lanfeng's hands when she registered that Li Lanfeng's palms were coated with sweat. She then thought about Li Lanfeng's wild and desperate gaze previously and her heart softened involuntarily. Thinking about it, she was currently a boy, so it was perfectly normal for a male companion to hold her hand every once in a while. Furthermore, Li Lanfeng really seemed to need some comfort from a companion right now. Alright, she would just take it as her good deed for the day and contribute her right hand to provide some comfort for the other. It's not like her hand would lose any flesh because of this. So thought Ling Lan with full AQ spirit too. In this way, Ling Lan forced herself to ignore Li Lanfeng's grasping hands. She continued to stare expressionlessly at the stage, studiously researching the problem she had just discovered. Well, that was the problem with that Li Yinfei. So unnaturally beautiful, was there really nothing wrong with her? Perhaps Ling Lan's focus was fully on Li Lanfeng, so she did not notice something else happening at the outermost edge of their row of seats. Li Xiyu, who had initially been fully enraptured by Li Yinfei's voice, currently had an unbelievably horrified expression on his face. This horror was definitely not because of the other's peerless beauty, but looked more as if he had seen a devil. With a clatter, Li Xiyu could not help but leap up from his seat, startling Chang Xinyuan, who had been just as dazzled by Li Yinfei's appearance as the rest. When Chang Xinyuan saw Li Xiyu's horrified expression, he instantly knew something was wrong. Quickly casting Li Yinfei's appearance to the back of his mind, Chang Xinyuan asked Li Xiyu in concern, "Xiyu, what's going on?" Li Xiyu's right hand rose sharply to cover his mouth, as if afraid that he would scream despite himself. With much effort, he finally calmed himself down, put down his hand, and said in a hurry, "Xinyuan, I've suddenly remembered something important I have to do. I need to leave immediately. Later, please help me request a leave of absence from the leader." Li Xiyu's grim expression let Chang Xinyuan know that the other must have some serious matter to attend to, so he quickly nodded and assured the other that he would pass on the message. After that, Li Shiyu no longer had any patience to remain at the concert venue. He hurriedly ran out of the large stadium. As soon as he left the stadium and came outside, the refreshing breeze that swept by instantly helped to clear Li Shiyu's shaken mind. As the attention of everyone in the military academy was on Li Yinfei's concert right then, if they were not at the venue watching it live, they were in their dorm. Rooms connected to the virtual world to watch the live broadcast, there was not a single person outside the stadium. With lengthened strides, Li Shiyu very swiftly made his way to an area populated by trees, an absolutely quiet place. He could not wait to enter a string of numbers into his communicator. He had never taken the initiative to contact that number over these past 4 years, but the number had been stored deeply in his heart all this time, never forgotten. I never expected that there would ever come a time when you would contact me on your own volition. Have you thought things through and are now willing to accept Grandpa's arrangements to become the first inheritor of the Li family? On the virtual screen of Li Shiyu's communicator, a dignified old man suddenly appeared. His initially stern face actually carried a trace of a smile. It looked like Li Shiyu's taking the initiative to call had pleased him greatly. However, Li Shiyu had no mind to appreciate the old man's feelings. Seeing the other, he shouted angrily, "Grandfather, what exactly is going on with that Li Yinfei?" Li Yinfei? The old man's pleased expression abruptly turned cold. You've seen her? As if suddenly thinking of something, realization emerged on the old man's face. That's right, she's currently holding a concert at the First Men's Military Academy. It's normal for you to have seen her. Who is she exactly? Li Shiyu bit out, pushing the question out word by word from between his teeth. The old man said dismissively, a branch descendant of the Li family. According to hierarchy, she can be considered your younger cousin. What I'm asking is how that face came about. The old man's diffidence broke Li Shiyu's control over his emotions and Li Shiyu could not help but growl. This question made the old man's face turn stern and forbidding. Is this the attitude you should have when speaking with your grandfather? Li Shiyu closed his eyes and fiercely swiped a hand over his face. Then, taking in a deep breath, he pushed down his growing anger before opening his eyes once more. By then, his eyes no longer held any of his previous rage, having become much calmer than before. I apologize, grandfather, that was my transgression. But please, can you tell me, what's going on with that face of Li Yinfei's? Li Shiyu's behavior gentled the old man's attitude considerably, and he answered lightly, that face, is anything wrong with it, as if he did not understand Li Shiyu's meaning. Grandfather! Li Shiyu cried out loudly once more, you clearly know, clearly. Somewhere where the old man could not see, Li Shiyu's low-hanging left hand had already balled up into a fist. Perhaps from using too much strength, the veins were actually bulging on the back of his hand. It was clear to see how angry Li Shiyu was at this moment, but because the other party was his grandfather, he had no choice but to tolerate it. Clearly know what? Asked the old man in return. Just when Li Shiyu's tolerance was about to run out and he was going to explode in anger, the old man added, are you trying to ask why Li Yinfei looks exactly like your eldest cousin brother Li Mulan? This question made Li Shiyu calm down instantly. I want to know why you're doing this. Why are you asking me this? The old man's expression turned indifferent once more. Without your approval, Li Yinfei could never have appeared in the public eye, much less become a singer. In order to secure the status and dignity of the family head, the Li family would never allow someone with an appearance similar to the family head to show their face to the world. Li Shiyu understood the Li family too well. Li Yinfei looked so much like his eldest cousin brother and so should never exist. Even if she was allowed to exist, she should still have been forced to change her face. This was a sign of respect towards the family head from the main branch as well. As the inheritor. Li Mulan is currently still not the family head, replied the old man after several seconds of silence. But eldest cousin brother is the first in line to inherit, growled Li Shiyu once more. Just because of his body, his cousin could not become strong, and so they felt they could just step all over his cousin's dignity like this. For the first time, Li Shiyu began to hate the Li family as a whole. Towards that Li Yinfei who possessed his eldest cousin brother's face, the intention to kill stirred in his heart. Don't do anything stupid. The matter of Li Yinfei was approved during a meeting of the family elders. Even I had no way of preventing it, barked the old man, seeming to sense the killing intent in Li Shiyu's heart. No way. Li Shiyu laughed scornfully. If grandfather truly wanted to stop this from happening, how could he have no way? Li Shiyu was all too familiar with the methods his grandfather could employ. Li Shiyu's extremely obvious mockery caused the old man's expression to stiffen, but he very quickly recovered his composure. The two of them faced each other in silence for several beats, and in the end, the old man sighed, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. Softly, he said, even though I'm a grandfather to the both of you, I am also the family head of the Li family. I need to take responsibility for the entire Li family. The meaning of the old man was apparent. Even though he was the biological grandfather of Li Shiyu and the others, he could not disregard the interests of the Li family as a whole and do as he liked. As such, he had no choice but to make some concessions. The old man's demeanor caused Li Shiyu's heart to clench. As if sensing his grandfather's helplessness in the face of the pressure exerted by the elders of the Li family, Li Shiyu's expression turned cold and foreboding. The Council of Elders, is it? Don't blame them. They are also doing this for the future of the entire Li family clan. The condition of your eldest cousin brother's body is truly too horrible, and besides. Here, a trace of regret could be seen on the old man's stern face. Unfortunately, no matter how much the old man wanted to explain, Li Shiyu had already convicted the elders in his heart. He instantly interrupted to say, "Grandfather, there's no need to say any more. I understand everything. One day, I will definitely." Li Shiyu stopped there, cutting off the call with his grandfather. For the first time, a trace of bloody killing intent appeared in his eyes. Li Shiyu had never wanted to take anything to the extreme and leave no room for maneuvering. There had always remained some bit of light in his heart, some kindness and compassion. This was his strength but also his weakness. This was why he had been able to reject the proposition of becoming the first inheritor out of the sense of kinship in his heart for the sake of his eldest cousin brother. And this was also the main reason why Ling Lan had been able to entrap him into joining her clan. But this time, the matter of Li Yinfei had directly shattered the pure innocence he held deep in his heart. He finally understood that without power or authority, once one lost all use and value, the family would mercilessly cast one out. For the first time one, he hated deeply. He hated those elders who had heartlessly abandoned his eldest cousin brother and made the decision to humiliate and degrade his cousin. Also for the first time, he thought of taking revenge. He absolutely would not forgive those elders. The old man looked at the disconnected call signal on the device in his hand and could not help but shake his head, sigh softly, and say, "Oh Shiyu, you're still much too young." After hanging up, Li Shiyu could not hold back the roaring flames of rage within him. He quickly rushed back to his own laboratory and shut himself inside, staying secluded within it for over a month. Li Shiyu knew very well that this action of the Council of Elders meant that his eldest cousin brother had thoroughly lost all favor within the Li family. Right now, he must be having a very difficult time in the Li family, unable to do anything. If their grandfather could not resist the pressure from the Council of Elders in the end, giving up was only a matter of time. He needed to speed things up. Even if he could not develop a formula that could completely resolve his eldest cousin brother's constitution problem, he still needed to at least find some medicinal agent that could alleviate his cousin's condition so that he could help his cousin tide through this crisis as much as he could. Leaving aside Li Shiyu's burning anxiety, on Li Lanfeng's end, his heart which had initially turned ice-cold with despair had finally recovered due to the warmth coming from Ling Lan's palm. His initially trembling body gradually calmed down as well and his eyes became clear, his entire being appearing unbelievably calm. Ling Lan had initially wanted to ask if Li Lanfeng wanted to go out to take some fresh air, but she was stopped by the cold, piercing gaze Li Lanfeng was directing at Li Yinfei. Li Yinfei was still singing. The better Li Yinfei sang, the more worked up the stadium was, and the colder Li Lanfeng's gaze became. It had to be said that in order to build Li Yinfei's image as a soulful songstress, her management company had indeed invested a lot of money. All 5 songs she sang this night were classics in their own right, though the melodies encompassed various styles, mesmerizing all the cadets as they listened. Of course, Li Yinfei's peerless beauty had to be given a large half of the credit. Due to the advent of gene agents and other reasons, everyone in this era, regardless of gender, was all pretty good-looking. However, it was still rare to find one such peerless beauty like Li Yinfei in the span of 100 years. This concert announced Li Yinfei's success. After being broadcast via the virtual world, her singing voice and her appearance made her become the idol of the hundreds and thousands of soldiers of the Huaxia Federation, turning her into one of the most famous soulful singers. Also because her songs were almost all revolving around themes of war and the military, she had a large number of fans among the troops, becoming another national military idol following Ling Xiao. During the concert, Ling Lan was constantly worried about Li Lanfeng's physical condition, afraid that he would not be able to hold out till the end of the concert. However, as time went on, Li Lanfeng's condition seemed to improve, and by the end, he looked no different than he had at the start. Even so, the perceptive Ling Lan had still sensed that Li Lanfeng now had an additional air of determination about him. As soon as the concert ended, Li Lanfeng quickly bade goodbye to Ling Lan, as if he had some urgent matter to attend to. The moment Li Lanfeng left, Chang Xinyuan came over to tell Ling Lan about Li Shiyu leaving partway through the concert. This piqued the curiosity of the other team members, and someone voiced the speculation whether Li Yinfei had anything to do with Li Shiyu and Li Lanfeng. After all, they all shared the surname Li, right? Of course, this question was very quickly flicked aside by everyone. Even if Li Yinfei had some relation to Li Shiyu and Li Lanfeng, so what? Xie Yi and Qi Long may like Li Yinfei's songs, but that was all. They had no thoughts of anything beyond that. Fine, Qi Long and Xie Yi were still young, and having been pressured by boss Ling Lan all this while, becoming strong had been the only thing on their minds. They still had not reached the point where they started thinking about love. That said, the outgoing Xie Yi still could not repress his curiosity and sought out Li Yingjie to ask about the matter. However, Li Yingjie's response was pure confusion. He had no clue at all who this Li Yinfei was. Still, Xie Yi's question did stir up some doubt in his mind. Li Yinfei's name was indeed really like someone from their Li family. Xie Yi was filled with contempt for Li Yingjie's reply. He laughed at Li Yingjie for not even being able to tell for sure whether someone belonged to his family, greatly infuriating Li Yingjie. Subsequently, Li Yingjie, who never really paid much attention to the chaotic family affairs of the Li family before this, finally made the decision to take any chances he had later on to get a proper list of all the descendants of the Li family branch members so that this bastard Xie Yi would not look down on him again. Li Yingjie could never have known that this query by Xie Yi would spark his motivation like this and actually set him on the path to discovering a great secret in the future. As soon as Li Lanfeng returned to his living quarters, he entered his room and closed the door behind him. After ensuring that everything was secure, he dialed his grandfather. On the virtual screen of his communicator, the figure of an old man appeared. It was the same old man who had spoken with Li Shiyu earlier. When the old man saw Li Lanfeng, the indifference he had sported while speaking with Li Shiyu melted away to be replaced by a slightly bitter smile. He sighed and said, "Shiyu has already contacted me. I was just thinking when you would call me as well. Who knew you had such patience, only calling me after so long?" Li Lanfeng's expression was frigid as he cut in to say, "Grandpa, Li Yinfei, if I'm not mistaken, should be your doing, right?" Compared to Li Shiyu, Li Lanfeng understood his grandfather better. The old man's smile disappeared instantly, and his face turned unbelievably stern and serious. "As expected of the inheritor I have invested so much into to cultivate, figuring things out immediately. This is because I know too much about your methods, Grandpa. I can even deduce that your explanation to Shiyu must be that it was the decision of the Council of Elders. The poor Li family Council of Elders, once again becoming your scapegoat." Li Lanfeng's taunting was even more obvious than Li Shiyu's. The expression on the old man's face turned unbelievably awkward. Compared with Li Shiyu's gullibility, this grandson of his was as wily as a ghost, nothing could be hidden from him. Li Lanfeng ignored the embarrassment of the old man and continued to ask, "I just want to know, Grandpa, why did you do this?" Li Lanfeng's current tone of voice was so cold that there was almost no warmth at all to be found in it. "I need to have more than one plan ready." The old man's eyes turned sharp and penetrating. I will not allow my grandson to fall to the Phoenix Thrall fate. If things truly come to that point, Li Yinfei will be your replacement. The old man gave Li Lanfeng a direct answer. For this matter, he had plotted over the course of several years. After much trouble, he finally found Li Yinfei who resembled his grandson as much as 50 to 60% among the Li branch family descendants. The most important thing was that both of Li Yinfei's parents were dead, so he could control everything about her. Over these past few years, he used the latest alteration technology the Li family had at its disposal, and after many experiments, he finally succeeded in making Li Yinfei resemble his grandson up to 90%. Adding on some application of makeup, at one glance, aside from temperament, Li Yinfei was almost indistinguishable from his grandson. The old man's answer caused Li Lanfeng's heart to seize in pain. At the heart of it, he was still too weak. That was why his grandfather did not believe he could truly defy fate and change his destiny, thus coming up with this humiliating plan for him to escape from his Phoenix Thrall fate. I understand. Li Lanfeng closed his eyes with a heavy heart, hiding the pain he felt inside. Even his closest relative did not believe in his efforts. How would he be able to prove himself? Moreover, this decision of his grandfather's meant that he would never be able to show his real face in public anymore in the future. He thought of the rabbit. He had once thought hopefully that, after a few more months, on his 20th birthday, he would be able to stand before the other with full honesty and tell him the whole truth, but now, all of that was no longer possible. He could only continue to live on under the identity of Li Lanfeng, and this may be how it would be for the rest of his life. The old man seemed to sense Li Lanfeng's grief. He sighed deeply and said, "Sinful things must be given up." Li Lanfeng laughed tragically. So his grandfather had felt that his looks were a sinful existence. How ridiculous. If the Phoenix Thrall fate was all because of his face, then wouldn't ruining it be enough? Why bother going through the extra trouble of manufacturing this Li Yinfei? At the heart of it, his grandfather was just trying to fool himself. Li Lanfeng's laughter finally subsided. His eyes sprang open, sadness flashing briefly in the depths of his gaze as he peered intently at the old man for a moment before saying, "Grandpa, this is the final time I'll be contacting you. From now on, I am no longer Li Mulan but Li Lanfeng. And I can only be Li Lanfeng." Hearing this, the old man's body jerked and his eyes swiftly turned red. His mouth twitched soundlessly, but in the end, he merely nodded resolutely and said, "Li Lanfeng, look out for yourself." The old man pressed the button to end the call and then stared blankly at the now dark virtual screen. Only after a good long while did he stir to say faintly, "I can only do this much. After this, it's all up to you, Mulan." Having said that, his entire frame collapsed. His back bent uncontrollably into a curve, and he was no longer as confident and unshakable as he had appeared to his two grandsons on the screen. Time flew, and a year's time was over just like that. This entire year, the First Men's Military Academy had seemed extremely peaceful and uneventful. That air invasion of the academy a year ago had put a damper on the initially tense and competitive atmosphere of the academy. Those 8,000 cadets who had died in the battle had come from multiple factions, which almost encompassed all the factions in the military academy. Certain factions were hit particularly hard and were devastated by the loss of members. Under this sort of slump, all the factions were in no mood to fight over anything. They all took the time to rest and recuperate, biding their time. The new cadet regiment was probably the faction which lost the fewest members in the air invasion incident. With the exception of a minor few who had died in battle with the enemy, Ling Lan's decisive arrangements had allowed most of the members to survive the crisis. It could not be denied that those new cadet regiment members who had survived the battlefield found their mecha control skills improving on a vertical line within this 1 year. Quite a few intermediate mecha warriors successfully advanced to advanced mecha warrior level, but since they had not officially gone through a mecha practical training session, the academy instructors did not know about it yet. It could be imagined that when the members of the new cadet regiment finally entered their mecha practical training courses, they would certainly shock the entire military academy. Successfully entering the second year meant that the new cadet regiment had said goodbye to the Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, as well as the other team leaders of the new cadet regiment all felt that it was better to establish a mecha clan earlier rather than later. By taking advantage of this time when the old factions had not fully recovered, the new cadet regiment would be able to set down secure roots within the military academy. Ling Lan agreed with them, and so not long after the start of the second year, she submitted the application for the establishment of the Lingtian Mecha clan to the military academy. This application shocked all of the factions in the academy, and many were even of the opinion that this reckless behavior of the new cadet regiment was bound to be thwarted. This was because the establishment of a mecha clan required the applicant group to pass an assessment by the academy mainframe. Just think, even if the freshmen had started training their mecha control in Mecha World as early as they could in their first year, 1 year's time was only enough at most for these freshmen to achieve intermediate mecha warrior status. Moreover, this was only something extremely talented students could achieve. Meanwhile, the virtual battle clans created by the mainframe as the opponent in its assessment would at worst consist of advanced mecha warriors but were more likely to be all special class operators. Although the result of the assessment was not determined by winning or losing, how many seconds could a team made up of intermediate mecha warriors last under the attack of the mainframe special class mecha operator battle clan? However, the final outcome left everyone flabbergasted. The Lingtian Mecha clan passed the academy mainframe's assessment in one go. Everyone wanted to know the content of the assessment, but the Lingtian Mecha clan cruelly set their assessment as a top-secret document. Even the academy's principal himself could not access the battle logs of this assessment. Only high-level administrators of the military at the rank of general and above would have the authorization to view them. But would the generals even care to pay any attention to a minor mecha clan formation assessment within a military academy? And so, this assessment became a secret, sealed away for many years. Until that time in the future when Ling Lan had already become a king in her own right, only then did she draw the interest of the high-level people in the Federation military, who then looked up the assessment records. Only then did they come to understand that King Ling had already been crazily overpowered even back during her time at the military academy. After the Lingtian Mecha clan was officially established, the various smaller teams within the Mecha clan began submitting their applications one after the other in close succession to the academy mainframe to form their own battle clans. The establishment of a battle clan also required a mainframe assessment, and the missions given to the various potential battle clans were not necessarily the same. Ling Lan had originally already established the Lingtian battle clan within Mecha World. After she submitted her application, she actually did not need to take an assessment, for the academy mainframe immediately approved it. This made Ling Lan suspect that Mecha World, which allowed the public to enter and practice their control, was in fact overseen by the military. And that mainframe of Mecha World was very likely the mainframe of the military itself. In reality, the fact that the military academy's mainframe was a split segment of the military mainframe itself was an open secret in the military academy. Of course, there was one other reason for this speculation of Ling Lan's. The rank of her approved battle clan in the real world was exactly the same as the one in Mecha World, instantly leaping up to 5-star. This coincidence compelled Ling Lan to be suspicious. How else would this 5-star ranking have come about? Could it be that the military academy's mainframe just happened to suffer a seizure and specially decided to gift her such a grand present? It was impossible just thinking about it. After the battle clan was established, the original Lingtian battle clan members immediately joined again. However, there was one unexpected guest. When Li Lanfeng joined this time, he dragged his good friend Zhao Jun along. In all honesty, Zhao Jun had not actually wanted to formally join the Lingtian battle clan. He had only wanted to sign a 1-year temporary contract, but who was Li Lanfeng? His heart set on helping his rabbit increase the strength of his battle clan. Li Lanfeng naturally would not let this super valuable combat warrior Zhao Jun go. Thus, under Li Lanfeng's purposeful verbal provocation, Zhao Jun was unable to resist and issued a direct challenge to the clan leader Ling Lan, setting a wager for their fight along with it. If Ling Lan could defeat him, he would join the Lingtian clan and pledge his loyalty as a member of Lingtian without any reservations. Zhao Jun was a confident person. Among the cadets, only about 50 or so had managed to advance to become special class operators, and Zhao Jun's battle strength had always been in the top 3 of these 50 or so special class operators. Additionally, even adding in the one and only cadet who had advanced to become an ace operator, the Thunder King Xiao Ting, Zhao Jun's ranking in terms of battle strength had never dropped out of the top 5. This was also why even though he was not someone from Wuji, the Wuji Mecha clan still had no choice but to lay down their pride and seek him out for a partnership. As Zhao Jun was from a third-rate planet, he had very weak backing, and though he himself had no mind to take power and wield authority, he was still an ambitious person who did not want to randomly join some unproven, lame battle clan. He wanted to be a member of some legendary battle clan, therefore, for him to submit, the clan leader needed to have strength on par with the Thunder King Xiao Ting at least. Of course, because of Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun also hated Xiao Ting with a passion, which was one reason why Zhao Jun had not joined the Leitang Mecha clan. With regards to Zhao Jun's challenge, Ling Lan naturally was not afraid. Over this past year, unlike Qilong and the rest, Ling Lan had not had to attend physical fitness classes during the day. Her entire focus had been on training her mecha controls in Mecha World. Her efforts over the year had raised her status in Mecha World from intermediate Mecha Warrior to Ace Mecha Master, finally reflecting her true strength in the real world. Thus, as soon as Ling Lan logged into Mecha World and operated an Ace Mecha onto the arena stage set up for the both of them, Zhao Jun knew that he had lost. Reality proved that Ling Lan's Ace Operator status was not just for show, her control skills were so powerful that it was scary. Zhao Jun only managed to last 20 moves under Ling Lan before he was KO'd by a sword right through his cockpit. This kind of power thoroughly convinced Zhao Jun. After he logged off the virtual world, he shook Li Lanfeng in excitement, asking him how in the world he had found such an aberrant clan leader. Just think, Thunder King Xiao Ting had only broken through to Ace Operator status in his 4th year. But Ling Lan was currently only a 2nd year, so he had beaten Xiao Ting by 2 years. Do not underestimate these 2 years, the younger the age, even the difference of 1 month was enough to display the difference between the talent and potential of 2 people. Zhao Jun knew very well that Ling Lan's future was certain to be even better than Xiao Ting's. If Xiao Ting could be said to be the second Ling Xiao, then Ling Lan was very likely to achieve becoming the first Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng looked at Zhao Jun, who was now somewhat hysterical from excitement, and found himself rather speechless. Frankly, he had been able to tell with a glance that Ling Lan had already taken it easy and shown some mercy during the fight with Zhao Jun in order to leave him some face. Otherwise, based on Ling Lan's methods, Zhao Jun would never have been able to last more than 10 moves against her. Li Lanfeng had no idea how he could tell Zhao Jun this. If he stated it bluntly, would Zhao Jun crumble from the shock and fall into a slump? Besides, his rabbit had already become an ace operator in the 1st year. If he told Zhao Jun this, would his good friend be stunned silly from the overwhelming shock? After musing about it for a long while, Li Lanfeng decided that in order to preserve the sanity of his good friend and save him from losing himself due to shock, he would mercifully keep the truth concealed for now. Li Lanfeng felt that he was truly such a kind person. In this manner, Zhao Jun was wholeheartedly convinced into joining the Lingtian battle clan, and so within the early days of its establishment, the Lingtian battle clan already had 10 members. Of course, there were still many waitlisted members yet to be added to the ranks. When the 1st year ended, Han Jijian and Luo Lang went back home once, and they returned with several strong requests from various people. It turned out that Luo Chao, Han Shuya, and the original members of Team 072 all sent word that they would officially join the Lingtian battle clan once they entered an army division. In particular, Han Shuya threatened Ling Lan with extreme violence that he was not allowed to say no. Of course, Ling Lan's plans to go to the 23rd Division had been conveyed by Luo Lang and the others to the members of Team 072. Aside from a few with excellent grades who decided to apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division along with Ling Lan and the rest at the 1st Academy in their 5th year. The others could only wait till they properly graduated before applying. Ling Lan naturally would not refuse these scattered companions of hers who wanted to reunite with them. Rather than taking in some unfamiliar outsiders, Ling Lan was more willing to trust these companions who had grown up together with her. Right then, Ling Lan was also secretly rejoicing that they had managed to complete that SSS rank mission back then, promoting the clan's level up to 5-star right away so they could take in so many more people. Otherwise, she would have had to start worrying over these next few years how she could raise the level of her battle clan as soon as possible to accommodate these companions. Having settled the matter of these outside companions, Ling Lan began to fret over the current internal members. Ling Lan had no need to concern herself over Qi Long and the other 4 of her original team. Many years of cultivation and training had already ensured that their combat power and rapport with one another were outstanding. However, the newly joined Chang Xinyuan was a huge problem. Even though he was extremely hardworking and tenacious, his mecha control talent was truly not that great. Over this past year, although Qi Long and the rest were still advanced mecha warriors, they had already touched the doorway to becoming special class operators. They were now just waiting for a lucky chance, like when Li Lanfeng had encountered during the air invasion, to break through into the ranks of the special class operators. For an intermediate mecha warrior to advance to become an advanced mecha warrior, there was no need for any special insight. As long as they obtained enough experience and trained their control hand speed up to a certain standard, they would successfully advance. Basically, there wasn't any particular threshold in advancing from intermediate mecha to advanced mecha. But such a simple thing became extremely difficult when it came to Chang Xinyuan. His hand speed was stuck at the highest intermediate value. Just a 1-second improvement would be enough to judge him ready to advance. However, it was precisely this 1 second that left Chang Xinyuan helpless and floundering. When Ling Lan found out that Chang Xinyuan was unable to break through to gain that 1 second on his hand speed no matter how hard he practiced, she knew that Chang Xinyuan had encountered a bottleneck in his talent. This was not something that training could overcome. He needed a chance for a breakthrough, and Ling Lan herself did not know where this chance would come from. When Chang Xinyuan learned of this situation, he was greatly impacted, and fell into a depressed mood for a time. Luckily, the other members of the clan often sought him out to ask him to do things, using the business of modification to help Chang Xinyuan forget this mental blow. Only this helped save the team's prodigy mechanic. Chang Xinyuan's problem was only waiting on an opportunity, and even though the chances of this opportunity occurring seemed infinitesimal, it was at least still possible. In the clan, Li Shiyu's mecha control talent was clearly pretty good, but his whole focus was on the research of medicine. If Ling Lan had not given a strict command that all members of the clan had to train their mecha control for no less than 2 hours every day, Li Shiyu most probably would not even go practice his mecha control. Although Ling Lan felt it was a bit of a pity that Li Shiyu was wasting his mecha control talent like this, she understood that everyone had their own goals and pursuits, so it was not her place to interfere with Li Shiyu's personal choice. Fortunately, due to the mandatory 2 hours of practice every day, Li Shiyu's mecha control did not lag behind the others by too much. Even though he was still an advanced mecha warrior, he had still risen from the primary stage to the middle stage. As long as Li Shiyu did not give up and stop practicing, he should enter the late stage of advanced mecha warrior level in a few months, so Ling Lan was quite reassured by this. Having been through an air invasion, Ling Lan knew very well that on the battlefield, all those below special class operator level were just cannon fodder. To ensure the survival of as many team members as possible, she needed to make them all advance to special class operator level before graduation to be safe. Zhao Jun's mecha control ability was the strongest in the clan aside from Ling Lan. Moreover, like Qi Long, he was an obsessed fanatic of mecha control, and having participated very often in mecha battles while he was with the Wuji mecha clan, his battle experience was also a bracket higher than Qi Long and the rest. Thus, Ling Lan felt he was very reliable. She believed that even if the other members in the clan made a mistake and dropped the ball during a critical moment, Zhao Jun would never do so. Sometimes, trust did not need a long time to develop. Zhao Jun's personality made Ling Lan accept him very quickly. It could not be denied that the fact that Zhao Jun was Li Lanfeng's friend was a major factor. In short, Zhao Jun had been deemed a trustworthy person by Ling Lan, but of course, to truly be integrated into the Lingtian battle clan, Zhao Jun would still need to work hard. What Ling Lan was really worried about was still the leopard Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's physical constitution issue was actually hidden very deeply. Other than Ling Lan, none of the other members in the clan knew about it. Even his good friend Zhao Jun only had some inkling of it and not a very clear one at that. Since Ling Lan had already decided to establish a battle clan, she naturally would not permit any weakness to appear in her battle clan. She found an opportunity to meet up with Li Lanfeng to discuss the issue once. Perhaps Li Lanfeng had a sort of irrational blind trust in Ling Lan, for when Ling Lan asked him about his physical condition, Li Lanfeng did not hide anything, directly revealing the true situation to her. The truth was as Ling Lan had imagined. It was indeed because his spiritual power was too strong for his body to handle that Li Lanfeng had this sequela too, just like Ling Lan in her previous life. The lucky thing was that this world had gene agents as well as all types of physical skills to improve one's physique, ensuring that Li Lanfeng did not have to die young as Ling Lan had in her past life. Still, even so, his body had never truly been well, forever hovering in a state of extreme weakness. Reasonably speaking, Li Lanfeng's body did not permit him to walk the path of a mecha operator. When Ling Lan had asked Li Lanfeng why he had chosen this apparently suicidal path, Li Lanfeng had been silent for a good long while, as if having something difficult to divulge. In the end, he had only said bitterly that he wanted to become someone strong who could truly control his own destiny. When Li Lanfeng had said these words, his eyes clearly held a trace of uncertainty, but there was even more determination in them. Perhaps, he had decided to walk this path with no guarantees only because he did not want to succumb to fate. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wanted to fight just once at least. Seeing this kind of Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan could not help but think of her own situation. Although she had been forced from the beginning to disguise herself as a man, all her subsequent actions, all of her efforts, were they not all for the sake of controlling her own destiny? Ling Lan empathized. She thought about Li Lanfeng's identity. He was even worse off than her as he was only a branch family descendant of the Li family. Although she was unclear what kind of family clan the Li family was, having read all types of novels in her previous world, Ling Lan could imagine what it was like. For a branch family descendant to obtain true speaking rights and be a free person, they needed to gain strength beyond the family clan's control. Otherwise, they would only become tools of the family clan and may even become a sacrificial victim for the family when necessary. Having reached an understanding in her heart, Ling Lan decided not to ask Li Lanfeng anything more. After all, that was Li Lanfeng's private affairs. Ling Lan did not want to pry at the other's wounds. However, Ling Lan was filled with admiration for Li Lanfeng's stubborn determination and courage to become strong enough to decide his own fate even if he died. Sure enough, someone she acknowledged would never be a coward. Since Li Lanfeng had the courage, Ling Lan herself would spare no effort to help her good friend. She meticulously developed a set of fitness training programs for Li Lanfeng, and she also unstintingly taught her qi exercises to Li Lanfeng. However, it was not as effective as Ling Lan had imagined. Compared to when Ling Lan had started practicing it in her mother's womb, there did not seem to be much effect when the already 20 years old Li Lanfeng practiced it. Still, Li Lanfeng was extremely lucky. With the modified gene agent Li Shiyu provided, Little 4 improved it to raise the purity of the agent to 100%, allowing Li Lanfeng's frail body to fully absorb it. Li Lanfeng's body gradually began to improve, and his tenacity in practicing the qi exercises slowly began to show effect. The gradual improvement of his body left Li Lanfeng overjoyed. There was finally hope that this illness plaguing him for these 20 years would be cured. After a year of effort, though Li Lanfeng's physical constitution still could not compare to the tough and sturdy build of an average mecha operator, he was at least no longer that sickly weakling he was before who could only handle intense mecha operation for 10 minutes. The duration Li Lanfeng could sustain in high-intensity mecha combat increased from the initial 10 minutes to 20, and if he was in a better state, that time would be extended. And this new time was already enough to sustain him through a small-scale mecha fight. This also meant that from now on, Li Lanfeng would no longer be the battle clan's weak point in the many mecha fights to come. Ling Lan was very satisfied with this result. Although the Lingtian battle clan had miscellaneous problems here and there, overall, the battle clan was still developing in a healthy direction. Meanwhile, the Lingtian mecha clan was also gradually stepping onto the right track under the combined efforts of the various team leaders under its banner. Right at this juncture, a letter of challenge suddenly descended upon the Lingtian mecha clan, breaking the peaceful status quo of the entire military academy. In Ling Lan's villa, all the regiment commanders and team leaders of the Lingtian mecha clan were gathered. They were all here for the same thing, to decide how they would deal with the letter of challenge from the Leitang mecha clan. Yes, this letter of challenge was from the strongest faction in the academy, the Letang Mecha clan. The letter of challenge being passed around was made of paper. Of course, the true letter of challenge had already been submitted digitally to the academy mainframe by the Letang Mecha clan. As the regiment commander of the Lingtian Mecha clan, Ling Lan had received a notification from the mainframe at the earliest notice. However, the Thunder King had been extremely provocative. He had specially produced a physical paper letter of challenge and had personally sent someone to deliver it to the second-year dormitories and hand it over to the public regiment commander Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong was well aware that the purpose of this action was so that the other party could announce to the entire academy that Letang had chosen to enact their revenge now for their defeat in that arena battle a year ago. Wu Jiong understood what the other's intention was, but he still had no choice but to bite the bullet. The Lingtian Mecha clan had just been established. If they avoided the challenge now, the Lingtian Mecha clan would inevitably become the laughing stock of the entire school, let alone being able to rise and develop any further after this. After all the team leaders had taken a look at the letter of challenge, the letter once again returned to Wu Jiong's hands. When Wu Jiong saw that large signature at the end of the letter of challenge once again, he could not hold back the rage in his heart any longer. He hissed angrily, "I had thought that the four major factions had suffered heavy losses during that air invasion incident last year and needed to rest and regroup, and so would not have any time to spare on us. Which is why I had wanted to take advantage of this lull to quickly establish our Mecha clan early and use this time to grow our faction. Who knew that this Qiao Ting would see through our plan and issue this letter of challenge while we still have not secured our standing? He is obviously planning to crush us with one strike and completely scatter our Mecha clan. How despicable." That said, unable to rein in his anger, his right hand slammed down on the armrest of his chair, the force of which instantly caused numerous cracks to appear in the armrest. Standing not too far behind Ling Lan, Lin Zhongqing's face could not help but twitch, heart aching as he calculated in his mind, "Hells, 3,000 credits gone just like that." Wu Jiong's words also ignited Li Yingjie's rage. He was a haughty person to begin with and was not as reserved as Wu Jiong. He instantly raged openly, "That bastard Qiao Ting. Knowing that we do not have an ace operator, he actually has the face to challenge us personally. For the sake of victory, he really doesn't care about losing face anymore." 3. Seated across from Li Yingjie, when Shi Long heard Li Yingjie's yelling, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed as if he fully approved of Li Yingjie's words, but only he knew that he was smiling because Qiao Ting was about to be a victim of his own cleverness. Thinking victory was at hand, yet not knowing that the opponent he was about to face, Qi Long's boss, was already an ace operator as well. If it could be said that the other had some chance of winning a year ago, now, Qi Long really did not think Qiao Ting had any chances of winning left. Li Yingjie's words resonated with everyone present. The other team leaders also began to grumble and roar, scolding Qiao Ting for his shamelessness. Only Gao Jinyun sitting in the periphery of the circle did not join in, instead sitting quietly as he contemplated something with a solemn expression. Right at that moment, Ling Lan's initially closed eyes sprang open to sweep a cool gaze around the circle. Her pressing gaze instantly stopped all the angry mutters and bellowing in the room. Cold sweat beaded the foreheads of everyone present. Boss Lan's force of presence was becoming stronger by the day. Now, just one glance was enough to make them sense danger, and on top of that, it was as if the surrounding temperature had become frozen. "Gao Jinyun, what do you think?" Into the cold silence, Ling Lan finally opened her mouth, but unexpectedly called out Gao Jinyun. This caused Wu Jiong sitting by her side to raise his brows in surprise. Li Yingjie was at first rather puzzled, but he quickly turned to stare curiously at Gao Jinyun, wanting to know what about this person had gained Boss Lan's approbation. Ling Lan's direct call-out stunned Gao Jinyun, but he was instantly taken by wild joy. In contrast to the other team leaders who did not know Boss Lan's full strength, having been saved by Ling Lan once before, he naturally knew how powerful Boss Lan was now. Everyone felt that the Lingtian Mecha clan was sure to lose, but he did not agree. Letang, who did not understand Boss Lan's full strength, was sure to once again lose to the Lingtian Mecha clan. And now, for Ling Lan to personally ask his opinion, did this mean he had successfully entered Boss Lan's esteem? The very thought energized Gao Jinyun, but still, he knew deep down that if he could not say anything constructive or insightful now, he was likely to waste this opportunity. Therefore, Gao Jinyan forcefully repressed the excitement churning within him and considered the situation carefully for a moment before saying measuredly, "Regiment Commander Ling, since you've asked for my opinion, then let me say a little about this. If I say anything wrong, I beg the pardon of the regiment commanders and team leaders here." Gao Jinyan's demeanor was very humble, greatly improving his impression in the eyes of the team leaders present, eliminating the possible friction which might have arisen from envy. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed at his words. He had not expected that there would be such a capable team leader in the Mecha clan who was not from their academy. He had neglected this possibility. After Gao Jinyan finished setting the scene, he finally explained his view. Indeed, the Leitang Mecha clan is very strong, and moreover, their regiment commander, Thunder King Qiao Ting, is the only publicly known ace operator in the military academy among the cadets. At this point, Gao Jinyan glanced reflexively at Boss Lan, but he very quickly reeled his gaze back and continued to say, "But I don't think our Lingtian Mecha clan has no chance of winning at all." Ling Lan's lips quirked. This Gao Jinyan was an interesting character, because he did not announce to the others that she was an ace operator. Instead, he used his words so adeptly, anyone who knew what would understand the hidden meaning behind Gao Jinyan's words. Sure enough, when Ling Lan's team members heard what Gao Jinyan said, they smiled lightly in unplanned unison. It looked like they had all caught the connotation of Gao Jinyan's words. Even though the others could not grasp the true meaning of Gao Jinyan's words, their spirits rallied when they heard that their Mecha clan was not completely sure to lose. Liang Jie was particularly impatient, instantly speaking up to ask, "What do you mean?" "Over this period of time, I have seriously studied the Mecha battles between Mecha clans. Although there are no restrictions whatsoever with regards to the team leader, there are limitations on the number of team members and their levels. Especially for challenge battles where senior cadets are up against cadets junior to them, the restrictions are even greater." Gao Jinyan's reminder sparked Wu Jiong's memory and he instantly understood what the other was getting at. He nodded emphatically and said, "Gao Jinyan is right. I actually forgot that challenge fights had these regulations." Wu Jiong wrapped his own head in frustration, smiling wryly as he said, "In order to eliminate vicious predatory competition among the Mecha clans, especially when it comes to seniors against juniors, the mainframe has set up some protective rules in favor of the disadvantaged party. As soon as it discovers that the skill level between the two parties involved in a challenge diverges by too much, making the matchup extremely unequal, the mainframe will instantly determine that this is malicious predatory competition and declare the challenge invalid. Of course, this mainframe protective measure for the lower grade cadets can only be applied 3 times 1. However, every time a challenge is denied, a new challenge can only be issued 3 months later. If the strength of the battle clan the Leitang Mecha clan sends out against us exceeds our level by too much, the mainframe's protective regulations will be triggered. With that, we'll still have about a year's time to grow. This is a route we can properly utilize." As the team leaders seated here had never encountered a battle between Mecha clans before, they did not know all these things. They all quickly spoke up to urge Regiment Commander Wu Jiong to explain how they could get the mainframe to determine this challenge as malicious competition. Wu Jiong then laid out the rules in detail. It turned out that when upper-year cadets challenged lower-year cadets, other than the team leader's level being unrestricted, the overall strength of the other members participating in the fight could not exceed the challenged lower-grade clan's overall strength by too much. If not, the challenge would be deemed as unfair and be voided. Of course, how much the overall strength needed to exceed to be considered malicious competition was not something Wu Jiong, who had never been in a mecha challenge fight himself, knew for certain either, because it was not stated clearly in the rules. In the end, it would all still depend on the final submitted name lists from both sides. While everyone was discussing how best to utilize the mainframe's protective rules, Gao Jinyan coughed sharply to draw everyone's attention before saying loudly, "I want to add that there are 3 tiers for mecha fights. A 12-man fight, a 24-man fight, and a 50-man group battle. Boss Lan, it seems like the tier of the battle is up to the challenger to decide, right?" Ling Lan nodded in response to Gao Jinyan's question, indicating that he had it right. Gao Jinyan's brow furrowed as he sighed and said, "This way, we're rather disadvantaged. The initiative is in the hands of the opponent. If we could have chosen the tier, our chances of winning would be higher. Oh. Setting aside how the opponent will choose, tell me your thoughts. Ling Lan raised a brow. She had always thought that Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian from her own team were already very rare military strategist combat types. Unexpectedly, this team leader who was not from the Central Scout Academy seemed to be no weaker than the two of them in terms of strategizing. This piqued Ling Lan's interest. She now wanted to see how far Gao Jinyan could go. Ling Lan was not only focused on cultivating her own battle clan, she was also cultivating some allied teams at the same time. Whether in military administration or on the battlefield, having the support of some dependable allies would invariably make her path smoother and more stable. Thus, she viewed Wu Jiong's team with high regard and also employed both carrot and stick with Li Yingjie. Since they were all from the Central Scout Academy, Ling Lan did not wish for Li Yingjie to slow everyone down. However, if Gao Jinyun also showed promise, Ling Lan would not hesitate to cultivate him as well and be generous with her trust. In contrast to Wu Jiong and the others who may have some nepotism mentality, Ling Lan did not distinguish between main or side branches when it came to people. As long as someone had the skills and had a passable personality, Ling Lan definitely would not discriminate against them due to their birth or background. The moment Ling Lan said this, everyone was gobsmacked, and Gao Jinyan himself was staring with both shock and joy at Ling Lan. Although Ling Lan's gaze was as placid as ever, the encouragement within her eyes was clear. This moved Gao Jinyan considerably, and his body actually began to tremble uncontrollably. Several of the other team leaders were even staring at Gao Jinyan with envious eyes. These words from Boss Lan pretty much confirmed that Gao Jinyan had truly entered Boss Lan's scope of attention. As long as Gao Jinyan did not do anything wrong after this, his team would definitely receive focused cultivation from Boss Lan. It could be predicted that Gao Jinyan's team would become one of the strongest teams aside from those battle clans of the regiment commanders in the faction. Gao Jinyan clenched his fists tightly, telling himself to calm down. The more exciting the situation was, the more he could not afford to make any mistakes. He took a deep breath and let his emotions settle a little before saying, "Regiment Commander, this is what I think. If we get to choose, we must choose the 12-man challenge fight. Even though our overall strength cannot compare to Lei Taing's, when it comes to elite fighters, we're actually not much weaker than Lei Taing." Initially, they had thought that Gao Jinyan would say something mind-blowing, but he had unexpectedly said this. Even if everyone had confidence in themselves, they still felt that there was quite a bit of a gap between their strength and that of the elite battle clans of the Lei Taing Mecha clan. One of the team leaders even retorted, "Team leader Gao, as far as I know, Lei Taing has 15 special class operators at the very least. Even though we have the confidence to say that we can achieve that same level 2 to 3 years later, right now, we're still mostly advanced mecha warriors. There's no way we can compare to Lei Taing's special class operators in terms of strength." Questioned, Gao Jinyan's expression held no trace of panic. Instead, with a face full of determination, he said, "I know, but I also know that the opponent cannot send all of their special class operators onto the field, or else this challenge fight will not be approved by the mainframe." Ling Lan's lips curved up slightly once more at these words. As she expected, Gao Jinyan had also noticed this point. He was a seed deserving of cultivation. Gao Jinyan's resolute words made the eyes of everyone present light up. That's right, if the opponent sent out all their special class operators, adding on the leading ace operator, this challenge fight would just be completely thrown out. To protect the freshmen, the mainframe would definitely reject this challenge fight. Everyone now understood what Gao Jinyan was saying when he mentioned the elite fighters. If the opponent lowered their requirements and chose advanced mecha warriors to represent them, Ling Tian would still be able to put up a fight. The most important thing now is how we can hide our strength from the opponent. If Lei Taing finds out how strong we are and arranges their troops in formation specifically suited to counter us. At this point, Gao Jinyan's face turned grim. The situation will not be optimistic for us. Only if Lei Taing is uncertain to the depths of our true strength will we have a chance to win. Gao Jinyan's words made a calm settle down on the entire venue. Some team leaders seemed to have thought of something, a trace of frustration appearing on their faces. It looked like their strength levels must have been scouted out by Lei Tang quite recently. Li Yingjie's expression was also extremely unsightly. He recalled a scene in Mecha World where he had been provoked by some people. Back then, he had not been able to hold back his temper and had fought with the opponent several times in the arena. Although he had defeated the opponent multiple times and had obtained quite a lot of victory spoils, thinking back on the incident now, it was truly too fishy. It looked like he must have fallen for Lei Tang's trap. Ling Lan swept a swift gaze around the hall, taking stock of everyone's countenance, thus gaining a rough idea of which people had been scouted out. Then, she said, "Looks like, some of you already sense that something is wrong. Still, even if Lei Tang has discovered your true strength, the impact on this mecha battle will not be too significant, so you all don't have to be too upset." Even though Ling Lan's tone was cold, her words proved that she was not angry. This let those self-recriminating team leaders, including Li Yingjie, put aside some of their worries. Having been sounded out by the enemy, they were indeed very angry, but they were even more afraid of Boss Lan's anger. Gao Jinyan's proposal is very accurate. The 12-man mecha fight is indeed the most advantageous for us. In comparison, the 50-man clan fight is the most disadvantageous because although we have already established our mecha clan, we have never experienced a large-scale mecha fight. I believe that in Mecha World, the most you all would have encountered would have been a 24-man cooperative battle, and many of you would probably only have experienced a 6 to 12-person mini-battle clan mission, right? Ling Lan's question received nods from all corners of the room. Indeed, these team leaders' strength was not sufficient for them to participate in large-scale team missions. In this regard, they truly had no experience. If Xiao Ting simply needs a victory to wipe away the disgrace Lei Tang suffered when they lost to us, he should choose the safer option of the 50-man large-scale clan fight. However, as far as I know, Xiao Ting is a very aloof and confident person, perhaps even somewhat arbitrary and willful. Using this sort of safe method to defeat us, for him, may be a disgrace in and of itself. At this point, Ling Lan paused, then continued to say, the reason he has decided to challenge us now is, 1. He is indeed afraid we'll use this time to fully develop our clan, and 2. Their 5th-year division assessment is about to start. Xiao Ting is probably thinking of using this challenge fight before the assessment to carve his name gloriously upon the military academy's historical list of honor. In order to achieve this objective, Xiao Ting is unlikely to choose even the 24-man battle, he will only choose the 12-man battle, which can best showcase individual ability. After saying all this, Ling Lan did not seem to feel any pressure at all. She nonchalantly tugged at the cuff of her right sleeve, her expression unperturbed as she continued to say, as for special class operators, he will not send them. The members who will fight alongside him should all be advanced mecha warriors. This challenge fight is his personal exhibition, and those members are just there as a backdrop to his strength. Stating this, the corners of Ling Lan's lips curled slightly into a mocking smirk. An enemy who thought highly of himself was in fact the easiest to handle. She had always thought that Xiao Ting might be her greatest enemy and obstacle to dominating the military academy, but now, from the looks of it, he might be the easiest one to handle. Hopefully, after this battle, Xiao Ting would not give up on himself from the shock. It was not easy for Ling Lan to find a rival on par with her, she still wanted to play some more. Ah, is he looking down on our Lingtian mecha clan? Ling Lan's words stirred up everyone present, their faces were flushed with indignant rage, and quite a few actually broke out swearing. If things really turned out as Ling Lan had said, Xiao Ting's decision absolutely meant that they were. Nothing in Xiao Ting's eyes. Observing the frothing indignation of the people before her, Ling Lan's eyes closed once more and she showed no intent of saying anything more. Xie, standing to one side, knew that his boss was not interested in explaining things any further, so he quickly stepped in to add on behalf of his boss, everyone, have you all paid attention to that bit of gossip recently? Xie was unsure why, over the course of this past year, his boss had become more and more reticent. Boss would only communicate with them with his gaze and his actions, but the effect was quite good, the team members could almost always understand what their boss was trying to convey. However, even as team rapport improved, the pressure the team members felt increased accordingly. They just could not tell when they would fall out of favor with the boss. Oh, how uneasy it made them feel. Xia Yi's words gathered the entire group's attention once more. Right now, Xia Yi was no longer simply a member of Ling Lan's team but also its external relations officer. What Xia Yi said was very often the intent of Ling Lan's battle clan as a whole, so they could not take him lightly. Just as everyone was confused, uncertain which bit of gossip Xia Yi was referring to, Xia Yi elaborated, "I hear that Xiao Ting has been trying hard to chase the soul singer Li Yinfei recently, but Li Yinfei has made a high-profile announcement that her future partner shall be an indomitable king. Only if one can fulfill that criteria would that person be qualified to pursue her. In order to become a king in Li Yinfei's eyes and be qualified enough to pursue her, Xiao Ting must use exceptional results as proof. He wants to become the king of the academy, and the one stain on his kingly image is precisely our newly established Lingtian Mecha clan. In order to prove publicly that he is truly the king of the academy, he can only use an overwhelming victory to clear away the shame from his faction's previous defeat. As such, he can only challenge us in the way Boss Lon has explained." "Ah, how beauty leads one astray," said Xia Yi gleefully with a dramatic sigh, causing many of the seated members to chuckle despite themselves. Right then, at the bend of the staircase leading up to the second floor, a dark figure was standing within the shadowed recesses of the corner. When he heard what Xia Yi said, his body actually shuddered, but he very quickly stood straight and steady again, as if that brief lapse was all just an illusion. "Just obsessed with that face? It looks like my speculations are correct. Xiao Ting really is that despicable king." A trace of disgust flashed across the black figure's eyes, killing intent right on its tail, but the disgust and killing intent soon dissipated to be replaced by sheer bitterness. What means could he, who was still a special class operator, have to deal with the other? He was still too weak. Very soon, the black figure recovered from the mental shock and his gaze became determined once more. He believed that as long as he followed the rabbit's arrangements and continued working hard, he would become strong one day, strong enough to match Xiao Ting's strength. At that time, he would personally end this evil fated bond. Xia Yi waited for everyone's laughter to subside before continuing to say, "Of course, Xiao Ting has a wonderful plan. Personally put an end to the grudge between us, take the prized throne of the king of the academy and, with this air of majestic authority, sweep right into some army division to gain loads of accolades. And then, riding this momentum, he will rise higher and higher to finally become the veritable king of Mecha world and win the heart of the great beauty Li Yinfei." It cannot be denied that Xiao Ting has an ideal plan in place, and he views our Lingtian Mecha clan as a solid stepping stone. However, our Lingtian Mecha clan is no sandbag which he can push around as he likes one. At this point, Xia Yi's smile disappeared completely and a trace of iciness could be seen on his face. It actually resembled the cold air of Boss Lon somewhat. So after following Boss Lon for so long, one would also inherit this special ability of Boss Lan's. Even the ever-smiling Xia Yi could make others feel so cold the moment his expression turned stony. The group snuck a glance at the frozen face of the person sitting in the main chair, the expressionless Ling Lan, and once again confirmed that Boss Lon was truly unmatched in dominance. Her influential power was just too great. These words of Xia Yi's finally let everyone understand why Boss Lon would conclude that Xiao Ting would choose the 12-man battle mode when challenging them. Everyone could not help but be filled with admiration. Wu Jiong was the one who felt this most profoundly. His gaze was filled with admiration and respect when he looked at Ling Lan, but it also carried a trace of frustrated disappointment. The more he spent time with Ling Lan, the more he felt that Ling Lan was unfathomable. After establishing the Lingtian Mecha clan, Wu Jiong knew very well that though Ling Lan was the first chair in their Mecha clan, she actually did not handle anything. The true manager of the Lingtian Mecha clan was him, Wu Jiong. But when the Leytang Mecha clan had issued their letter of challenge, filling him with panic, Ling Lan had calmly collected data and intel on Leytang and Xiao Ting. He had completely overlooked some of these news and gossip which had seemed disjointed and unrelated, but Ling Lan had been able to find some clues from all of it, swiftly grasping the key points to determine the possible behavior of the opponent. Obviously, in terms of gauging the big picture, he was still no match for Ling Lan. At this thought, Wu Jiong could not help but glance at Gao Jinyun, who had by now resumed his usual humble manner. This person had always been extremely low-key and unobtrusive, so low-key that they had all overlooked him. Yet, despite not actively managing the clan, Boss Lon had been able to see his strengths with just one glance, only choosing him among all the others to speak. This astute vision was equally worthy of Wu Jiong's admiration and envy. In terms of mining talent, he was also no match for Boss Ling Lan. Wu Jiong could see very clearly that the interaction between Ling Lan and Gao Jinyun had not been a pre-planned thing. The pleasant surprise and excitement on Gao Jinyun's face could not have been faked. Unless Gao Jinyun was a natural actor whose acting skills had already achieved flawless perfection, there was no way his reaction could be that real. His father had spoken truly. Following an exceptional person would indeed let him learn many things he never knew before, and come to recognize weaknesses he had not noticed in himself previously. But, father, when someone was so strong that one could only look up at them, how could he find the courage to oppose the other? Wu Jiong could not help but smile wryly. The Lingtian Mecha clan came to a consensus. They could only wait to see what Xiao Ting would do now. As expected, Xiao Ting did not give the Lingtian Mecha clan too much time to prepare. The very next day, the Lingtian Mecha clan had already received a notification from the Academy mainframe. It was truly as Ling Lan had predicted. The Leitang Mecha clan had chosen the 12-man Mecha challenge fight, and the leader of the representative team was Xiao Ting. At the bottom of the notification from the mainframe was a reminder for the Lingtian Mecha clan and the Leitang Mecha clan to make sure and submit the official name list of their participating members to the mainframe 3 days later. In reality, when Ling Lan had judged that Xiao Ting would choose the 12-man challenge fight, she had already had a name list in mind. However, she had not announced the list because, for one, she wanted to wait and see if she had missed anything. And secondly, she also did not want Leitang to somehow find out about this list and make some adjustment specifically countering it. Since Xiao Ting was planning to use the Lingtian Mecha clan as his stepping stone to crowning himself king, then he should not blame her for planning to use the Leitang Mecha clan as her Mecha clan's chicken in a lesson to strike fear into the monkeys of the military academy too. In the headquarters of the Leitang Mecha clan, Xiao Ting seemed to be waiting for something. Finally, someone rushed in from outside. Seeing this person appear, Xiao Ting's initially tense expression eased slightly. "Did you manage to get the participating name list of the Lingtian Mecha clan?" asked one of the people standing beside Xiao Ting hurriedly. As a confidant of Xiao Ting's, he knew very well what Xiao Ting wanted to know most right now. "No, the name list is being held by their regiment commander. Even the team leaders below are not sure who will be fighting in the end. But what we can confirm is that all of the regiment commanders will be participating, and the remaining few slots should be selected from among the various team leaders." The newcomer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had not been able to obtain the true name list even after using about 3 days' time. This made him feel rather timid, worried whether his regiment commander would blame him for this. Xiao Ting could not help but frown at these words. It looked like the Lingtian Mecha clan was on guard against spies after their name list. However, Xiao Ting's brow soon smoothed out again. For the Lingtian Mecha clan to place so much importance on their name list, so afraid that it would be leaked, that was a sign of low confidence. This was a good thing. Moreover, even if he did not know the contents of the opponent's name list, as long as he was here, even if all the members he brought with him were intermediate Mecha warriors, victory would still belong to the Leitang Mecha clan. It looked like this match just meant way too much to him, causing him to be somewhat unsettled. Seeing that the regiment commander was not angry, the newcomer instantly relaxed. He quickly took out a chip and handed it over, saying, "This is the intel we've managed to gather on the various regiment commanders and team leaders of the Lingtian Mecha clan over the past few days. The ones marked with red dots are those we reckon could be on the representative name list." Someone beside Xiao Ting quickly reached out to take the chip and then handed it respectfully to Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting accepted the chip and aligned it with his communicator to scan it, thus copying over all the contents of the data chip. Soon, from Xiao Ting's communicator, a virtual screen sprang out before Xiao Ting's face, and the information contained in the chip was fully displayed on the screen. The first name on the list was Ling Lan. However, all aspects after Ling Lan's name were filled with question marks. In the end, as the final conclusion, there was only one hypothesis, speculating that the other might be an advanced mecha warrior, or maybe even a special class operator. This is the intel you all have gathered. Looking at the page full of question marks, and that unverified speculation, Xiao Ting's face turned dark as he snapped out the question. The newcomer wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and hurried to explain, Regiment Commander, it's like this. The first regiment commander of the Lingtian Mecha clan has always acted on his own. Our people have no way of obtaining any accurate information on him from others. However, we still managed to get some detailed info on the other regiment commanders and team leaders. Our hypothesis is also based on the other regiment commanders and team leaders, so there is a certain factual basis for it. Xiao Ting sniffed coldly before looking down at the intel again. Sure enough, other than Ling Lan, there were more or less some concrete stats for the other members. Hence, he set aside his dissatisfaction and began perusing the information intently. Right after Ling Lan was information on the 3 regiment commanders, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and Qi Long. The data compiled was fairly specific, their personality, attack specializations, etc. were all listed out one by one. This included their mecha level, which was stated clearly as Advanced Mecha Warrior. Of course, exactly which stage of the Advanced Mecha Warrior level they were at was unable to be determined since the intel people had never fought them personally before. Looking at this list, Xiao Ting was extremely satisfied. All the regiment commanders of the Lingtian Mecha clan were Advanced Mecha Warriors, and a majority of the 16 team leaders under them were also Advanced Mecha Warriors, with only 4 or 5 being Intermediate Mecha Warriors. These numbers were completely incomparable with those of the Lei Tang Mecha clan. This revenge fight would undoubtedly be Lei Tang's triumph. However, this name list equally startled Xiao Ting. After all, the regiment commanders and team leaders of the Lingtian Mecha clan were all still cadets who had just entered their second academic year. For them to be able to advance to Advanced Mecha Warrior level at this age meant that they were absolutely prodigious characters with abnormal mecha piloting talent. What's more frightening is the fact that the Lingtian Mecha clan had not just 1 or 2, but a whole bunch of them. Hells, who would have expected the Central Scout Academy of Doha, which had been quiescent these many years, to actually produce such a mass burst of talent this year, producing so many geniuses in one go. If the Lingtian Mecha clan was given a little more time, perhaps the Lei Tang Mecha clan would really be no match for them anymore. Xiao Ting secretly rejoiced, even more determined in his heart to utterly crush the Lingtian Mecha clan in this revenge match. Looks like, it is necessary to add on some wagers. Xiao Ting finally realized personally why his vice-regiment commander had decided to risk that wager back then for these people. In order to utterly eliminate the threat to the Lei Tang Mecha clan's claim to supremacy, they could only completely absorb the other party into their ranks. Aside from this regiment commander of the Lingtian Mecha clan being somewhat problematic, the others are all nothing to worry about. Xiao Ting's initially stern face finally cracked a smile. It looked like he had indeed been worrying too much. Just send the original name list as planned. Xiao Ting finally made his decision. At his order, his confidant beside him immediately sent the preset name list over to the mainframe. Even if everyone participating are Advanced Mecha Warriors, those I've chosen for our side are all Advanced Mecha Warriors at the peak stage, just one step away from entering Special Class Operator level. Lingtian Mecha Clan. Even without me taking action, my team members will be enough to make you all choke. A smug smile hung on the corners of Xiao Ting's lips. Boss, Lei Tang's name list is out. Little Four, who had been closely monitoring all activity of Lei Tang's side, instantly managed to grab a copy of the battle name list Lei Tang had submitted to the mainframe. In the middle of researching to decide which mentor she should choose, Ling Lan heard Little Four's cry and a smile appeared on her lips. As expected, Lei Tang had been unable to hold back. Let me see. Little Four immediately displayed the name list in Ling Lan's mind space. Scanning the name list, Ling Lan nodded. It was as she expected, Xiao Ting truly wanted to emphasize his individual prowess in this revenge match. Even though they're all Advanced Mecha Warriors, these operators have already advanced into that level for over 2 years. Whether in terms of mecha controls or battle experience, they outclass our team members by a lot. Little Four instantly gathered all data he could find on everyone on the name list, and he could not help but warn Ling Lan, tone serious. With two special class operators, Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun, in the lead, even the most experienced advanced mecha warriors will end up as cannon fodder in this battle, said Ling Lan with a cold smirk. Send over the name list we have settled on now as well then. Xiao Ting, when you find out that we actually have special class operators on our name list, will you regret deciding too hastily? A smile tugged at the corners of Ling Lan's lips. She really wanted to see Xiao Ting's face change in color. It turned out that this time, Ling Lan had chosen purely based on ability, without fearing any possible claims of nepotism. She had placed the strongest 8 in her own battle clan into the name list, adding on Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie, who were both at the late stages of advanced mecha warrior. Aside from the middle stage advanced mecha warrior Yi Su, the final name on the list was the unexpected Gao Jinyun, who had only just entered advanced mecha warrior level. The reason why Ling Lan had given up on picking other stronger candidates in favor of Gao Jinyun was that she wanted to see for certain what Gao Jinyun's skills were like in terms of mecha. Gao Jinyun may have passed in terms of strategizing, but his personal level of strength was equally essential. Ling Lan needed to conduct further observation. Both sides had only sent in their clan's name list at almost the final moment of the time limit. As for when the fight would begin, that was not something they could control. The challenge time would be determined by the mainframe, which would only inform the two parties a week before. After sending in the name list, Ling Lan stopped worrying about it. As for whether or not the opponent would manage to obtain their name list and figure out even more of their strength before the fight, Ling Lan very shamelessly threw the problem over to Wu Jiong to handle. Ling Lan believed that if she had to personally handle everything herself, that would absolutely be a sign of incompetence. Ling Lan would forever use brilliant methods to disguise her lazy nature. After setting aside the matter of the challenge fight, Ling Lan once again turned her focus on choosing a mecha piloting mentor. The 2 months of mecha piloting theory and knowledge class was coming to an end. From next month onwards, the cadets would have to follow a mecha mentor in practical mecha training. And now, an application to request one's choice of mentor lay before Ling Lan. Yes, the cadets had the right to apply for any mentor they liked. They could choose and order up to 3 mentor candidates they most wanted to follow for their practical training. However, the application did not mean that they would definitely get the person they wanted. The instructors would also browse through the applications to select the students they wanted to take in as well. If the first choice instructor refused, the application would automatically appear within the consideration pile for the second choice instructor. And if the second choice instructor refused, the application would then move on to the third instructor. Although it looked like the application process was extremely ideal and fair, it should be known that every instructor had limited student slots. Very often, these instructors would have already filled up all their slots after the first batch of applications. Therefore, the possibility of being selected by one second or third choice mentor was infinitesimal, unless the first batch of students was truly lacking. This also resulted in many students missing all 3 instructors they requested for, only to be saddled with the tragic outcome of being randomly assigned a mentor by the mainframe. Thus, the cadets attached great importance to the application of mentors. In order to ensure that they managed to follow an instructor with an operation style similar to theirs, the cadets would have already begun studying the various mecha instructors in the academy from the time they first started school. They did not go after the strongest, only aiming for those most suited for themselves. At present, Ling Lan had also come to the time to choose a mentor. This troubled Ling Lan greatly, for Ling Lan truly loved close combat mecha down to her very bones. However, the military academy only had one ace operator mecha instructor specializing in close combat, and this one and only ace operator instructor just so happened to be a master of berserker attack methods, which was the complete opposite of Ling Lan's fine-tuned and delicate style of operation. If she chose this instructor, it was very likely they would butt heads, for any instructor would be unhappy with his own student not learning his style and instead choosing to do things their own way. Ling Lan involuntarily looked at the number 1 instructor on the ranking list, Tang Yu. This was an elite mecha operator whom everyone in the academy lauded as a mecha professor. He was undoubtedly one of the strongest mecha instructors in the academy, because he had a thorough comprehension of every type of ace mecha. Even though he was most proficient at long-range attack, his close combat abilities were also very powerful, and because long-range attack required a great attention to detail, Tang Yu's operation style was extremely meticulous and delicate, belonging to the same category as Ling Lan's style. Instructor Tang Yu, eh? Ling Lan frowned lightly. If Tang Yu had not just finished mentoring Xiao Ting, Ling Lan would not be so troubled. Ling Lan truly did not want to have anything to do with Xiao Ting. Oh, forget it, let's look for someone else. Ling Lan still decided to give up on that option in the end too, thinking to just randomly choose another from among the other instructors. After all, she was already learning mecha piloting from instructor number 3 in the learning space now, so the practical training mentorship in the academy here was not as crucial to her as it was for the other students. At this time, Little Four, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but speak up. Boss, if Instructor Tang Yu is the best one, then why won't you choose him? Little Four just could not accept his boss learning from a subpar instructor. That would be such a disgrace to his boss. Thunder King Xiao Ting is Instructor Tang Yu's favorite disciple. If not too long after this, Xiao Ting loses at our hands, Instructor Tang Yu might hold a grudge. In response to Little Four's question, Ling Lan randomly made up an excuse. That's impossible. According to the data I gathered, Instructor Tang Yu has never taken in any disciples in the academy. Even Thunder King Xiao Ting is only a normal student of his, argued Little Four. Besides, Instructor Tang Yu has stated clearly that he hopes to see his students surpass himself, each generation being stronger than the one before it. If you defeat Xiao Ting, boss, Instructor Tang Yu will only be happy and not angry. Is that so? Ling Lan once again turned her thoughts to Instructor Tang Yu. If that was the case, applying for Instructor Tang Yu should not be a problem. Although Ling Lan seemed to treat others very coldly, she was actually very respectful of everyone, especially those who had cared for her before. She was afraid that if she really applied for Instructor Tang Yu to be her mentor, and if Tang Yu happened to plead for mercy on Xiao Ting's behalf, though this would not shake her decision, she would still feel some guilt towards Instructor Tang Yu. This was something she did not want to see happen, which was also one of the reasons why she did not want to apply for Instructor Tang Yu. Also, Instructor Tang Yu is a mecha operator who Daddy really appreciates. Little Four's face was shining. The moment they brought up Ling Xiao, Little Four would become unable to control his emotions. Compared to Ling Lan, he seemed even more like a child of Ling Xiao's. Little Four's words reminded Ling Lan that when her dad had left Planet New Line after the battle back then, he had mentioned Instructor Tang Yu, saying that he was a true teacher. From his words, it looked like Ling Xiao was very much in favor of Ling Lan learning from Instructor Tang Yu. So father approves of him as well? Ling Xiao's silly grin filled with indulgent love and affection surfaced involuntarily within Ling Lan's mind. Faced with this kind of doting dad, Ling Lan could not find it in herself to refuse. Sighing softly, she decisively chose Instructor Tang Yu and sent out her application. Ling Xiao's opinion was really hard for her to refuse. Ling Lan felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to resist that powerful fatherly love of Ling Xiao's. Even when Ling Xiao was not by her side, that full birth of fatherly love would always appear in full force around her. Yep, the traitor Little Four was the culprit behind this. He was constantly whispering by her ear about how good Daddy Ling Xiao was and how it was oh so difficult to forget how good he was. At this thought, Ling Lan threw a fierce glare at Little Four. This glare frightened Little Four, who knew what boss had caught him doing wrong this time. Alright, Little Four had recently been hanging out most of the time in the virtual world. The bad things he had done were truly too many to count, even he did not dare to think too closely about it. Having decided on Instructor Tang Yu, Ling Lan did not bother with choosing a second or third choice mecha mentor. If Tang Yu refused, it did not really make much difference to Ling Lan which mecha instructor was assigned to her. Subsequently, all that was left was to wait for the mainframe's notification to see if her application would be approved by Instructor Tang Yu. After completing the most pressing task for a second-year student, Ling Lan left the virtual world, returning to her room to rest. However, she had just lain down when a powerful suction force pulled her consciousness into the learning space. By now, Ling Lan was extremely calm in the face of such things. Every time her instructors wanted to see her, they would pull this stunt. The only thing uncertain was who had initiated it this time. By the time Ling Lan became aware again, her eyes were greeted by a plain of clouds. Looking at the white cloud surrounding her, Ling Lan did not even have to think to know that this was Instructor Number One's place, Mountain's Peak. Ling Lan unhurriedly took control of her body and stepped out into the air. Finally, when she caught sight of a square platform below, Ling Lan descended lightly to touch the tips of her feet to the ground before landing firmly without making a sound. Recently, are you finding your force of presence harder and harder to control? Right then, Instructor Number One was seated on a large rock with his back to Ling Lan. Without turning his head, he asked her this question. Yes, Instructor Number One. Ling Lan looked at Instructor Number One, who was about 3 meters away from her, and suddenly sensed a massive wave of pressure pressing down on her. This pressure was much greater than any she had felt before, making her feel as if she could not handle it and was about to be forced to her knees. But Ling Lan would not submit. She abruptly let out the force of presence within her in one powerful burst, pitting it against the formidable pressure Instructor Number One was applying upon her. Instructor Number One's pressure was like waves at high tide, each wave heavier than the one before it. Ling Lan's forehead began to bead up with cold sweat, with more and more beads appearing by the moment. Her entire face turned pale and a trickle of blood suddenly flowed down from a corner of her initially tightly sealed lips, but even so, Ling Lan's body still stood tall and steady with no sign of submitting. As expected, said Instructor Number One all of a sudden. Following this remark, the overwhelming pressure instantly disappeared completely. Taken by surprise, Ling Lan was thrown off balance by the sudden shift and almost stumbled and fell. Luckily, Ling Lan had nimble reflexes and adjusted quickly. Even though her body tilted forwards a little, she still managed to keep her footing. Your force of presence is too intractable, willing to break rather than bend, said Instructor Number One faintly. His tone carried some trace of emotion, some approval as well as some regret. Isn't this good? Ling Lan's forehead was scrunched up tightly. She could hear the regret in Instructor Number One's tone. It looked like there must be some problem with her force of presence now. It's not bad, it's just, you have forgotten you are a girl, said Instructor Number One with a wry smile. If Ling Lan were a boy, this sort of presence would not be a problem at all, but she was a girl. A girl's body was in nature, and intractability was a yang trait one. This kind of presence which was contrary to the body it inhabited would inevitably cause the inherent nature of the body to reject and resist it. This was also why Ling Lan had found it so difficult recently to control her force of presence, letting it leak out all too often. How troublesome. Instructor Number One's explanation caused Ling Lan's frown to deepen. She had never imagined that the reason she was unable to control her force of presence was actually because her body had begun to reject it internally. Mind you, in the recent past period of time, the reason she had become increasingly untalkative was that she had been putting all her effort into suppressing her body's force of presence. As soon as she started to speak, her aura would fluctuate and even show signs of erupting. At that time, she might very likely injure the companions by her side accidentally, and this was not something Ling Lan was willing to see. At the heart of it, it's still the fault of the Tao you have chosen. You should know that your Tao depends fully on self-exploration. There is no prior experience for you to reference. It's normal for there to be some deviation, Instructor Number One continued to explain. I think, Instructor Number One, you must have some way of resolving this. Ling Lan looked at Instructor Number One with steady eyes. Since the other had already diagnosed her problem, then he must have some solution. Ling Lan had the utmost faith in the omnipotent learning space and the omnipotent Instructor Number One. Seeing the dependency on Ling Lan's face, Instructor Number One could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly in his mind. This Ling Lan was really becoming more and more shameless. Still, he could not ignore this beloved disciple of his. Instructor Number One could not help but feel that Ling Lan had only turned out this way due to them instructors spoiling her, though Instructor Number One just could not figure out how in the world they had spoiled her to this extent, considering how everyone had obviously been so strict with her. After a moment of silence, Instructor Number One said, I do have a plan. There are two choices. The first is for you to give up on the Tao you are walking now, choose some other Tao which suits you and already exists, accept the experience of your predecessors, and thus improve and transform your force of presence. This is the safest and also the easiest way too. I suggest you choose this one. Instructor number 1 bluntly gave his recommendation. After hearing all this, Ling Lan brushed off this option without any hesitation. This, I will not choose. Since she had already decided to walk her own Tao, she had never once thought of giving up halfway. You've thought it through. You should know that the second method may very well cause all your previous efforts to go to waste, and it may even cost you your life. When instructor number 1 heard Ling Lan's reply, he immediately appeared right before Ling Lan in the very next second. His cold and piercing eyes stared intently at Ling Lan, as if trying to see for certain whether Ling Lan's heart was as firm and steady as her tone. Ling Lan did not hesitate to meet instructor number 1's gaze, declaring resolutely, yes. Even if I fail in the end, I will not regret it. She was indeed very afraid of dying, but she did not want to give up on her beliefs due to this fear. This was the only thing she had learned over these past several years in her second life here. Good. Well said. A glimmer of an approving smile finally appeared upon instructor number 1's glacial face. Ling Lan, listen well. The second way is to stay firm and unyielding. Since the two sides are repelling each other, you need to force them closer and make them merge. Stay firm and unyielding. Force them close to merge them. Confusion appeared for the first time in Ling Lan's eyes. Just like how fire and water are mutually incompatible, but you will need to make it so that each has some of the other within it, a flippant voice rang out behind Ling Lan, and Ling Lan's initially steady body trembled minutely. The next second, Ling Lan had already turned around, bowed her head, and shouted, Instructor number 5, hello. Seeing instructor number 5 appear, instructor number 1 once again dashed back to the top of the large rock, sat down, and closed his eyes, no longer caring about Ling Lan and the uninvited instructor number 5. At the sight, Ling Lan knew that the following task of explaining would be taken over by instructor number 5 now. She raised the questions she had in her mind, can water and fire coexist? I have never seen something like that exist, unless there are other intermediary substances present. No, little Ling Lan, just because you've never seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist, said instructor number 5, shaking a finger as he replied with a close-eyed smile. Just then, he suddenly turned his head to look up at the empty skies around the cloud layer and shouted, Number 9, come out. I know you're there. Following this cry, number 9's cold huff could be heard, and then a pair of ivory white palms suddenly appeared to pry the sky among the clouds apart, revealing a black space. In the next moment, instructor number 9 had walked out from the black opening to come and stand before Ling Lan. Ling Lan, long time no see. Instructor number 9's body was as cold and frigid as Ling Lan remembered, but her gaze could not conceal her affection for Ling Lan. Ling Lan's heart throbbed, and her eyes actually turned slightly red. Ever since instructor number 9 had finished instructing Ling Lan in top-level physical skills, she had never again appeared before Ling Lan. If she calculated the time, it had been about 3 years since they had seen each other. Ling Lan had really missed her. Instructor number 9, I am really very happy to see you, said Ling Lan respectfully, holding back the emotional upheaval in her heart. I am also very happy. You are becoming stronger and stronger, said instructor number 9 approvingly. Ling Lan was just about to reply when instructor number 5 coughed loudly. Ling Lan and instructor number 9 turned in unplanned unison to glare at him. Instructor number 5 rubbed his nose guilelessly and said, I'm only reminding you all that right now, the pressing matter is to first resolve little Ling Lan's force of presence problem. Time waits for no man. At these words, instructor number 9 cast a piercing glance at number 5. Number 5 could only wave his hands again and again in response to the rage in her gaze, indicating that he had spoken unnecessarily. Perhaps it was true that every object has its counter. Number 5's perversity made all the other instructors wary, keeping a safe distance from him whenever possible. Even number 1 could do nothing to handle number 5. But number 9 was not at all afraid of number 5. She was the only one who could show any signs of temper towards number 5, but number 5 was helpless against her, never ever having dealt viciously with number 9. However, number 5's reminder also let number 9 know the mission she was called here for. She said to Ling Lan, first take a look at my ability. She had barely finished speaking when 5 clusters of blue flame appeared on number 9's fingers. The flames that should obviously be producing heat, were paradoxically radiating a biting chill. Ling Lan was startled. She could not help but reach out a hand to try and touch the blue flames on number 9's fingers, but she was quickly stopped by a sharp admonishment from instructor number 9. Don't touch. It will consume any kind of energy, including your spiritual self. Ling Lan shrunk back, quickly pulling her hand back. Instructor number 9 was not like instructor number 5 whose words were always a mixture of truths and lies. If instructor number 9 had said so, then it truly meant that these blue flames could indeed do all of that. Consuming any type of energy, this was really too horrifying. Seeing that Ling Lan was no longer planning to move, number 9 continued, this is my awakened talent. The element I awakened is actually like yours, a water-based element, but a deviation of it. It's just that the talent you awakened was ice affinity, while mine was ice flames. Ice flames? Ling Lan was puzzled. She knew that water had 3 states, gaseous, liquid, and solid. Its solid state was the basis of her variant innate talent series of ice. Its gaseous form typically pointed to steam or fog series of talents, while its liquid state was the water element's most common form in innate talents. However, she had never heard before that the water series of innate talent still had a variant branch called ice flames. When I first awakened my innate talent, it was not in this form. Seeing the confusion on Ling Lan's face, number 9's cold and serious face actually held a trace of a smile. This slight smile lit number 9 up, making her incomparably bright, which caused number 5's eyes to flicker with a strange light as well. Ah! Number 9's words were completely beyond Ling Lan's expectations. When she had awakened her innate talent ice affinity, it had immediately already presented as ice. In the face of Ling Lan's astonishment, number 9 did not say anything to explain, only asking Ling Lan to look closely at the blue flames on her fingertips. As Ling Lan watched, those blue flames radiating an intense chill actually began to change in color, from blue to pale blue to finally become transparent flames. And then, the flames gradually turned yellow, deep yellow, orange, red, deep maroon, and then, they finally turned into pitch-black flames. What shocked Ling Lan even more was how the temperature of the flames changed as their color changed. From extreme cold, the temperature of the flames rose slowly until they finally became sizzling hot. Especially when they turned black, Ling Lan actually could not resist that heat that seemed as if it could burn away everything. She could not help but take 3 steps back, only then did she manage to tolerate that pressing heat. Instructor number 9, what exactly is going on here? This was definitely not the water element. You can feel it, right? That's right, I actually have 2 awakened elements. What I awakened was both water and fire, elements that were universally acknowledged as mutually incompatible. From the very beginning after awakening these elements, my instructor judged that I would never become a domain master, because these 2 elements I awakened countered each other and could not coexist. If I pushed on and leveled them up, as soon as the 2 elements clashed within me, my outcome would inevitably be death by combustion. Number 9 recalled how she had completely lost all confidence when she had first heard her instructor's judgment back then. If not for number 1, she might no longer exist right now. Mandora, the competition was too fierce. If one could not become strong, one could only be eliminated. This was something a high achiever like her could not abide. Ling Lan's eyes lit up at her words. So, instructor number 9, you managed to find the secret to mix fire and water in the end? Ling Lan knew very well that instructor number 9 was a domain master now. Yes. Number 1 told me that since the heavens have allowed these 2 opposing innate talents to awaken in one body at the same time, then there must be a way for the 2 of them to coexist. The heavens would not push a person to despair. No one had managed to do so before only because they had not found the correct method, not because it was impossible. You must understand that existence is reason enough. Number 9 passed on instructor number 1's words back then to Ling Lan. Though number 9's telling of it was hazy and ambiguous, Ling Lan felt an idea spring to mind. Wasn't this the Taoist theory from her past life, the paths of life number 50, the heavens spawn 49, while man seeks the final 1-1? This meant that, no matter the circumstances, the realms of chance would forever leave a thread of hope for survival. Number 9 did not know whether Ling Lan understood her meaning, so she continued to say, from that time on, I began to research how I could get water and fire, these two mutually incompatible elements, to coexist. In the process, I was hurt many times, almost entering the gates of hell. Until one time, I turned my water element by force into extreme cold air. Cold air? Picking up on the strange phrasing, Ling Lan instantly felt that this might be the key point. Number 9's eyes revealed her satisfaction at Ling Lan's agile comprehension, forever able to grasp the key points so quickly. With a smile in her eyes, she nodded and said, "That's right. In fact, for water to turn into a gaseous state, there are two ways. One is to use high temperatures to turn it into steam, while the other is to rely on extreme cold to turn water which has already crystallized into ice to vaporize into gas. This type of gas is the cold air I mentioned." Ling Lan naturally understood this point, so she nodded. Instructor number 9 saw Ling Lan nod and knew that Ling Lan had indeed understood. And so she went on to say, after I changed my water element into extreme cold air, I tried inserting that cold air into fire. You should know that when fire burns, it will produce heat, and cold air can compress this heat indefinitely. Isn't this another contradiction? Asked Ling Lan, frowning. Yes. One side is producing heat while the other side is trying to remove the heat. It looks like they cannot coexist, but what if the temperature of the flame turns cold as well? Number 9 seemed to be interested in assessing Ling Lan's ability to think. She did not state the answer directly, instead throwing the question to Ling Lan. Generally speaking, as long as the core heat of the flame is maintained, in theory, the flame would not disappear, replied Ling Lan after some thought. However, till now, there has been no consensus on how much heat is needed to maintain the flame. Many scientists even suggest that negative temperatures can also maintain a burning flame, but this theory is currently unsubstantiated with actual numbers and is merely an exploratory theory. Ling Lan found the relevant theoretical discussion within her mind space. As she spoke, her eyes became increasingly brighter, until she cried out joyfully in the end, could it be that instructor number 9 has truly found a data point where negative temperatures can sustain a burning flame? Instructor number 9 nodded in satisfaction. Yes. When I tried to lower the temperature of the flame, as soon as the temperature became low, the flame would become weaker and weaker until it finally fizzled out and died. However, I sensed that this might be the way out for me. After 6 years of repetitive research, I finally managed to turn the flame cold so that it no longer possessed the heat of fire. And when fire turns cold, it means that its friction against water had been reduced to the lowest point. Right after that, I spent another 5 years' time to finally fuse that water-based cold air into the cold flame. I just did not expect that the successful merging of water and fire would actually turn into ice flames capable of consuming every type of energy. This thing, even I find it a little horrifying. At this point of her narration, instructor number 9 could not help but smile wryly. At first, she had simply wanted to combine water and fire so she could successfully advance to become a domain master. But by sheer fluke, her merging had resulted in an extremely horrifying killing move, forcing her to think twice every time she wanted to use her innate talent. Because once she used it, this meant a battle to the death with the opponent. Mind you, the moment ice flames came into play, there would be no survivors. I'm telling you all this just so you know that in this world, there are no absolutes. Just like in the case of your overly intractable aura, even though its trait is directly contrary to the nature of your body, that does not mean that there is no way to resolve this. Perhaps it will be very difficult to achieve a state where body and aura become one, but I believe that as long as you have patience and research meticulously, once you find the common ground between the two, that will be when you will be able to fully resolve this issue. Instructor number 9 finally divulged her aim. She had shared her personal testimony so that Ling Lan would not be discouraged and become impatient, but seek a solution slowly. Thank you, Instructor number 9. Ling Lan was deeply touched, once again thanking number 9 sincerely. If even the most difficult and incompatible water and fire could coexist, then there should absolutely be no reason why the problem of her body and aura could not be resolved. Little Ling Lan, now you understand, right? If you want to walk your own Tao, then you'll need to depend on your own strength to solve this problem. None of us can help you. At this time, instructor number 5, who had been acting as wallpaper all this while, chimed in with a wide grin. Many thanks, instructor number 5. Ling Lan turned her head to thank instructor number 5, but compared to the thanks she had uttered to number 9, this one was obviously less heartfelt, almost causing the smile to drop off of instructor number 5's face. Ling Lan, since you already understand, then go back. Like number 5 said, everything depends on you now. Number 9 saw number 5's face stiffen, and afraid that he would bear a grudge towards Ling Lan, she quickly urged Ling Lan to leave the learning space. That appearance of guarding one's child made number 5 roll his eyes mentally. Was he truly such a petty person? It looked like he really was. Sure enough, the one who knew him best was still Lil Sis number 9. Number 5 stroked his jaw as he smiled pensively. Seeing number 5 reveal such an eerie smile, number 9 sensed the danger even more keenly. She absolutely would not allow Ling Lan to once again suffer number 5's torments. Thus, she decisively shoved Ling Lan, and Ling Lan immediately felt her consciousness blacking out. Little Ling Lan, remember, the key to resolving this is the Tao you choose. Figure it out quickly. What is your Tao exactly? In a whirl of chaos, Ling Lan seemed to hear instructor number 5 say this right by her ear. This surprised Ling Lan. When had instructor number 5 become so kind? After what seemed like a long time but also seemed like just a blink of an eye, Ling Lan once again regained consciousness. By then, she had already returned to the real world. She glanced down at the time displayed on the communicator on her wrist. Yep, it was still the same time she had left, only 10 seconds had elapsed since she had been whisked away. Beep beep beep. Early in the morning, the still asleep Han Yu was suddenly startled awake by the alert ringing from his communicator by his pillow. Eyes closed, he rummaged around his pillow and got his hands around the culprit which had disturbed his sleep. Only then did he open his eyes. Seeing a familiar name on the screen, Han Yu sobered up. He quickly sat up and clipped the communicator onto his wrist and pressed the button to connect the call. Wei Ji's figure appeared on the virtual screen. He was frowning and his expression was extremely grim. Han Yu, did you know that early this morning, the mainframe announced some news? I slept very late last night because I was preparing the documents needed for enlistment. If you hadn't woken me up, I would still be sleeping. Han Yu could not help but yawn. Them 5th-year cadets were all busy recently preparing to apply for enlistment, and so were almost completely oblivious to anything happening outside their windows. This past year of peace in the academy is coming to an end, said Wei Ji solemnly. What happened? Wei Ji's expression caused Han Yu's expression to turn serious as well. Han Yu knew very well that, as the vice-regiment commander of Wuji, the other would not have come to disturb him so early in the morning unless something big had occurred. Lei Tang has made a move. Wei Ji told Han Yu the news he had learned this morning. Han Yu reacted immediately. The Lingtian Mecha clan. Lei Tang's revenge match? It looked like the Lei Tang Mecha clan was truly vicious. Taking advantage of this time while the other party had yet to secure stable footing and were still weak to utterly crush the other. Yes. The mainframe has announced this news to every student early this morning. The challenge fight will be a week later, starting at 1 p.m. sharp. I think you should have received it too, Wei Ji added. Han Yu immediately began scrolling through the news on his communicator, and found that half an hour back, he had indeed received an alert from the mainframe. It looked like the academy was also taking this challenge fight extremely seriously, otherwise they would not have issued this school-wide announcement. Lei Tang has chosen the 12-man small-scale mecha fight. Isn't this obviously giving the Lingtian Mecha clan a chance? Han Yu saw the associated details of the challenge fight and could not help but be surprised. Look at who is leading the team, Wei Ji reminded. Xiao Ting, Looks like Xiao Ting has decided to be ruthless. He won't be happy unless he has completely destroyed the Lingtian Mecha clan, said Han Yu gleefully. Han Yu also hated the Lingtian Mecha clan with a passion right now, because Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun had refused to collaborate with Wu Ji again at the start of this academic year. After some investigation, he had found that this had something to do with the Lingtian Mecha clan. Although he could not be sure whether they had really joined the Lingtian Mecha clan, the very thought of the possibility was enough to incite Han Yu's envy and hatred. Indeed, Han Yu had cultivated a strategist-type character like Zhou Ye specifically because he wanted to weaken Li Lanfeng's prestige within the Wu Ji Mecha clan. He always remembered what the previous regiment commander had said: people not belonging to their own faction were not deserving of trust. However, he had not finished wringing Li Lanfeng of all his worth. He truly could not bear to let such an excellent strategist leave Wu Ji like this. At the bottom of it all, Zhou Ye was still a little weaker in comparison. What made him even angrier was the fact that when Li Lanfeng had withdrawn and left, he had actually taken Zhao Jun with him. This infuriated Han Yu, as he believed that Li Lanfeng had dealt him a blow in secret. It should be known that Zhao Jun was their #1 fighter in the Wu Ji Mecha clan. Every time they had a conflict with the other factions, Zhao Jun was an indispensable mainstay of their Mecha clan. Thus, Han Yu hated Li Lanfeng, and this hatred was then extended to the Lingtian Mecha clan which Li Lanfeng was hanging around so much. If the Leitang Mecha clan could deal a devastating blow to the Lingtian Mecha clan, he, Han Yu, would be happy to see it. Han Yu had thought things through. If the Lingtian Mecha clan was thoroughly beaten by the Leitang Mecha clan, he would definitely lead some people to seek out Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun. Then, with an absolutely haughty and condescending attitude, he would dispense his mercy upon them. However, at that time, their relationship would no longer be that of collaborative partners but of master and servants. No matter what the outcome of this match is, it can be predicted that from now on, our academy will be dragged into power disputes among the various major factions once more. The actions of the Leitang Mecha clan definitely would not stop there. After being a rival of Xiao Ting for 4 years, Wei Ji was extremely familiar with the other's ambition. If Xiao Ting could make all the factions in the academy submit to his before he applied for enlistment, he would be able to justifiably become the king of the military academy. This would be of great benefit to his future development. If he had possessed Xiao Ting's current level of strength and ability, with the power of his faction, he, Wei Ji, would have probably found it hard to resist this temptation. We should also make some preparations. Perhaps after a period of time, we too will receive a letter of challenge from Leitang, said Wei Ji with a sigh. Without Zhao Jun around, their confidence was flimsy in going up against Leitang. Mind you, in their mecha fights with Leitang in the past, even though Zhao Jun was a level below Xiao Ting, he was one of the only 3 people who could withstand more than 20 moves from Xiao Ting. Of the other 2, one was the regiment commander of Tianji, while the other was the vice-regiment commander of Duotong. In terms of mecha operation, both he and Han Yu were weaker than these 3 by a good margin. How terrible! Han Yu had also thought of this. He slammed a vicious fist down on the edge of his bed, his hatred for Li Lanfeng rising once again. Next week when the challenge fight begins. Don't forget to remind me to go watch it together. Han Yu had to personally witness the downfall of the Lingtian Mecha clan, only with that would his rage be vented. Due to Li Lanfeng, the Lingtian Mecha clan thus became an innocent target for Han Yu to vent his anger. Who knows if the Lingtian Mecha clan will choose to make the fight public. If they choose a closed fight, we won't be able to spectate even if we want to, said Wei Ji with a frown. The numbers of the challenge fight were chosen by the challenger, but the choice for the fight to be open door. Closed laid with the side being challenged. Wei Ji was afraid that the Lingtian Mecha clan would refuse to make the fight public in order to save face. If that happened, they would not be able to spectate the fight. I don't think that will be the case this time. Han Yu's face was suffused with schadenfreude. If that were true, why would the Academy mainframe go as far as to make a campus-wide announcement? I suspect that the administrators of the Academy are also thinking of using this challenge fight to restore the Academy's morale. After a year of low spirits within the school, I think those old men are unable to hold back anymore. Han Yu had not been the regiment commander for Wu Ji for 2 years in vain. He did have some understanding of certain motives and strategies of the academy. Administrators. Wei Ji's gaze lit up at these words. Indeed, the academy mainframe's announcement of the fight was indeed different from how things had been handled previously. It really looked like Han Yu was right. The academy administrators might very well be planning to use this challenge fight to rekindle the aggressive combative atmosphere of the military academy. In that case, they absolutely would not allow this challenge fight to end so quietly and unremarkably. The decision is no longer in the hands of the Lingtian Mecha clan. Wei Ji could not help but lament silently for the Lingtian Mecha clan. It looked like in order for the academy to regain its liveliness, the academy administrators were going to sacrifice the Lingtian Mecha clan without any hesitation. Xiao Ting, his luck is amazing, said Wei Ji, enviously. All conditions were in accord, everything favorable to Xiao Ting had been gathered. If he could not become the king of the military academy under these circumstances, then he would truly be unworthy of the care and attention the academy administrators were lavishing on him. In the principal's office of the First Men's Military Academy, the seldom-seen principal finally appeared in this private office of his. His hair was white as stork feathers and his face was red and rosy, his entire person seeming very kind and friendly. However, his eyes were lively and spirited, and at times would even shine with a keen light. Overall, although the principal was already over 120 years old, he did not look the least bit decrepit. In this era, following the rise in individual strength and development, the human lifespan had long ago broken past the age barrier 10,000 years ago. Now, living to the age of 200 was a sure thing barring any accidents. Those with superior strength could even live up to 300 years. Although the principal's actual age was already over 120, his body was as strong as that of a 50 to 60-year-old man. Killing a level 3 demon beast with his bare hands was still absolutely nothing to him. Right then, he was looking intently at a proposal submitted by the vice principals and the faculty heads of the school. They were hoping he would approve their proposal and use the principal's authority to declare the challenge fight between the Leitang Mecha clan and the Lingtian Mecha clan as an open fight. After perusing the proposal carefully, the principal said, with regards to the rights and obligations of the two parties in a challenge fight, the mainframe has already outlined the rules. Unless completely necessary, it's better not to change anything. The 8 people seated on the sofas in the principal's office glanced at one another at the principal's words, and in the end, one of them spoke up to explain, "Principal, it's like this." That person spilled their thoughts and suggestions, and ended with, "The cadets now are lacking a pursuable goal. Although General Ling Xiao is the national idol, a legend of our federation, it is precisely because he is too strong that the cadets cannot convince themselves that they can ever achieve what General Ling Xiao has. Therefore, our academy needs to produce a new idol for them, a new legend closer to the cadets, one who is within reach and who may even make them feel as if, as long as they work hard, they too could reach his level. The air invasion incident a year ago has still affected our students' morale. We need to make them forget about this and restore the fine tradition of our First Men's Military Academy, the fierce and aggressive competition system." Another person quickly chimed in support. "So, this challenge fight is a perfect opportunity. It needs to be open to the entire academy for viewing so that the students' battle spirit and bloodlust will be roused." After hearing what they had to say, the principal mused silently for several seconds, then said, "Are you all planning to use this challenge fight to create a legend?" The group became still, sharing looks. They knew that it was impossible to hide anything before the experienced and astute principal. As such, all of them nodded honestly, confirming the principal's speculations. "The person you all have chosen is Xiao Ting." A glimmer of light flashed past the principal's eyes. The principal's words received nods from around the room once more. Xiao Ting was originally already the only fourth-year cadet who had managed to advance to ace operator level. It was clear to see that the other's skill in mecha operation was abnormally strong. He was known within the school as the second Ling Xiao and had even received the favor of the third marshal now. His reputation within the academy was unmatched. As the top person in the academy, who else could they choose if not him? The principal fell silent once more. Several seconds passed, as if he were analyzing the pro and cons of the proposal, and in the end, he nodded and said, "All right. Since everyone seems to be in agreement, I approve your proposal. I will use my authority as principal to set this match as an open fight. However, I must remind you all. Don't think that everything will turn out as you wish. Man can plan, but it is up to the heavens if those plans bear fruit. There are no absolutes. I hope that when the time comes, you all do not regret your decision this day. Of course not, they replied, different voices in unison. Overjoyed, they felt right then that the principal was obviously worrying for no good reason. If a newly established mecha clan could defeat a senior mecha clan led by an ace operator, now that would be a true joke. Seeing that these people were not taking his warning to heart at all, the principal was not angry. Meanwhile, having achieved their objective, the crowd quickly bid farewell to the principal and left his office. In the end, only the principal was left alone in his spacious office. He sat behind his office desk and lifted that proposal once more to browse through it carefully. Finally, his lips twitched and a snicker escaped him. This bunch of fools, actually not taking the time and effort to properly understand the data on the members of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan. The regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan, Ling Lan, that son of Ling Xiao who filled Ling Zhao's eyes with unconcealed pride. How could he be mediocre? Knowing Ling Xiao, he knew very well that for Ling Xiao to take so much pride in him, Ling Lan's strength must not be simple. Ling Lan may even already be among the ranks of the ace operators. Would someone as aberrant as this be so easily defeated? His subordinates planned to create a god, heaven knows who the created god would be in the end. The principal walked over to the window to look out over the entire academy below. A slight smile pulled involuntarily at the corner of his lips. The first men's military academy may become very interesting. Oh, Ling Xiao, who could have guessed that time would pass so quickly? The time has actually come for your son to show off his talent. I hope you will not disappoint us. In a blur, 3 more days passed. In another 3 days, it would come time for the battle between the Ling Tian Mecha Clan and the Lei Tang Mecha Clan. Everyone thought that Ling Tian would definitely seize the time left to practice their Mecha Clan's teamwork, but found instead that all the regiment commanders and team leaders of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan, including Ling Lan, acted just as before, attending classes like normal. It was as if they were not at all worried about the coming grand battle that would determine whether their Mecha Clan lived or died. This behavior of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan puzzled all the other major factions greatly. Even Xiao Ting was unable to figure out what the Ling Tian Mecha Clan was plotting with this. Frankly, Ling Lan had not assembled all the members participating in the battle for team training because she really did not want their participant name list to be exposed prematurely to the Lei Tang Mecha Clan. However, she did not waste these 3 days. Whenever Ling Lan was free, she would work with Little Four in her mind space to simulate the battle between the Ling Tian Mecha Clan and the Lei Tang Mecha Clan. After 3 days of repeated simulation, basically all of the formations Xiao Ting could use as well as all the possible flukes and coincidences that could occur on the various members involved had been recorded down. If any of these situations appeared in battle, Ling Lan would have a countermeasure at hand. Of course, Ling Lan did not believe that her battle team would be any weaker than the team Xiao Ting was sending. However, in order to guarantee victory, she still made sure she was fully prepared. Ling Lan knew very well that, in a fight, there were just too many factors that could change the course of the battle. Ling Lan did not want to lose this match because she had overlooked any of these factors. Since the members of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan had chosen to put their faith in her, then she must lead the Ling Tian Mecha Clan to the summit, only then would she live up to this heavy burden of trust. On this day, Ling Lan still went to school on time. She had long made the decision that she would only gather the participating members on the last day before the battle and hold their one and only teamwork practice then. Ling Lan was so bold because she believed that these people she had chosen were all talented prodigies in mecha control, just one practice would be enough. The morning's theory classes were soon over. Following the end of class, lunchtime arrived. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, the students respectfully bid farewell to their instructor and then some of the starving students rushed out ahead of the pack. Boss Lan, class is over. Seated beside Ling Lan, Luo Lang shifted closer to whisper softly to Ling Lan, even as his hands deftly helped her pack up her things. Hearing Luo Lang's words, Ling Lan opened her half-closed eyes. During the lesson, she and Little Four had been conducting another round of simulation. Right at that moment, a youthful and tall youth suddenly appeared at the doorway. He merely peeked through the doorway, and when he saw Ling Lan, his eyes lit up. He quickly knocked on the door, announcing his presence, drawing the attention of the students who had yet to leave the classroom. "Ah, isn't that unlucky Chang Xinyuan?" The students could not help but whisper to one another at the sight. The news of Lei Tang's oppression of Chang Xinyuan had long since spread throughout the whole military academy. Many of the new students greatly admired Chang Xinyuan's courage, but of course there were also many who felt that Chang Xinyuan was foolish for not knowing his own strength, actually daring to defy Qiao Ting. He had almost been expelled from the academy for it. Still, it could not be denied that Chang Xinyuan was extremely lucky. At that critical final juncture, he had actually chanced upon a mecha expert who was willing to help him escape from the miscellaneous obstacles set up by the Lei Tang mecha clan. In the end, he had fortunately managed to extend his military academy life. However, a majority of the cadets were still not optimistic about Chang Xinyuan's future. Even if Qiao Ting left the academy today, as long as Lei Tang was still the #1 faction in the academy and as long as Qiao Ting did not retract his decision to hinder Chang Xinyuan's subsequent academy life would still be rocky. His final outcome might still very well be expulsion from the school. No one believed that Chang Xinyuan would still be so lucky to meet some powerful mecha clan again next time, which would help him complete those harder team missions in Mecha World. For such a controversial person to suddenly appear before them, the second-year mecha piloting special class students naturally could not help but talk. "Boss Lan, are you free right now?" Chang Xinyuan did not seem to hear the susurration of voices in the classroom. His complexion remained steady as he shouted out towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan glanced at Luo Lang beside her and found that he had finished packing up for the both of them. So, she turned to nod at Chang Xinyuan and then stood up and walked out of the classroom. Luo Lang quickly followed, and seeing this, Qi Long and Xie Yi also tagged along without hesitation. When Ling Lan arrived at the doorway, she said to Chang Xinyuan, "Let's go." Chang Xinyuan turned aside to let Ling Lan's entourage walk first, and only then did he trail after Xie Yi to depart the second-year mecha piloting special class classroom. As soon as Ling Lan's group left, the entire classroom became a raucous mess. Everyone else remaining could not suppress the busybody within them, turning to ask the other members of the Lingtian mecha clan still in the classroom why Chang Xinyuan would seek out Ling Lan. "Wu Jiong, why do you think Chang Xinyuan came to look for Boss Lan?" Yi Su could not help but be puzzled by what he had seen. In his eyes, Boss Lan and that unfortunate soul one Chang Xinyuan could not be connected in any way, but somehow, these two people from completely different worlds obviously seemed to have some connection. It turned out that Ling Lan had not revealed the member name list of the Lingtian battle clan to the other regiment commanders of the Lingtian mecha clan. For one, the Lingtian mecha clan had been converted from the new cadet regiment, so the members inherently held some antipathy towards the senior cadets. Ling Lan felt that before things became stable, this was better kept as a secret. Secondly, all of the battle clans within the Lingtian mecha clan never had to submit their detailed name lists to the mecha clan to begin with. Every clan leader only needed to report the number of members they had, they did not even have to report the members' names or mecha levels for the record. The reason for this was both to ensure the autonomy of the battle clans, as well as to prevent the other factions from getting a clear read on the true capabilities of the Lingtian mecha clan. Wu Jiong said somewhat contemplatively, "Perhaps, Chang Xinyuan is trying to seek asylum." An individual had no way of standing up against a group. If Chang Xinyuan was smart, even if he was unwilling to submit to Qiao Ting, he would still need to find some solid backing to help him withstand Qiao Ting's oppression. It looks like Chang Xinyuan would also like to take a gamble and fight. Right now, in the entire academy, other than our Lingtian mecha clan who has the courage to fight against the Lei Tang mecha clan, which other faction would dare to shelter him? From behind Wu Jiong, a mocking and haughty voice rang out. Wu Jiong turned his head with a half-smile on his face to say to the person behind him, "Who'd have guessed that even you would understand this?" Li Yingjie glared angrily at Wu Jiong in response. "What? You think I'm an idiot? Wu Jiong smiled and said nothing, but the ridicule in his eyes was obvious. This made the rage in Li Yingjia's heart build up, and he smacked a fierce palm down onto the table before him, bellowing, "Before this, I just did not want to stoop to your level. I know. Before this, you believed that your strength was enough to settle everything, so you never had to worry about plotting or scheming." Seeing Li Yingjie puff up like an angry cat too, Wu Jiong quickly raised his arms in the universal sign of surrender and tried to console the other. "You better know it." Li Yingjie lifted his head haughtily. He felt from the very bottom of his heart that Wu Jiong spoke truly. If not for the fact that the First Men's Military Academy had gathered all of the aberrant prodigies under one roof, piling up the pressure on Li Yingjie, he would not have had to compromise and consider things a little more thoroughly when doing things. This kind of mentally taxing thing was something he really disliked. He loved speaking with his fists the most, using pure brute strength to beat down those people who had anything bad to say about their Lingtian Mecha clan. Yi Su looked at the prideful and prickly Li Yingjie and suddenly dipped his head, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Catching sight of this, Wu Jiong surreptitiously kicked Yi Su, asking him to get a hold of himself. With great effort, Yi Su finally managed to suppress his laughter and raised his head to say to Wu Jiong, "Leader, I have some matter to attend to, so I'll head out first. Please continue your conversation without me." In order to avoid being found out, Yi Su decided that he should just retreat. Wu Jiong quickly said, "Yi Su, I have something about the Battle Clan to discuss with you. Li Yingjie, excuse us for now, let's talk next time." Taken aback, Li Yingjie nodded woodenly and said, "Okay, got it." After Wu Jiong and Yi Su left the classroom, Li Yingjie suddenly realized something and burst out howling, "Wu Jiong, you bastard, actually mocking me. Stand where you are." That said, he charged out of the classroom after them. In the mecha piloting special class, several other Lingtian mecha clan members could only shrug in response to the questioning gazes of the other students. These kinds of scenarios often occurred between Regiment Commander Wu and Regiment Commander Li. However, their relationship was not negatively affected by this, instead becoming much more harmonious than with others who kept up a polite facade. This once again proved that verbal sparring was sometimes an effective method to improve friendships. Qin Yi, in your Lingtian mecha clan, for two of the regiment commanders to interact like this, isn't that a problem? One of the students beside Qin Yi could not help but ask. He was used to seeing the other factions having a strict hierarchy and being wary of outsiders. Even if there were any dissent among the leaders and they could not get along, they would not show it so obviously in front of others. They would always present a harmonious and united front to outsiders, putting on fake smiles. This type of outright taunting among the leaders of the Lingtian mecha clan was so fascinating in comparison. As Qin Yi packed up his things, he smiled and said, "What problem is there? With Boss Lan on top watching over things, nothing's going to go wrong under him. Besides, who among us doesn't know what Regiment Commander Li is like? His lack of tact and straightforwardness is an open secret in our clan. Even he himself is aware of this. Also, the other regiment commanders of our Lingtian mecha clan may perhaps have some friction with one another, but as soon as Boss Lan gives an order, we will not forget that we are all one clan. This is trust and friendship which has been built up over 10 years. It will not break apart so easily because of all this." How could the Central Scout Academy students forget the grand feats they had managed to achieve time and time again under Boss Lan's lead? And now, they were about to face a new challenge head-on, a fight against the strongest faction in the First Men's Military Academy. The Leitang Mecha clan was finally going to be their next target. It was exhilarating just thinking about it. Which freshman organization would dare to oppose the strongest senior faction right at the start of school? And yet their new cadet regiment had managed to do so. Which newly established mecha clan would dare to fight against the strongest senior mecha clan? Their Lingtian mecha clan had dared to do so. Every decision of Boss Lan's ushered in a new record, and Qin Yi believed that this trend definitely would not stop here. Looking at the confident and composed Qin Yi, it was as if he were not at all concerned about the fight with Lei Tang in 3 days' time. This person talking to Qin Yi was not a member of the Lingtian mecha clan, and he suddenly had the urge to join. Although everyone believed that the Ling Tian Mecha clan was sure to lose and that they would soon become a joke of a mecha clan, being the clan with the shortest lifespan in the whole of Academy history, when this youth saw the calm and unruffled demeanor of the Ling Tian Mecha clan members, he felt that the outcome might not be as horrible for Ling Tian as everyone was imagining. However, this was just a momentary impulse. Very quickly, he had calmed down again. He smiled at Qin Yi, then moved back to his own seat. Still, he had mentally made a decision: if the Ling Tian Mecha clan really managed to overcome this crisis brought on by Lei Tang, he would join the Ling Tian Mecha clan without any hesitation. No matter how badly he would be oppressed by Lei Tang in future because of this, he would still persist in following the Ling Tian Mecha clan. After leaving the classroom with Chang Xinyuan, Ling Lan did not know about these things that happened behind them, not to mention that there would be people who would choose to join the Ling Tian Mecha clan over this. Right then, Ling Lan's group was rushing to the large canteen for lunch. Along the way, she was finding out what Chang Xinyuan had sought her out for. The canteen had a mass eating area, and it also provided several private rooms for capable students who wanted a quiet area to isolate themselves and rest. For ease of communication, Ling Lan naturally chose a private room. Everyone in their group had just sat down when the other members of the team arrived one after another. It turned out that, along the way, Luo Lang had already informed the other team members to hurry over for a group meal. Of course, Luo Lang had taken the effort to do so because he needed to inform Lin Zhongqing about the gathering. As the head of support for the Ling Tian Battle Clan, he managed all of the credits the team owned. If they wanted to enjoy a good meal, how could they exclude Lin Zhongqing? In less than 5 minutes, everyone had arrived. Li Lanfeng, Li Xiu, and Zhao Jun were the quickest to arrive. As fifth years, they did not have many classes to begin with, and they had only been preparing some documents for their applications for enlistment in their respective dorms. Seeing that everyone was here, after asking what everyone wanted to eat, Lin Zhongqing dragged Xie Yi and Luo Lang along with him to place the group's orders. The private rooms of the military academy did not have any service staff. The students needed to go out and order whatever they wanted to eat and carry it in themselves. Fortunately, tea and water were provided in the room. Li Lanfeng did not dare to put on any airs of being a fifth-year senior. He diligently stood up and poured tea for everyone. For the sake of the rabbit, he would make nice and curry favor with the rabbit's team members. Chang Xinyuan picked up his teacup and took a sip, settling his mind before saying to Ling Lan, "Boss Lan, do you still remember that ace mecha you passed to me 6 months ago?" Ling Lan, who had just raised her own teacup, paused abruptly and then nodded in sudden realization. On a particular day 6 months ago, Ling Lan had just advanced to ace operator status when Chang Xinyuan had suddenly contacted Ling Lan to tell her that he was studying the composition of ace mecha. Although he had already grasped everything in theory, without a physical mecha for him to take apart and analyze, there were some things he just could not figure out. Hearing that, Ling Lan instantly lent the ace mecha she had just received from the mainframe for her successful advancement to Chang Xinyuan for his research. Ling Lan knew very well that only by combining theory and practice could one truly master the knowledge one learns. Chang Xinyuan, who had been stuck at the peak stage of intermediate mecha for all this time, would never have had the chance to obtain an ace mecha with his own power. The conditions for redeeming an ace mecha were extremely strict. Only those who had achieved an equivalent rank or above could redeem one. Oftentimes, a mecha mechanic would have extremely weak mecha piloting abilities, and thus would not be able to obtain the mecha they needed to tinker with on their own. This was also why a mecha mechanic would join a powerful battle clan. If they wanted to progress further, without a battle clan to help them obtain higher level mecha, their modification skill development could only stagnate. Of course, Ling Lan was so generous in lending Chang Xinyuan her mecha because she had enough confidence in herself. Taking part in cross-level challenges all the way, she had managed to earn a very large amount of points, enough to let her redeem yet another ace mecha. So, even if Chang Xinyuan was unable to put the mecha he borrowed back together after taking it apart, it would not influence Ling Lan's subsequent plans. Just like that ace mecha was loaned out for over half a year. It had been so long that Ling Lan had already forgotten about it. Now, when Chang Xinyuan brought it up again, she was finally reminded of the matter. Ling Lan quickly asked, you've already gotten a thorough comprehension of the internal structures of Ace Mecha? Chang Xinyuan nodded emphatically and said excitedly, yes, that mecha was right by my side every day. If I were not able to master its composition like this, that would truly be a shame. Saying this, Chang Xinyuan once again marveled at his great luck in meeting such a good leader as Ling Lan. Just think, which battle clan leader would be so generous as to outright give a support mechanic an Ace Mecha just for research purposes? It was already not bad if a leader would even give you the time of day. Honestly, I was already pretty much done studying it about 3 months ago. For these last 3 months, I've been researching how I could make necessary modifications to an Ace Mecha. Chang Xinyuan pushed aside his feelings to say. These words shocked the other team members who were drinking tea. Qi Long, in particular, could not stop himself from spewing out the tea in his mouth he had yet to swallow. Han Jijian leveled a vicious glare at Qi Long. Seated right across from Qi Long, he was unfortunately sprayed with a faceful of tea. Qi Long quickly put down his teacup and pulled some tissue paper from the tabletop, offering it with an apologetic smile to Han Jijian, mouth spouting a continuous stream of apologies. It couldn't be helped. At this time, he could only humble himself and beg for his sworn brother's forgiveness. In the midst of pouring tea, when Li Lanfeng heard Chang Xinyuan's words, he quickly set down the teapot, plopped himself down beside Chang Xinyuan, and asked with surprise, for real? I've never heard that an Ace Mecha could be modified. Aren't mecha mechanics only able to modify mecha of special class and below? Chang Xinyuan was originally a mild-mannered and reserved person, but when a professional problem was posed, he was extremely solemn. Li Lanfeng's words were obviously tinged with doubt. This offended him, and his expression darkened as he retorted, according to whom? In theory, as long as a mechanic's modification skills continue to develop, even a god-class mecha is not beyond the scope of modification. But there has never been any cases of a modified Ace Mecha before in the Federation. In the face of Chang Xinyuan's anger, Li Lanfeng acted guilelessly. He was merely stating the truth. It was still possible to see some partial modifications on special class mecha, but Ace Mecha had always been limited to the 5 great unified models of the Federation. At most, individual Ace Mecha only differed in color, and there might be some changes to the weapons equipped on them. Truth is, when it comes to mecha at Ace level, it is indeed already very difficult to make any modifications. Having been thoroughly researched and experimented on by countless generations of Federation people, these mecha are already pretty much perfect. Any unwise alterations would instead decrease the functional capacity of the mecha, and so it's not really worth the trouble. Li Lanfeng's innocent-looking face and his very realistic words swiftly calmed Chang Xinyuan down. But in mecha world, the possibilities are endless. There are some materials and weapons we would never dream of which can be found in mecha world, and these can allow mechanics to break free from reality to conduct modifications on even higher level mecha. Chang Xinyuan finally revealed the reason why he was able to modify Ace Mecha. It should be said that Chang Xinyuan was truly very, very lucky. After completing a Triple S modification assignment, he had received a very generous reward from the mainframe. The reward included materials which only existed in legend in the real world and were extremely precious. It was all due to these materials that he was able to satisfy all the requirements needed to modify Ace Mecha. Chang Xinyuan's words made everyone fall into silent contemplation. Indeed, mecha world was a virtual world. For example, even when it came to mecha operation, many ultra-difficult flying maneuvers that were likely to result in a crash in the real world enjoyed a certain success rate inside mecha world. Because there was no need to fear death, every mecha operator dared to attempt it. Even if they failed, they would at most lose a significant number of points. They just needed to start over again. It was also the existence of mecha world which allowed mecha controls in the real world to diversify. Many moves which had been tried and tested in mecha world by operators until their success rate achieved a certain guarantee would slowly surface in reality. Thus, if the possibility for breakthroughs existed for mecha controls, then it of course made sense that other specializations also shared this feature. Seated at one side, Li Shiyu began pondering deeply. Perhaps he should shift his medical research into mecha world too. There were all sorts of miraculous agents in mecha world which might help him find a cure for his eldest cousin brother's constitution problem faster. Right then, Han Jijian finally finished wiping away all traces of the tea Qi Long had spit all over his face. Only then did he have the heart to ask a question that had been bothering him. But why have we never seen modifications of Ace Mecha in Mecha World before this? Everyone else agreed with his point, because regardless of whether it was in reality or the virtual world, they had really never seen any modified Ace Mecha before. Chang Xinyuan was stunned at his words. Thinking about it now, he too had never seen a modified Ace Mecha before in the virtual world. Did that mean that none of the other mechanics had ever discovered that Ace Mecha could actually be modified? Could it be because of fixed thinking? No, no. Chang Xinyuan shook his head sharply. As a brilliant mechanic, one would never set restrictions on one's imagination. A mechanic's thoughts must be free to wander, this was the firm tenet of mechanics. Then, how could so many mechanics and those grand masters involved in more advanced research have overlooked this point? At this time, Chang Xinyuan suddenly thought of the outer appearance of the Ace Mecha he had modified, and in a flash of insight, he figured it out. Is it because when we see modified mecha in Mecha World, we subconsciously believe that those cannot be Ace Mecha, and so take them to be mecha of other levels? Asked Chang Xinyuan, beside himself at the epiphany. Chang Xinyuan's words were like a bolt of lightning, blowing apart the constrained mindset of all the others there. Yes, Ace Mecha which had been modified were sure to look different from the initial Ace Mecha. At one glance, there would be no way at all for them to know if they were Ace Mecha, so they might have directly assumed those mecha were special class mecha or even mecha below that. Everyone was stunned by the possibility. Ling Lan had noticed the shift in Chang Xinyuan's expression throughout, and a thought tumbled through her mind. She asked, Chang Xinyuan, have you succeeded in your Ace Mecha modification? Ling Lan's self-assured and composed demeanor astounded Chang Xinyuan. In shock, he said, Boss Lan, how did you know?